Aunt Yin, with her gentle beauty and endearing yet fierce demeanor, possesses an extraordinary combat prowess while cherishing her loved ones. Having lived alone for half a lifetime, she adeptly balances both her career and family, reveling in her prime years. Sister Pan, with her seemingly aloof exterior concealing a passionate heart, perfectly inherits Aunt Yan's beauty, yet remains a lovesick soul, devoted solely to He Yi in both this life and the last. In his previous life, He Yi, a mediocre coder and top-tier streamer, faced a devastating setback in the college entrance examination, leading to a cascade of unfortunate consequences. He squandered half of his life in regret. On the eve of his 40th birthday, during a trip, he stumbled upon a jade pendant, and upon his rebirth, he awoke on the very day of the 2003 college entrance examination. Given the divine chance to relive his life, he resolved to love those around him profoundly, cherish life, and embrace self-love. In this lifetime, he vowed to rectify all his past regrets, ensuring the happiness and joy of his beloved while leaving no room for remorse. Years later, reflecting on his life, he penned his memoir. All my achievements owe a debt of gratitude to Aunt Yin for her nurturing and care. It is she who kept me grounded and unwavering on the right path. Chapter 1. Prove yourself worthy of the title Father. Classmate, wake up. Even if you know nothing, sit up straight. He Yi, groggily roused from slumber, felt utterly bewildered. Examination Room 9. The 4 bold characters on the blackboard were painfully conspicuous. Gazing at the examination paper before him and the vaguely familiar pencil case beside it, He Yi was struck with shock. Wasn't he on vacation? How did he end up here? Looking down, he was startled to see the paper boldly inscribed with 2003 National College Entrance Examination Chinese. The 2003 entrance examination? Good heavens! It truly is 2003. This was the nightmare of all nightmares for He Yi. In that very year, despite scoring well above the cutoff in practice exams, he fell below the threshold in the actual examination. Had he truly been reborn? As a streamer with millions of fans, could a simple outing with a newly acquainted female streamer lead to his rebirth? Rebirth itself was one thing, but being reborn on the day of the college entrance examination? This was his lifelong nightmare. After finally escaping from nightmares in recent years, how could he face this? His palms grew cool as he recalled the jade pendant, the very object that had facilitated his rebirth. During his travels, amidst a torrential downpour in the mountains, idleness led him to seek a cave for amusement with a newly met female streamer. Unfortunately, joy turned to sorrow as he stumbled upon the jade pendant while relieving himself, lost his footing, and tumbled off a cliff, only to find himself here, reborn on the day of the 2003 entrance examination. How could he possibly feel drowsy now? Not a moment did he lament the 60 million in his bank account, nor did he care for the 600,000 fans. Reborn in 2003, he could start anew. Sister Pan, Aunt Yin, this time, I shall never let you leave my side. With that thought, he rolled up his sleeves. On June 7th, the weather was quite warm, short sleeves, no sleeves. Enough of that. Let's roll up our sleeves and work hard. That's the spirit. The 2003 college entrance examination is merely a trivial matter. After all, I had participated in 3 consecutive years of entrance examinations. 2003, 2004, 2005, I was known as the examination overlord. The overlord who laid down his armor and took his own life, each time too ashamed to face the elders of Jiangdong. Before the 2003 examination, I was still capable of surpassing the cutoff line. However, due to the shock of the mathematics paper that year, I developed a psychological trauma, and in subsequent attempts, my scores declined each time, ultimately landing me in a mediocre university with a lackluster major. If not for later becoming a coder and seizing the opportunity presented by short videos, achieving fame and fortune with my playful banter and charming appearance, I might have faced a dismal fate. Yet, while wealth has its merits, the regrets are far too numerous. The foremost regret is undoubtedly this college entrance examination. With my capabilities, I should have been admitted to a prestigious institution. 3 consecutive years of examinations left my parents with graying hair, Aunt Yin shaking her head in disappointment, and Sister Pan filled with disillusionment. Who among serious students takes the college entrance examination 3 years in a row? Since I'm here, I might as well tackle the questions. For my parents, for Aunt Yin, for Sister Pan, the 2003 examination paper may have ignored me, but in my rebirth, it shall find me unyielding. Watch as I compel you to call me Father. Now reborn, I am confident of achieving a perfect score on this paper. The questions from that year, I have already solved countless times in 2004 and 2005, etched in my memory. In my previous life as a streamer, I even discussed this topic, so familiar was I with it. My proficiency in Chinese was already commendable. Even in 2003, I scored 116, despite some underperformance. I estimated my score to be 115, while my Chinese teacher insisted on a 125, causing my final estimation to fall short by 10 points, entirely due to the essay. My Chinese teacher, Mr. He, insisted with conviction. I have always graded you down. Your essay would definitely score 55. What nonsense. I wouldn't trust him for a second. But this time, it would be different. He glanced at the quartz clock on the wall. 2 hours remained until the exam's conclusion. Plenty of time. In his previous life, he too had dozed off while contemplating his essay, only to be awakened by the invigilator moments later. He anticipated a similar fate this time. Those with a carefree spirit often find themselves in such predicaments. Thankfully, the paper remained untouched. He picked up the fountain pen and inscribed his name on the draft paper, appreciating the pen's smooth flow. Excellent indeed. The fountain pen gifted by Sister Pan is truly a masterpiece. Smooth and fluid, the nib glided across the page like raindrops on silk, leaving behind 2 elegant and remarkable characters. The invigilator who awakened He was a woman from an unknown primary school. She lingered, perplexed by the boy's peculiar behavior. Why was he sleeping when the exam had begun? It is generally expected that even the most academically challenged students would not forsake Chinese, the subject easiest to score in. A mix of curiosity and pity arose. Tall, handsome, he couldn't possibly be a fool, could he? Upon seeing He's 2 characters, her jaw dropped in astonishment. How stunning. Was that running script? No, it resembled semi-cursive. Such vibrancy and finesse. How many years of practice must it have taken? The invigilator became so entranced that she hesitated to leave. He felt a surge of pride. This was the result of seeking out masters to hone his skills after achieving wealth and leisure. Such a stroke of the pen could not be achieved without 7 or 8 years of dedication. Ignoring the invigilator's intense gaze, he inscribed his name and examination number on the paper, commencing his answers. He did not deliberate. For objective questions, he simply wrote down the answers. There was no need to read the questions. Thinking too long would be a disrespect to fellow reborn comrades. Subjective questions, however, required some contemplation. He must avoid spelling errors and unnecessary words, ensuring clarity and conciseness. Fortunately, the memories and experiences of 40 years of life before rebirth meshed seamlessly with those of his 18-year-old self. No, the truth is that I already know the answer in advance. This composition topic, after a span of 22 years, has offered He a fresh perspective. It has become difficult to recall how I felt back then. For my 40-year-old self, the memories of 18 seem too distant. Conversely, for my 18-year-old self, this event has yet to transpire. It may not be a matter of forgetfulness. Rather, it could be that the writing was so abysmal that my memory instinctively shielded itself from it. Regardless, I shall draft an outline and compose a rough sketch. For a prominent internet celebrity whose livelihood hinges on crafting segments and filming videos, this is merely the foundational skill set. Is there a wealth of words at my disposal? Having drafted, I shall transcribe it. It is nearly complete. With the life experience of a 40-year-old, surpassing the thoughts and insights of contemporaries, penning such an essay is exceedingly effortless. There is still ample time. An hour remains. How shall I manage this? Time is not yet fully expended, and the examination questions are answered. This is akin to being reborn with the unspent wealth of a past life. Bored and restless, He decided to close the examination paper and doodle on the scrap paper, contemplating his inner thoughts. Since this rebirth has occurred, life must be lived more splendidly than in the previous existence. At the very least, there is no need for 2 years of repetition. Those 2 years would be in vain. The college entrance examination need not be a concern, as admission to Tsinghua and Peking University is within reach. Yet, he would not attend, for Aunt Yin is not in the capital. 6 months ago, Aunt Yin's close friend ascended to the role of deputy mayor in the provincial capital and facilitated a relocation there. To safeguard Aunt Yin, he must remain by her side, which necessitates attending university in the provincial capital. The finest university in the province is Linjiang University. Nationally, Tsinghua and Peking University are indisputably the top 2, while Linjiang University comfortably contends for the 9th position. Most importantly, there is someone at Linjiang University who requires his protection. This individual is certainly not the high school belle Lin Wan, who has gained admission to Linjiang University, nor is its sister pawn, who is pursuing a combined bachelor's and master's degree at the medical college. This person is pivotal to his fate and the fates of many others. To put it grandly, their destiny is intertwined with the fate of a nation. It must be held close to the heart. Chapter 2. Bullying the younger brother as the bell chimed. He rose from his seat and followed the other candidates outside. The atmosphere was orderly, for any semblance of chaos would result in disqualification from the examination. Upon exiting the examination hall, He's gaze was immediately drawn to a striking figure amidst the crowd, Gu Pan, a tall and stunning beauty who stood out like a crane among chickens. She was radiant, not merely because he anticipated a perfect score in Chinese, but because Gu Pan exuded youthful exuberance, her face devoid of worry or despair. The candidates streamed out, parents jostling for space, Yet around Gu Pan, an invisible bubble of solitude formed, as no one dared approach her. With a stern expression, she maintained an air of aloofness from the world. Clad in a vibrant yellow short-sleeve shirt featuring a monkey design, black denim shorts, and casual canvas shoes. Her thumbs tucked into her pockets, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a black cap and oversized sunglasses, radiating an undeniable charisma. Her long legs, dazzlingly fair, were almost blinding. As he drew near, he spotted someone buzzing around the edge of this vacuous space, akin to a pesky fly. It became clear why Gu Pan appeared so disheartened. Is that your brother? He seems to have done quite well. He overheard one admirer remark. Still in high school, and with hair that long? What a sight. Another chimed in. I added you on QQ. Can you accept my request when you get home? When are you leaving? Let's grab a meal together. The flattery continued, but Gu Pan's frosty demeanor persisted until she caught sight of He, at which point her expression softened, breaking into a cheerful smile. You did well, didn't you? Her voice, still raspy and soft, was like a siren-esque call. Before she could finish speaking, he swept her into his arms and twirled her around, eliciting a collective gasp from the onlookers. What score did you receive to be so joyful? They wondered. Who knows? With her dress like that, she must be his girlfriend. At such a young age, how could they expect high marks? The murmurs of disapproval fell on deaf ears as He remained unfazed. Come on, 1 million followers online? This crowd is nothing compared to my live stream. But Gu Pan was not pleased. Unfamiliar with the term social death, her character disallowed such public displays of affection. Beside them, the admirer's face turned green with envy. Gu Pan, can you at least accept my friend request later? He called out. He inquired, Sister, who is that person? Gu Pan shook her head. Not familiar, just someone from my year who somehow got my QQ number. Are you going to accept the request? He teased. What do you think? She replied, tilting her head. You should set your QQ to reject all requests. No one else should matter except me. Humph. Seeing Gu Pan remain non-committal, he shifted the conversation. Sister, what are we having for lunch? We're eating at home. I've prepared something, she replied. Let's just go to a restaurant instead. The food at the restaurant isn't guaranteed to be good. Don't worry. I perfected my cooking this time. You have an upset stomach. Oh dear sister, I still need to take my afternoon math exam. I implore you to spare me. You don't believe in my cooking? What is wrong with noodles with soy sauce? He grimaced. I have the college entrance exam. You're serving me that? It's just an exam. It's not like you're facing a death sentence. What is wrong with it? It's all calories, nutritious. And I even boiled 3 eggs for you. Isn't that considerate? He remained speechless, surrendering to her and heading home. Over the 3 years of high school and the 3 years of middle school, he had practically lived at Aunt Yan's house. It was as if he had never left home. If only our mother were back. She would never serve me noodles. Don't be ungrateful. I'm back. That's what matters. He smiled warmly. True, your return brings me joy. Not far away, they crossed 2 streets and arrived at Aunt Yan's home. Sister, those shorts are a bit too short. Won't Mom scold you when she sees you? He expressed concern as he measured the length of her shorts. What are you getting handsy with? Gu Pan turned around and playfully slapped him on the shoulder, stopping short of hitting his head. He measured again. You little rascal. Gu Pan turned back, her face flushing, and with a mock glare said, Do you think I want to hit you just because the exam isn't over? He nodded earnestly, yes. What can you do? Gu Pan's eyes sparkled with mischief. You think you can take the exam forever? He chuckled. Once the exam is over, it won't be me running away. It'll be you begging for my attention. You. Gu Pan, flustered and angry, threatened to strike him. You won't score highly anyway. Perhaps I should just beat you up. Oh, sister. This time, I'm definitely coming in first in the city. Maybe even first in the province. What nonsense. You could even make it into the top 50 in school. I'll buy you the latest phone if you do. I don't want a phone, he insisted, shaking his head earnestly. Let us wager. If I score first in the province, you'll be my girlfriend. Gu Pan's face turned crimson. What are you talking about? I'm your sister. Why would I be your girlfriend? He retorted. You're not even my biological sister. What is the problem? I'll just ask Mom. Gu Pan paused. Wait, do you know if Mom is back? He feigned ignorance. Huh? Is Mom back? I'll call to check. Then he pretended to be surprised. Oh, did you say Mom is back? That's wonderful. No more soy sauce noodles. He joked, recalling how Aunt Yin once returned and prepared a grand feast for him, a memory he cherished deeply. Regrettably, he felt guilty for not performing better. Forget it. I can't let that happen again. Today's surprise was evidently a plan concocted between Gu Pan and Aunt Yin, and he had to play along. Humph. You deserve to eat noodles with soy sauce. Gu Pan pinched his waist playfully. Am I not better than you? Even if I wear a disguise, I'm still better. Gu Pan's skin was excessively fair, yet her face didn't match her body, which was her greatest frustration. Whenever he mentioned it, she would fly into a rage. Hey, you little brat, Do you want to die? I'll strangle you. He began to run towards home. Mom, help. The gray-white iron security door on the west side of the fourth floor creaked open, revealing a beautiful woman in comfortable loungewear, wiping her hands on an apron with a playful smile. Gupan, are you bullying your brother again? She sported a stylish bob with soft waves, her beautiful face adorned with a tender smile that radiated warmth, as if she had stepped out of a dream. He felt a pang in his heart and immediately embraced the lovely woman, Mom. He recalled the last time he saw Aunt Yin. She had lost all her hair, frail and lying on the hospital bed. Yet even in despair, she had urged him to marry and settle down, hoping someone would care for him once she was gone. Chapter 3. As he stepped through the doorway, he entered the modest 96 square meter two-bedroom apartment where he had resided for 6 or 7 years. Upon entry, he was greeted by the sunlit living room to the south, the south-facing bedroom to the west, a small study in the middle, and the north-facing bedroom, all lined up in succession. Directly across from the living room to the north lay the bathroom, while beyond it was the kitchen, dining area, and balcony. Due to its compact nature, he had chosen to occupy the northern bedroom. Aunt Yin's home was oriented with south at the top and north at the bottom, with west to the left and east to the right. Initially, Aunt Yin had intended to sleep in the small study, but out of concern for her mother, Sister Pan had taken that space for herself. Now that she was attending university, she would only return during holidays, and it hardly seemed to matter. He gritted his teeth, embracing Aunt Yin with palpable excitement, as if they were long-lost relatives reunited after years apart. No, it was indeed a reunion after a prolonged separation, a poignant reconnection after life and death. He felt an overwhelming urge to cry. What's wrong? Did you not do well on your exams? It's all right. If you did perform well, you can always retake the year. Su Yin, assuming his fervor stemmed from his surprise at her return, offered words of consolation upon noticing his tense demeanor, suspecting he had not fared well. He was taken aback. Why was everyone so pessimistic about his prospects? Mom, don't curse your own son like that. I know I can do well. I made a bet with my sister. If I rank first in the province, she'll be my girlfriend. Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Under normal circumstances, I shouldn't discourage you during your college entrance exams, but you really ought to be realistic, right? Don't talk about being first in the province. If you achieve the top rank in your school, I'll make sure she becomes your girlfriend. Mom, what nonsense are you saying? Gu Pan emerged from the small study, now clad in a pink pajama set, looking rather modest at home, her cheeks flushed, playfully pouting. He protested, Mom. Why don't you say anything about how my sister dresses so scantily when she goes out? She is so bold outside, yet at home, she covers up, as if she doesn't want us to see her. Gu Pan, feeling embarrassed and flustered, raised her fist in mock anger. Knowing their mother would inevitably intervene, she played along. Enough of this. Your brother has a point. A young lady shouldn't dress so revealingly. Su Yin scolded her daughter before turning to He Yi. And you too. She dressed up nicely to pick you up from the exam. How could you not see that? This conversation had never occurred in their previous life, causing He to pause and glance at Pangaea, who, as expected, turned beet red. Mom, you're talking nonsense. I was just dressing appropriately for the hot weather. Su Yin ignored her daughter's stubbornness and directed them. Quickly wash your hands. You need to rest well for lunch. Which subject do you have this afternoon? Mathematics. He replied, having washed his face and not needing to change as he was already dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. After lunch, he planned to take a quick shower and sleep. You must rest well. Math requires a lot of brain power, Su Yin said as she began to serve the dishes. Yes, fine. He hasn't even grown that yet. Gu Pan chimed in while assisting her mother with swift movements. Hey, I'm taking an exam this afternoon. Can you give me some confidence? He protested. All right. I know you're capable. Gu Pan quickly soothed him. Su Yin, accustomed to the sibling banter, was unfazed and called out to her daughter. Come here and help me carry this. Wow, Mom, you even stewed fish. This is too lavish. He feigned surprise, wanting to provide Aunt Yin with some emotional value. Of course, his joy was genuine. The sudden reunion with his closest loved ones after their separation was a happiness that was beyond words. Aunt Yin had prepared 4 dishes, all of his favorites, along with some drinks. Naturally, she had also set aside red wine for herself and Pangaea. This young lady certainly had a flair for the romantic. You focus on your exam this afternoon. I'll come and pick you up, Su Yin said, placing a piece of fish into He Yi's bowl. He ate heartily, overwhelmed with happiness. Mom, why don't you wear a kipeo? Su Yin paused. Why? He measured the length of his thigh. Because the split in the kipeo symbolizes a successful start. Su Yin laughed and playfully hit him with her chopsticks. Nonsense. I've never heard of such a thing. But it's true. My classmate's mother wore one. He insisted. Then I want to wear one. Su Yin's cheeks flushed. Does my sister not have one? He asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Gu Pan, with a stern expression, replied, no. Even if I did, I wouldn't let you wear it. Fine, fine, I won't wear it. He sighed, then perked up. Mom, you said you weren't coming back? Why are you suddenly here? He already knew the answer, but wanted to hear Aunt Yin say it again. Su Yin looked at him with affectionate eyes. Your father and I couldn't come. But no matter how busy I am, I must return a check on you. I can't leave Pangaea to handle everything alone. I worry she might spoil you. Gu Pan interjected. Mom, can't you at least hope for something good for me? Su Yin rolled her eyes. Who was it that fed Xiao Yi so poorly he ended up in the hospital on a 4-drip? Mom. Su Yin fell silent. He couldn't help but laugh. It's all right, sister. Once you get married, I'll cook for you. Gu Pan's face immediately turned crimson. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll break your legs, and you need to take the college entrance exam. He made a silly face and quickly resumed eating. After the three of them had lunch, he took a refreshing shower. When he emerged, Aunt Yin had already tidied up and returned to her room. Pangaea was still seated on the sofa, fiddling with her phone. He approached her. Are you texting your boyfriend? Get back to bed. Don't make me hear you. Gu Pan shot him a glare. Are you seeing someone or not? Do I still have a chance? He persisted, not willing to relent. Gu Pan, clearly overwhelmed by his relentless teasing, shouted, Mom, if you don't control him, I'll really strangle him. Su Yin called from the other room. Xiao Yi, hurry up and sleep. As long as you rank first in your class, I'll make sure you two get married. From provincial to class rank, the standards had dropped without any sense of boundaries. Gu Pan couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. All right then, it's a promise, Mom. He was thrilled to hear that. He didn't care if it was a joke. Climbing into bed, he set his alarm and drifted off to sleep with a smile. Having been reborn, was there anything more joyful than being able to see Aunt Yin and Pangaea every day? Certainly not. If there was, it would be scoring high marks to make Aunt Yin and Pangaea happy together. After a restful slumber, the alarm rang, jolting He awake with vigor, feeling as if he could conquer a wall. Despite his swift action in silencing the alarm, both Aunt Yin and Pangaea were stirred from their sleep. They began changing clothes to accompany him to the exam venue. I can go by myself. Just wait for my good news, he said as he embraced Aunt Yin and Pangaea. Su Yin smiled and welcomed the embrace, but Gu Pan was less than pleased, crossing her arms in defiance, clearly wary of him taking advantage. He, fully aware of her intentions, playfully swatted her behind. The sensation was delightful. Gu Pan restrained herself from kicking him away, knowing that the exam was imminent and fearing it would affect his mindset. He recognized this and acted deliberately. He skipped down the stairs, reaching the exam site in less than 10 minutes. At the entrance, he spotted several people crowding around a stunning beauty making her way inside. It was none other than the school's belle, Lin Wan. He pretended not to see her and lowered his head as he walked inside. But someone spotted him. How did the morning exam go? Will you score above 120? A male student shouted, as if afraid others might not hear him. This guy, named Li Xiaojia, had always been a thorn in his side, and he was one of Lin Wan's admirers. It was no secret that he had been cursed with a Chinese language score below 120. Clearly, this fellow had performed well, at least enough to feel confident about surpassing 120. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to mock Yi. Mind your own business, he retorted, continuing on his way. As a former admirer of Lin Wan, he had reformed his ways, but it truly wasn't entirely his fault. After all, Lin Wan was exceptionally remarkable. Lin Wan was so outstanding that, aside from her looks, her academic performance placed her among the top 3 in the province's key high school, a truly extraordinary feat. Her beauty was beyond compare. With nearly 3,000 students at the school, if one considered the girls to number around 1,500, being crowned the school belle for 3 consecutive years spoke volumes. However, He was reborn and had come to understand whom to flatter. She was rather indifferent towards Lin Wan. Lin Wan, clearly astonished, wondered why He had suddenly grown so aloof, yet she paid it no mind and continued onward. With the mathematics examination approaching, she had little energy to concern herself with trivial matters and insignificant individuals. Chapter 4. I hope he likes it. Su Yin had nearly tidied up the kitchen when she arrived at the threshold of the master bedroom, calling out to her daughter, who was reclining. Come on. Gu Pan paused, asking, where are we going? To buy a kipeo. Gu Pan was taken aback. Wait, are you really going to have him wear it? With a gentle smile, Su Yin replied, of course. He brought it up himself. It's a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. So why not let it be satisfied? Who knows, it might really work. Gu Pan scoffed. You believe his nonsense? If it's about achieving success, should I bring him a horse too? Su Yin furrowed her brow and thought for a moment. Now that you mention it, I actually know where to borrow a horse. Gu Pan quickly raised her hands in surrender. Mom, that's enough. If I say smooth sailing, are you going to borrow a boat too? You can't indulge him like this. Su Yin glared. Stop with the useless chatter. You were even more extravagant during your college entrance exams. Didn't I indulge you then? Just answer me. Are you going or not? Fine, fine. If mother commands, I shall certainly go. Gupan pouted and got out of bed to put on her shoes. The duo took a taxi to a shopping mall in the city center, and indeed, they found a specialty store selling key payos on the third floor. Look at these key payos. With your figures, you two would look stunning in them. You should try this one. The sales assistant was exceedingly enthusiastic. The store manager, initially indifferent, approached upon seeing their figures. Sister, you and your sister have such great bodies. If you would model for us, I'll give you both a 50% discount and throw in 2 pairs of stockings. Su-Yin laughed and shook her head. This is my daughter. You misunderstood. We're just here to shop, not to model. The manager, somewhat disappointed, remarked, it's not easy to wear a key payo beautifully. You don't look a day over 30. How can you have such a grown daughter? The manager was candid, yet it was the truth. Were it not for her air of elegance, she might have doubted the age of this regal sister. I'm going to try this one on. Do you have an XL? Su-Yin selected a plain white key payo, drawn to its color. Yes, I'll find one for you. And what about you, little sister? Which one do you like? Gu Pan, indifferent, saw her mother choose white and casually pointed to a black one. This one, I'll also need it in XL. Soon they found the key payos, and Su-Yin entered the fitting room. Before long, she emerged holding the key payo. The manager was taken aback. Sister, what's wrong? Try it on and look in the mirror. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Su-Yin pointed to her upper body and shook her head. I can't get it on. It's stuck here. Did you try putting it on from the bottom? That S stuck too. She indicated her lower body. Shall I find you a 2XL? All right, I'll give it a try. Quickly, the manager brought a 2XL, and Su-Yin took into the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged, and it was as if a radiant light had suddenly appeared. Sister, will you model for me? I'll give you this dress for free. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. It looks absolutely stunning. Your appearance and figure are secondary. It's your aura that's simply captivating. Looking into the mirror, Su-Yin felt quite pleased with her reflection. At this age, maintaining such a figure was indeed no small feat, largely due to her dedication to physical fitness, a good habit cultivated during her time at the police academy, preserved for over 20 years to achieve such a physique. Well, is my waist a bit too thick? Su-Yin tugged at the loose waistline, not referring to her own waist, but rather that of the dress. The manager chuckled. Dear sister, your measurements are perfect for the bust and hips. It's just that waistline. There's no way it could have such an ideal waist-to-hip ratio. How about this? You wear the 2XL, and we can alter the waistline for a perfect fit. Su-Yin frowned. How long will that take? Today is your child's entrance exam. You need to wear this to pick him up tonight. The manager shook her head. That would definitely take too long. A simple alteration could be quick, but it would damage the garment. At over 400, it would be a pity to ruin it, and the outcome wouldn't be satisfactory. How long would it take at the quickest? Su-Yin pondered. Sister, if I let you cut in line, it could be ready by tomorrow around 11 at the earliest, but you'll have to pay a small rush fee. All right, let's go with this one. And the one for my child as well. Just then, Gu Pan emerged from the fitting room. Wow, the manager was smitten again, after years of selling key payos. She had never encountered such beauty, let alone 2 at once. If they stood together, her business would surely take off. Please, I beg you, will you model for me? The dresses are on the house, and I'll pay you an extra fee. Furthermore, I'll cover your key payos every summer from now on. You can wear them as you please. Su-Yin smiled and politely declined her generous offer. Our status is special. It wouldn't be appropriate. I'm sorry. After paying, Su-Yin advised the manager, Dear, please help me raise the slit a bit higher. It's for good fortune. My child is taking the entrance exam, and I wish to bring him good luck. The manager paused, quickly sensing a business opportunity. Don't worry, sister. I'll make sure it's done right. As they left the mall, Gu Pan asked her mother, what now? Su-Yin shook her head. There's no time. I'll make a phone call. She dialed the number. Lena, it's me. I'm back. Are you home? I need to ask you for a favor. Okay, let's talk when we meet. The two took another taxi to a high-end residential area. Gu Pan, feeling socially anxious, opted not to go upstairs. Su-Yin took the elevator to the 10th floor. A regal woman opened the door. Ah, Yin Jia. When did you return? Why didn't you let me know in advance? I could have organized a gathering. Su-Yin chuckled. The child has his entrance exam. I took a leave to come back. It was too hurried, so I didn't inform anyone. Chen Lina invited her inside, puzzled. Isn't Guan Guan already in college? Why is there another entrance exam? Su-Yin explained. Yes, my godson. Chen Lina vaguely remembered. Oh, is he the one Guan Guan acknowledged as her godfather? Su-Yin accepted a cup of water. Yes, that's him. You really care for him. It's not easy to be this close to a godchild, Chen Lina remarked with a hint of admiration, then asked. You seem in a hurry. Is there something urgent? Su-Yin felt a bit shy. Nothing major. Just that the child mentioned during lunch that I should wear a kipeo when I pick him up tonight. I don't usually wear that style. I went shopping in the afternoon, but didn't he find anything suitable, and now there is no time for alterations, so I thought of you. The two had once been classmates at the municipal party school, and later, through Chun-Lina's deliberate efforts, their bond had deepened. Chun-Lina had been a star presenter at a television station in her youth, always fond of wearing kipeos. Su-Yin had once borrowed a kipeo from her during an event at the municipal bureau. Their sizes were similar, which is why she thought of this wealthy lady. Wow, your godson must be quite special. How are his grades? Does he deserve all your efforts? Chun-Lina teased. My own son consistently scores over 600 on mock exams. And I don't even pick him up. He has already got that many points. Su-Yin felt a flush of embarrassment and fibbed. My son's grades are pretty good too. He can score over 600 on mock exams. Is that so? Well, that's good. Otherwise, it would be a shame for you to go through all this trouble. Come on, let us check out the closet. Chun-Lina's vibrant and straightforward personality led her to the wardrobe. As the doors opened, a dazzling array of garments, more styles than even the kipeo store, greeted them. Su-Yin selected a white one and tried it on. It fit even better than the one from the store, though the bust and hip area still felt a bit snug. She truly hoped her eldest son would like this one. Chapter 5. Controlling scores? Not a chance. In the examination hall, he sat upright, exuding an air of calm. This subject determined fate. In his previous life, it was precisely mathematics that created a chasm in the scores of all students. Yet, that is not entirely accurate. It was not merely the scores in mathematics that caused the disparity, but rather the aftermath of the exam, where many succumbed to despair. Those with strong psychological resilience managed to perform adequately in the subsequent English and comprehensive science exams, thereby achieving higher scores. Conversely, those lacking such fortitude crumbled entirely. He was among the latter. His English, which should have scored around 110, languished at a mere 96, while his performance in comprehensive science was akin to a Waterloo, yielding only a little over 140 points. Perhaps the heavens, moved by his daily prayers and annual offerings, granted him a second chance, bringing him back to this very moment. Bring on the storm. Let the notoriously challenging mathematics paper of 2003 ravage and torment me. He was ready, with pen in hand, compass sharpened, and right-angle ruler at the ready. He was prepared for battle. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang. The invigilator displayed the sealed examination paper bag and commenced its unsealing. Once all the formalities were completed and the papers distributed, a mournful wail arose from the front row among the first candidates to receive their papers. He understood this feeling all too well. In his previous life, he too had experienced this anguish. Multiple choice questions, impossible. Fill-in-the-blank questions, insurmountable. And the essay questions, utterly beyond his grasp. The entire paper contained no questions that could be regarded as straightforward. The very first question required calculations that could not be discerned at a glance. Rumors circulated that this was a backup paper, yet no one had verified it. He furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face, to the point where his brows seemed on the verge of shattering. What a farce. He had completed this set of problems at least 10 times in 2004 and 2005. During his time creating short videos, he had tackled it no fewer than 20 times. It was a gimmick, after all. Every year, the college entrance examinations stirred up excitement. It had become the secret to garnering attention. Thus, he felt no trepidation. At a glance, the questions had not changed one bit. He could recite the answers with his eyes closed. Maintaining a low profile was essential. Being too ostentatious might lead to accusations of cheating. Even if he could solve them all, achieving a perfect score was not feasible. He resolved to manage his scores carefully. Mathematics was easier to control. Leaving the final major question unanswered while writing out the first step would suffice. The last questions of the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections were the most challenging and could also afford to be incorrect. Bored, he began calculating his anticipated scores. Let's see. Chinese would be around 145, mathematics about 130, and English, the easiest to manage, would also settle at 130. Comprehensive science posed a bit more difficulty. He had exerted the least effort there, but based solely on his 2 years of repetition, he anticipated around 250 points. Shout out loud, how many points is that? It was as if he were addressing countless fans. He felt a swell of pride. Yet, wait a moment, was that only 655? The top scorer in the province that year had achieved 679. No, he was still 24 points short. How could he expect Aunt Yin to betroth Ban Jie to him without securing the top position? Although it was jest, he needed them to be astonished and impressed. With this foundation, many future endeavors would become easier. No, he must secure more points in comprehensive science. Mathematics and English could no longer be managed. There was no other choice. Mathematics could no longer be controlled. If he achieved a perfect score, teacher Yao would surely be delighted. Thinking of that enchanting silhouette, he steeled his resolve and began answering the questions. He swiftly filled in the answers for the multiple choice section. The invigilator had changed, and they were no longer monitoring him closely. He completed it with ease, double-checking to ensure accuracy. He then closed his eyes to rest. No, someone was watching him. The invigilator approached. Finished? He thought to himself, mind your own business. But he replied, not yet. The difficult ones stumped me, but I completed everything I could. After all, the invigilator dared not interfere with his paper. The invigilator dismissed the matter. Clearly, he could not comprehend high school mathematics and did not perceive any anomalies. He shook his head and walked away. He continued to feign distress, furrowing his brow, sighing heavily, and tugging at his hair. Although his hair was not short, it was still not long enough to create the desired effect. If only he had a mane of lustrous black hair to touzle. Appearing haggard with tears streaming down his face upon exiting the examination room. That would have been perfect. Nearby, Lin Wan from the adjacent examination room was doing just that. This question is just too damn difficult. The stunning beauty was cursing internally. Typically, she was a student who scored nearly full marks in mathematics during mock exams. Yet, these questions left her utterly flabbergasted. One can only imagine the anguish of others. Although her knowledge was limited, there were far more questions she could not answer. Yet she remained utterly unperturbed. The difficulty of the questions was evident. If she couldn't answer them, neither could anyone else. Her abilities would only serve to maintain the status quo, preventing any widening of the gap with her peers. Thus, Lin Wan remained composed. She tugged at her hair due to the final question of the last major problem. Seriously, is this even humanly possible? This is clearly university-level content. Has the question setter lost their mind? For the first time in her life, she found herself mentally cursing the entire family of the person responsible for such a question. She had already reviewed all the preceding questions. Those she could answer were guaranteed points. She estimated around 90 points. For the ambiguous ones, she hesitated to assign a score. Perhaps 40 points, half marks at best. No, perhaps a third would be more appropriate. Ultimately, she decided on a quarter. For points? So would her final score in mathematics only be 94? Lin Wan felt a twinge of despair. However, it was not so dire. If she scored 94, she suspected many others would struggle to surpass 60. The disparity was an objective reality, existing independently of human will. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang. Students, please leave your desks and cease answering. I repeat, cease answering, or your papers will be rendered invalid. Some students had already begun to cry. Students, submit your papers. At least you will receive some points. If the exam papers are invalidated, you will receive nothing. Please stop writing. The invigilator was at a loss. The examination hall was filled with cries. In Hee's room, the situation was no better. The girls were mostly in tears, and some boys were also shedding tears. This paper had instilled a sense of utter hopelessness. Standing at the front, the invigilator declared with authority, enough. Stop answering. He had repeated this 7 or 8 times. Ultimately, he was merely emphasizing the point. He had not stated that any papers would be invalidated. Clearly, this invigilator recognized the insurmountable difficulty of the questions. As long as there was no plagiarism, he had no intention of intervening further. Another invigilator sighed and said, all right, students, submit your papers. It's quite simple. Even if we gave you another 2 hours, you wouldn't be able to answer the remaining questions. Some questions required excessive verification, while others were completely beyond your grasp. Even years of effort would yield no results. He rose with the crowd and made his way outside. Behind him, the invigilators collected the papers. One remarked upon receiving Hee's paper, this one is filled to the brim, but it's a shame to waste such beautiful handwriting. I wonder if it will earn any points. The other scoffed, what on earth was the question setter thinking? As Hee reached the staircase, the sounds of crying echoed all around. He spotted Lin Wan, but did not notice the gaggle of sycophants. Clearly, after the mathematics exam, the sycophants lacked the energy to fawn over the goddess. Otherwise, they would have rushed to worship her immediately. What fools! A mischievous thought crossed Hee's mind as he approached Lin Wan, tapping her shoulder and pointing at the group before them. It's all right. You didn't do well. And neither did anyone else. Look, 7 or 8 multiple choice questions went unanswered. 2 or 3 fill-in-the-blanks were incorrect, and the major problem was entirely left blank. Just listen to the chorus of despair. He laughed. It's a cacophony. His attempts at comfort were more irritating than reassuring, as Lin Wan shot him a fierce glare. Did you perform so well that you can gloat? He chuckled warmly. I'm just trying to comfort you. I was a mess from the start. Whether my exam results are a disaster or not really makes no difference, right? No sooner had he spoken than a few sycophants, sensing the opportunity, began to approach. Chapter 6. A triumphant start. The examination building faced south. Upon exiting, one had to head east to leave the campus. Several of these sycophants were already waiting at the entrance. Li Xiaojia's eyes still bore traces of tears, clearly indicating that she had cried as well. Seeing he teasing the goddess with such irreverence left Li Xiaojia visibly displeased. Coupled with the memory of the math test, her irritation only deepened. Hey, He, how did you do? Why the carefree grin? Li Xiaojia said nothing, but a boy from another class spoke up. This flatterer, evidently less intelligent than Li Xiaojia, was named Kai Yang, inept and lacking vigor, with a forlorn appearance. Were it not for his wealthy family, he likely would never have penetrated this circle of top students. I'm not doing great either, he replied candidly. My math has always been a complete disaster, so seeing everyone so pessimistic actually puts me at ease. His words held a kernel of truth. His weakness in math contrasted with other strengths, but now that everyone was struggling equally, the gap narrowed, granting him an unexpected advantage. Huh, you think just because you're bad, everyone else is too? Let me tell you, Lin Wan definitely aced it. Right, Wan? Lin Wan wore a look of disdain, feigning ignorance as she continued walking. These people, though not exactly harassing her, were like persistent mosquitoes, occasionally buzzing annoyingly. Fortunately, within their group, 4 or 5 boys excelled academically. Kai Yang, though lacking in studies, came from an affluent family, behaved with decorum, and was willing to pay for social standing. So everyone tolerated him. He understood that the school's belle enjoyed being the center of attention, but looked down on these mediocre suitors, thus maintaining a delicate balance. 3 years had passed, and even after entering university, it remained unclear who would ultimately win her favor. As an outsider among the sycophants, he had long been resented by them. Now, poised to soar, his aspirations no longer fixated on Lin Wan, the scheming, manipulative green tea, but rather on broader horizons. Feeling unburdened and free, he smiled with unrestrained joy. Go home and get a good rest. Don't have nightmares. Retaking the college entrance exam can trouble one for life. He shared some seasoned advice, striding ahead to distance himself from the others. Shameful. I bet he won't even pass the top-tier cutoff. Li Xiaojia cursed he under her breath. Kai Yang, who was academically inept, found math challenging only because he simply could not solve it. Oblivious to the somber mood around him, he cried out, forget the top-tier cutoff. He won't even reach the basic undergraduate line. He paid no heed. Scores could not speak, but they would quietly prove him right. Lin Wan was somewhat surprised that he neither lost his temper nor joined in the mockery. Instead, casting a disappointed glance at Kai Yang. Stop it. He is quite outstanding. If the test suits his strengths, he can score over 600. Many candidates were like this, some days excellent, others poor. When informed and faced with favorable questions, they could surpass expectations. Hearing her defend him, he glanced back once more. The summer evening remained sultry. The sun dipped westward. Surrounded by several boys, the young girl appeared like a frozen tableau of youthful memories. Seeing this image anew filled He with warmth and a radiant smile. Lin Wan was momentarily stunned. That smile, paired with her sharply defined features and the scattering of sunlight, lent her an unexpectedly striking charm. How had she never noticed this before? The iron gate at the entrance had been fully opened. Students poured out like a tide. The slanting sunset cast long shadows as many parents stood beneath makeshift shades, waiting near the exam hall's doors. With so many students, finding one's child was nearly impossible. It was the children who had to find their parents. He, however, had no such concern. His eyes immediately fixed upon 2 figures standing out amidst the crowd. One wore a white silk cheongsam adorned with subtle floral patterns, gleaming in pristine elegance. She stood with graceful poise. Her short hair fell naturally, somewhat incongruous with the formal attire, yet lending a playful charm. Her figure was lithe and alluring, complemented by a pair of high-heeled sandals that accentuated her stature. The cheongsam, though somewhat tight, emphasized her slender waist and voluptuous curves, mature and naturally enchanting. It could only be Aunt Yen. Aunt Yen had lightly applied makeup. Her vivid red lips curved slightly upward. She held a parasol tilted to shield her daughter from the sun, her gaze sweeping toward He. Beside her, Sister Pan wore a simple black short-sleeve cheongsam, accented with red beads at the front. Her waist was cinched tightly, revealing a youthful, delicate, and alluring figure. Naturally tall and slender, Sister Pan now also wore high-heeled sandals. Standing thus, her countenance remained cool and distant, yet her eyes were tender. She raised a delicate hand to shield her forehead and stood on tiptoe, eagerly scanning the school gate area. Upon seeing He, she smiled broadly and waved repeatedly, as if a millennia-old iceberg had thawed, releasing a rushing spring and an unrestrained ocean. He felt both touched and elated. Just at noon, he had casually mentioned. And now, both Aunt Yen and Sister Pan had donned cheongsams. Aunt Yin's dress was not perfectly fitted, but Sister Pan's ensemble perfectly complemented her flawless figure. The two women's striking appearance at the school gate became the afternoon's most dazzling spectacle. Outside the examination hall, tears mingled with cries. But many fathers picking up their children lacked the energy to notice. Their eyes continually drifted toward the two women. Amid the crowd's attention, he stepped forward and embraced them both simultaneously, no favoritism allowed. Aunt Yin looked slightly surprised, but had accepted a similar embrace at noon, so this was tolerable. Sister Pan was accustomed to such familiarity. Noticing his calm demeanor, she worried aloud, "So many are crying. I heard the math was really tough. Why aren't you upset?" He rolled his eyes. "My math has always been terrible. Before, others were 60 points ahead. Now it's just 6. Do you think I'd cry?" Sister Pan, also a top student, immediately understood. "Right, that's a good thing. Tonight, I'll cook you an extra special meal." He hurriedly shook his head. "Please spare me. I've got 2 more exams tomorrow. I'll chow down after I'm done. Go away. Who wants your food? I don't even want to cook." They bickered playfully as he, arms around both Aunt Yin and Sister Pan's slender waists, headed home. "Walk properly. You can't walk without linking arms." Sister Pan threatened to sulk. Aunt Yin said nothing, though slightly embarrassed. After all, it was the college entrance exam day. The world was vast, but the favored son was paramount. Embracing a nearly grown child bore no ill intent. On the way home, he calmly accepted the envious glances from passers-by. "Ah, Director Sue, when did you return? Weren't you transferred to the provincial office? Meeting acquaintances?" Aunt Yin smiled and greeted, "Back this morning. My eldest son had the college entrance exam. I finally managed to take leave. But you only have a daughter, right? How come there's a son? A foster son. He has been with us for 7 or 8 years. Wow, this young man is quite handsome." The onlookers cast ambiguous glances at He and Sister Pan, causing her cheeks to flush. He noticed and pondered how best to win over Sister Pan that evening. Chapter 7. I Want to Be With You dinner was just as sumptuous. Aunt Yin reheated the leftovers from lunch, stir-fried 2 small dishes, and tossed a spinach and peanut salad, all He's favorites. The two women had changed out of their cheongsams, leaving He with a slight sense of melancholy. Aunt Yin noticed and smiled gently. "Tomorrow at noon, your sister and I will come pick you up again, and we'll wear them once more. Mother, with all the affection you have showered upon me, I am certain I will secure the top position in the province," he declared with exuberance, brimming with ambition and grandiose aspirations. All right, my eldest son is the best. Hurry and eat. Once you finish, let's take a stroll to clear our minds." Su Yin has ample experience in preparing for the college entrance examination. This was precisely how we arranged things for our daughter during her exam. Back then, there wasn't any talk of a triumphant start. The weather is wonderful. Some outdoor activity will dissipate any tension, and upon returning, you will sleep soundly, ready for a better performance tomorrow. After the meal, he did not take the initiative to clean up as he usually did. For these 2 days, he was a king, deserving of indulgence. "Sister, I'm thirsty," he shouted from the sofa while watching television. "The water is right on the coffee table. Just reach out and grab it. Why the fuss?" Gu Pan emerged from the study, her face clouded with irritation. "Mother, my sister won't fetch me water." Su Yin peeked from the kitchen. Pan, why not just accommodate your brother a little?" "Accommodate him? The water is right in front of him. He can easily reach it," Gu Pan retorted, feeling wronged. "Look at you. He's preparing for his college entrance exam. Just indulge him and stop quarreling." Su Yin shot a glare at her daughter. "Why should I? Just because it's the college entrance exam, he can do as he pleases? Why should it be so? Remember when you took your exam, 2 years ago? He carried you back from such a distance. Have you forgotten?" Su Yin began to recount past grievances. "He stayed up late to avoid disturbing your sleep, and he even got up early to send you to the examination hall. How can you be so inconsiderate?" Gu Pan pouted. "He was just up late reading novels, not because he was worried about snoring. Are you losing your mind?" Despite her complaints, she still walked over to the sofa, picked up the water cup from the coffee table, and handed it to He. "Here, you said the cup was right there. Do you think I can't reach it myself?" He replied, prideful. "Feed me." Under normal circumstances, Gu Pan would have splashed the entire cup of water in his face. He would never dare to be so audacious otherwise. In the afternoon, both sisters donned key payas to welcome him, signifying the importance of the college entrance examination. He was testing the waters on the edge of danger. As expected, Gu Pan took several deep breaths to suppress her rising anger before sitting down and offering the water cup to her brother. He savored a delightful sip and murmured, "Sister, you smell wonderful." Gu Pan was taken aback by his unexpected compliment, her cheeks flushing crimson. "What is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind from the exam stress?" Gu Pan bit her lip, genuinely concerned. "Just the thought of my impending freedom brings me immense joy. A sudden awakening within me." Gu Pan was skeptical. I see you've gone a bit daft. You were always slow-wit. What will you do afterward? He rolled his eyes. Then you'll serve me for the rest of your life, bringing me tea and water, becoming my wife, and bearing my children. Have some shame. Will you? Gupan's face turned even redder. Aren't you fond of that girl, Juan? Weren't you writing love letters to her? When will you deliver them? He blushed. You rifled through my things. Gupan retorted defiantly. I was concerned for your development. What you feel is jealousy. I'm ignoring you. Gupan tossed down the water cup and fled. I haven't had enough to drink. Just then, Suyin finished tidying up and laughed. Still thirsty? Come here. Let Mama feed you. He, not wanting to appear too shameless, quickly replied, No need. I'm just teasing my sister. Suyin sat beside him, lifting the water cup to her son's lips. Who told you to take the entrance exam? All right, let us rest for a bit. And then the three of us will take a walk downstairs. He took a sweet sip, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. With his godmother in good health and his sister still unmarried, it was the perfect time. Once he aced the college entrance exam, they would all be joyful together. Many subsequent matters would undoubtedly change for the better. The two sisters changed their clothes, and the three of them went downstairs for a stroll in the nearby park. Director Su, how did you return so soon? People greeted them along the way. Su Yin responded with a smile, proudly stating, My eldest son just finished his college entrance exam and came back this morning. At that moment, he deeply felt the extent of his past failures during the college entrance exam and the pain it caused his godmother. The pride he once held during the announcement of results had embarrassed her greatly. He felt shame for his past self. Had he known what was to follow, he would have dedicated himself to studying diligently instead of being distracted by romance, novels, and internet cafes. Fortunately, rebirth had granted him a second chance. It was not too late. Mother, I want roasted potato chips. Gupan sniffed the tantalizing aroma in the air, wiping her mouth, utterly tempted. Don't eat them. If you do, your brother will be tempted. He has an exam tomorrow, and digestive troubles would be troublesome, Su Yin advised her daughter. Oh, Gupan sulked. The street-side skewers were far more enticing than those from a restaurant, especially the potato chips, which were oozing with oil and aroma. He was equally tempted. Sister, you enjoy them. I'm not tempted. Gupan shook her head. Let us wait until you finish the exam tomorrow. Then we'll indulge ourselves. They strolled until dusk, and as mosquitoes began to swarm, the family made their way home. On the way, Su Yin asked He, Did you call your father and mother? He shook his head. I didn't call. They wouldn't understand and would only worry. Su Yin chuckled. Then I'll call later. Parents always worry. They bought some fruits along the way, carefully selecting clean and hygienic options that would not upset their stomachs, avoiding watermelon and cantaloupe. After returning home and washing up, as it approached 8 o'clock, Su Yin took a shower and retreated to her room. Gupan brought the washed fruit to the north bedroom, placed it down, and was about to leave. He, lying on the bed, turned over and softly said, Sister, can we chat for a bit? What do you want to talk about? Gupan replied curtly. He patted the spot next to him, inviting her to sit. Gupan ignored him and sat on the chair by the desk. Countless nights, he had diligently studied at that very desk, poring over his books. Of course, he occasionally locked the door to indulge in novels and hobbies as well. Tell me the truth. Do you have a boyfriend? If not, why don't we date? Gupan was taken aback by his proposition and immediately stood up to leave. He reached out, pulling her back, and sat on the edge of the bed, embracing his sister. Sister Gupan was about to protest, but caught sight of his sincere, innocent, and pitiful gaze, causing her heart to soften. Let go of me, she admonished in a low voice, yet her tone was gentle. I want tea. I can't bear to let you go. He insisted stubbornly. If you don't release me, I'll call her mother. Go ahead. Today, I'm taking my college entrance exam. He confidently declared, present initially. I thought my godson was rather dim-wit, akin to a block of wood, but much to my surprise, this college entrance examination transformed everything. It seems the elders were indeed correct. Turning 18 brings about a notable change. Throughout the day, the two children bantered and playfully quarreled, their interactions revealing a striking difference. As a police officer, how could she possibly be oblivious to such shifts? This is indeed a positive development. Contemplating this, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, the call was answered. Oh my, Sister Yen, what a pleasant surprise. What made you think of calling me? The voice on the other end was bright and melodious, bursting forth like a rapid-fire series of fireworks. Su Yen beamed a warm and radiant smile. Li Ping, you must be quite busy, right? Xiao Yi finished 2 exams today, and I urged him to call you, but he refused. So, I took the liberty to do it myself. On the other end, Yi Li Ping replied helplessly. Now I must trouble you to make a trip back from the provincial capital. You always say you're so busy with work. Yet here we are. This child simply lacks understanding. Just a moment ago, I was telling his father that we ought to go alone. It's quite irresponsible for both parents to not attend such a significant event as the college entrance examination. Su Yin quickly interjected. You and Lao here are occupied with the restaurant and taking care of the elderly. I completely understand. After all, we are all family. Whether you come or I return is essentially the same, right? My work is public duty. I am not worried if it gets delayed. Su Yin was acutely aware that the couple was reluctant to abandon their thriving restaurant to accompany their son for the examinations. The reasoning was simple. He did not permit it, and neither did she. Their foolish son, having spent too much time with his godparents, had grown distant from his biological parents, resulting in quarrels every time they met. If they came and bickered again, it would undoubtedly affect his performance in the exams. She wasn't entirely unable to extricate herself. The matters at work could be delayed by a day without consequence, but during these crucial examination days, she trusted her superiors to understand. As with the criminals she dealt with, we also feel quite guilty. Yili Ping continued to express her regrets. Su Yin pretended to be annoyed. What you're saying is rather disheartening. Are we not still sisters? Yili Ping hurriedly replied. Let's not dwell on that. After all, he will be your son-in-law in the future. Just watch. We cannot rely on him. He must provide for your old age. Su Yin could sense the slight jealousy in her tone. After all, her godson was akin to her own. The reasons for this bond were intricate. Choosing not to dwell on the minutiae, Su Yin chuckled. Look at you. He is our eldest son. If he dares to neglect you, I certainly won't let him off easily. Neither will Pan Pan. Yili Ping laughed. You are absolutely right. Pan Pan is so filial. I may have gained a wonderful daughter after losing an eldest son. Su Yin laughed in agreement. Indeed, thinking of it this way, it feels much better. A male voice suddenly chimed in. Sister Yin, don't listen to her nonsense. She lacks experience being a woman. Su Yin feigned seriousness. Dewey, what are you saying? Am I not a woman? Dewey quickly clarified. I wasn't referring to you. You are quite different. Yili Ping, now irritated, retorted, Go away. We are having conversation, and you have no business interrupting. As the couple began to bicker again, Su Yin, feeling a headache coming on, hurriedly said, You two can argue after hanging up. I need to sleep. I must get up early to make dumplings for Xiao Yi. Yili Ping into the call, ready to unleash her frustration, but her husband had already retreated into the kitchen. The couple ran a bustling restaurant in the town, and even at 9 o'clock, there were still 2 tables of customers lingering. June marked the peak of their business. Had it not been for this, they would not have missed accompanying their son during the college entrance examination. Of course, a significant part of the reason was their trust in Su Yin to look after their son, which eased their minds considerably. It was indeed a blessing for their son to have such a godmother. Yili Ping followed her husband into the kitchen. Dewey kept his head down, fearful that his wife would unleash another verbal onslaught. Yet, Yili Ping lacked the mood for confrontation and instead inquired, Are we really not going to the city at all? Will the child resent us in the future? Dewey, noticing that his wife was not angry, replied, Why would we go? Sister Yin implied quite clearly that she doesn't want us there, fearing we would quarrel with Xiao Yi. With Sister Yin having returned, there was no longer any issue. She was far more capable than either of them. And with her present, what was there to worry about? Yili Ping shook her head. I'm not worried. I'm just concerned that the child might think that since both parents didn't accompany him for such an important event, it might seem somewhat inconsiderate. Just as Dewey was about to respond, they heard someone outside calling. Lao He, little sister, can you still cook? Of course. Yili Ping called back as she stepped outside, only to find it was Qi Xiaochong, the owner of the neighboring agricultural supply store. Qi, are you just finishing up at this hour? Yili Ping greeted politely, awaiting Qi Xiaochong to place his order. No, the child had his college entrance examination today. He called to say it went well, so I thought I'd come and celebrate with a few drinks. Qi Xiaochong perused the menu for a while before selecting spicy dried tofu and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Yili Ping felt somewhat displeased. It took considerable effort to choose 2 simple dishes. By the way, your Xiao Yi is studying in the city now, and he is also taking the college entrance examination this year, right? Did he not call back? My Xiao Air mentioned that after the math exam, there were tears outside the gates of County Number 1 High School. Yili Ping's heart skipped a beat, but she forced a smile. He did call. He mentioned that the situation in the city was similar. Many children were crying. She tentatively remarked, Do you think the exam questions were truly that difficult? My child said they were exceedingly challenging. Qi Xiaochong nodded vigorously. Indeed, my second son said he had never encountered such difficulty in all his years of practice exams. However, he didn't cry. He reasoned that if it was hard for him, it would be hard for others as well, so it was nothing to fret about. Yili Ping nodded with a smile. What else did your son say? With his consistent top scores in the county, ISNT he bound to get into a prestigious university this time? Qi Xiaoqiang's face flushed. Whether he gets into a prestigious university or not is all up to fate. But I estimate he will certainly secure a spot in a key university. Yet, he could not compare to your Xiao Yi, who is attending a provincial key school in the city. His grades must be even better. Yi Ping felt a pang of guilt. She had only a vague idea of her son's performance from what Su Yin had mentioned. And though she knew it wasn't up to the level of a prestigious university, otherwise Su Yin wouldn't have had that attitude. Seeing that Qi Xiaochong was no longer boasting like before, Yi Ping also toned down her own expectations. As for my mischievous child, if he can get into a key university, I would consider it a blessing. He can't be compared to your Hanjian. Don't say that. Back when our children were in elementary school, they were neck and neck, neither willing to yield. Qi Xiaochong reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. Can you believe how quickly time has passed? I'm already 50. Yi Ping sighed. Indeed. I'm 40 now. By the time my second daughter goes to college, I'll be nearing 50. Where can I go to argue about that? Chapter 9. Leave me some privacy. Footsteps echoed in the living room. He hurriedly released Pan Pan and quickly lay down. Gu Pan stepped back nonchalantly, leaning against the study desk as if nothing had transpired. The two were seasoned offenders, adept in their mischief. It was getting late. Xiao Yi needed to sleep early as he had to rise early the next day. Su Yin passed by, glanced at them, went to the kitchen for a glass of water, and emerged to turn off the living room lights. He had not even turned on the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Only the light from the small study provided a glimmer of brightness. The night was somewhat warm and without air conditioning. They relied on fans in the living room and bedroom. As Gu Pan prepared to leave, he grasped her hand once more. This time, perhaps due to the darkness, Gu Pan did not become angry or struggle, allowing him to hold her hand. Why don't you sleep in this room? Yours is not well ventilated and hot. Gu Pan turned to look at Yi, not detecting anything amiss, which relieved her. No need, it will cool down shortly. I'll just place the fan on the table facing the door. It's fine. I'm concerned for you. He spoke sincerely. Go away. Why did you care about me before? Why only today? Gu Pan responded dismissively. In earlier times, I was oblivious to the impending loss of you. I had believed that you would remain by my side for a lifetime. Yi's words were heartfelt, a poignant reflection of his deepest regrets as he knelt before the Buddha at the age of 40. Among all the individuals he had let slip away, he should never have let Ban Jie go. Even when he faltered in his college entrance examinations and squandered his youth, Ban Jie never abandoned him. It was he who relinquished his own potential, causing Ban Jie to fade into melancholy. On the day of Aunt Yan's burial, she wept in his arms for over an hour, reminiscing about the myriad moments they had shared throughout the years. It was then that he realized Ban Jie had always harbored feelings for him. Yet, due to their age difference and his own lack of awareness, their relationship had stagnated. Meanwhile, his own failures compounded, driving a wedge between them. As time passed, the likelihood of their union diminished, to the point where even Aunt Yin eventually advised Ban Jie to stop waiting. Thus, he was resolute in his belief that Ban Jie was fond of him. However, at this juncture, she lacked the courage to confront such feelings. He spoke with sincerity, leaving Gu Pan somewhat bewildered. What nonsense is this? What are you rambling about? Never mind that. Promise me, for this lifetime, you will not leave me, nor marry anyone else, all right? With a firm tug, he drew her closer, enveloping her in his embrace once more. This time, Gu Pan did not resist but turned her gaze towards the door. Is that truly all right? He inquired softly, tightening his hold. Who taught you to be such a rogue? Gu Pan exclaimed, flustered. Self-taught, naturally gifted. He persisted in his playful defiance. You, always bullying me. Gu Pan reached out, intending to tug at his hair, yet ultimately relented, gently brushing through it as she allowed him to indulge in his antics. Is that truly all right? He insisted on an answer. No, Gu Pan replied unequivocally. He was taken aback, lifting his chin in disbelief. I don't believe it. You wouldn't want to. If you don't believe me, why even ask? Are you foolish? Gu Pan lowered her head, her expression laced with affection. A surge of overwhelming happiness coursed through Yi, nearly prompting him to shout. I knew it. Ban Jie truly likes me. It's not something I only realized after a decade, nor something I pondered over late. She must have understood her feelings long ago, unlike me, who only recognized what I had missed after she voiced it. You're so wonderful. At that moment, Yi's mind faltered, and all he could muster was that singular phrase. You truly are daft, asking me whether I have a partner. Gu Pan launched into a playful tirade, and Yi, unable to retort, merely shuffled around. You're all over me. Why must you be so irritating? Gu Pan ceased to play with his hair and instead gently cradled the back of Yi's head. Why must you be so mischievous? Hurry and sleep. You have an exam tomorrow. Yi feigned innocence. How can I possibly sleep? Gu Pan was puzzled. What is stopping you? Look, what's there to see? It'll cool down soon. It's not hot at night. Gu Pan initially thought he referred to sweating, but then realized. Every night, don't we all sweat? You, day in and day out, only know how to bully me. Just like before, I'll pretend to be unaware and not expose you. Gu Pan's cheeks flushed. She spoke casually, yet he was startled by her words. When did you discover that? Gu Pan, blushing yet somewhat pleased. You think I'm foolish and unaware? It would be abnormal if I didn't notice. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He felt as if he had experienced social death. This was a realization he had never fathomed in his previous life. Of course, living under the same roof. How could he have been oblivious? His face flushed a mixture of red and white. Gu Pan, if I fail to gain admission to King Bay, you bear direct responsibility tonight. What does that have to do with me? Gu Pan dismissed him, yet she sat down. No, if I fail to enter King Bay and become the provincial champion, the blame lies entirely with you. He, seeing she had not left, added, you have shattered my already fragile self-esteem and defenses, leaving me devoid of confidence for tomorrow's exam. Go away. If you don't do well, don't blame me. I did nothing. Gu Pan refused to accept such blame. Your inaction is the greatest sin. He coaxed her. I will undoubtedly suffer from insomnia. If I can't sleep, wouldn't my performance falter? If I falter, I might score 0 in English and 0 in science synthesis. How can I ever become the provincial champion? Gu Pan suppressed a smile. Do you think I'm just starting middle school? Do you think I'm oblivious to what is happening? You handle it yourself. I'm tired. I need to wake early to help Mom make dumplings tomorrow. As she spoke, she patted his leg, preparing to rise. He grasped her, preventing her from leaving. If you're going, you must assist me. Gu Pan was flustered. How am I to help? Just sit here. Get lost. Go find your secret techniques. He was momentarily perplexed. What secret techniques? That bundle of papers you tore from your books. Perhaps because she had unconsciously revealed her true feelings, Gu Pan began to spill everything. You know, the one filled with exclamatory phrases, the novels written by Sheng. Wolong Sheng. He was taken aback. When did you see that? You can't be like this. Can't you leave me a bit of privacy? Gu Pan, her face flushed, got up and shot him a glare. Of course. I've read your love letters. Why would I miss that compilation? Don't disturb me, you little rascal. With that, she retreated to her room, leaving He Yi in a state of disarray. Chapter 10. A flower with owners. The night passed swiftly. The following morning, He Yi was awakened by the enticing aroma of dumpling filling. Rising, he glanced at the clock, just before 7. Mom, gee, so early? He exclaimed, entering the kitchen, drawn by the fragrance. Not too early. Finish your breakfast quickly so you can digest it. Otherwise, it will hinder your thinking, Su Yin instructed. Rolling out dough while her daughter filled dumplings, their movements in perfect harmony. Gu Pan cast him a knowing glance. Did you sleep well? Huh? He paused, then felt warmth rise to his cheeks, realizing her implication. I slept well. What of it? He feigned ignorance, leaving Gu Pan to flounder. During my college entrance exams, I did he fall asleep until after midnight. He had never heard of this. What happened? Insomnia? Not quite. I was just too excited. In such significant moments, you naturally pump yourself up, Gu Pan reasoned, which made sense. However, lacking sleep would certainly affect mental acuity. English might be manageable, but not science synthesis. Su Yin finished rolling the dough and approached to start filling the dumplings. He washed his face and joined in. You can't possibly help. The dumplings you make look like giant caterpillars. Gu Pan playfully shoved them away to prevent his interference. She had considered the implications, but he relished the playful banter, deliberately teasing her. Before long, Gu Pan sensed something amiss and blushed. Su Yin pretended not to notice, meticulously shaping the dumpling skins. After 3 days apart, one must see with new eyes. Look at this. He, cautious not to overstep, noticed Gu Pan's blush and seized the opportunity to take the dumpling skins, layering the filling. Filling dumplings was an exceedingly simple task, yet a remarkably exquisite. Plump dumplings soon rested on the platter. The two women had witnessed countless humorous moments over the years and paid little mind today, but upon seeing the dumpling, they were astonished. Gu Pan's expression was one of disbelief. Su Yin was equally surprised, lifting her gaze. When did our eldest son learn to make dumplings so beautifully? Just joking, I sought out a master to learn for the camera, big streamer, just kidding. ISNT handsome? Are you impressed? He beamed with pride, wedging himself between the two, gleefully enjoying the moment. Impressed. The dumplings truly look exquisite. Gu Pan's eyes sparkled with surprise. She anticipated that this little rascal had such a hidden talent. What did you learn? Su Yin had yet to receive an answer. I learned in secret, Mom. You know me. Your son is quite clever. If I decide to learn, I'll master it immediately. Su Yin pursed her lips, refraining from discouraging her godson. After all, with the impending college entrance examination, maintaining confidence is of utmost importance. My eldest son said he would master it in one go. Gu Pan chimed in, echoing her sentiment. Though both women were somewhat insincere in their claims, he remained unfazed. Noticing that the dough was insufficient, he seized the rolling pin and got to work. Suyin was taken aback. You can do this too? Gu Pan interjected, there is hardly any dough left. Must you make such a racket? Making dumplings and rolling dough are two different matters. The former merely requires hands and is easy to learn, while the latter demands considerable effort to achieve a smooth, even roundness. The key is to have the outer edge thin and the center thick, ensuring that the dumplings are sturdy and uniform without any filling spilling out, a skill that requires practice. Gu Pan, who had never mastered it herself, naturally doubted her dim-wit brother could succeed. He, however, remained silent, solely focused on rolling the dough. Each piece emerged as if crafted by a compass, with edges delicately thin and centers perfectly plump, a testament to perfection. The two women were utterly impressed. Su Yin, incredulous, remarked, "Why didn't you help me with the dumplings during the Dragon Boat Festival?" He sheepishly replied, "I hadn't learned it then." Gu Pan, however, declared, "Now it's settled. You'll roll the dough while I'll handle the filling, leaving Mom free from chores." Expecting him to complain, they were instead met with He Yi's cheerful response, "I can handle the filling and the dough rising too. From now on, leave it to me. You two can relax." Su Yin instinctively sensed a change in her godson. Ah, this child has suddenly matured, just in the span of a few days. With this examination looming, my eldest son seems transformed. A tinge of nostalgia filled her heart. As her child grew, she felt herself aging. He Yi, aware of Aniyan's sentiments, reassured, "Don't worry, Mom. I will ensure you live a carefree and fulfilling life." "All right, I believe you," Su Yin replied, turning away to wipe away her tears while pretending to busy herself with boiling water. Gu Pan nudged her, suggesting that she had made their mother cry. He shrugged. "What can I do? There will be plenty of tear-jerking moments ahead." The aroma of the 3-flavored dumplings, filled with eggs, shrimp, and pork, filled the air, deliberately omitting chives to avoid offending the exam proctor and fellow students. He ate sparingly, just enough to feel satiated, before tidying up, waiting for Gu Pan to change her clothes so they could head downstairs together. "Mom wants to see you off. I'll be cooking at home, and we'll pick you up at noon," Su Yin said at the door, her voice filled with reminders. "Don't rush to submit your paper. Check thoroughly. It doesn't matter how you perform. Just don't feel pressured. Do your best. Rest assured, Mom. Await my good news." He waved goodbye as he followed Gu Pan down the stairs. "Sis, where did you get that kipao from?" he asked, admiring Gu Pan in her black gown. She blushed but maintained her stoic demeanor. "Mine is new. Mom borrowed hers. Her measurements are larger, so the store-s fitted ones don't fit her, while those that do are ill-fitting." Hearing Auntie Yin's indulgence made He Yi's heart swell with sweetness. As they reached the street, he hesitated to take her hand again. He was indifferent to the gazes of passers-by, his skin thickened by fame as a prominent internet personality. But Gu Pan was different. Outwardly composed, yet inwardly shy, she dreaded being seen holding hands, her comfort zone limited to hugs at the school gate. The siblings strolled side by side towards the school, drawing the attention of onlookers. Gu Pan's complexion, slightly fairer than a wheat hue, complemented her black kipao, resembling an icy black lotus. Though she appeared aloof, she was secretly lacking in self-confidence. He, noticing her unease, reached out and held her left hand, feeling the warmth and sweat within her palm. "Look at how nervous you are." He realized that her efforts to dress attractively these past few days were clearly for him. The thought filled him with both delight and concern. "Don't worry, you look stunning. Everyone is admiring you," he reassured her. Gu Pan attempted to pull her hand away, but couldn't. "What are you afraid of? You're my sister. What is wrong with holding hands?" He encouraged her. Resigned, she ceased her struggle, though her palms grew sweatier. They crossed the pedestrian crossing, and only then did Gu Pan withdraw her hand. "Let us go in, whatever happens. Just do your best." He nodded. "Sis, you should head back. It's going to be hot at noon. Don't come with Mom. One successful attempt is enough. I wouldn't want to trouble you two further. Today is hotter, and the sun is relentless. Our godmother has already labored in the kitchen all morning. It will be too harsh for her." "All right, I'll tell Mom to come back for you tonight," Gu Pan replied, smiling in appreciation of his thoughtfulness. He waved goodbye and was about to enter when suddenly a green bug flew toward them. It was none other than that infatuated suitor, Zheng Sutao. He, on the verge of entering, quickly grasped Gu Pan's hand and pulled her into an embrace. Surprised, she raised her right foot instinctively, allowing him to hold her, her feelings of astonishment, tension, and shyness mingling sweetly. "All right, let us go in. You'll be late," she urged. Upon hearing this, he felt relieved, confident that Zheng Sutao had caught the message. "Hey, Keep your distance from my sister. Zheng Su Tao's face shifted from green to an indignant black. Then give me a kiss. He knew Gu Pan wouldn't comply, deliberately irritating Zheng Su Tao to dissuade him and assert that Gu Pan was taken. To his surprise, Gu Pan seized the moment of their embrace and actually planted a kiss on his lips. He nearly buckled at the knees, overwhelmed. Gu Pan could help but chuckle. Look at your expression. Hurry inside and do well on the exam. Zheng Su Tao turned on his heel and left in a huff. He, feeling utterly satisfied, reluctantly released Gu Pan, his voice filled with affection. Rest assured, I'll secure the top spot in the province and bring you home. His declaration was loud enough for those nearby to hear. What a braggart. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend in a Kipeo seeing me into the exam hall, I'd deep boast too. Indeed, she is quite the goddess. One must compare. He ignored their remarks, letting them envy him while he cherished Gu Pan's promise of returning home tonight. He eagerly anticipated the evening. Chapter 11. All Chu Si walked inside, still early, and encountered his homeroom teacher, Sun Haidong. He paused to chat for a moment. Sun, an English teacher, smiled at He. You seem in good spirits. Didn't he cry after the math exam? He shrugged. What is there to cry about? If I can't do it, neither can anyone else. Besides, my math has always been subpar. Sun Haidong nodded. That is true. Stay relaxed. If it's tough for you, it's tough for everyone. Do well in English. This time, you must score at least 120. He, occasionally surpassing 120 in English. New Sun's encouragement was genuine, not sarcasm. Don't worry, old teacher. I'll bring you back the top score in the province. Sun Haidong assumed he was bragging and refrained from dampening his enthusiasm. All right, if you do, I'll treat you to a meal. Just as Yi was about to leave, Lin Wan approached with a few friends. Sun Haidong frowned slightly. It's almost time. You should head in. He didn't engage much with Lin Wan, finding her presence both a relief and a source of concern, a contradiction. If she were even slightly less attractive, getting into top universities would be a certainty. Her beauty attracted a swarm of admirers, distracting her from her studies. If not for their connections and backgrounds, he would have chased those rascals away. Never mind, it was the final year. They would all get through this together as friends. Sun Haidong smiled. Good luck. Lin Wan. And you too, Xiaojia. Lin Wan smiled back, understanding the teacher's unspoken empathy and confusion. She too felt helpless. Li Ziajia's father and mother are friends, and Kai Yang's mother is also acquainted with hers. The parents of both sides, under the pretext of needing tutoring, are subtly matchmaking. What can she do? She feels utterly helpless and cannot even explain herself. Enough of that. It's time to focus on the exams. Once she gets into university, the world will be her oyster, a vast expanse where she can soar like a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. She glanced at He, who surprisingly ignored her and walked straight in. How peculiar. Has this child lost his mind? Where did that previous enthusiasm go? Lin Wan felt a twinge of confusion and a hint of disappointment. Among this group of sycophants, only He lacked power and connections. His admiration was genuine. Hence, her rejections were straightforward and unapologetic. Yet, he had never given up. Why did he suddenly change his demeanor just before the college entrance examinations? Was it all an act before? Not want to dwell on it. Lin Wan followed He into the campus. Li Ziajia was too preoccupied to pay attention to He. He had performed poorly in mathematics yesterday and had not slept a wink, so today, he needed to score well on English. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was indifferent. He was merely there to experience life, believing that as long as he scored something, he could get into university. Even if he didn't T-score, he could still enroll, but that would be too embarrassing. As they reached the examination room, he was intercepted by a classmate named Wang Yu, who had a tall and imposing friend with him, a local ruffian from the neighboring class named Jiang Dai. Dai is my buddy. Please look out for him during the English exam, Wang Yu said. He was taken aback. Brother Yu. Isn't that inappropriate? Wang Yu, whose grades were not particularly stellar, would likely not pass the undergraduate line, but could manage the vocational one. We're all friends. Helping each other out won't affect you, Wang Yu said, draping an arm around He's shoulder, half pleading, half negotiating. He helped me find someone to copy from. So I should return the favor, right? He felt numb. How could he not remember such an incident from his past life? All right, I'll see how it goes. Entering the examination hall, he took his seat, opened his pencil case, and retrieved his fountain pen, awaiting the papers. From the diagonal back, someone was making faces at him. It was Jiang Dai. It was then that he noticed him. Jiang Dai sat diagonally across from him. Their papers would be the same, and the angles were just right. If he were to copy, it would be quite advantageous. Scoring 1 point could elevate him above hundreds of others. If he managed to copy a perfect score, that would be extraordinary. Had Jiang Dai succeeded in copying in his previous life? He was uncertain. If he achieved the same score as in his past life, he would have copied. It was precisely because he had decent grades that they dared to copy. If he had the potential to be the top scorer in the province, no one would dare to cheat off him. Within a 5-meter radius, it was a minefield. Whoever copied would be doomed. However, he aspired to be the provincial top scorer. How could he let Jiang Dai copy? What if the exam paper was invalidated, leading to a nullification of his score? For the sake of Aunt Yin and Sister Pian, he could not take any risks. When the bell rang and the papers were distributed, he began answering the questions. He did not even need to listen to the listening section. He simply wrote down the answers. However, he still had to feign concentration, frowning thoughtfully and straining to listen. Once the listening portion concluded, he completed the answer sheet. He proceeded to the multiple choice questions, answering every single one correctly. The closed test was flawless, as was the reading comprehension, and he also aced the judgment and correction section. After finishing, he double-checked his answer sheet to ensure everything was accurate. He randomly selected a question from the middle to verify he hadn't filled in the wrong order, confirming once more that it was correct. Now it was time for the essay. Whether he could achieve a perfect score hinged on this. His handwriting in English was not particularly beautiful, and he likely would lose points for presentation. Content-wise, perfection was also unattainable. Although he had interacted with foreigners as a streamer and considered his spoken English decent, writing was an entirely different matter. A perfect score seemed unlikely. Perhaps around 145 would still be acceptable. With ample time to spare, he began drafting his essay on scrap paper. The invigilator, clearly not recognizing him, paid him no mind, as there were many students answering faster than he was. English exams predominantly consisted of multiple choice questions, as long as one selected C for every question. Everything would be fine. Thus, he did not stand out at all. He meticulously wrote, choosing his words carefully, forming each letter deliberately. While his handwriting was not aesthetically pleasing, he aimed for clarity. Once he finished the draft and checked it for errors, he proceeded to transcribe it. This endeavor was far more laborious than composing a Chinese essay. By the time he completed it, there was less than half an hour remaining before submission. This English essay had taken on the quality of a printed work. He hoped that slow and steady would yield a fine product. Stretching his back, he ignored the pleading gaze from the rear right. There was no way he would allow copying. It wasn't that he was unkind. It was simply that Aunt Yin and Sister Pian were too captivating. He was deliberately dragging his feet to create an illusion of difficulty in finishing the paper. He wasn't unwilling to help. He just could not complete it in time. At that moment, a pen cap flew over, landing at his feet. He pretended not to notice. Maintain discipline in the examination room. The young invigilator admonished, his ambition evident in his eyes, as he reminded everyone of the seriousness of the high-stakes exam, which could shape a child's future. He remained unperturbed, waiting to submit his paper. Another crumpled piece of paper struck his neck. He shook his head, dismissing it. An exam taker behind him discreetly nudged his chair again, and he did not turn around. After another push, he raised his hand. Teacher, someone is bothering me. The look of innocent grievance on his face was unmistakable. The invigilator was taken aback and hurried over. What is the matter? He sat up straight. Someone is pushing my chair from behind, and I didn't turn around. The invigilator, understanding the situation, realized that the person behind him had a different exam paper and was simply provoking he. It was clearly Jiang Dai from the second row, second seat. Right next to him, the invigilator took out his notebook and addressed the student behind he. This is your first warning. Any further uncivil behavior will result in disqualification from the exam. Seeing the invigilator note down his exam number, the student was frightened into submission, quickly lowering his head and refraining from further disturbances. The invigilator noted down Jiang Dai's exam number as well before returning to the podium. With that brief episode concluded, the bell rang, and he rose to leave according to the established procedure. Don't leave just yet. I need to talk to you. Jiang Dai shouted at He in front of the invigilator quite audaciously. The exam had ended, and the invigilator could do nothing to him. As he exited the examination hall, he had barely taken a few steps when Jiang Dai hooked his shoulder. They walked side by side until they turned into a secluded corner. Wang Yu followed closely behind. Bro, this is not cool. You promised me. How can you go back on your word? If you were going to help, you should have said so earlier instead of playing me. Jiang Dai exclaimed. Wang Yu understood immediately and wore a frustrated expression. He was perplexed. I did play you. The questions were too difficult. I didn't finish. Jiang Dai was taken aback. Then why didn't you at least let me copy the multiple choice questions? The teacher was watching so closely. How could I let you copy? Didn't I have to take back my answer sheet when the teacher told me to? Jiang Dai scratched his head, realizing that indeed that had happened, and then added, but you can't tell on me. He shook his head. It was the person behind me pushing me. How was I to know it was you? Wang Yu asked Jiang Dai. You didn't copy anything at all? Jiang Dai looked dejected. I only managed to see a few multiple-choice questions before the teacher told me to return the paper, so I didn't get to copy anything. Wang Yu pulled out a cigarette and lit it for Jiang Dai. Well, you would have scored much anyway. Copying wouldn't make much of a difference. The teacher is strict with monitoring. What can you do? I heard that in the third exam room, the teachers don't care. They let students copy freely. Jiang Dai was utterly disheartened. I just thought if I could score a bit higher, it would look better. Two individuals were smoking, seemingly indifferent to He Yi's presence. He felt a fleeting desire to join them, but ultimately resisted the urge. Perhaps he should consult Li Zong. However, Jiang Dai remained undeterred. Wang Yu sighed and glanced at He Yi. With a hint of resignation, He Yi responded, "That depends on the teacher. I'm open to it." Yet, he thought to himself that while it might be acceptable for Li Zonghe to copy his answers, he would refrain from tackling the multiple-choice questions. After all, there weren't many of those, and he struggled to comprehend the more complex problems. The trio made their way outside. He reflected that in his previous life, he likely allowed Jiang Dai to copy his work. He had no recollection of it, so it must have been a success. However, this time around, he simply couldn't do it. He had to protect Aunt Yin and sister, and the first step began with the college entrance examination. This step was crucial and could not be compromised. As they approached the school gates, Wang Yu spotted Lin Wan walking several dogs and immediately whistled, "Sister Wan." Out walking the dogs again. He Yi, accustomed to lingering in the back rows and having a good relationship with Wang Yu, knew that this encounter was orchestrated by Wang Yu on his behalf. Wang Yu was well aware of He Yi's affection for Lin Wan, and this gesture was a means of support for him. Lin Wan turned her head and shot a fierce glare at the three of them before continuing on her way out of the school. The trio parted ways at the school gate. He headed home while Wang Yu and Jiang Dai ventured to an internet cafe. The midday heat enveloped him. With no one to greet him, he hurried home, and upon reaching, he could smell the savory aroma of braised pork ribs wafting through the door. He fished out his keys and called out, "Mom, sister, I'm back." Gu Pan dashed out from the small study, surprised at his early return. "Did you run home?" Su Yin emerged from the kitchen, noticing the sweat on his brow. "Look at you. Take it easy. Why the rush?" "I just missed you both," he replied, his sincerity shining through. Gu Pan scoffed. "Have you eaten honeycomb? You're so sweet-tongued." Su Yin chuckled, this child. After washing his face, he emerged, towel in hand, grinning. "I speak from the heart. A day apart feels like 3 seasons. It's been half a year since this morning." Gu Pan's face flushed as she rolled her eyes at him before retreating. Su Yin, busy preparing a cold dish, scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? A day feeling like 3 seasons, ISNT how it works." He pulled a face and sat down at the dining table. The mental exertion from exams, though minimal, left him feeling quite famished. Pan, stop dawdling. Come out for dinner." Gu Pan reluctantly emerged, clearly not very hungry. He reveled in the delicious pork ribs, bubbling with happiness. "Mom, sister, it's summer break. Why not come back to the countryside with me?" Su Yin glanced at her daughter. "You two can go, but I can't. Work is too demanding. I have no one to take over for me." As expected, he turned to Gu Pan. "What about you, sister?" Gu Pan pondered. "It depends. My major is unique, and if my advisor doesn't allow it, I wouldn't dare to leave." He nodded. 8 years of a combined Bachelor S and Master S program seems easy, but it's not all that simple. Gu Pan laughed. "Well, since I chose this path, I must see it through." He recounted a little incident during the English exam. Su Yin remarked, "You have a clear understanding. Denying him a chance to copy is the right thing to do. Otherwise, it would be unfair to those who diligently study." However, Gu Pan interjected, "Whether he copies or not is irrelevant. Just avoid trouble. If it jeopardizes the college entrance exam, it would be a loss." He nodded earnestly. "I know my priorities. I will focus on the exam first. Remember that time someone wanted a copy for me? It nearly led to a fight. You remember, right, Mom?" Su Yin nodded with a smile. That kid was spoiled and unruly. If it weren't for our family's connections, he would have been bullied without recourse. He looked puzzled. "I had no idea about that." Gu Pan rolled her eyes at him. "You're always so oblivious. What do you know?" After lunch, the rhythm remained unchanged. He took a shower and laid down for an afternoon nap, while Aunt Yin went to her room to rest, and Sister Pan sprawled on the bed, fiddling with her phone. He peeked his head out, observing his sister engrossed in her device, and teasingly accused her. "You say you don't have a boyfriend, yet you're texting away. It must be your boyfriend." Gu Pan, clad in a knee-length nightgown, instinctively pulled her legs closer upon noticing his head popping in. Her cheeks flushed. "What nonsense." She turned her phone screen towards him. Naturally, he seized the opportunity, leaning in to take her phone. It turned out she was messaging a classmate about taking leave on Monday. "Oh, I thought you were messaging your boyfriend." "Shut up. Hurry back to sleep. We have an exam this afternoon. I'll sleep with you. Get lost. It's hot enough as it is. Your presence makes it worse." Then come sleep in the north room with me. He insisted stubbornly. What if Mom sees? Gu Pan blushed furiously and kicked him away. They playfully whispered and tugged at each other, and he delighted in watching his sister switch between shy and fierce. Just then, a cough echoed from the south room. Hurry back. Mom's signaling. Gu Pan grew serious. Let me hug you. He took advantage of the moment. Gu Pan, at a loss for words, could only nod. Tonight I want a hug. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Pan nodded again. He climbed onto the bed and embraced his sister, satisfied as he returned to his own room to rest. After the afternoon exam, he would still have the chance to hug her that evening. Chapter 13. I'm just comforting her. After a nap, he got up to tidy himself. This time not asking Sister Pan to see him off. You two come to pick me up tonight. We're going for skewers. He waved cheerfully at the two women as he descended the stairs. The initial exuberance of his rebirth gradually settled, knowing that two dear ones would always be by his side, bringing a sense of stability to his heart. Once he completed his final subject, he would be free. Unlike the excitement and anticipation he felt at this juncture in his past life, he now experienced a considerable sense of reluctance at the age of 40. Only through loss can one truly appreciate the value of youth. Upon arriving at the examination hall, he stood at the entrance, watching students stream in, filled with myriad emotions. Hey, what are you doing? Get in. His desk mate, Hao Dayon, called out. After this exam, we'll bid farewell to our high school years. He spoke his mind, feeling a tinge of melancholy. We're done, but you can't. You have to repeat the year. Hao Dayon earnestly wished he well. Damn you. He felt dejected. Did everyone wish for him to repeat a year? The two entered the hall, arms slung around each other. Don't brag. If you don't repeat, my name will be just as annoying as yours. He retaliated. Hao Dayon shot him a glare. Your name is the one that's annoying. He turned his gaze toward the distance. I didn't do well in math. I probably won't pass the undergraduate line. If that's the case, I'll settle for a vocational school. My mom said, wherever I can get in is fine. If not, I'll work in the South. The family can't afford it. He nodded. Repeating a year incurs significant costs, and most people genuinely cannot afford to do so. After the exam, let us hit the internet cafe. My shooting skills have improved. Want to get a try? He shook his head, not going. I made plans with my mom and sister for barbecue. We can do it another day. You'll be heading back to your hometown for summer break, right? Hao Dayon questioned. He considered it but replied, maybe, let us see. He had little interest in video games, especially when he had more engaging things to experience in life. Just the thought of Sister Pan's long, beautiful legs could entertain him for a year. Yet, the bond forged in school was genuine. Even 2 decades later, at 40, seeing Hao Dayon would evoke fond memories, with their drunken reunions reminiscing about the peaceful moments of this time. Once inside the examination hall, he settled into his seat and, upon glancing back, realized Jiang Daiyai had not shown up. It appeared that he had outright abandoned the exam. English was Jiang Daiyai's last hope. Without the chance to copy, he likely wouldn't even achieve a score of 200. The underperforming student excels in Chinese. Jiang Daiyai is estimated to score around 100, which seems quite plausible. By guessing a few multiple-choice questions in mathematics and integrating answers from English, he could surpass 200 points, thus gaining admission to a specialized program. Opting to forego the examination altogether likely signifies a complete abandonment of hope, as repeating the year is out of the question. Such a person could hardly endure another year of high school life, akin to a prison sentence. Gathering his thoughts, he took out the heroic fountain pen gifted by Sister Pan, preparing for the examination. As the test papers were distributed, he gazed at the comprehensive science exam with immense appreciation. This would be the final time in his life that he would partake in the college entrance examination. He must cherish it. Ha ha ha. Alas, he would no longer have the opportunity to attempt the exam papers from 2004 or 2005. While indulging in his musings, he began to tackle the questions. With ease and enjoyment, he proceeded through the exam, contemplating his final score. Top students typically have a good grasp of their potential scores post-examination. As a pseudo-top student, he also had an inkling of his expected results. 140 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, 145 in English, and for the comprehensive science, aiming for 265 points, which would ensure a score above 700. Such high aspirations felt excessive, though. Yet, with mathematics and English so strong, it seemed inappropriate for the comprehensive science score to be too low. 265 points appeared too achievable. Although he struggled to recall the answer to one major problem, his 40 years of life experience, coupled with the intellect of an 18-year-old, soon led him to the solution. There it was. He let his creativity flow on this particular question, writing with abandon, nearly penning Einstein's mass energy equivalence formula. However, a semblance of caution was still necessary. The effort was taxing, and after what felt like an eternity, the bell finally rang. He breathed a sigh of relief. The college entrance examination was finally over. The feeling of not having to repeat the year was delightful. Exiting the examination hall, descending the stairs, and stepping out of the building, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. He was filled with anticipation as he approached the school gate, where Aunt Yin and Sister Pan were surely waiting to enjoy a barbecue together. "How did you do, He? Did you manage to answer the last major question?" A classmate called out to him. The exam was over, and it was time to compare answers. He smiled and shook his head, continuing on his way. He didn't wish to keep Aunt Yin and Sister Pan waiting. Standing in high heels must be exhausting. The voice was clear and bright. He didn't need to turn around to know it was Lin Wan. Irritated, he turned back to see an unusual expression on her face. It dawned on him that he had changed too rapidly, 10 times faster than flipping through the pages of a book. "Do you really dislike me this much? Didn't you say that after the exam, you'd have me wait for you? Do you have something for me? Did you forget?" Lin Wan sounded somewhat aggrieved. She had thought it was important. He scratched his head. "I initially intended to give you a gift, but later decided it would be inappropriate. So I didn't bring it. My apologies." Lin Wan let out a breath of relief. She could guess what he intended to give her and had prepared a speech for it, but it seemed unnecessary now. "When we get to university, we will encounter more suitable and preferable people," she said nonchalantly, stealing a glance at He. He shook his head. "No need to wait until university. I've already encountered someone just now." Lin Wan's face flushed instantly as she stammered. He recognized the misunderstanding. She had misinterpreted his words. Just as he was about to clarify, the sycophant behind him caught wind of the conversation. "Lin Wan, did you manage to answer the last major question?" Li Ziajia asked triumphantly, clearly having succeeded. To be fair, this fellow was quite intelligent, and his academic performance surpassed EES, not to mention his dedication to studying. However, he found himself more engrossed in novels, playing football, basketball, and visiting internet cafes, occasionally even getting into fights. The fact that Li Ziajia worked so hard was the only reason he surpassed Yi, but his intellect seemed rather average otherwise. His tendency to fawn over Lin Wan was a clear indication of his lack of self-awareness. "Of course I answered it. The last result was shared by Lin Wan." Li Ziajia boasted. He was taken aback when Lin Wan's result didn't match his. He chimed in, "No worries, there are 1,000 Hamlets. And thus 1,000 answers to the last question. Just ask around." He turned to a familiar face from a neighboring class and inquired about their answer to the last question. The person, also checking answers, promptly shared their result. Lin Wan was left speechless, and Li Ziajia was equally dumbfounded. That made 3 different answers. He called over another student, who provided yet another answer. Lin Wan and Li Ziajia were utterly confused. He, however, knew the correct answer but had intentionally left it unwritten. He patted Lin Wan on the shoulder. "Yours is correct. Theirs are all wrong." Li Ziajia looked incredulous. "What are you pretending for? Why should I believe that Lin Wan is right?" His competitive nature had overtaken his instinct to flatter. He regarded him as if he were a fool, spreading his hands toward Lin Wan. "Are you really that dense?" "I'm merely comforting her. Can't you see that?" Chapter 14. Coincidence leads to fate. Lin Wan didn't perceive Yi as merely comforting her. This boy who had pursued her for 3 years was undeniably different now. Very different. She couldn't quite articulate how he had changed, but he certainly had. He had become somewhat distant, appearing more astute and worldly, as if he could see right through her, while she felt she could no longer easily decipher him. "I should head home quickly. The college entrance examination is over," he declared, hands in pockets, exuding confidence and ease as he took a few steps back and turned gracefully. He looked exceptionally handsome. Lin Wan sighed. If their scores were comparable, perhaps they could attend the same university, and then she gently shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. The next step was estimating scores and submitting applications. For a student of her caliber, she could roughly gauge her score after the exam. Of course, the precise score would require matching answers to confirm. Yet she felt confident. Over the 2 days of examinations, her mother hadn't shown up, leaving her disheartened, though she had grown accustomed to it. What was monumental for her might be trivial to her mother. He swiftly exited the examination hall and immediately spotted 2 stunning figures in the crowd. Sister Pan was still in that elegant black kipeo, looking exquisite. Compared to yesterday and this morning, she appeared significantly more composed and confident, stretching her fair neck, shielding herself from the sun, and gazing in his direction. Beside her, Aunt Yin had changed into another kipeo, this time in silver. Though the style was more refined and fitted, the slit higher than before. Yesterday's outfit had been ill-fitting and conservative. This one, with its higher slit, seemed to signify a desire for triumph and higher scores. Yet, amidst these 2 beautiful figures, there was another striking presence. Next to them stood a tall, elegant woman clad in a blue-gray tailored suit, arms crossed in front of her, smiling with a poised, serene demeanor. Even Aunt Yin inclined her parasol toward her, neglecting Sister Pan. The woman exuded an air of grace that overshadowed her natural beauty, especially without makeup. Appearing unadorned, standing alongside Aunt Yin, she seemed somewhat outshone. However, her aura compensated for any lost points, emanating a chilling detachment that suggested an air of exclusivity. Although she sported a similar short haircut, it was more structured than Aunt Yin's loose style, evidently styled with gel to maintain a neat appearance, exuding a more professional and polished vibe. Who was this woman? Why had Aunt Yin never mentioned her before? A chance encounter, perhaps. Zhang Sudao, that pesky fly, remained at a distance, clearly wounded by He Yi's earlier actions. He hastened over. Mom, sister. Su Yin smiled and introduced, Xiao Yi, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to Aunt Wanhua, the one I often tell you about. There was no need to introduce He Yi again. Evidently, countless introductions had already been made. Aunt Qin, greetings. He Yi was startled. Aunt Qin, whose name he had heard so often it was as if thunder had struck his ears. I've often heard Sister Yin speak of you. Today, I finally have the honor of meeting you in person. How do you do? Qin Wanhua smiled graciously and extended her hand with natural ease, embodying the paradox of an exalted figure who is both approachable and yet keeps others at a respectful distance. He also reached out his hand, neither servile nor presumptuous. Just joking. I'm a major influencer with millions of followers. When it comes to composure and poise, I'm absolutely confident. Yet, despite his bravado, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. For Qin Wanhua was no ordinary woman. She was the benefactor of Aunt Yin. From a grassroots police station to the county bureau, then ascending to the city bureau, and finally the provincial department. Every step of Aunt Yin's advancement was orchestrated with Qin Wanhua's assistance. Essentially, whenever Qin Wanhua was promoted, Aunt Yin followed suit. The two had been classmates at the police academy, yet now one held a vice-ministerial rank while the other was only a department head, a considerable disparity. It was impossible for him not to feel anxious shaking hands with a woman of such stature. Though he was a prominent live streamer with millions of fans, the gulf between him and a revered public official remained vast. Qin Wanhua nodded approvingly, impressed by the composure of someone so young. Aunt Qin is here to pick up her child as well. Her daughter is also taking the college entrance exam this year. You might even know each other. Su Yan, holding He Yi's hand, smiled and asked Qin Wanhua, you've been so good at keeping secrets. I didn't even know your daughter was at number 14 high school. Had I known, maybe the two kids could have spent more time together. With a meaningful smile, Qin Wanhua replied, best friends. Huh? You didn't even know that? You really don't treat me as a leader. Su Yan laughed. Nonsense. I'd love to have a heart-to-heart with you, but you never have the time. I've been chasing after you all these years and just can't catch up. Qin Wanhua smiled gently. Well, now that I'm in the provincial capital and won't be leaving anytime soon, we'll have plenty of chances to meet. Su Yan nodded with a smile. What is your daughter's name? Her nickname is Wan Wan, but what is her full name? He suddenly shuddered. Could it really be such a coincidence? He knew that Lin Wan lived with her grandparents, her parents often absent. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare script such a scenario. He looked up for a closer inspection. Indeed, upon a second glance, there was at least a 3 to 5 point resemblance. Though not as stunningly beautiful as Lin Wan, she was undoubtedly a remarkable beauty. Her name is Lin Wan, Qin Wanhua revealed with a warm smile. Su Yan laughed, glancing at He Yi. Have you heard of her? He turned to look at his sister, Gu Pan, who rolled her eyes. He followed suit, a look of utter despair on his face. This is it. What do they say about a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple? About enemies crossing paths? About not family, no entry? This is exactly what they mean. Su Yan was puzzled. I'm asking you. Before Yi could answer, a voice called out from afar, Mom. Lin Wan had just exited the school gates and was searching through the crowd for her grandfather. After a long search with no success, she instinctively avoided the two striking figures who had caused quite a stir yesterday. Had it not been for the difficulty of the math exam, the commotion would have been even greater. Dressed so flamboyantly outside the exam venue, it was truly a sight. Upon realizing the person between those two dazzling figures was He Yi, Lin Wan felt somewhat relieved. He Yi's grades were decent. Though his unruly behavior affected his studies, he was intelligent. If he applied himself, his scores might be respectable, perhaps not quite matching hers, but not far behind. Lin Wan was always confident in her own academic abilities. Are these his mother and sister? They're so beautiful, she had thought yesterday. Today, she was less inclined to look at them. Their futures were destined to diverge, each heading to different universities and beginning distinct lives. She was determined to attend Linjiang University regardless of her score. But He Yi's results were uncertain. If he did well, they might be similar. If not, the gap could be vast. After searching again without finding her grandfather, Lin Wan felt disappointed. Her grandfather was never so unreliable. He must have been held up by something. She could make her own way home as she had done for years, but today was different. It was the college entrance exam. The first significant day of her life. She wished to share this joy with family. Unable to find anyone, she began to leave, only to spot her mother partially obscured by those two dazzling figures. Or rather, she hadn't dared to look directly. Truly, her mother's flamboyance was overwhelming. It was astonishing that her mother and He's family knew each other. Lin Wan was bewildered. Chapter 15. You are quite overbearing in the waning light of the sunset. A graceful figure approached leisurely. Gu Pan shaded her eyes and saw a face of breathtaking beauty. She knew she was considered quite a beauty herself, evident from the admiring gazes of passers-by. From childhood to now, she had received attention and treatment befitting a great beauty. No need for arrogance or false modesty. Beauties and handsome men require no validation. When you walk down the street, and everyone stares and even turns back to look, there is no doubt you are truly beautiful or handsome. If not, you must have done something extraordinary to attract such attention. Yet, upon seeing Lin Wan, Gu Pan understood why her silly brother was so enamored with this young girl. She was stunning, both in visage and figure, the epitome of excellence. Her aura was one of genuine, aloof dignity, entirely different from Gu Pan's own proud demeanor born out of insecurity and pretense. It was no wonder her silly brother adored her. If Gu Pan were a man, she would be utterly captivated as well. Lin Wan was like a superstar from television materializing in reality, standing right before them. Aunt Qin was so beautiful. Her daughter was no longer merely a case of the pupil surpassing the master. There was no comparison. She utterly eclipsed her. One wondered how handsome Lin Wan's father, Aunt Qin's husband, must be. Suyin also noticed Lin Wan and felt a sudden pang. She glanced at Qin Wanhua. This child looks more and more like her father. Qin Wanhua nodded and stepped forward, taking her daughter's hand and leading her over with a smile. This is Aunt Suyin, whom I often speak of. This is her godson, He. And this is your sister, Gu Pan. Lin Wan had long suspected. She pointed at He and then herself. Qin Wanhua was momentarily taken aback. What is wrong? After a pause, Lin Wan said, We've been classmates for 3 years, and didn't T know about this connection? Su Yin was also surprised and looked at He. Is that true? He nodded helplessly. Just then, Lin Wan looked over and their eyes met. Both grew awkward and simultaneously averted their gaze. The past 3 years had been filled with countless embarrassing moments between them. Their eyes met again and instantly reached an unspoken agreement. Never reveal this secret. Pinky swear no exceptions. Whoever said who was the puppy. They both understood the significance of the woman opposite them in their mother's heart. After all these years, they had only heard her name but never seen her. It was all so inexplicably ironic. Two good friends meeting were usually brief encounters, with no opportunity for family gatherings. Two single women rarely met with their children in tow. There were too many reasons. The truth was simple. The two children only met after finishing the college entrance exam. Had they met earlier, He's heart skipped a beat. Lin Wan's heart did the same. Perhaps they were fated to be betrothed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Both shook their heads firmly. Qin Wanhua discerned the peculiarity, but dismissed it. Come, let us dine together and celebrate the achievements of you two top scholars. Su Yin smiled and replied, We had planned to feast on barbecue. Let's find a barbecue restaurant. He raised his hand. I know a delightful place. Is it far? Qin Wanhua inquired, aware that she had car. Not far, just 2 streets away. Although the examination venue was not the 14th middle school, he was quite familiar with the area. There was a large internet cafe nearby, distant from the school, but close to home. He often stayed at Aunt Yan's house, frequently visiting that internet cafe, thus becoming well acquainted with the local eateries. The 5 of them strolled leisurely, conversing and laughing as they made their way to the barbecue establishment. He led the way, with Gu Pan walking alongside him, ensuring that there was no space for anyone else. Having already established a connection, he was determined to maintain his position, leaving no opportunity for the charming young lady. Lin Wan chose not to walk parallel to He, instead staying close to her mother, accompanying Aunt Yan. Are you dumbfounded? Gu Pan teased with a smirk. He feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? What is so surprising? What are you saying? Be careful those embarrassing moments don't reach our mothers or Aunt Qin. Gu Pan threatened playfully. Oh please. What does that even matter? It will all pale in comparison to my astonishing results in the college entrance examination. You can boast all you want. Gu Pan glanced back, her heart racing at Lin Wan's beauty. What will happen next? Are you going to pursue or not? He shot her a look. Are you testing me? Is that what you're doing? I will marry no one but you. Do you understand? Spare me the trivialities. If I rank first in the province, you can consider yourself my wife. What's so appealing about that? Gu Pan couldn't help but laugh. If you secure the top rank in the province, I shall indeed become your wife. Just as Yi was about to bask in his triumph, she added softly, even if you rank last, I'll still marry you. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance from excitement. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Say it again. His gestures were exaggerated, yet his emotions were sincere. Gu Pan's face flushed as she murmured, You're annoying. If you didn't hear, then just forget it. Sister, just say it. I love hearing it. Unable to resist him, Gu Pan blushed and repeated, Whatever you score, I will still marry you. He was overjoyed, though he had anticipated this outcome. The reality of it sent him into a frenzy. If not for the 3 light bulbs trailing behind them, he would have embraced her right then and there. In his previous life, such a moment had never occurred. From a moment he requested Aunt Yin and Sister Pan to wear Chong Sams, the trajectory of events had shifted. In his past life, he had performed poorly, lacking the audacity to ask Aunt Yin to pick him up. Without Aunt Yin's visit, he naturally would not have encountered Qin Wanhua, and thus, this scenario would never have unfolded. Without the accumulation of these past 2 days, without Lin Wan's subtle intimidation, Sister Pan would not have been so proactive in expressing her affection. Indeed, the evolution of events had surpassed all expectations. Unable to hold hands, they could only exchange glances filled with unspoken feelings. Watch where you're going, or you'll trip. Gu Pan admonished her foolish brother. Right? He promptly replied, Sister, I'm serious. If I score first in the province, how will you reward me? Gu Pan thought he was joking and replied playfully, Didn't I say I'd marry you? He countered, No, you mentioned that even if I ranked last, you'd still marry me. So, being your wife doesn't count. Let us think of something else. Why do you speak as if you could genuinely achieve the top rank in the province? Gu Pan retorted, And besides, if I'm already your wife, what more could you want? Her face aflame, half jokingly and half seriously, she added, If you rank first in the province, I might let you kiss me. As she spoke, she faltered, unable to finish her sentence. He was over the moon, yet he felt he could ask for more, especially given Sister Pan's current mindset, which suggested she felt incapable of such feats. He realized he could leverage this to his advantage. There was no need to rush. But since they had arrived at this juncture, wouldn't it be better to bring Sister Pan joy sooner? Time flies. The sooner one finds happiness, the better. Sister, that as first in the province. You're underestimating it. The provincial top scholar deserves a kiss. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Gu Pan mused aloud. What should we do then? What do you think we should do? Chapter 16. We are both adults in the bustling crowd. The sidewalk was narrow, accommodating only 3 or 4 people side by side. The sisters walked closely, whispering intimately to one another. Lin Wan observed with envy and remarked to Su Yin, Aunt Yin, Hasn't he been at your place for long? Their bond seems truly special. He is quite fortunate to have an older sister to care for him. Su Yin smiled and replied, Xiaoyi has lived with us for 6 years. Their acquaintance extends far beyond that. Let me calculate. Yes. It has been about 14 or 15 years. Pan Pan was living at Xiaoyi's home during preschool and only returned home when she started middle school. Once she returned, Xiaoyi followed her to my house. Qin Wanhua, noticing her daughter's confusion, recounted a long-ago story. Back then, your Aunt Yin was stationed in the grassroots as the deputy director of a local police station. Pan Pan was still quite young, and she was too busy to take care of her. Pan Pan ran off on her own and nearly drowned. It was Xiaoyi's father who saved her, and from that moment, our families became close. When your Aunt Yin returned to the city for work, she brought Xiaoyi back with her. Su Yin added, The year I returned to the city, Pan Pan was in her 2nd year of middle school, and Xiaoyi was in 6th grade. And here we are, both Xiaoyi and you have reached college. Oh, so Sister Pan is 2 years older than he? Yes, 2 years and 2 months. Lin Wan fell silent, realizing just how precise the calculations were. The 2 siblings walked side by side, almost hand in hand. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Pan stammered, So, what do you want as a reward? Do you want a phone or a computer? I have 4,000 yuan. Mom doesn't know. What do you want? I can buy it for you. He scoffed. That is not as good as just letting me kiss you. Gu Pan was at a loss and decided to approach the matter from a different angle, as if you could actually become the top scholar in the province. Underestimating me? He tilted his head, eyeing his sister. How about a bet? Gu Pan, with her fierce competitive spirit, replied, If you become the top scholar in the province, then you can have me. He revealed his true intentions. Gu Pan clearly didn't comprehend. What do you mean by having me? What do I have that S worth anything? He rolled his eyes. Sister, you're a medical student, and you're 20 years old. What do you think you can offer me? Gu Pan, upon seeing his expression, suddenly understood. In just 2 days, they had swiftly progressed from confessing their feelings to holding hands and embracing. Were they really moving at such a rapid pace toward pledging themselves to each other? Even a short film wouldn't dare to move this quickly. Gu Pan stumbled, nearly colliding with a telephone pole. He quickly pulled her back. Watch where you're going. What are you thinking? Gu Pan shot him a fierce glare and retorted. What do you think I'm thinking? What are you thinking all day? He grinned innocently. I'm an adult now, and so are you. We're both adults, so why can't we think about these things? Just don't think. Gu Pan, unable to reason with him, resorted to being unreasonable. Just tell me if you're willing to bet. He threw down the gauntlet. A rational person would never believe that his grades could actually make him the top scholar in the province. Gu Pan was very rational. She wasn't foolish. She simply didn't care to think or use her brain when it came to the person she adored. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, what if you lose? As if you're guaranteed to win. He shrugged. If I lose, I'll give myself to you, right? Seems fair. Gu Pan paused, then burst into laughter. You certainly have a good plan. My goodness, even the Andromeda Galaxy must have heard your scheming. He feigned confusion. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? Get lost. You were just trying to take advantage of me. Gu Pan playfully scolded. Change it up. What happens if you lose? If I lose, just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll do it. How about that? Gu Pan shook her head. I don't have anything for you to do. You decide. He sighed. Then I'll keep it for you. Whenever you remember, just let me know. His words were laced with double entendre, and Gu Pan caught on immediately, raising her hand to strike him, only to remember that several onlookers were watching, compelling her to restrain herself. Has the bet been established? He spat into his palm. Gu Pan understood this to be a Western greeting, and a wave of nausea washed over her. The bet is established. The bet is established. I refuse to shake your hand. That's all that matters. He rejoiced. Sister, you can't escape now. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, he waited at the entrance and opened the door. Gu Pan lifted the beaded curtain and entered obediently. Qin Wanhua nodded with a smile, leading the way inside, followed closely by Su Yan. Lin Wan directly approached and linked her arm with Gu Pan's. Sister Pan, I've always wanted an older sister when I was little. Will you be my sister from now on? Gu Pan had initially planned to maintain a cold demeanor, intending to give this potential rival a taste of her attitude. But Lin Wan's unexpected approach caught her off guard. So beautiful, so charming, so endearing, so considerate, so gentle. How could a person possess such beauty? It was overwhelming. Her head spun. Too sweet. No wonder her younger brother couldn't resist. Even as a woman herself, she found it unbearable, especially the sincerity and longing in Lin Wan's eyes, tinged with a hint of anxiety and nervousness, tugged at her heartstrings. Gu Pan felt her resolve melting away. Of course, Aunt Qin and my mom are so close. They might as well be sisters, even closer than biological sisters. We are practically sisters. Gu Pan's icy facade began to thaw. It's all their fault for not introducing us sooner. Why do we have to wait until today to meet? I'll have a word with them later. He rolled his eyes, knowing Gu Pan's words were hardly genuine. Lin Wan chimed in with a smile. Yes, exactly. We must scold those two later for causing us to be separated. The two young ladies embraced, leaving he hanging at the back. These two young women, both with 100 schemes in mind, one with a subtle approach to friendship, the other with a knack for flattery, had effortlessly formed an alliance, conspiring together. Aunt Yin and Aunt Wan were in peril. Qin Wanhua reserved a private room, and by the time the trio entered, the two sisters had already ordered a plethora of dishes. Today was a celebration. Regardless of their exam results, they had completed the ordeal. Even if they had to repeat the year, that was a matter for months to come. A celebration was in order. Qin Wanhua had ordered generously, while Su Yan took over the menu to order even more. Shall we have some drinks? Su Yan suggested. We must indulge. Qin Wanhua replied heartily. The two sisters sat together, while the two young ladies settled at another table. He naturally took a seat outside, with Gu Pan on his left and his godmother Su Yan on his right, not too far apart, allowing him to reach out and touch them. However, it was impossible for their thighs to touch. Gu Pan was compelled by Lin Wan to open up, and beneath her icy exterior lay a sensitive and passionate heart. Before long, Lin Wan had her completely under her spell. With 40 years of life experience, how could he not see through it? Lin Wan was not lying. She genuinely wanted an older sister. Yet, she had an undeniable sophistication. Her perceptiveness and understanding of human emotions and relationships far surpassed that of her peers. If it weren't for his rebirth, bringing along 40 years of life experience and memories, he might not have discerned it. Lin Wan was not being manipulative. It was simply her upbringing, an instinctive quality that came naturally to her. His foolish sister was completely captivated by a few sweet words, led astray by her charm. He needed to devise a plan to save this naive sister. Chapter 17. I will provide for you. The barbecue arrived swiftly, and everyone began to feast. Eating skewers was an art in itself. Aunt Yin was notably more carefree, casually wiping the pointed ends with a tissue before diving right in. Having spent many years in grassroots settings, her style was more rugged. Despite her usual gentleness, she had a wild side. As she put it in grassroots, if you spoke softly, no one would hear you. Qin Wanhua had a different approach. She also wiped the skewer's tips, but chose not to bite directly. Instead, she used chopsticks to delicately pick the meat and place it on her plate, savoring it slowly. Lin Wan mirrored her mother, but with even more precision, ensuring any fat from the skewers was meticulously removed. Gu Pan, too, resembled her mother, eating directly from the skewer but with smaller bites, akin to enjoying a meat lollipop. He, however, was much more straightforward, skipping the wiping step altogether, devouring one skewer after another. If the skewers weren't so large, he could easily manage two at once. Are you going to have some beiju? Qin Wanhua asked Yi, inquiring about the liquor. He glanced at Aunt Yen, who smiled and nodded. You've graduated now. You'll inevitably drink in college. If you can handle it, have a little. He grabbed the liquor jug. At 42 degrees, he could drink 2.5 gin without a hitch. At 60 degrees, he could manage just under 1.5. He poured a glass for Qin Wanhua, another for his godmother, and kept the rest for himself. Gu Pan kicked him lightly. How much can you drink? Her concern was evident. She knew her foolish brother had undoubtedly shared drinks with his classmates before, though she had never inquired further. He held up 2 fingers but quickly reconsidered, showing a sign for 2. 2 taels? Gu Pan asked, eliciting laughter from everyone. He rolled his eyes. 2 gin. Do you underestimate me? 2 gin was still within the capacity of a 40-year-old. At 18, he could surely handle even more. Hands in his pockets, he felt invincible. Qin Wanhua chuckled. Let's see. Su Yen added, exactly. He found it amusing. How had he not realized this side of Aunt Yen before? Was it Aunt Qin's presence that brought out her true self? Or perhaps it was the joy of finishing the college entrance exam? Or was it the elegant kipeo that sparked her vitality? Surely, there couldn't be other reasons. Mom, that kipeo fits you perfectly. Did you buy it recently? When he inquired, Su Yen replied with a smile. Yes, I bought it yesterday, took it to the tailor for some adjustments on the shoulders and waist. And now it fits well. He understood. She had purchased a size larger and had it tailored to fit her figure. Indeed, in that dimension, everything except her waist and shoulders would require a larger size. Mom, you should wear dresses. They look great on you. He spoke candidly, providing her with emotional affirmation. Su Yen beamed with joy, and Qin Wanhua added, it truly looks stunning. The 2 sisters exchanged glances and smiled. He was perceptive enough to notice this connection. Gu Pan pouted, I had to pay an extra 200 for the rush adjustments on the kipeo. Lin Wan, confused, asked why so. Gu Pan gestured towards Yi. Because of him. He insisted that this dress would bring good fortune. Otherwise, my mom and I wouldn't be able to wear something like this. It's constricting and eye-catching, and everyone stares at us like we're fools. Lin Wan quickly protested. Not at all. You're just being silly. It looks fantastic. I envy you. Gu Pan shouldered the compliment, her confidence growing. He smirked. Listen to how sweetly she expressed that. How had he never noticed this side of Lin Wan before? It made sense. In the past, he had been too naive to understand. Unlike now, when he could easily see that both aunts had something more going on. Yet, he would keep that to himself. Understanding without revealing the truth was the best course of action. Let their friendship continue untainted. Come on, let us raise a glass. Today marks the end of the college entrance exam for our 2 top scholars. May you both achieve great success. Qin Wanhua took a few bites of the skewers, feeling emboldened, and lifted her glass to toast. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Aunt Qin. Cheers. Su Yen shot her daughter a look. That drink is too strong. Don't make a toast for no reason. Gu Pan, drinking plain water, was at least 100 degrees. It was truly unsuitable for toasting. Lin Wan, however, had ordered a bottle of beer and immediately downed it in one go. Behold, these are truly the sons of heroes and valiant men. Su Yen exclaimed with admiration, downing a generous gulp of beiju. The cup held 2.5 liang, and with that single swallow, she consumed a full liang of potent spirit. He was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Yen's capacity for drink was impressive indeed. How come he had never witnessed her imbibe before? Qin Wanhua followed suit, draining half her cup in one go. Even if the alcohol were mild, such a manner of drinking was hardly commonplace. He was duly impressed and matched their half cups. These 2 aunts were no ordinary women. He had underestimated them. After only a few bites, Aunt Yen raised her glass once more. Children, Pan Pan has already entered university, and Verwan and little Yi are soon to follow. Congratulations to you all. The chapter of secondary school has closed, and a new phase of life begins. May your futures be ever brighter. Cheers. With that, she tilted her head back and emptied her cup, the bottom gleaming in the light. Qin Wanhua was equally resolute, finishing her drink without hesitation. Remarkable. He also followed suit. In just 2 sentences, they had down 2.5 liang of beiju. There's an old saying in the Northeast. Women either abstain from drinking altogether or imbibe with reckless abandon. These 2 ladies certainly appeared to belong to the latter category. The phrase echoed in his mind as he refilled their cups. Elders favored pouring the wine. The younger ones had no objections. Drinking was the order of the evening. Qin Wanhua did not press further, nibbling on a few morsels before lifting her cup again. Su Yin responded enthusiastically, never one to falter. He, unwilling to show weakness, kept pace. Though the skewers were still warm, the trio had already consumed 3 cups of beiju. Noticing that He remained unfazed and eager for more, Qin Wanhua cast a glance at Su Yin, who smiled and said, "One last cup, then we shall go home and rest." Qin Wanhua nodded in agreement. Very well. One final cup. He perceived that these 2 elder sisters still had the capacity to drink, yet were unwilling to indulge any further. So, they each poured one last cup. This final drink was savored with less haste. During the meal, the 2 reminisced about their university days with deep sentiment. "Mother, you and Aunt Yin were university classmates, weren't you?" "Indeed, we both graduated from the police academy. Aunt Yin was unfortunate and wandered many detours, otherwise with her talents. She would not be at this level," Qin Wanhua remarked with a hint of melancholy. Su Yin patted her hand reassuringly. "That's all in the past. Now, isn't life quite good? I have my daughter, and that is all I need." He added, "And you have me as well." Su Yin suddenly smiled, "Right? And a precious eldest son, too." Qin Wanhua looked at He Yi teasingly. "Then you'll have to take care of your godmother in her old age." He promptly thumped his chest, "Of course. And you must come too, so I can care for you as well." Qin Wanhua paused, then laughed heartily. "That's a wonderful arrangement." Upon her agreement, Lin Wan's cheeks flushed with a subtle redness. A remarkable synchronicity. "Why is that?" Gu Pan cast a sideways, disgruntled glance at her younger brother. "Your scheming is so blatant I could hear it all the way to the Arctic," he grumbled. He wore an innocent expression, insisting it was not his intention. Heaven and earth bear witness. He truly wished only for the sisters' harmonious reunion. Qin Wanhua evidently shared this sentiment, oblivious to any thoughts of her daughter and son-in-law. Chapter 18. After ensuring everyone was well-fed and well-lubricated, Qin Wanhua asked her daughter to settle the bill. Su Yin objected, prompting Qin Wanhua to relent. Ultimately, He Yi paid using Aunt Yin's wallet, for he was currently penniless, having just been reborn at the high school entrance exam. He had no opportunity to earn money. No rush. Such matters could wait. Even in his previous life, he never lacked funds. As long as short videos existed, he was confident he could take off. However, that realization had come too late before. He now resolved to seize the right moment to lift off, ensuring Aunt Yin and Panja could live carefree, without money worries. Leaving the barbecue joint, the 5 parted into 3 groups. The 2 elder sisters led the way, with the 3 juniors following. This time, however, the arrangement had shifted. Lin Wan linked arms with Gu Pan, and he also held on to Gu Pan. 2 recent graduates accompanying a sophomore, a peculiar trio. The gentle night breeze was refreshing. Lin Wan had drunk 2 bottles of beer, feeling pleasantly tipsy and serene. Gu Pan, speechless, tugged at the hem of He Yi's shorts, who feigned ignorance, pretending not to see, feel, or hear, as if intoxicated. "Sis, when I get to Linjiang University, I'll definitely come find you to hang out," Lin Wan exclaimed naturally, as if they had known each other for years. Gu Pan was unsurprised and nodded. "All right. Perhaps you should study medicine then." He shook his head vigorously. "Advocating medicine? Heaven forbid." Gu Pan playfully pinched him. "Who are you talking to? Threatening me? Are you sure?" "Definitely threatening me. Why are you so self-important?" He slapped his own cheek, not hard but comically. Both girls burst into laughter. "Provincial top scorer. Where do you plan to apply?" Gu Pan teased He. Lin Wan was taken aback. "Who asked the provincial top scorer?" Gu Pan puckered her lips. "This little darling here." Lin Wan covered her mouth, laughing. He knew why she laughed. "What's the matter? Don't believe it?" "I believe it. I believe you. I believe you even if you claim to be the national top scorer," she declared, though her words rang hollow. She knew He's true scores all too well. Seeing Lin Wan's exquisitely beautiful face brimming with mischievous laughter, He, emboldened by the alcohol, declared, "Panja said if I become the provincial top scorer, she'd marry me. What about you? Dare to bet on that?" Lin Wan paused, glancing at Gu Pan. Gu Pan shook her head innocently. No choice but to be lenient with fools. "Don't be like him." Lin Wan laughed heartily. "Sis, you're hilarious. Fine. I'll listen to you. We must be kind to fools." With the stakes raised, he pressed on. "Come on, be decisive. Will you bet or not?" Lin Wan, now tipsy and gleeful, responded, "If you top the province, I'll be your bride too." As long as Panja doesn't T stop me. Gu Pan hurriedly added. I want T stop you. If yes, the provincial top scorer, having multiple wives, is perfectly normal. Lin Wan agreed exactly. In ancient times, having 3 equal wives was customary. He boasted, then I'll find another to make 3. Gu Pan laughed uncontrollably. Look at your silly face. If you perform normally and pass the key university entrance, I'll be thankful. Lin Wan's laughter faded as she recalled the high school results. He grew silent. 2. In his previous life, he hadn't even passed the undergraduate cutoff. Seeing their somber mood, Gu Pan realized she had struck a sensitive chord, opening a painful subject. But apologies were futile now. It's all right, you're both good kids. If you find it hard, everyone will. Don't worry, it'll all be fine. Lin Wan rallied herself. No worries, sis. I roughly estimate I can score around 580 points. That should be enough for Linjiang University, though top-tier majors might be a stretch. This year, the cutoff for key universities in Linjiang was 476. Lin Wan's 580 was indeed respectable. Admission to Qingbei required under 600 points, placing pressure on He. And me? I'm probably under 700. I want to go to Qingbei. I'll attend Linjiang University too, He stated calmly and resolutely. Gu Pan nudged him. Speak properly. Lin Wan's attention shifted to another matter. You want to go to Linjiang University too? Could it be in the past? She might have thought He's choice was for her sake. Now, she naturally assumed he was doing it for Gu Pan. Their closeness was obvious. And he had just said that if he became provincial top scorer, Gu Pan would marry him. Siblings wouldn't wager such things lightly. The bet implied genuine intention. Perhaps they were already together. No wonder. Realizing this, Lin Wan felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. No wonder he suddenly stopped clinging to her after the exams. It was because he was with Panja. Everything became clear. They were quite a match indeed. She was reluctant to admit that Gu Pan was inferior to herself, as it would be impolite, yet she instinctively felt that the two of them were well matched. For she believed that He, after all, was somewhat lacking. His appearance was adequate. His family background did not concern her. However, in terms of academics, he fell short by a considerable margin. If he truly could gain admission to Lin University, well, he was already together with Panja. Why ponder such things? Thus, she said, you should work hard. If this year doesn't work out, you could try again next year. Panja will wait for you. Gu Pan was taken aback by Lin Wan's words and playfully tugged at her. Blushing, don't say such nonsense. Lin Wan merely smiled, amused by her feigned modesty. He sighed, see, I told you, and yet you still don't believe me. I scored at least 140 in Chinese, at least 145 in mathematics, at least 145 in English, and at least 260 in science. Both young women, exceptionally intelligent, naturally understood that these scores summed up to 690. Of course, they were skeptical. Yet, seeing he so engrossed in his delusions, they chose to remain silent. Scores would eventually be revealed, and then they would know the truth. However, if he were to apply to universities based on these fanciful scores, that simply would not do. They must intervene. Lin Wan had initially resolved to sever ties with He, but realized there was now this layer of connection, so she decided to keep a close watch. Gu Pan shared the same sentiment. The two young women clasped hands, forming a defensive alliance. He, unaware of their silent accord, was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Such high scores surely warranted financial support from a city, right? Would the province chip in? At the very least, the district should provide assistance, no? If the district didn't surely the school would? How much would that be? With that, he could secure some initial capital. After all, how else was he to earn his first pot of gold? The matter of the college entrance examination was essentially resolved, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The questions would be the same as before. Next, he needed to contemplate how to lead a good life, balancing university studies, earning some side income, and nurturing his romance with Panja. This life was infinitely more rewarding than being alone with a fortune of tens of millions in his previous life. With his hand delving into his pocket, he felt the jade pendant, brimming with confidence. Without the chance to relive his life, he had already amassed a fortune of 60 million. Having been reborn, it wouldn't be too much to expect his wealth to increase by several zeros, would it? Chapter 19. A sudden longing. The night breeze wafted gently, gradually alleviating the summer heat. Listening to the laughter and chatter behind her, Qin Wanhua felt a surge of emotions. The children have grown up. Suyin laughed. Grown up? In the past, Pan Pan would already be a mother by now. Qin Wanhua nodded. Indeed, and you've become a grandmother. Suyin was not pleased. What? Are you implying I'm old? Qin Wanhua hurriedly replied. Oh no. That wasn't my intention. I'm not that much younger than you, you know? Suyin sighed. We both married early and became mothers at a young age. Yet our lives have been so arduous. Qin Wanhua shook her head repeatedly. As for others, perhaps your life has been difficult, but mine has not. That was my own making. Suyin chuckled. Well, there's some truth to that. She then asked, are you heading back tomorrow? Qin Wanhua nodded. Then I'll wait for you to return. I'll find you. Qin Wanhua nodded again, then asked, I sense that Xiao Yi and Pan Pan may have some feelings for each other. Suyin couldn't help but laugh. Is it merely a feeling? It's quite special. But Pan Pan has always been infatuated, while I'm curious how Xiao Yi suddenly changed. The two of them have been whispering to each other these days, and it seems they're getting closer. Qin Wanhua sighed. Your fortune lies here, perhaps. A pair of children, and they can be together to care for you. How enviable. Suyin playfully nudged her. If you're envious, why not come live with me? Didn't Xiao Yi say to invite you over to enjoy retirement together? Qin Wanhua shook her head. That's just talk. With my temperament, who could endure me? Suyin replied gently, I can. Qin Wanhua laughed. Only you could tolerate me. Upon arriving at the school gate, Qin Wanhua and her daughter drove away, while He and Gu Pan assisted Su Yin as they walked home. The distance was not far, and the night was just right, with the college entrance examination concluded. The trio felt no urgency. Surely, it would still be some time before the summer vacation began. Su Yin was somewhat aware of the procedure. They still needed to estimate their scores and fill out their applications before they could truly relax. In the coming days, they would first estimate scores, then fill out applications, and finally await notifications to start their summer break. Before he could respond, Gu Pan answered her mother's question. Then Pan Pan should return to classes first. The end of the term is approaching. We must not delay lessons or exams. All right, I'll head back tomorrow morning. He inquired, Mom, how long can you stay? Su Yin cast a gentle glance at her eldest son. I can't stay long. At most until the day after tomorrow. My job requires my presence. He felt a twinge of disappointment, but then rallied. Then once I fill out my application, I'll come find you. Gu Pan remained non-committal, while Su Yin smiled. It's up to you, but I still suggest you return home first, see your father and mother, and if you wish, then come find me. He nodded. Indeed, he should return to see his parents. However, it wasn't an urgent matter. His parents were long-lived, and he had no regrets to mend. In comparison, achieving a high score in high school held greater value. Thus, before that, returning home seemed less significant. This summer vacation, he could engage in something meaningful. The family of three chatted leisurely as they strolled home. It was nearly 9:30. Su Yin took her shower first, followed by Gu Pan. By the time the two women finished washing, the hot water heater had run out of warm water. He didn't bother with a thorough wash. He merely rinsed off and returned to his room. He had consumed quite a bit of alcohol that evening, and soon, soft snores emanated from the master bedroom, where Aunt Yin had fallen asleep. He felt a bit dizzy, but wasn't ready to sleep yet. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, he padded barefoot to the small study. The door was ajar, and Pangaea was there, engrossed in her phone and sending text messages. In this era, entertainment was scarce. Mobile texting served as the sole means of communication. The fact that the dynamic zone offered a monthly package with 500 messages indicated a significant demand. As he approached, the focused Gu Pan finally noticed him. Startled, she gasped and scolded softly, You little rascal, you nearly scared me to death. He plopped down on the floor, resting his chin on the edge of the bed, gazing at her with an expression of pitiful longing. Come sleep with me in the north room. Gu Pan, half amused, half exasperated, replied, You'd be better off going back to hug your pillow and dream. What are you thinking? That's impossible. But you're leaving tomorrow morning. I'm not going away forever. Hurry back to sleep. Gu Pan's face was flushed, her heart softening a little. But you promised me this morning, didn't you? You said tonight he brought up the earlier agreement. I was just coaxing you. If you don't go, I'll just sit here and watch you. He began to act petulant. Tomorrow Pangaea leaves. I can't bear it. Gu Pan, unable to withstand his lazy demeanor, muttered, You just like to bully me. With that, she reluctantly sat up and, barefoot, stepped onto the floor. Wearing slippers would make noise, a lesson learned from countless escapades of sneaking treats and mischief. This time was no exception, though the nature of their mischief had transformed. Even to this day, he remained uncertain of what exactly Pangaea loved about him. Yet he was undeniably convinced that Pangaea did indeed love him. In his previous life, he had been so inadequate, and she had loved him. In this life, it went without saying. The reasons were inconsequential. The journey and the outcome were what truly mattered. He was not anxious. He simply found it hard apart. If it weren't for the college applications, he would genuinely chase after Pangaea to the provincial city. Once they reached the north bedroom, Gu Pan stood there, uncertain, and said, I'm only staying for a little while before I leave. He was unfazed, thinking to himself that she had said the same thing last night. He replied, All right, let us lie down and chat for a bit. He gestured for Pangaea to go first. Gu Pan wasn't foolish, you lie on the inside. I'm leaving soon. He pressed the issue and climbed into bed. The bed was positioned against the north wall, allowing access only from the south side. Gu Pan lay cautiously by the edge of the bed, casually securing the door. He observed this with a quiet smile. He then reached out and wrapped his arms around his sister's slender waist. Such a delicate embrace. Although it was not their first hug, it was indeed the first of its kind. Her waist, already slender, appeared even more so as she lay on her side. In that moment, he understood why the king of Chu favored a delicate waist. He dared not move recklessly, instead burying his nose in her flowing hair, greedily inhaling its fragrant aroma. You seem as if you were craving a smoke, Gu Pan quipped, momentarily disoriented by his closeness. He intertwined his left hand with hers. Overwhelmed by happiness, Gu Pan allowed his playful antics, her heart in disarray, fearful he might act inappropriately, yet equally anxious he might not. The curtains were not drawn, and the glow of the streetlight illuminated the room. A glance in that direction revealed her breathtaking beauty. He whispered softly, "Sister, you are truly beautiful." Gu Pan replied, unsure why she felt compelled to respond. "Will you come back on the day I fill out my college applications?" He struggled to find the right words. "Of course. I will return." Gu Pan was puzzled by his rambling. "So, after I check my scores, will you come back?" It was then that Gu Pan comprehended. "Silly, of course. I will come back," she murmured softly. "I'll do so quietly, without telling Mom." The purpose of her return was self-evident. Chapter 20. The desire for attention. Gu Pan's thoughts aligned perfectly with Yi He's. Once the scores were released, promises were to be fulfilled. Yi He envisioned himself achieving the top score in the province, expecting Gu Pan to honor her promise. Gu Pan, however, contemplated her commitment to Yi He, vowing to uphold her promise regardless of his results. Both found themselves wrapped in a delightful misunderstanding. "Are you really planning to apply to Lin University?" Gu Pan, feeling flustered, seized upon a thread of thought to alleviate the current awkwardness. "Absolutely. Being your schoolmate, we'll be together every day." "How wonderful is that?" Gu Pan turned back. "I'm afraid if we're together every day, you'll find me annoying, just like when we were children." Yi He leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Not at all. You know, ever since I started school here, I've enjoyed being close to you." Gu Pan, caught off guard by the kiss, stammered, "Why you're being so reckless?" Yi He lifted his gaze to meet her flushed face. "I love you." The casualness of his words, paradoxically, made them feel less heartfelt. Gu Pan, unable to bear it, retorted, "You are not being sincere at all. You're just teasing me." Yi He protested, "What more sincerity do you want? How can I be more genuine than this?" "This is exactly what I mean by insincerity, casually declaring your love for me." Gu Pan pouted adorably, her charm undeniable. "I am not being casual. I speak from the depths of my heart. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself." As he spoke, he placed her hand against his chest. The heartbeat of a young man raced uncontrollably. Gu Pan smiled sweetly, noticing his newfound earnestness, unlike before. "What was I like before?" Yi He asked, taken aback. "You were all over the place, not so earnest." Gu Pan, feeling a rush of shyness, inquired, "What is going on? Have you turned over a new leaf? Now that you know the college entrance exam is over, are you afraid of misbehavior? Afraid I might scold you?" Yi He replied earnestly, "I genuinely fear you might think I acted out of youthful impulsiveness, so I am exercising restraint. I'm serious about you. You are the one for me in this lifetime." He spoke from the heart, not out of urgency, but out of a sincere desire to cherish Gu Pan in every aspect. Yet, he would not overstep if she seemed uneasy with his affections. "So you won't pressure me, right?" Gu Pan felt reassured, realizing that Yi He was not the kind of boy she had feared he might be. "Then, please close the curtains," she said softly. Yi He, still not quite understanding, habitually drew the thick curtains, blocking out all light. In the enveloping darkness, only their breaths filled the air, as if the world outside had ceased to exist. "Don't speak, just close your eyes," Gu Pan playfully admonished. "It's so dark, does closing my eyes make a difference?" Yi He retorted, "If you don't close your eyes, I will leave." "Close, close, close." He refused to comply, for he could not see anyway. "You're lying. I can tell you're peeking." "I'm not." "Fine then." Hand in hand, Yi He could distinctly feel the warmth of Gu Pan's palm, and gently suggested, "There's no rush. Let us just chat for a bit." What should we talk about?" "Sister, is anyone pursuing you at university?" Gu Pan shook her head, reluctant to speak, but realizing he couldn't see her, she finally responded, "No." "I don't believe you." Gu Pan, a bit irked, replied, "Yes. Many. Are you satisfied now?" Yi He thought to himself, "See how anxious she is. I must have hit the nail on the head. I just fear you might like someone else." "Silly. If I like someone, I would have done so long ago. It wouldn't be you a fool." Yi chuckled foolishly. "Sister, I just don't understand why you like me." Yi spoke earnestly. "I'll tell you later. Just don't talk." Though her words were harsh, her touch was gentle. Gu Pan felt as if she were lost in the most enchanting dream, or perhaps a mirage. From the moment they first met, he had been a blubbering mess, wiping his tears on his sleeve. He had sheltered her from their mother's wrath when she cried and screamed. But as they grew closer, things changed. They ran wild together, playfully tussling day and night, fighting over toys, comic books, and game consoles. It didn't seem matter what. Everything was a prize to be claimed. She recalled the times they skipped school to go to the arcade, both of them playing arcade games, while she led him there, knowing their parents would spare her from punishment, only to complain to their mother. Once their mother learned of their mischief, she would be ready to scold her. Back then, their mother was fierce. During hard times, she would whip her with a belt. The foolish little brother would leap into her arms to protect her. It was then she resolved to treat her brother well for life. Who would have thought that the silly boy would enter high school and develop a crush? These past years had been a trial for her. Thankfully, the dim-witted boy had finally wised up, realizing his worth. Why didn't you stop me? I thought you. Thought what? How was I to know you would? Fine, I was wrong. Keep your voice down. Afraid the whole world doesn't know. Are you? All right, why get upset? Be good and sleep. Yi quickly conceded. No, you hold me. I want to talk. Yi welcomed the chance, embracing Gupan as they continued their conversation. You're so wonderful. If you stop annoying me, I could be even better. Gupan felt a bit lightheaded, breathless, unsure of the cause. If we were to marry in the future, would Mom sit with your family or mine? Yi sought to break the silence. What are you thinking? Of course, she would sit with her own family. Otherwise, who would be left on my side? Gupan playfully struck him. No, I want my parents to treat you as family. I believe they care for you more than they do for me. Yi opened his heart. He truly believed this. The love their parents had for Gupan was extraordinary, leading him to once think she was their illegitimate child. In truth, Aunt Yan's affection for him surpassed that of an ordinary godmother for her godson. This was a perplexity for him, just as it was for Gupan. It's fine to switch. I see no difference. Gupan comforted, knowing her silly brother's thoughts. Our parents just struggle to express their feelings. They care for me, but they only say things like, are you hungry? Thirsty? Let me make you a stir-fry. As she spoke, she laughed. Yi joined her laughter. They had once failed to understand, but now they did. Their parents were indeed not like their mother, who expressed herself freely, was unyielding when necessary, and affectionate without hesitation. Gupan gently combed through Yi's short hair, feeling a bit prickly, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Indeed, after a single night of the college entrance examination, you have matured, suddenly becoming sensible, less impulsive, and more endearing. Yi replied with a sweet smile. The most important thing is that you find me endearing, right? Then cherish me a bit more. Chapter 21, The Child of a Poor Family. Su-Yin set her phone down and prepared to rise. Having gone to bed early the previous night, she woke up early in the morning, with her son having completed the college entrance examination. The heavy stone in her heart had finally been lifted. Observing Xiao Yi's demeanor, it seemed he had performed well. Stealthily, she got out of bed and drew back the curtains. In the northeastern summer, the sky brightens around 3 o'clock, making it impossible to sleep without closing the curtains. Just past 6, there was still time. She opened the curtains in the living room, and sunlight poured in, illuminating the entire room. She quickly drew them back, leaving only a crack for the light, so there was no need to turn on the lamp. Quietly approaching the door of the small study, she peered inside and was taken aback. Her daughter was surprisingly not in bed. Su-Yan's heart raced. She wasn't worried about her daughter sneaking out at night. She had never been concerned about that, even in the past. Her daughter had always been obedient and sensible, and the painful lesson of nearly drowning had instilled a deep-seated caution in her. If she wasn't in bed, she must have gone to the northern bedroom. Su-Yin was alarmed. Although she had anticipated this, it had come too swiftly. Today's children are precocious, and she understood that, but she still found it hard to accept. However, she had no intention of making a fuss about it. Both children were her treasures. She couldn't bear to see either of them hurt. So she decided to pretend she was unaware. She entered the kitchen and began her routine. The sounds were neither loud nor soft, just as usual. Sure enough, after a short while, her daughter tiptoed out. Su-Yin deliberately turned her back to search for something, providing her daughter an opportunity to retreat to her room. Unexpectedly, her daughter was bolder than she had anticipated, directly approaching and asking, Mom, why are you up so early? Su-Yin felt a mix of frustration and understanding. She recalled her own behavior at her daughter's age and realized it was quite similar. She mused silently, maintaining a calm demeanor, and replied with a smile. Your Aunt Wanhua called this morning. She's leaving early for the province. She heard you were departing today and wanted to come pick you up. Oh, right. That was a last-minute decision last night. Good thing she asked. Otherwise, I would have had to spend extra on transport, Gupan murmured. Hearing this, Su-Yin felt a pang of bitterness. Over the years, she had been frugal, and some habits had unconsciously been adopted by her daughter. It was both good and bad. Children from poor families tend to grow up quickly. After all, Su Yin retrieved the leftover food from the fridge, preparing to heat it up for her daughter. It needed to be eaten quickly, otherwise, when she left, her eldest son wouldn't bother with it. If it weren't for your aunt Wanhua asking me, I would have forgotten all about it, she remarked. You too. Even after chatting last night, you're already on the phone this morning. Gu Pan envied this. Quickly tidy up. The car will be here to pick you up shortly, Su Yin urged. Oh, after heating the food, Su Yin went to close the door to the northern bedroom and stood at the study's entrance, asking her daughter, aren't you going to say goodbye to Xiaoyi? Gu Pan hesitated. No need. He's tired from the past few days. Let him sleep. The two mothers, each with their own thoughts, had their own plans. After finishing breakfast, Gu Pan slung her small backpack over her shoulder and headed downstairs. Su Yin stood on the northern balcony, watching her get into the Audi before feeling reassured. She returned to the bedroom, lying down for a moment before getting up to wash her son's clothes that he had discarded. Ever since Pan Pan had gone to university and she had been reassigned, this child had always taken care of himself. Although her care had been lacking, he had become independent. Teachers had also mentioned to her that Xiaoyi had been quite unruly, sometimes staying out all night at internet cafes or getting into fights after drinking. However, Su Yin had not taken it seriously. After all, he was just a child. In her eyes, Xiaoyi was still that little boy with a runny nose who used to wipe it on his sleeve. Yet, regarding the extent of their relationship last night, she could only make a rough guess. She believed her daughter had her limits and trusted her son. But young people often lack self-control, and anything could happen when they were together. Mom, did my sister leave? He appeared at the bathroom door, looking bleary-eyed and silent. Oh my, you startled me, Su Yin said, her heart racing as she patted her chest. Yes, your Aunt Wanhua left this morning. She took you along to avoid the crowded bus. Of course, it also saved on travel expenses. Oh, he stood at the door, gazing at Su Yin with unfocused eyes. Noticing he standing there motionless, Su Yin asked, what are you doing? What are you looking at? He quickly averted her gaze. I need to use the bathroom. Su Yin was taken aback, then playfully flicked a drop of water from her hand at him. Silly. Just say you need to go. Don't hold it in. Hurry up and get out. Let him have his space. With a click, the bathroom door closed, and Su Yin began tidying up the clutter on the coffee table in the living room. Tomorrow she would also be leaving, and the frequency of her returns to this home would likely diminish even more. By then, both her daughter and son would be in university, and there would be little need for her to come back. It was both a relief and a sadness, like a swallow watching its fledglings grow up and fly away. She felt both joy and sorrow. Inside the bathroom, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although it was a bit sad that Pan Pan had left, it was a temporary farewell. Aunt Yin was still around, and tomorrow she would also depart, but in the not-so-distant future, the three of them would eventually reunite. At that time, how beautiful it would be. She dared not imagine how happy she was, with her name on the gold list and Pan Pan thriving. Aunt Yin would be proud of her children. Everything would only get better. Lost in these beautiful thoughts, he whistled cheerfully. The past few days of exams had worn her out, and Pan Pan had not had it easy either. They both had barely woken in time for dawn. Pan Pan had also been particularly gentle because she was leaving. When she left, she had even given He a peck on the cheek. Although it was just a fleeting touch, it was a real kiss. How blissful, though reluctant to part. She could only pretend to be asleep so as not to let Aunt Yin discover her feelings. Thankfully, she soon fell asleep again, napping until now, feeling refreshed. With a sense of pride, he sauntered out of the bathroom. Mom, what are you doing today? Su Yin smiled. What does it matter to you? He quickly replied, how could I dare to meddle? I have nothing to do today. I'll accompany you. Wherever you go, I go. Su Yin went to the kitchen and patted her eldest son, who was seated at the dining table. I'm leaving a day later just to spend time with you. First, come with me to return the clothes, and then we'll buy you a phone. You're going to university. You need to have a way to communicate. He nodded, touched. Thank you, Mom. Last time it was like this. Aunt Yin didn't take care about my exam results, but bought me a phone first. I even wanted a computer then. Not that I feel unworthy, but I fear it was all I could afford. The past was too painful to recall. This life was different. Mom, if I become the top scorer in the province, would there be a prize? He knew the answer, but still wanted to make Aunt Yin happy. Su Yin laughed. What kind of delusion is this? Don't aim too high. You know your usual performance level. When estimating your scores and filling out your applications, you must be grounded, understand? I know, but if there's a prize, that would be great. I want to earn money and then buy you a gift. Chapter 22, Li Xiao Jia's mother. He understood that Aunt Yin didn't trust her words. This was akin to a child who had consistently ranked last, telling their parents they had come in first in class. Utterly implausible. The gap between being the top scorer in the province and herself was far greater than that between being first and last in a class. It was something she wouldn't dare to dream of. But now she could dream. Mom, you still don't believe me. How about we make a bet? My sister and I have already wagered. He resorted to her old trick. Su Yin dismissed the notion with a wave of her hand. All right. You finish your exams. If you continue to be so obstinate, I won't indulge you any longer. He, at a loss for words, retorted, you see, you just don't believe me. If I fail, I can find someone with better grades to compare answers right in front of you. What do you think? Su Yin quickly waved her hand. Spare me. Do you truly think I don't believe in you? You are the top scholar of the province. You are simply the best. So, which university do you intend to apply to? He understood that Aunt Yin could be trusted in no circumstance, and with a sigh, he replied, I have no doubt I can get into King Bay, but I have decided to apply to Linjiang University to accompany you and Sister Pan. Su Yin felt as if her adopted son had lost his mind. Are you serious? Why would you forsake King Bay for Lin University? She lamented. You've even got me feeling sorry for you now. All right, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, your mother will tidy up. And we need to return the clothes to Aunt Shun. He quickly finished his meal and began washing the dishes. The two of them worked together efficiently. Seeing Aunt Yin dispose of the leftover food, he couldn't help but express his curiosity. What is going on? Is the sun rising from the west today? Aunt Yin had always been frugal, and those leftovers could have lasted her for several days. Su Yin paused for a moment before playfully scolding. Get out of here. I was thinking of dining out for both lunch and dinner. You probably won't be home for meals these next few days, so there's no need to keep them. He nodded, acknowledging that, under normal circumstances, once Aunt Yin left, he would be out playing basketball, visiting internet cafes, and attending gatherings. Far too many activities to count. After tidying up, Su Yin returned to change her clothes, emerging in a simple white dress adorned with green floral patterns. He was not pleased, Mom. Why aren't you wearing that beautiful kipeo? Su Yin shot him a glance. What? Should I wear it until your admission notice arrives? That would be quite unreasonable. He pouted. So you want to wear it again? Of course I will, but only when you and Pan Pan get married. Su Yin's face fell. That's an eternity away. No way. Let us make a bet. If I become the top scholar of the province, you must wear it for me. Su Yin shook her head. You've lost your mind. Why are you so fixated on being the provincial top scholar? If you actually achieve that, wearing it once won't suffice. If you get into a prestigious university, whenever you want me to wear it, I will. He perked up. That's a deal. Pinky swear. Su Yin affectionately nodded. All right. A promise unchanging for a century. The two of them descended the stairs, filled with laughter. As he linked his arm with his adoptive mother, Su Yin, unfazed, greeted acquaintances they met along the way with a smile. Upon arriving at their destination, he followed her upstairs. When the door opened, he was greeted by a woman he had seen many times on television. Hello, Aunt Shun. He politely greeted her. Chunlina beamed. Oh my. No wonder Sister Yin is so fond of you. Such a handsome young man. Who wouldn't be enamored? If I had a daughter, I would certainly hope you would be her suitor. He shyly smiled, attempting to appear charming. He had heard of Chunlina, but only knew of her amicable relationship with his adoptive mother. They had never interacted personally. In his previous life, when he had performed poorly in exams, his adoptive mother hadn't worn the kipeo, naturally omitting this encounter. Now, seeing her in person, he found her even more captivating than he had imagined. Chunlina wore a delicate pink silk two-piece pajama set that exuded luxury, the fabric draped effortlessly, revealing her curves when she sat, undeniably alluring. He glanced around, careful not to stare too long, especially with Aunt Yin present. Chunlina's apartment was exquisitely decorated, and even by standards 2 decades later, it remained top tier. Although many design concepts felt somewhat outdated to He, the quality of materials, craftsmanship, and attention to detail were undeniably superior. Wealthy individuals certainly had their own distinct flair. Sister Yin, look at how wonderful your son is. He even knows to accompany you out for a stroll. My son is still in bed at this hour. Xiaojia, get up. Your Aunt Su Yin and her son, He have arrived. Chunlina called out loudly toward the next room. Mom, who are you talking about? A figure wearing only underwear rushed out of the next room. He's head throbbed in shock. Chunlina's precious son was Li Xiaojia. Li Xiaojia's mother was Chunlina. Truly, one could say that enemies are fated to meet. You rascal, get dressed. We have guests. Chunlina scolded her son. Her face flushed. Su Yin remained unfazed. She wouldn't mind even if he appeared in the nude. As a police officer, she was well versed in maintaining her composure. She quickly sensed something amiss and smiled, asking her adopted son, do you two know each other? Know each other? That's an understatement. He scratched his head. Aunt Shun, if I had known you were Li Xiaojia's mother, I would have definitely sworn brotherhood with him. Chunlina was taken aback. What is going on between you two? Li Xiaojia had now put on a short-sleeved shirt and baggy shorts and greeted Su Yin, explaining, Mom, we're in the same class and both like the same girl. He was astonished. Was this kid so straightforward in front of his mother? Oh, you two are in the same class. My goodness, I had no idea. Xiaoyi also likes Lin Wan. Chunlina was quite surprised. Su Yin paused, glancing at her adopted son, and chuckled, shaking her head. Youngsters, what do they know about love? So this was another layer to the story. No. Now that he was practically a future son-in-law, she had to protect him. Wanwan was a good child, and Wanhua was even more like a sister. But that was a different matter. Everything else was acceptable, but competing for her son-in-law was out of the question. Oh dear, Sister Yin, you wouldn't believe it. Ever since my Xiao Jia started pursuing Lin Wan, his grades have skyrocketed. I initially disapproved, but since his grades improved, I couldn't really stop him, could I? He nodded, recognizing the truth in Chunlina's words. Li Xiao Jia had always been on par with him, but since he became infatuated with Lin Wan, his performance had drastically improved, even surpassing He Yi's. This was, in part, due to Lin Wan's encouragement. Even in his previous life, during the college entrance examination, Li Xiao Jia had struggled in mathematics while maintaining stable scores in other subjects, ultimately scoring 536 and gaining admission to Fudan University. Don't be surprised, in 2003, Lin Jiang's scores were indeed outrageous. In fact, Fudan had only enrolled 14 students that year, with just 11 having surpassed the key score, leaving spots unfilled. This lifetime would likely follow a similar trend. He flapped his metaphorical wings, but it only influenced Aunt Yin, Sister Pan, and Lin Wan. You two go play in the other room. I need to have a word with Sister Chun. Chunlina noticed the awkwardness between the two young people, but brushed it off. As someone who had been through it all, she knew that such trivial matters would be forgotten by the time they graduated from university. 20 years later, they would be nothing but old schoolmates. Li Xiao Jia reluctantly returned to his room, and He Yi could only follow suit. Adults surely had their own topics to discuss, especially among women. After the two children went into the room, Chunlina quietly asked, Sister Yin, I noticed that Pan Pan is also preparing for university, and your adopted son has finished his college entrance exams. Shouldn't you start considering your own matters? Su Yin was taken aback, smiling as she inquired. What matters do you mean? Chunlina, knowing she was feigning ignorance, got straight to the point. Your lifelong affair. You've been alone for so many years, and everyone is concerned. That concern carried two meanings. Men were concerned, and friends were concerned. Su Yin chuckled and shook her head. At this age, what is the point of looking for someone? I'm quite content on my own. In a few years, when the two children get married, I'll be busy taking care of their children. I have no intention of taking care of an old man. Chunlina blinked. Sister, you really need to reconsider. Who says you have to find someone to settle down with? Finding a companion for romance is also a good option. You're only 40. It's the prime of a woman's life. Su Yin shook her head. Oh please. At 40, men are like flowers, while women are like tofu dregs. What prime time that is. Chunlina pursed her lips. Sister, your words are insincere. With your figure and beauty, even at 40 or 50 or 60, you would still captivate the masses. I cannot compare to you. I truly see myself as a mere flower. Su Yin smiled and nodded. You are indeed the belle of our city. I cannot hold a candle to you. Feigning mystery, Chunlina continued. I have a cousin who is the vice president of a bank in the provincial capital. Handsome and tall, 36 years old, previously married but childless. He has been contemplating remarriage for the past 2 years. I believe you two would make a splendid match. What do you think? If you're interested, I can introduce you. Su Yin hastily waved her hand. Stop it. I have no such intentions. I'm quite content being alone. I can feed myself without having to cater to anyone else. Don't rush to conclusions. When the opportunity arises, I will visit you in the provincial capital and introduce you to. It would be nice to make a friend. Su Yin remained non-committal, extending a hand to refrain from offending someone who meant no harm. After all, Chunlina had no malicious intent, and it seemed unnecessary to keep her at arm's length. Li Xiao Jia had her own bedroom, a suite with an independent bathroom, which he found quite enviable. Some individuals toil all their lives, while others are born into privilege. In her past life, he was only aware of Li Xiao Jia's wealth, as she had always been the trendsetter in school. She was the first to acquire everything beautiful, fun, useful, and stylish. He had never cared to investigate her family background, harboring a sense of superiority that masked a deeper insecurity. However, having been reborn with a substantial wealth of 60 million, he could hardly afford to look down on himself now, especially considering that Li Xiao Jia was Chunlina's son. He had been oblivious to who Li Xiao Jia's father was, but he was all too familiar with Chunlina's husband, Li Mingyu, a well-known entrepreneur and the head of Tianshang Industries in their city. While others might be unaware, Su Yin, being a friend of Chunlina, certainly knew him. Living in such a 4-bedroom apartment, you are truly modest, he remarked. Ah, my mother finds the villa too lonely. There are too many mosquitoes in summer. Li Xiao Jia replied, not at all in a boastful manner, but rather as if lamenting a troublesome issue. He was left speechless. Sometimes the disparity was stark. It was not that he had once been affluent, At this moment, his self-esteem had likely been crushed under the weight of reality. No wonder he found it difficult to form friendships. "Hey, this watch is quite nice," he exclaimed, picking up an expensive timepiece from the table. "Tag Heuer?" Li Xiaojia looked surprised. "You recognize it?" He smiled. "Oh, I used to have one, but I didn't like it much, so I gave it away." His demeanor was casual, but Li Xiaojia hardly believed him. After all, he had always been perceived as a poor nobody, with few merits beyond his good grades, athleticism, and frequent fights. "Do you know this?" Li Xiaojia pulled out a newly purchased cap. "Diadora, I sent it," he replied, unimpressed. Li Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback. That was a gift from his father who had traveled abroad. He dismissed it, as many brands had sought his collaboration. Such items were beneath his consideration. "All right, let us not discuss that. Can your computer still function? I need to go online for a bit." He treated himself as if he belonged. The two had no real animosity beyond being rivals for affection. However, Li Xiaojia clearly did not share the sentiment. Responding with an air of unfamiliarity, "It works, but I won't let you use it. The one in the study is free, but you'll need the password." He was baffled. "Is it really necessary? You're so handsome, wealthy, and academically accomplished. I pose no threat to you, all right? Linwan doesn't like you because of me. Why are you so competitive?" Li Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had a point. "I genuinely don't know the password. My mother said it and forgot it." He had always viewed He as a fierce competitor, but perhaps he had misjudged the situation. "Ah, that's no problem. I'll give it a try." He stood and made his way to the study. Li Xiaojia rolled his eyes and followed, anticipating a spectacle. "You don't have the password, so what is the use of turning on the computer?" He chuckled. "What? Can't you start without the password? If I can turn on, what does that make you? Let us see if you can." Li Xiaojia remained skeptical. He clasped his hands together, stretching them forward with a satisfying crack. "I'll be true to my word." "Of course." He nodded and proceeded with a flurry of keystrokes, gaining access. Li Xiaojia was left dumbfounded. "There's just one file, and I deleted it. The password is gone, so if your mother sets it again, remember to write it down." He ignored Li Xiaojia and began browsing the web. Having been reborn, there were certain pieces of information he needed to verify to avoid any miscalculations. Whether he could earn his first fortune depended on this. Not bad. The antivirus and media players are the same, nothing new. The major companies are still the same, pretty much. He clarified some vague memories. He was deeply focused, while Li Xiaojia grew bored and began texting on his phone. "Ah," Lin Wan replied to me. He rolled his eyes. "What is that about? Doesn't she usually ignore you?" Li Xiaojia's face flushed, and he fell silent. He sensed he had hit a nerve. "What did she say?" He inquired casually, though he didn't genuinely care. Yet, seeing Li Xiaojia so excited, he felt obliged to show some interest. "She asked if she could get in touch with you," Li Xiaojia replied, looking dejected and reluctant to share. But as a devoted admirer, he felt compelled to assist his goddess. "Just tell her you can't reach me." He offered genuine advice. "I told her you're at my place." Li Xiaojia regretted his choice of words. "Don't worry, I'll leave soon. I'm going with Aunt Yin to buy a phone." He finished perusing the web and stood to leave. As he exited the study and approached the living room, he overheard Chunlina introducing a boyfriend to Aunt Yin, which left him feeling quite displeased. Chapter 24. The Young and the Old after leaving Chunlina's home. Su Yin walked quite a distance before noticing that something was amiss with He. He did not hide it, intentionally displaying his mood for her to see. "What's wrong? Did you have a spat with Li Xiaojia? You two are merely classmates. If you get along, communicate more. If not, there's no need to force it. When you grow older, you'll understand the importance of connection." He shook his head. "Did Aunt Chun introduce you to a boyfriend?" Su Yin was taken aback, not expecting him to overhear. "Yes, so what? Do you want to pursue it?" Su Yin glanced at her godson. "Whether I pursue it or not, what difference does it make to you? Why are you so concerned?" He pouted. "With a stepfather comes a stepmother. I fear that if you start dating, you might treat me poorly." Su Yin was speechless. "What's this? My role as your godmother can suddenly transform into that of a stepmother? Am I going to mistreat you or something? You're overthinking things. Then are you going to date or not?" "Date? Nonsense." Su Yin shot him a fierce glare. "Mind your own business and stop worrying about me." He continued to act charmingly spoiled. "But you are my mother. I must care. If you date someone, I must approve." Su Yin grew annoyed. "Don't say I have no intention of dating. Even if I did, do you think you could control me, you little brat? Then I want to control you. I just want to agree." He clung to his godmother, acting cute and playful without restraint. His greatest advantage lay in Aunt Yin's affection, and coupled with his audacity, he was nearly invincible. Aunt Yin would perceive his antics as endearing rather than annoying. To shield Aunt Yin from any harm, he needed to start now. He was uncertain if Aunt Yin had been hurt in her past life due to her association with a vice president, but he could no longer verify that. All he could do was scrutinize and eliminate any potential threats at their inception. Upon arriving at the mobile phone market, Su-Yin began helping her eldest son choose a phone. This one looks nice. Mother, it's too expensive. I can manage with the most basic model. This one will suffice. He remarked, pointing at the Nokia 3210. Its functions are far too limited. It's unacceptable. This one shall not be purchased. Su-Yin gestured toward another model. A Sony Ericsson displayed at the counter. What about this one? Do you like it? It's too pricey. No, let's just buy this one. In Heyi's eyes, as long as the phone wasn't a futuristic smart device, they all appeared the same. As long as it could make calls and send texts, he thought it would do. If he truly wished to buy a new one, he would earn the money himself. The funds in Aunt Yan's hands were painstakingly saved, and he had no intention of squandering them. Su-Yin chuckled indulgently. Dear, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but one shouldn't settle for a subpar phone. Let's choose a more recent model. After all, you're the top of your class. He recognized her jest, yet the affection behind her words was palpable. Thus, he replied, Mom, please just buy this one. Once I have my own income, I will purchase a new one myself. For now, as a student, I don't need a fancy phone to uphold my image. Nearby, the salesperson smiled and exclaimed, You are truly fortunate, ma'am, to have such a considerate son. Su-Yin nodded with a grin indeed. Yet the more he behaves this way, the more I desire to buy him something nice. Don't all parents feel this way? The salesperson agreed, Absolutely. If it were me, I would want to buy my child the best. With her determination bolstered, Su-Yin disregarded Heyi's protests and ultimately spent 2,500 yuan on the Sony Ericsson. Heyi, unable to resist Aunt Yan's insistence, accepted the purchase. They also acquired a phone card, wrapping up their morning errands. The duo then found an old noodle shop, each ordering a bowl of noodles and indulging heartily. Mom, here has some garlic for you. Heyi offered a clove of garlic to Su-Yin. I won't eat it. It leaves a strong taste. She declined. I will eat it. If you don't, you'll end up smelling it later. He playfully threatened Aunt Yan. Then you should eat less. Su-Yin retorted, rolling her eyes at her son as she accepted the clove and added it to her noodles, consuming a substantial portion. Though she enjoyed it, her long tenure in leadership had instilled in her the habit of avoiding strong flavors at meetings, which could be off-putting. Eating noodles without garlic felt like a half-hearted experience. In the afternoon, what shall we do? After finishing her large bowl of noodles, Su-Yin stopped halfway through. As she aged, she found that overeating led to discomfort and weight gain. So she practiced moderation. Is it enough? If not, you can finish what I have left. Su-Yin nudged her bowl towards Heyi. I'm fine. I only need to return to school tomorrow to collect the answer sheets for grading. Heyi blinked, then suggested, How about I accompany you for some shopping? You rarely have a chance to shop. Su-Yin, accustomed to their shared meals, was somewhat taken aback by her son's proposition to go shopping. Well, the sun must be setting in the west. Aren't you the one who dislikes shopping? That depends on who I am accompanying. With you, I would gladly do it 100 times. Oh my, such sweet words. Have you perhaps been feasting on honey? Mom. Su-Yin chuckled heartily. All right, no shopping then. Let's head home first, drop off our things, take a nap, and decide on the afternoon plans later. He nodded in agreement. Aunt Yin had a habit of napping. Without it, she felt uneasy throughout the afternoon. Upon returning home, Su-Yin advised her son, Take a shower before your nap, and close the windows a bit to avoid a draft. Aren't you going to shower? You go first. If I wash after you, the water will turn cold. You go ahead. After you finish, I will take my turn. I'll wash your clothes while I'm at it. By the time I'm done, the water will be truly cold. He pondered this and relented, quickly rinsing off the sweat, changing into a comfortable short-sleeve shirt and shorts, yet then reconsidered and removed them, emerging clad only in his underwear. Su-Yin was seated in the living room, engrossed in texting, and merely glanced up, not thinking much of it, as she continued tapping away. He, towel drying his hair, strolled to the balcony, peering outside without a clear purpose. After pacing back and forth several times, Su-Yin finally snapped back to reality, laughingly scolding, Are you on a catwalk? Hurry back to bed and sleep. Where did you pick up these antics? Feigning innocence, he replied, I thought I saw someone fighting downstairs. I must have been mistaken. Su-Yin scoffed, You're not small, yet you have a head full of mischief. Now go to sleep. He hurried back to his room to lie down. Previously, he would only remove his clothing once in the bedroom, but inspired by Li Ziajia, he decided to be a bit more relaxed today. Lying on the bed, he sent a text to Sister Pan. Sister, Mom bought me a phone, insisting on this one, which is quite expensive. Gu Pan quickly replied, Just buy it. Once you enter university, having a poor quality phone will invite ridicule from classmates. I've saved your number. Call, or text me if you need anything. Sister, I miss you. After a prolonged silence, he felt a flicker of anxiety, despite having a clear understanding of Sister Pan's feelings. Just before he drifted off to sleep, her message finally came through. I just finished lunch and am about to take a nap. I miss you too. Be good and sleep. Chapter 25. Returning home, he slept soundly until 4 in the afternoon. Regardless of circumstances, the toll of 3 years of high school had been immense on his body. Even though he had been reborn, the psychological pressure had dissipated in an instant, yet physical recovery required time. Hearing him stirring in the bathroom, Aunt Yin emerged from the master bedroom. Finally awake, you were snoring quite loudly. He scratched his head and settled beside Aunt Yin. Put on some clothes. What kind of appearance is this? He protested. Li Zijiao wears this at home. It's quite cool. Su Yin was left speechless. Fine, put on your clothes. I'll take you shopping for some new outfits. He eagerly agreed and jumped up to get dressed. The two set out again, meandering towards the city center department store to begin their shopping spree. Mom, look at this outfit. It's so beautiful. No good, it's too revealing. What about this one? You would look stunning in it. I want T wear it. The back is too exposed. It looks indecent. Mom, forget it. He was at a loss, as Aunt Yin disapproved of all his selections. She, on the other hand, found no garments she fancied and ended up purchasing clothes for herself instead. Just buy this one. He noticed Aunt Yin's reluctance and suggested, can you make it a bit cheaper? Aunt Yin inquired of the salesperson. Ma'am, this is already the lowest price. A beauty like you would look fabulous in it. Why not give it a try? The salesperson's eyes momentarily revealed a hint of disdain, but she quickly masked it. A woman so striking, despite her simple attire, possessed an aura that set her apart from the ordinary. Wealth may abound, but elegance was a rarity. Not buying, it's too expensive, over 400 yuan. Su Yin shook her head, abandoning the idea. He was left speechless, feeling helpless. As a reborn individual on the 3rd day of his new life, he found himself without a single cent. His living expenses were provided by Aunt Yin and his parents, and he possessed no more than 20 yuan to his name. This was the plight of a student. He could only blame himself, as all his allowances had been spent on internet access and meals. He mentally noted the shop's name and location, determined to earn his first bucket of gold and then buy Aunt Yin some clothes. As the clock approached 5, both were feeling hungry. Eldest son, what do you want to eat? How about hot pot? He knew Aunt Yin relished it. She typically dined in the cafeteria at work and seldom treated herself to hot pot. A single woman raising a daughter while also helping support her godson as living expenses faced considerable challenges. Let us go. With a graceful wave of her hand, Su Yin led them to a busy hot pot restaurant, where they settled in the dining hall to enjoy their meal. Ah, Su. A young man returning from the restroom spotted Su Yin and brightened up. Xiao Su. Hello. Just out with the kids for a hot pot. Just finished the college entrance exams. After exchanging pleasantries, the man moved on. Before long, others approached to greet her. All of them were former colleagues from the same workplace. Their relationship had always been amicable, and now that Aunt Yin had reached the provincial department, she naturally garnered even more admiration. Among them were numerous middle-aged individuals of similar age, and their gazes toward Aunt Yin had transformed significantly. He remained vigilant. Su Yin, observing this, chuckled. Why are you acting as if everyone is a black-eyed lunatic? He laughed, Mom. You know that term? Su Yin grinned with pride. Having worked at the grassroots level for so many years, what don't I know? It's merely a matter of whether I choose to express it. The meal felt almost like a fan meeting. He quietly teased. Well, what can I say? It's just that your mother has a good rapport with people. Su Yin, aware of the situation, urged her eldest son, hurry and eat. Once we're done, we need to leave quickly, or we won't get a chance to pay the bill. He, understanding the gravity of the situation, devoured his food, but when the two of them headed out, the bill had already been taken care of by someone else. Su Yin sighed. Well, now I've accrued another favor. As they exited the hot pot restaurant, the sky had darkened. As the streetlights flickered to life, he carried shopping bags and linked arms with Aunt Yin, feeling quite pleased. Su Yin sensed something was off. Her intuition was sharp. She could clearly tell that her godson had been acting differently these past few days. His demeanor and actions had evidently changed. He seemed more mature, considerate, and warm-hearted, displaying a newfound empathy. Such a significant transformation. What could be the cause? There was no reasonable explanation to simply attribute it to enlightenment. That seemed rather implausible. This was not something one could directly inquire about. She could only gather information indirectly. Did you give your sister your phone number? Su Yin scrutinized He Yi's expression, unable to discern anything unusual. Ah, I texted her at noon. He replied nonchalantly, though he sensed Aunt Yan's gaze held something different, yet he couldn't pinpoint what exactly. Regarding the application process, consult your sister more. She is in college now and knows much more. If there is something you don't understand, you should seek advice rather than trying to figure out on your own. Su Yin still felt an air of mystery surrounding the child she had watched grow up, her eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Don't worry, Mom. I'll fill out my applications at my leisure. There is nothing to fret about. He radiated confidence. Su Yin, however, felt uncertain and stopped to ask seriously, Don't joke around. Tell me honestly, what do you think you can score? He, upon hearing this, quickly wiped away his playful demeanor. Mom, I'm serious. I really can achieve the highest score in the province. Su-Yin furrowed her brow, sensing he was not jesting. Why are you so confident? Your usual grades don't even place you in the top 20 of the school. Academic performance, isn't something that can be achieved overnight. She couldn't believe her son could truly control his scores. He knew he couldn't hide certain matters from his astute godmother and whispered, "Let us go home first. I'll explain everything there." Su-Yin, intrigued by his mysterious tone, could only quell her curiosity and head home. Upon returning home, after washing up and tossing the afternoon's clothes into the washing machine, Su-Yin settled back in her bedroom, leaning against the headboard, and continued texting. He appeared at the doorway. Mom, what is it? Su-Yin, slightly distracted, responded. Don't you want to know my score and application plans? Su-Yin had completely forgotten about that topic. She genuinely cared little. The college entrance examination was merely a hurdle to clear. As for which university to attend, it hardly mattered, unless one performed exceptionally poorly or exceptionally well. She felt they were all quite similar. After graduation, everyone would need to strive anew, to toil for their future. All right then, go ahead. Su-Yin put her phone down, prioritizing her eldest son's matters. He approached the bedside and sat beside Su-Yin. Mom, do you believe in metaphysics? Su-Yin was momentarily taken aback. What are you talking about? Chapter 26. I am just grateful he wore a mysterious expression, leaving Su-Yin somewhat bewildered. What does this have to do with metaphysics? Speak clearly. Su-Yin playfully swatted her godson. Let me be honest with you. He spoke with utmost seriousness, Mom. I feel like I'm someone from the future. Su-Yin, who had been smiling, was startled by his declaration and touched his forehead. You're not feverish, are you? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. He grasped Aunt Yan's hand, earnestly stating, these past few days, I felt incredibly mature, as if I've suddenly grown up and understood many truths. Su-Yin, initially bewildered, finally sighed in relief. Oh my, you're scaring me. This is what it means to grow up, to become responsible, to awaken to understanding. Do you get it? He, confused, responded, what does that mean? Su-Yin chuckled. It's like when I was in my 20s, I suddenly became enlightened, understanding many things, and life became clearer. At 40, I gained further insight, letting go of many burdens. Everyone experiences this at some point in their lives. Suddenly, they come to grasp certain truths. He, still trying to comprehend, said, so that's what it is. I knew it. He then added, but Mom, I must tell you something you must believe. Su-Yin, sensing his serious demeanor and feeling a bit anxious, replied, please, don't keep scaring me. I'm not as brave as you think. He nodded, acknowledging that even adults can still fear thunder. I've actually been concealing my true abilities. I truly possess the potential to be the provincial top scorer. He stated with utmost seriousness. This was critical. With Aunt Yin, he needed to set a solid foundation. Otherwise, if she truly became alarmed, it would lead to complications. Upon hearing this, Su-Yin burst into laughter. Is this the hurdle you can't seem to overcome? Why are you so fixated on this? He maintained a serious expression. Because it's the truth. Still holding Aunt Yin's hand, warm and gentle, he reassured her, when the time comes. Don't be too surprised. I'm not joking. The smile on Su-Yin's face gradually faded, replaced by a subtle worry. This child, she had encountered similar individuals before. Those with split personalities, believing the world was wrong and that they were the only ones who were right. During a previous parent-teacher meeting, the homeroom teacher had mentioned that the pressure of the college entrance examination could lead many students to exhibit unusual behaviors, urging parents to observe closely and intervene early. Could it be? Forcing a smile, she replied, all right, I'll trust you, but prepare yourself for a surprise. He, feeling helpless, thought to himself that he wouldn't believe such things either if he were in her shoes. Good son, do you feel any discomfort, like headaches or trouble sleeping? Su-Yin asked with genuine concern. No, he was about to shake his head when suddenly a thought struck him, and a pained expression crossed his face. Mom, I didn't want to mention this, but he lowered his head, hesitant to speak. But what? Just say it. What are you afraid of? Su-Yin was alarmed. Actually, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. After the exam, I constantly think about my scores. Convinced I can be the provincial top scorer. I can't sleep at night because of it. Last night, it was Ban Jia who kept me company. He wore a mask of anguish as he lied. Having witnessed that scene in the morning, Su-Yin immediately believed him. If he weren't in distress, how could he obsess over being the provincial top scorer every day? What kind of good person could suddenly change like this? This must be hysteria. Instantly, she felt a mix of heartache and guilt. Gu and his wife had entrusted their child to her care, and she and T looked after him well, leading to this hysteria. What could be done? Seeing Aunt Yin's expression shift, He realized he'd gone too far, and quickly added, I've just been feeling a bit lonely being alone for so long. Which is why I cling to you and Banjia. So much. Su Yin, slightly dazed by his words, replied, You seem to be in good spirits today. Aside from your obsession with being the provincial top scorer, there's nothing unusual. He, with an innocent expression, responded, Exactly. Banjia hugged me while we slept last night, so I felt much better. Su Yin felt a wave of compassion with his state of mind. I can't leave you alone. I'll take another day off tomorrow to stay home and help you estimate your scores and fill out your applications. He yearned for something unattainable, yet he wished not to burden Aunt Yin with undue worry. No need for that. I simply wish to sleep beside you tonight. I believe a good night's rest will restore me. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. In times past, she would have readily acquiesced without hesitation. However, after the events of the day, she found herself uncertain. Nevertheless, she held faith in her eldest son's character. Very well, then, go fetch a pillow, she conceded, albeit reluctantly. After all, she had watched him grow since childhood. He, filled with delight, retrieved a pillow and blanket. The master bedroom boasted a spacious bed adorned with a powdery pink velvet blanket, textured, warm, and non-sticky. He had secretly lain on it more than once. But this was the first time he did so in broad daylight. I shall sleep on this side, he declared, adhering to the traditional arrangement of male left, female right. Su Yin smiled and nodded. All right, sleep wherever you wish. The double bed was oriented east-west, with a headboard against the western wall. He chose the northern side, rolled onto the bed, and fiddled with his phone. Seeing him merely lying there, engrossed in texting, Su Yin exhaled in relief, realizing her earlier overreactions. She switched off the bedside lamp, saying, It's been a long day. You should sleep early. As she admonished him, she too took out her phone to send a message. Mom, who are you texting? I see you send messages when you're free. It's not my stepfather, is it? He, facing south while texting, occasionally glanced at Aunt Yin. Noticing her deep focus, he leaned over to sneak a peek, but when he couldn't see, he asked outright. Aunt Yin, with her back to him, concealed her phone quite well. Su Yin jumped in surprise, having forgotten there was a living person beside her. You should sleep. You startle me. Who is it? No one special, just Aunt Wanhua, asking if I'm returning to the provincial city tomorrow. And what did you say? Su Yin hesitated. What could I say? I told her my godson is mentally unwell. It's unlikely I'll be able to return. He, sensing her distress, interjected. You should go back. I'm fine. After all, I managed alone before. His words, though meant to reassure, only softened Su Yan's heart further. You know, a child alone in the city, moving to the province, with Pan off to university, living off campus, there's no one at home. It's better for you to stay in the dorm. The thought made her feel guilty, so she turned back to stroke her eldest son's hair. I'll take another day off to stay with you. He grasped Aunt Yan's hand gently. No need for that, Mom. You could take off tomorrow. But what about the day after? Eventually, I must face things alone. I'm content with your company tonight. Tears brimmed in Su Yan's eyes. Her child had truly grown up, showing such understanding. But can you manage alone at home? Chapter 27. How thoughtful the child is will go to school tomorrow to estimate scores. You can't help at home and can't follow me. You should return to work. He placed Aunt Yan's hand against his face, whispering softly, Once I finish filling out my applications, I'll come to visit you in the provincial city. Su Yin sighed, realizing she had no choice but to comply. After just a weekend, her workplace had already called multiple times. She was now responsible for managing online public opinion, a role not particularly lucrative. Initially, it had been challenging to find anyone willing to take it on. But Wanhua had recommended her, facilitating her leap from deputy division head to division head. She hadn't yet completed her probation period. And although taking a few extra days off might not pose a problem, her nature and work ethic wouldn't allow her to give anyone leverage. Nor would she want to tarnish Wanhua's reputation. In the adult world, who isn't caught in a dilemma. Take care of yourself at home. Eat well. And don't neglect yourself, Su Yin said earnestly, forgetting that she still held her godson's hand. At this moment, she also overlooked the day's earlier events, forgetting the age-old adage of a child avoiding their mother. He, however, did not ponder such things. He simply wished to be close to Aunt Yin. In his previous life, after Aunt Yin passed, he had wept for over a month before he could recover. It took him years to move past that anguish. Now, having been reborn just days ago, he felt he had not yet had enough time with her. You are leaving tomorrow. There's no need to give me advice, just yet. He jest, hoping to lighten the mood. I'm sure many will organize gatherings over the next few days. I want to go hungry, so don't worry. True, but moderation is key, especially for you. Be cautious while playing ball. No fighting, understood? Understood, rest assured. Your child is of use and will cherish his country. Ah, you're waxing poetic now. The two shared a hearty laugh. All right, it's getting late. We should sleep. Su Yin withdrew her hand, feeling a sense of relief. He, having napped too much in the afternoon, found himself wide awake and continued to text. Listening to Aunt Yen's gentle breathing, he felt an immense sense of happiness. His phone buzzed softly. It was Sister Pan replying. Just returned to the dorm. Have you settled in? I just lay down, but I can't sleep. I napped too much this afternoon. Then let us talk for a bit. I'll sleep after you do. Was today's class exhausting? Not really, just that it's final exam season, so there's a lot to memorize. The two siblings chatted endlessly, and eventually, he began to feel drowsy. A cool breeze swept through, instantly dissipating the heat. In the living room, the night wind rustled the sheer curtains, creating a soft sound. He hurriedly got out of bed, tiptoeing to close the window. The sliding door to the balcony was open, as were the plastic steel windows outside. He pushed aside the curtain and stepped onto the balcony, where a strong wind had begun to blow. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the horizon, followed by distant rumbles of thunder. To the southeast, dark clouds surged ominously. Rain had already begun to fall in that direction. Once the windows were securely shut, he let out a sigh of relief. Aunt Yen was afraid of thunder. He gently pulled the balcony door closed and shut the northern balcony window before quietly returning to the bedroom. Aunt Yen, terrified of thunder, would always go through this routine whenever it rained or the skies turned gloomy. Even so, she would curl up under the covers, too frightened to show her face. He didn't fully understand, but empathized. Everyone has their fears. For instance, he was terrified of furry mice and rabbits. The mere sight of them sent chills down his spine, and he felt compelled to eliminate them to find peace. After settling back into bed, he sought to find sleep once more. In a haze, he lost track of time, unsure if he had actually fallen asleep or not. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted, as though someone had hurled a grenade outside the window. He jolted awake, startled. A wave of warmth enveloped him. Trembling, his arms were slick with sweat, clearly shaken. He quickly reached out to embrace Aunt Yen, murmuring softly, "It's just thunder. It's all right, it's all right." A heavy downpour ensued, cleansing the world around them. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of meat being chopped echoed from upstairs. Su-Yen opened her eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. It had been ages since she had slept so soundly. Turning her head, she spotted her godson's face. At that moment, she realized they were lying a touch too close together, or rather, that she was nestled in her godson's embrace. The silly boy's arm was still cradling her head. Su-Yen was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the thunder from the previous night. No wonder she and fully awakened. In her sleepy haze, she had been embraced by the silly boy and had drifted off without realizing it. It turned out she wasn't afraid of thunder, but rather of being alone during a thunderstorm. Su-Yen sighed, considering how she had likely pressed down on her child all night. His arm must be numb by now. She quickly got up, tiptoeing out of bed. Today, she had to return to work, so she needed to rise early. Before leaving, she resolved to make her child a hearty bowl of noodles. Last night, she had intended to stay, thus she had prepared the dough in advance. Little did she know, her silly son had convinced her with just a few words. Indeed, while she could accompany him for a day, could she truly stay with him for a lifetime? Ultimately, he would have to rely on himself. She scooped a bowl of flour, mixing it with warm water, setting it aside to rise, and began preparing the sauce. Cracking 4 eggs into the pan, she scrambled them until cooked, adding farmhouse sauce and sprinkling in chopped green onions for flavor, completing the dish. Then, she commenced rolling out the noodles. As she kneaded the dough with fervor, the sound of footsteps caught Su-Yen's attention. Her eldest son had risen. Why not sleep a little longer? The warmth and sweetness of last night's embrace filled her heart, yet she chided herself for overthinking it. The child was so sensible, simply holding her without any further action. Just sit and chat with you for a while, and soon you'll be off. The morning after the rain carried a slight chill, prompting He Guang, clad only in his underwear, to shiver slightly as the wind brushed against him. Stop showing off your 8-pack abs and hurry and put on something warmer, or you'll catch a cold. The college entrance examination had passed, yet these remaining days were also of great significance. He hastily donned a short-sleeved shirt, though his lower half remained unchanged. Su-Yen pouted, choosing not to press further. The child had grown and developed his own thoughts. There was no need to impose. You need a bit, and I'll take care of the rest. Su-Yen was taken aback. You've learned this too? He grinned proudly. Look at this. If your son fails to get into college, he can still make a living as a noodle maker. Su-Yen chuckled. Well, that sounds delightful. I must sample my eldest son's culinary skills. He promptly took the dough from her. Then you must hand it over. It requires this kind of kneading. A bride is made through kneading, just as dough is. With a thud, he slammed the dough onto the counter, sending flour flying. Su-Yen waved her hands, laughing uncontrollably. If you dare lay a finger on Pan Pan, I will break your legs. You should be more wary of Pan Pan. She's been bullying me since we were kids. He began kneading the dough, his technique deft and agile, far surpassing the task of rolling out dumpling skins. Rolling dumpling skins was a work necessity, while kneading dough for noodles was simply a passion. As you grow, you should let Pan Pan have her way. I can see it clearly, otherwise, with your build, a single slap would be enough to take her down. Su Yin spoke with fairness. In a true confrontation between a man and a woman, how could a woman possibly stand a chance? Thus, every time Pan Pan rode on her brother, she always intervened. The younger brother should be compassionate, and the elder sister ought to understand her role. Youth is truly a wonderful thing. Chapter 28. Awakening of Innate Wisdom. He commenced cutting the noodles. While Su Yin was tidying up clothes and the bed, she did not witness the process. Upon returning to the kitchen, she found the dough already rolled out, round and thin, stacked neatly. The knife sliced through the dough with an even, rhythmic sound against the board. After over a decade of making noodles, she had never seen them cut this way. Slow down. If you cut them too thin, they fall apart when boiled. He lifted a handful of noodles, shook them gently, and laid them on a nearby cloth. Each noodle was uniform, square, and consistent in thickness, resembling those produced by a machine. Su Yin fell silent, feeling a pang of self-doubt. How could he have mastered this? Where did he learn such skills of both making dumplings and rolling noodles? As he finished the last stack, he smiled and said, I told you before, but you never took it to heart. I've awakened my innate wisdom. Everything just clicked. Su Yin finally began to confront this matter. You're not joking, are you? Does this look like a joke? He shook his head. Not at all. One cannot jest in such a manner. It's like a fog that suddenly disperses. Remember that time in my first year when I casually mentioned a date during my illness? I was on 4 drips for several days. Do you recall? Su Yin immediately remembered, having been terrified when her eldest son had caught a cold and fever. Thankfully, the 4 had worked otherwise. Was it really that time? Yes, that very time, I realized I should learn. Once I grasped the method, everything that once eluded me became clear. He spoke with conviction, observing Aunt Yin nodding repeatedly. He continued, I feared being taken away as a lab rat, so I kept it to myself and maintained a low profile in my studies. Su Yin found it hard to believe, but the noodles were proof. You were right not to speak of it. But regarding this college entrance examination, he scratched his head and chuckled. The exam is crucial. My grades have steadily improved over the years, all for this moment of subtlety. I don't want you and my sister to be disappointed in me. So, if I were to be taken away for sampling, I'd accept it. Su Yin playfully slapped her eldest son. Stop scaring me. No more of that. She patted her chest. So you really can be the top student in the province? He replied with a smile. Not necessarily. My score will certainly be high. But whether I become the top student depends on others. Su Yin took several deep breaths before finally asking, then what score do you estimate you could achieve? He shrugged. I've told you before, around 690 points. There are many subjective questions, making it hard to predict. Su Yin began to breathe deeply again, taking longer this time to compose herself, her face flushing. So you could get into King Bay? He shook his head. I want to go to King Bay. I'm heading to Linjiang University to be with you and Sister Pan. Su Yin grew angry, delivering a firm punch to her son. Are you foolish? With such excellent grades, why go to Lin University instead of King Bay? He grasped An Yan's hand. Mom, I've made up my mind. Please trust me, all right? Su Yin wished to persuade him further, but suddenly shook her head and smiled bitterly. Truly, one's greed knows no bounds. I once thought you could get into a prestigious university, and now I find Linjiang University unsatisfactory. What a person you are. He laughed and embraced her. Exactly. One must be content. I believe Lin University is perfect. I'll see you and my sister every day, and I have no desire to move to the capital. The cost of living is high, and it's far from you. Su Yin beamed. All right, Lin University, it is. How wonderful. It's less than 10 minutes from our workplace. You go on and tidy up. I'll cook the noodles. Once ready, I'll call you. He turned on the gas stove, beginning to heat water. The water had already boiled earlier, and now it was heating again, soon to reach a boil. He directly placed the noodles into the pot. Aren't you waiting for it to boil? Su Yin hadn't left. She continued to observe. He smiled wryly, realizing she wouldn't believe him until she saw the noodles rolled and cut. No need. The temperature is just right for cooking. As it gently bubbles, I'll add the noodles. Once it reaches a rolling boil, I'll pour in cold water thrice. After that, a rinse in cold water gives it the perfect texture and flavor. Su Yin scooped a bowl, tasting it, her eyes lighting up. It's so chewy. Much better than what I make. You little rascal. Once you develop a taste for it, I'll be making it for you regularly. He replied proudly. All right. Then don't just boil instant noodles at home. Cook for yourself. Su Yin admonished. Cooking alone is dull, without an audience to appreciate it. I'll just wait for you or sister to return. I'll manage to fill my stomach somehow. You just want to listen to your mother. Hee hee. Once I get to the provincial capital, I'll prepare delicious meals for you and sister every day. Suyin laughed. That sounds wonderful. When that time comes, I want to eat in the cafeteria. I'll feast on what my eldest son cooks daily. After their meal, he insisted on helping Aunt Yin clean up, accompanying her downstairs to take a taxi to the bus station. With a heartfelt farewell, as Aunt Yin boarded the bus, he wiped away a tear before heading back home. It wasn't he that he lacked ambition. The pain of past lives was simply too deeply etched in his heart. Today he still needed to return to class to report for answers and estimate scores. Upon arriving home, he quickly tidied up, placing the noodles in the refrigerator. There was still enough braised meat left for another meal. By the time he reached school, it was nearly 9 o'clock. With his hands stuffed into his shorts pockets, he strode with an air of indifference. You see, quite the swagger. Those who recognized him greeted him, while others merely nodded. Cherish this time. After tomorrow, if you wish to talk to me, you'll have to stand in line. Upon entering the classroom, many students had already arrived, though not all were present. Some were late, like he, while others simply chose not to come, for the reason was simple. They hadn't T-scored high enough, making it pointless to engage in answering questions. Linwan had arrived long ago and was chatting with Li Xiaojia. Li Xiaojia was originally miles away, having only joined the exam preparations 3 months prior, merely to blend in, and ended up behind Linwan. You arrived quite early. With the warmth of that meal they shared, he greeted Linwan amiably. Linwan smiled. One way or another, we must face this challenge. It's better to confront it sooner. They exchanged a knowing smile. Li Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the relationship between the two was no ordinary bond. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed his deskmate, Hao Yong, was absent. He was aware that he would eventually show up. Hao Yong wasn't disinterested in studying. His mind simply wandered, and the more he studied, the more confused he became, leading to declining grades. Regardless of his family's financial struggles, they would never deny him the right to pursue his education. Yet, Hao Yong was not without merit. He excelled in computer games, particularly in CS, where his skills with the AK were formidable. His first 3 shots were nearly invincible. He, armed with a B-43, found himself defeated in 8 out of 10 encounters. The class teacher, Sun Haidong, entered the room, immediately distributing test papers and answer sheets. These were photocopied, intended to trigger memories and facilitate accurate estimations of scores. The students were instructed to remain in the classroom to estimate their scores, which would then be compiled and reported to Zhang Li, the class monitor. This was likely her final duty as monitor in her lifetime. The classroom fell silent as the students began their estimations. Chapter 29. You lack the capability. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense, akin to the sound of a pin dropping. Expressions varied. Some bore indifference, while others turned pale, beginning to sweat nervously. Sun Haidong produced 4 sheets of printed paper, distributing them accordingly. Students were to write their names and their estimated scores for each subject, either as precise figures or ranges. The subject teachers would later assess these estimates to assist students in their university applications. He reviewed the questions and answers, confirming they aligned closely with his prior assessments, and promptly recorded his scores on a blank sheet. As he filled out the form, it was evident that others were engaged in meticulously comparing answers. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, reminiscent of a drumbeat. Hao Yong, breathless, arrived at the door, knocking lightly. What are you knocking for? Hurry and sit down to estimate your scores. Sun Haidong exclaimed with a chuckle. Hao Yong took a seat, and a waft of smoke hit He's nostrils. Were you at an internet cafe? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Hao Yong nodded. Yeah, I overslept. He sighed. Once in university, there would be ample time for games. Why the rush now? Ignoring him, Hao Yong began his estimations. At 18, a pivotal examination loomed, an experience impossible to forget. Consequently, estimations rarely deviated significantly. Discrepancies arose only from a lack of honesty. Points that should be deducted were often not, and undeserved points were carelessly awarded. In the end, it was common for estimated scores to differ by dozens from the actual results. He was conservative in his approach, even in his previous life. His estimations were rarely far off. Last time, his Chinese teacher, Lao He, estimated him at 125, but he calculated based on 115, ultimately scoring 116, just 1 point shy. He had a clear understanding of his abilities. This time, he applied the same principle, granting only 1/3 of the points that could be earned and deducting for ambiguous answers. As the form circulated, he began to fill in his scores. Hao Yong, having finished his estimations, wore a frown. Observing he swiftly complete his form, he felt envious. Truly a diligent student, your scores are so impressive. Upon glancing at the form, he exclaimed, What the hell? Have you lost your mind? His volume drew the attention of everyone present. Lin Wan was the first to turn her gaze, followed by Sun Haidong, who questioned, "Hao Yong, what are you shouting about?" Startled, Hao Yong took a step back, pointing at the form on the desk, unable to articulate his shock. Sun Haidong furrowed his brow as he approached, casually glancing at the form. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Estimating scores is a serious matter. One cannot be frivolous. Sun Haidong knew Yi to be lazy, but he had not anticipated such a level of disregard. This was a matter of great importance. How could one treat it so lightly? Strike that score out, double-check your answers, and don't mess around, understand? Sun Haidong's tone was earnest. He struggled to find words. "Sir, that is indeed my score. Rest assured, it's approximately accurate." Sun Haidong frowned further. "Come with me." Yi was at a loss for words, but he did not blame Hao Yong. This confrontation was inevitable. The two exited, and Li Xiaojia, ever the meddler, seized the opportunity to read aloud from the score registration sheet. Chinese 140, Math 145, English 145, Science 260. The classroom erupted in chaos. Those friendly with Yi cheered, "Brother Yi is amazing. Brother Yi is formidable." Meanwhile, those who held animosity towards him retorted with scorn, "What a joke. If one could get into university through daydreaming, I'd be a postdoctoral scholar by now." It was no wonder the teacher was furious. Such antics were absurd. No one believed Yi could achieve such scores. Based on his usual performance, Chinese 110, Math 110, English 110, Science 240. This was the reasonable ceiling for him. Of course, those were his typical results. Given the difficulty of the math exam, this score would undoubtedly be inflated. Lin Wan scrutinized her own recorded scores. Chinese 124, Math 102, English 123, Science 247, totaling 596, perhaps overly optimistic. She revised her estimates, deducting 5 points from both Chinese and math, and 10 from science. 576 seemed more realistic. When the form reached her, she noted her scores and continued passing it along. She certainly did not believe Yi could surpass her. A frequent top 3 student in the school, her scores hovered around 580. How could he, ranked 20 places below her, possibly achieve such high marks? Most importantly, how could he score 140 in math? Not even Zheng Xiaoping, the top student in the entire school, would likely reach 140. Recalling that night when they dined together, he had claimed he would aim for the provincial top scorer and even wagered with her. Was that the reason? Lin Wan felt a flush of embarrassment, unsure of what she was feeling. Never mind, she thought. Estimating scores was of utmost importance. Returning to her seat, Li Xiaojia leaned over, inquiring, "Lin Wan, what did you estimate?" 570. Lin Wan disclosed a more conservative figure. "Wow, that is high." Li Xiaojia gasped. "I only estimated 540. "What is your math score?" Lin Wan asked. "Around 95. And you?" "I think I got 100, but I'm not certain." "That is close. Which question were you unsure about?" The two dismissed Yi's results entirely. The rest of the class followed suit, regarding him as a fool who had whimsically filled out scores to amuse everyone. Sun Haidong maintained a stern demeanor, delivering a lecture. Yi, however, smiled through the criticism. As Sun Haidong continued, he noticed something was amiss. This was not Yi's typical response. The boy was stubborn and radical. He would never be so patient or agreeable. "Yi, are you all right?" Sun Haidong inquired. Concerned. "I'm perfectly fine. I love listening to you, dear teacher." He nearly brought out a stool, sunflower seeds, and beer to complete the scene. It was the last day of high school, and the teacher was delivering his final admonition as class supervisor. "Tell me, what were you thinking? Why did you do this?" Sun Haidong pressed. "Whatever I say, you won't believe me, so I'm at a loss now. The scores haven't been released yet, right?" He shrugged. "If we had just finished the exam and the answers weren't out yet, we could compare. As I speak now, you'll just think I memorized the answers." Indeed, there was no retort left. Aside from awaiting the announcement of the scores, there is little recourse. Sun Haidong furrowed his brow tightly. "You lack the capability. How could you possibly achieve such a high score?" His tone was no longer one of gentle admonition. It was filled with profound disappointment. Just look at how the child has been worn down. With his brow knitted in despair, he suddenly spotted a tall woman approaching down the corridor, and immediately had a flash of inspiration, calling out loudly, "Teacher Yao, could you come here for a moment?" He turned around and let out a sigh. It was none other than the mathematics teacher, Yao Ailin. Chapter 30. I believe in this child. Yao Ailin is undoubtedly a standout at the 14th high school. A graduate of the mathematics department at Beijing Normal University, she returned to her hometown to teach, dedicating many years solely to instructing the senior year in mathematics, never taking on a role of homeroom teacher. Moreover, she is strikingly beautiful, standing at 1.7 meters with an alluring visage, a heart-shaped face, and captivating phoenix eyes. Voluptuous lips that are both vibrant and inviting and long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders. Regardless of the season, she consistently dons form-fitting skirts, black stockings, and high heels, unabashedly showcasing her splendid figure for nearly 12 years, reveling in it. "What is the matter, Sun Ge?" In the sweltering summer, Yao Ailin approached wearing a gray cotton-spun bodycon dress, her feet adorned with sparkling high-heeled sandals, moving with a graceful gait. With the college entrance examination behind her, she was even more unabashed, her shoulders bared in a strikingly sexy manner, likely bolder than many women in the privacy of their homes. Standing there, Sun Heidong could only gaze downward, unable to lift his eyes from the impressive sight. He dared not linger on that expanse of white. Instead, he focused on her eyes and said, "Listen to what he estimated for himself." He then shared his estimated scores. When he mentioned a minimum of 145 in mathematics, Yao Ailin smiled. Sun Heidong felt a surge of reassurance. "Look, even teacher Yao is smiling." Yao Ailin then turned to He. "Did you get all the answers correct? Was your reasoning sound?" He nodded. "I was mistaken on the reasoning for the last question of the final problem. Otherwise, a perfect score would have been within reach." This claim was not merely boastful. It echoed the achievements of a former top student who had ranked first in the province. Yao Ailin chuckled. "Then tell me your reasoning for the final problem." Upon reviewing the answers, she grasped the correct approach. Yet, even the erroneous reasoning was of a sophisticated nature, not something one could fabricate. Her inquiry was posed with confidence, though her expression bore a hint of reluctance, not wishing to bruise the child's pride. Sun Heidong, however, suddenly saw the clarity of the situation. He needed someone with exceptional insight. The moment they took action, it would be evident whether the child possessed the requisite skill. He did not wish to see his protege falter, but if this child continued to harbor such unrealistic dreams when filling out college preferences, wouldn't it ruin his future? When the scores were released and dreams shattered, it could lead to psychological turmoil, posing a serious problem. Consequently, he awaited He's response with both anticipation and trepidation. He recounted his reasoning with clarity, yet indeed, a minuscule error could lead to significant miscalculations. As Yao Ailin listened, the smile vanished from her face. She knitted her brows and turned to Sun Heidong. "Sun Ge, this child truly did attempt the last problem." Sun Heidong was momentarily taken aback, realizing what Yao Ailin was implying. In a mathematics examination, students rarely attempt the final problem unless they have completed the preceding ones. Most choose to forego entirely, only answering the initial question and jotting down conceptual responses to score whatever they can. They would not waste time thinking about it. That problem is designed to distinguish between those who achieve full marks and those who score around 125. It is safe to say that unless one is confident of having answered the first 138 points correctly, no one would dare tackle the final question, especially the last inquiry. Thus, Yao Ailin was indeed astute. She was not merely assessing whether He's reasoning for the last problem was correct, but was instead evaluating whether he had the capability to complete the preceding 138 points. With this understanding, Sun Heidong began to believe. Was he truly so reckless as to neglect the mathematics paper in favor of the final problem? Such an act would be unthinkable for a rational individual. To suggest that he had concocted these ideas after seeing the answers was both unnecessary and implausible. Given Yao Ailin's caliber, how could she not discern the truth? Erroneous reasoning is still reasoning, relying upon the correct thought processes of the first two questions to even exist. Without the requisite level of understanding, where could one find erroneous reasoning? It would simply be a lack of thought altogether, wouldn't it? Sun Heidong's gaze towards He shifted, tinged with a newfound strangeness. If his English truly matched his mathematical prowess, even Sun Heidong found himself at a loss for words. If he could indeed score above 145, what would that signify? It was unfathomable. He dared not even entertain the thought. First in the province, an English score of 145, even if not the highest in the province or city, would undoubtedly make him the top scorer in the school. After years of teaching English, he had always been praised but never produced a standout student. The average scores had consistently remained high, yet he had never seen a student surpass the 130 mark. The previous year's examination yielded a score of 129, just 1 point shy. Even achieving 130 would not suffice. The distinction between 130 and 145 is vast, and He's estimate is 145. One must not underestimate this. A slight increase could bring him perilously close to a perfect score. If this were true, he would finally have the chance to take pride in his achievements. Yet, he still found it hard to believe. He glanced at Yao Ailin, who was also deep in thought. He then inquired, "Could you tell me about the fill-in-the-blank questions?" She had only provided the answers to the exam paper without detailing why each answer was chosen or the reasoning behind the selections. Thus, Yao Ailin retrieved the most challenging question she had confirmed, and asked He to solve it. He scratched his head and succinctly explained his thought process. It was all in his mind. He had practiced it countless times. Once he finished speaking, Yao Ailin's expression shifted dramatically. Was she about to nurture a student capable of nearly achieving a perfect score in mathematics? In a context where most students struggle to score even 100 points? In an environment where the average might not even reach 60? What implications did that hold? It was exhilarating. In this regard, she was far more invested than Sun Haidong, who did not need this score as much, but who wouldn't relish the glory of accolades. With such a score, she would have ample material to boast about for the next 20 years. Yao Ailin turned her gaze towards Sun Haidong and said earnestly, I believe in this child. His results are genuine. Sun Haidong felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. English scores could be fabricated, Chinese scores might be manipulated, and perhaps even comprehensive science results could be skewed, but mathematics is unequivocally beyond deception. Just this year's mathematics exam, most people would not comprehend the answers. The solutions to the major problems were accompanied by their reasoning, while the fill-in-the-blank choices lacked any process, only presenting the answers. The college entrance examination had concluded just a day prior. There was no way He could have sourced all the correct answers. Moreover, who is Yao Ailin? She is a high-achieving alumnus of Beijing Normal University, a perennial top educator in the province. All mathematics teachers in the province hold her in high esteem. Many assert that she should not merely teach, but pursue a career as a mathematician. She has acknowledged his abilities. What further doubt could remain? Sun Haidong grasped He's hand, tears streaming down his face. Yi, if you truly score 145, I will arrange a celebratory feast for us. Old classmate, brother. It's not that serious. Seeing Sun Haidong in tears, He felt a wave of panic. Was it really that serious? Please, remain calm. Steady yourself against the windowsill. Take a moment to collect yourself. It's not that serious. He steadied Sun Haidong against the sill. Little Yi, you don't understand. Sun Haidong's tears fell like rain. When I first took on the senior class, those little rascals summoned the principal and collectively voted to impeach me. They claimed I was teaching poorly. In all honesty, my average score was the highest in the school. If I was such a poor teacher, how could the scores be so high? Every year, I've maintained the top average. However, you have never achieved the top rank in the entire school. Instead, you have directly secured the first position in the city, or even the province. Once the scores are confirmed, I shall undoubtedly host a grand celebration, feasting for 3 days. I assure you, I will keep my promise. Chapter 31. Determined to protect He, please come to my office for a moment. Yao Ailin gracefully led He to her office, which was empty. She poured a cup of hot water and handed it to He, saying, Make yourself comfortable. The teachers have all gone to their classes, so please don't feel constrained. With the absence of several senior high school mathematics teachers, He settled into the chair opposite Yao Ailin's desk. Yao Ailin perched herself on her chair, her sandals dangling precariously from her toes. Why sit so far away? Come closer, take a seat here. She patted the desk in front of her. He thought to himself, does she want me to sit on the desk? He fetched a stool and sat down, awaiting Yao Ailin's instructions. How come I never noticed your remarkable mathematical talent before? Teachers understand their students best, and mathematics teachers know whether their students excel in mathematics. Thus, I am genuinely curious. I am now completely convinced that your mathematics score is authentic. Yet, I remain uncertain whether you truly possess a mathematical gift. One would expect that if there were a gift, it wouldn't have only manifested today. He shook his head and replied, Teacher, I do not possess any mathematical talent. You have known me long enough to have a clear understanding of my abilities, right? Yao Ailin nodded. Indeed, you are quite sincere, and I appreciate your honesty. So, how did you manage to perform so well? He furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before softly responding. Teacher, would you believe me if I said I dreamt of this set of problems many times? Yao Ailin was taken aback and paused for a while before gently shaking her head. I certainly do not believe that, but since you answered everything correctly, perhaps I should believe you? He felt helpless. There was no alternative explanation. While others might deceive themselves, it was impossible to fool a mathematics teacher who had spent a year teaching him, sharing daily interactions. Given her own mathematical prowess, Yao Ailin could easily devise a few similar problems that would expose any pretense. Therefore, employing metaphysical reasoning seemed the most plausible explanation. I cannot explain it, but I believe you are a good teacher, and you will keep my secret, right? He spoke with genuine sincerity. Yao Ailin smiled and replied, Of course. You have brought honor to your teacher, and I will certainly keep it confidential. As long as you did not cheat, achieving a high score is a commendable accomplishment. After a moment's thought, she asked, Have you decided what kind of school you wish to attend? This topic delved deeper. Teacher, Did you summon me to your office to offer any suggestions? He voiced his thoughts candidly. Yao Ailin was astonished, surprised by his intelligence and insight. I was considering that if you were merely concealing your capabilities to manipulate your grades, I could recommend you to the mathematics department of Peking University. However, it seems that your mathematical ability is not a gift, but rather a fortunate occurrence, so I will refrain from making any further recommendations. Yao Ailin continued earnestly. Do you have any thoughts regarding your application choices? I wish to apply to the computer science department at Lin University. Lin University refers specifically to Linjiang University, not a forestry university. Thus, Yao Ailin immediately understood and felt gratified. Your choice is indeed correct. Your level is suitable for this institution. Attending Tsinghua or Peking University might lead to expulsion. She was quite forthright, causing He Yi to blush slightly. His intelligence was commendable. Yet there remained a gap between him and the elite institutions. Tsinghua and Peking University were suited for those who could secure admission on their own merits. He would likely need to make a considerable leap to reach their standards, and even if he were to enroll, it would be arduous. The possibility of expulsion loomed large. Of course, with his current self-discipline and his 18-year-old intellect, it was not impossible for him to strive for Tsinghua or Peking University. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. He did not require the gilding of a prestigious university to validate his worth. At Lin University, he had far more significant endeavors awaiting him. That esteemed professor, capable of influencing the course of world events, was waiting for him to come to her aid. Teacher Yao, your words seem to underestimate my potential. I assure you, I will not be expelled. He protested, feeling indignant. Before Yao Ailin could express her surprise or rebuttal, he added with a smile, I will apply on my own. Yao Ailin burst into laughter, her demeanor vibrant and captivating. Very well. Regardless of how you attain that score, it certainly justifies the extra lessons I provided you. Come over to my house sometime. I'll prepare a few dishes, and we shall celebrate. Yao Ailin was in high spirits. He quickly interjected about my mathematics score. Yao Ailin chuckled. Rest assured, I will help you craft a plausible explanation, saying that during our tutoring sessions, you encountered similar problem types, which serendipitously led to this score. Your proficiency in Chinese and English is already commendable, so this score is reasonable. The score in the integrated sciences is not remarkable either. Yao Ailin smiled ambiguously, fully aware that, as an adult, she did not believe He Yi's fanciful claims of dreaming about problem types. It was far more likely that He Yi had connections that had provided him with the actual questions. This child was still unaware of the heights he had reached. At this juncture, as her beloved pupil, she could only resolutely protect him. They would address any issues that arose later. He Yi felt reassured, exhaling in relief. Thank you so much. Once the application forms are completed, I shall bring some ingredients to your house and show off my culinary skills. Yao Ailin replied cheerfully. That sounds delightful. I had no idea you could cook. Only just learned the past few days. He Yi chuckled, feeling somewhat bashful. Yao Ailin dismissed his embarrassment. All right. Have you purchased a phone yet? Please provide me with your number. He Yi complied, providing his phone number, and quickly took his leave to return to the classroom. Upon his return, Sun Heidong retracted his gaze from the window and took He Yi's hand as they entered the classroom. Some students looked on with malicious glee at He Yi. However, Lin Wan and Hao Daong appeared somewhat concerned. What was the stern homeroom teacher planning to do about He Yi? To their surprise, Sun Heidong led He Yi to the podium, exclaiming, Classmates, I have just confirmed with Teacher Yao that He Yi's results are indeed authentic. He has achieved an unprecedented high score. Let us applaud and congratulate He Yi. Sun Heidong initiated the applause, exuberant like a child. The entire class was taken aback, rendered speechless. No one joined in the applause. Sun Heidong's solitary clapping felt overly awkward. Li Ziajia, seated in the second row, expressed her disbelief, asking, Teacher, are you certain? Sun Heidong shot her a glare. Do you think it's easy to fabricate an English score and a mathematics score, too? Do you not trust my judgment, or Teacher Yao's? The classroom erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Teacher Yao has certified it? The homeroom teacher said it the first time. Did you not hear? I heard it, but I couldn't believe it. I thought I misheard. This is too unbelievable. He Yi, that score? Is the homeroom teacher pulling a fast one on us? Li Ziajia's mouth hung open, large enough to fit an egg. On what basis? How could He Yi achieve that? How could he possibly score so high when he doesn't even do practice tests? There had to be some form of cheating. However, Li Ziajia, being academically inclined herself, understood the critical issue. Cheating might yield a high score, but how could one cheat their way to the top? The difficulty of those mathematics problems was such that no one could simply copy from someone else and achieve those high marks. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What if he truly was a genius, consistently outperforming her, and had been deliberately underperforming to manipulate his grades. Yes, he was controlling his scores. How cunning. Lin Wan widened her beautiful eyes, gazing at the composed Yi, incredulous. Had this boy hidden his brilliance so deeply? She suddenly recalled something. If he genuinely achieved that score, rather than merely imagining it, did this mean he had the potential to become the top student in the province? That wager she made with him could become troublesome. Chapter 32. Trust is fundamental. He Dai unloaded the fresh vegetables he had just purchased from the market and carried them into the kitchen. His wife, Yi Liping, was already busy preparing the ingredients. Each day unfolded in a whirlwind of activity as they prepared for the lunchtime rush. Their teamwork seamless as they toiled diligently for a happy life together. Old he, a voice called from outside. He Dai peered out to see Qi Xiaochong. Brother Chong, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be estimating scores today? Has your child's score been released? Qi Xiaochong wore a smug expression, brimming with curiosity. A shiver ran down He Dai's spine. He sensed that the news must be good. Otherwise, Qi wouldn't be here to boast. The two children had grown up together, always teasing and competing with one another, and their parents were no different, each unwilling to concede to the other. Yet, He Dai had no idea what his own son's score might be, entirely oblivious to the estimation event happening today. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, he hasn't mentioned it. I'll ask him later. He then inquired, by the way, Brother Chong, what was Hanjian's score? Not too shabby, 580? Qi Xiaochong declared proudly before walking away, humming a tune, clearly pleased with himself. Look at him, all puffed up with pride. Yi Liping emerged from the kitchen, wielding a knife and wearing an expression of discontent. He Dai jumped back in surprise. He asked, just showing off. Why do you look like you want to chop someone? Yi Liping blinked, glancing at the knife in her hand, realizing her husband had misunderstood. I was merely chopping scallions. Who am I going to chop? This is ridiculous. She tossed the knife aside, exclaiming, I was just going to call her child, but you just sit there thinking he knows everything. He is only 18. What does he know? He Dai quickly picked up the knife. If you want to ask, you should ask. Every time I talk to him, it's as if he holds a grudge against me. Yi Liping frowned. What is the difference if I ask? After all the beating and scolding, it's no wonder he doesn't feel close to us. He Dai sighed. So what do we do? Should we ask or not? Yi Liping gritted her teeth. Let us not ask. I'll leave it to Sister Yin. He Dai, feeling exasperated, countered, but what if Qi Xiaochong comes to gloat again? What will we say? Yi Liping interjected. Just say, how much did his son estimate? 580? Then we say our son got 600. He Dai rubbed his head, looking troubled. But what if he doesn't reach 600? That would be so embarrassing. Yi Liping replied firmly. They say there's always a margin of error in estimations. If we miss the mark, so what? He Dai still disagreed. It's embarrassing no matter what. Why should we embarrass ourselves then? Yi Liping fell silent. Indeed, how impressive could they really be? Once the scores were revealed, all the boasting would be for naught. Old he, make sure to prepare extra dishes for lunch. The kids will be home soon. Qi Xiaochong shouted from a distance. Old he, has Xiaoyi received the scores? Did he pass 500? His voice echoed, almost as if he wanted the entire town to hear. It was deliberate, without a doubt. Yi Liping, feeling impulsive, shouted back, yes, he got 600. Qi Xiaochong stumbled mid-stride, nearly falling into a ditch. How much? In the classroom, the atmosphere was lively as Lin Wan approached the back row, standing beside He. Wang Yu, seated in front of He, glanced back, and upon seeing him nod, rolled his eyes and stood up. He was not fond of Lin Wan's admirers, yet he harbored a soft spot for her. After all, she was beautiful, and she had not behaved inappropriately. She merely allowed her admirers to fawn over her without acting against them, which was hardly a grave fault. However, Lin Wan had a way of rejecting everyone with equal indifference. Unable to bear the incessant attention from her admirers, she settled into Wang Yu's seat. Leaning closely to He and softly asked, did you really score that high? He was momentarily speechless, lost in thought. Ah, if it weren't for Aunt Qin's influence, I wouldn't even want to acknowledge her. Lin Wan felt a twinge of unease, unable to pinpoint whether it stemmed from He's impressive score surpassing her own or from their bet that unsettled her. Is it really possible for you to be the top in the province? Lin Wan blushed as she posed the most pressing question. Beside them, Hao Daong, fighting off drowsiness, suddenly exclaimed, of course, my brother Yi will definitely be the top. Both Yi and Lin Wan turned to glare at him. Hao Daong felt disheartened and turned away, too intimidated to speak further, merely eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. After all, the school beauty had approached Brother Yi. Who knew what might happen? With graduation approaching, he was reluctant to part with these fleeting moments of youthful absurdity. I don't know where I stand. It depends on what others score, He replied evasively, not revealing the truth. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his rebirth and the multitude of tasks ahead of him. With the college entrance examination nearly behind him, there would be nearly 2.5 months to squander before the university semester commenced. There was much to accomplish, but one matter stood paramount: accumulating wealth. Currently, he was devoid of funds. Well, not entirely. He had around 17 or 18 yuan. Aunt Yin had left him with 500 yuan for living expenses before her departure, quite sufficient for his needs until he could return home. However, as a reborn individual, relying on adults for money felt like a disgrace. Money, while seemingly trivial, was the essential foundation for accomplishing all important tasks, including buying clothes for Aunt Yin and gifts for Sister Pan. Time was abundant, and money could be earned gradually, but for now, he needed to secure some pocket money. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his parents or Aunt Yin even to buy a chocolate for his girlfriend. At that moment, a perfect opportunity presented itself. Lin Wan, unable to hold back any longer, decided to speak candidly. When she noticed no one was paying attention to them, she quietly asked, "If you really do become the top in the province, what about our bet?" He raised his head. "What do you mean? Are you trying to back out?" Lin Wan's face flushed deeper, stammering, "I was drinking at the time, and I never thought you would score so well." So he leaned on his desk. "Scratching the surface, backing out is fine, but you'll have to go to the podium and shout 3 times, 'I love He,' and then we can consider it settled." Lin Wan was taken aback. "What? You want me to do that?" He sighed. "The world has changed. Trust is no longer valued. Without trust, one cannot stand firm." Lin Wan's expression fluctuated between crimson and pale. How could she possibly shout those words in front of everyone? "On what grounds do you ask this of me? Because you're handsome, smart, and likely to be the top in the province? Because you're Aunt Yin's godson? Because you surprisingly..." Her own words were nothing but compliments, and her face turned beet red again. The exchange continued back and forth, like a chameleon changing colors. He, unfazed, simply remarked, "If this is too difficult, let us forget it. The wager can be nullified, but you must agree to one condition." Lin Wan grasped the lifeline. "What is it?" "As long as it's not too excessive, I'll comply. You owe me a favor, and when I need it in the future, you will repay it." Lin Wan paused, puzzled by the nature of this condition. Chapter 33. One should not be greedy. The classroom buzzed with excitement as everyone awaited the return of their homeroom teacher. Various subject teachers were gathered for a meeting, discussing the reliability of the student scores, aiming to provide a balanced assessment for each individual's college application. The estimation process often led to inflated self-assessments by students, while teachers tended to adopt a more conservative approach. By combining both perspectives, they could arrive at a reasonable estimation range, making this process indispensable. While it seemed that no one was paying attention to Lin Wan and He, many were, in fact, keenly observing their interaction, such as Li Zijia, who pretended to turn around and chat with classmates behind her. Lin Wan's demeanor and expression did not escape Li Zijia's notice. Her conflicted appearance was quite remarkable. He observed this with a mix of resignation and a hint of pride. However, he was well aware that his previous wager with Lin Wan had merely been a jest, one that only a child would take seriously. By uttering those words, he had transformed a playful remark into a genuine favor that could be called upon in the future should the need arise. While seeking help from Aunt Yin or Aunt Xin was certainly an option, it would inevitably incur a debt of gratitude. Securing a favor from Lin Wan without any strings attached felt like a fitting retribution for her disdain towards him. That was sufficient. One should not be overly greedy. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Wan acquiesced, saying, "All right, I agree." He raised his gaze to her exquisitely beautiful face. "This time, do not go back on your word. If you do, I shall ensure the entire world knows of your deeds." Lin Wan hurriedly nodded. "Rest assured, I will absolutely keep my promise." He waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to take her leave. Lin Wan found it hard to accept. It was her first experience of being dismissed and treated with disdain. How unfair. Yet, she also felt it was somewhat justified. Scoring 690 points. Although she had no idea how he achieved such a score, she couldn't help but admire him. She was well aware of Aunt Yan's background and would never believe that he had merely obtained the answers to the exam questions to secure such high marks. She had always found this boy to be enigmatic. Perhaps, as Li Zijia had suggested earlier, he was indeed manipulating the scores. Yes, it must be so. With this thought, Lin Wan smiled brightly and said, I noticed you bought a new phone. Could you save my number? When it comes time to fill out our college applications, I'll reach out to you, and we can discuss it together." He shook his head. "I have nothing of significance to discuss." Linda, with the computer science major's foundational program, it's one school, one application. Lin Wan was taken aback. Had he already decided on his application? Such resoluteness. And with a score like that, why would he choose Linda over King Bay? Though Linda wasn't a low-tier university, its admission scores were quite lenient. typically allowing those who scored 30 points above the minimum to enroll. This year, given the more challenging exam, the threshold would likely drop even further. What a waste of such a score. Lin Wan began to plead earnestly, with your high score, why not apply to King Bei? It's all computer science. It's entirely different. He scratched his ear. Where's our teacher? Why hasn't he returned yet? School should be out soon. I'm starving. Lin Wan was left speechless, puffing her cheeks in annoyance as she returned to her seat. Li Ziajia, who had been observing for a while, approached and asked, did he upset you again? I'll go beat him up. Lin Wan rolled her eyes. Go on. Kick him to death. Li Ziajia huffed. Just you wait until I develop an 8-pack. It'll happen sooner or later. In the office, silence reigned. All the teachers from the senior year were present, initially discussing whether their student scores were reasonable or excessively high or low, until Sun Heidong produced the score sheet for their class. Four tables were compiled into one, written neatly in standard script. Yue Chong scrutinized the score sheet, adjusting his reading glasses, his brow furrowed in silence. Is this He Yi's handwriting? Sun Heidong nodded. I witnessed him write it myself. There were not many characters, just over 40 student names, followed by their scores. Just based on his handwriting, this child's results were compelling. Could it be that he had indeed been manipulating the scores all along? Yue Chong turned to Yao Ailin. Yao Ailin smiled lightly. As far as my mathematics class is concerned, his scores are definitely achievable. Her certainty silenced any potential doubts. Yao Ailin's mathematical prowess was well acknowledged. It was rumored she had been the top scorer in mathematics in the province during the college entrance examination, with her overall score not being the highest due to poor performance in the humanities. Her weakness was relative. She excelled in the sciences, achieving full marks in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, while her English and Chinese scores lagged behind, leading her to attend Beijing Normal University. If Yao Ailin stated that He Yi could attain such scores in mathematics, then it must be true. The physics teacher hesitated. His physics scores have been decent. He ranked 4th in the city during the transition from middle to high school, scoring a high 89, so I believe his scores in comprehensive science are plausible. The chemistry teacher nodded in agreement. He has always been strong in chemistry, so I have no concerns there. The biology teacher frowned. His biology is rather average, but biology is not inherently difficult, so. Sun Heidong felt a swell of pride, yet feigned seriousness, so this score is indeed valid, correct? Nearby, the homeroom teacher for Class 1, Li Chun, leaned in, asking, what are you all discussing? Old son, what was the highest score in your class? Did anyone surpass 550? His question was laced with malice. Sun Heidong smiled subtly, choosing not to respond. The scores would speak for themselves. Not to mention He Yi, Lin Wan was already impressive enough. As for He Yi, Yue Chong handed the score sheet to Li Chun. Li Chun accepted it with a smirk. Lin Wan from Class 5 had always been in competition with his student Zheng Xiaoping, consistently falling short in previous mock exams, yet she remained the most formidable rival. Particularly in terms of average scores, Old Sun's class had consistently clung closely to his own, surpassing it in several mock tests. However, he held confidence in his class. Such a significant examination as the college entrance exam would pose no issues. He scanned the score sheet from top to bottom. The first name listed was surprisingly He Yi. Not Lin Wan. Lin Wan did poorly? What good fortune. This meant that Zheng Xiaoping's claim to the top spot was almost assured. Wait a minute. Who was He Yi? He felt a moment of confusion. Suddenly, he recalled who He Yi was. Oh, it seemed he was a troublesome student. Old Sun had mentioned him before. His scores fluctuating between the 21st and 22nd positions in the school. He had never taught this student, so he was unsure of his appearance. But if this child was ranked first, Class 5 would face a tough battle. A flicker of joy surged within him as he continued to examine He Yi's scores. Chinese, 140? Li Chen frowned. Could be true? He glanced at old He, who remained stoically silent. Continuing down the scores, he noted mathematics, 145 with an additional mark. This must be false. Li Chen's skepticism grew as he scanned the subsequent subjects, fully convinced they too were fabricated. Chapter 34. Honor is more important. Li Chen was incensed, his frustration spilling forth. Our class's Zheng Xiaoping estimated only 600. That was me inflating her estimate. He noted that He Yi's usual performance paled in comparison to Zheng Xiaoping's. Yue Chong nodded. We were just discussing this matter. It appears this child is indeed manipulating scores. Li Chun was dumbfounded, glancing at the score sheet again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could his mathematics score be so close to full marks? The questions were exceedingly difficult. There must be something amiss. Yao Ailin chuckled coldly. Something amiss? Where's the issue? This child has always enjoyed tackling challenging problems. He has encountered similar questions before and has asked me numerous times. The last question was one he inquired about, and I told him it wouldn't appear on the exam, thus I did not explain it to him. With her words, Li Chen was left speechless. As a mathematics teacher, he could contest anyone, but he could not dispute Yao Ailin's authority. Her unwavering confidence left no room for doubt. This meant that He's scores were indeed genuine. That was it. The top spot in the school was lost. His bonus vanished. His pride was trampled underfoot by Sun Heidong. He had no grounds for objection and could only continue reading. Lin Wan was in second place, with an estimated score range of 576 to 596. Li Chen gasped in disbelief. This score could very well be comparable to Zheng Xiaoping's. The first place was gone, and now even second place was in jeopardy. He continued to scroll down to the last line, feeling utterly disheartened. From the perspective of the scores alone, Old Sun's class average would undoubtedly be high. Li Chen appeared somewhat dejected as he cast aside the report card. His overreaction drew the attention of the entire senior year teaching team. Even educators from other classes, barring Class 5, gathered around, utterly astonished. Let me see, could this be true? Such an extraordinarily high score? One murmured. Usually unassuming and reserved, this child conceals his brilliance quite profoundly. Old Sun, you're impressive indeed. Managing to keep this under wraps. Another teased. If you're gonna laugh, do so quickly. Don't strain your kidneys holding it in. At last, Sun Heidong could no longer contain his laughter, his mirth ringing out heartily. Get lost. I was hoping for something good. The score was already split. Laughter erupted among all present. Yao Ailin sipped the warm water from her thermos and remarked, with this score, he might very well clinch the top position in the entire province. He Wei Chong nodded thoughtfully. I've inquired. The highest estimated score at Provincial No. 3 High School was only 670. Although the estimates are conservative, as you all know, for top students, the predicted scores seldom deviate by more than a few points. Experienced educators inherently understood this principle. The more exceptional the student, the more precise their self-assessment tends to be. The logic is straightforward. Out of 100 points, a student who truly masters 90 points can reliably predict their score with at least 90 accuracy. Averaging several such estimates yields a figure that converges closely toward the actual final score. Similarly, struggling students can usually recall the few points they manage to secure, resulting in a consistent, if low, estimate. The real challenge lies with average students, whose uncertain grasp leads to fluctuating predictions that may be off by tens or even hundreds of points. Thus, teachers primarily assist these middle-tier students in calibrating their expectations. Old Sun has been fortunate to nurture a provincial champion. Yao Ailin sighed, filled with admiration. Having guided a student from the first to the third year without separating science and arts classes forged a unique bond. Though she annually led senior classes with commendable results, the depth of teacher-student rapport was somewhat diminished in comparison. Sun Heidong chuckled. Teacher Yao, you deserve credit too. ES' remarkable score owes much to the crucial supplementary lessons you provided. He Wei Chong laughed in agreement. Indeed, ever since taking over the senior class, I've insisted he attend tutoring sessions 7 days a week without fail. Such perseverance is admirable. Yao Ailin smoothed her hair and straightened her posture, jesting. In that case, I ought to claim a share of the bonus, right, old Sun? Sun Heidong hastened to reply. Money aside, the entire bonus can be yours. The honor is what truly matters. Absolutely. Precisely so. Yao Ailin rose, announcing, all right, that's enough for today. Let us dismiss the students. He off to play football. I'm not going. I have something to do later, he replied. Come join the game. We need you. No, you all go ahead. Come on. Give it your all. He shook his head and glanced at the exhausted Hao Daong. Go home and get some sleep. There is plenty of time for games. You want TB taking your studies to university, after all. Hao Daong smiled sheepishly and left without replying. Hey, He turned and was momentarily stunned to see Li Xiaojia. What is up? Got a new phone? Give me your number so I can save it. Reluctantly, he recited his number. Don't bother me late at night, got it? Li Xiaojia blinked. Are you crazy? I'm the one messaging you late at night. And you're not Lin Wan. He smiled wryly. Right, bother Lin Wan instead. You're the one with the problem. Chuckling, he began to head home. His phone rang. It was Gu Pan. Hello, sis. Gu Pan's voice was gentle over the line. Have a score estimations finished? What's the score? He shrugged. I told you already, at least 690. Silence fell. Hello, sis. Are you there? He glanced at his phone. The call was still connected. Gu Pan sighed. Be serious. Don't joke around. This is important. What's the exact score? Sis, I'm serious. If it's really this high, I'm not crazy or delusional. Our teachers have officially confirmed it. Stop doubting me. Trust me. He was speechless. Had he known it would cause such a fuss, he might have aimed lower. Scoring around 600 would have sufficed to enter Lin University's computer science department. The whole ordeal made everyone feel as if they were hallucinating. What a vexing yet blissful predicament. It's true. The teachers themselves said so. Oh my, that's wonderful. Oh dear. Sorry, my brother scored nearly 700. I'm just too excited. Sorry. Obviously, Gupan was so thrilled she'd unintentionally offended someone. Fortunately, the other party was understanding and reassured her, saying that was how it should be. Anyone would be ecstatic. Have you told Mom? No. I convinced her before she left. She believes I can achieve this score. Gupan smiled. That's different. Your own doubts aside, the teacher's recognition holds weight. It's like the actual final score. There's a distinction between the two. He understood. All right, I'll call Mom to share the good news. Good. When it's time to fill out applications, I'll be back. I've already spoken with the counselor. He's face lit up. Remember, you promised me that. Gupan cut him off sharply. Quiet. Don't you dare say another word. He imagined her blushing fiercely. Just say yes or no. Gupan fell silent, then softly replied. I'm a person who always keeps her promises. He nodded vigorously, unlike certain others who made empty promises and indulged themselves. Chapter 35 news of a nearly 700-point estimated score at number 14 high school spread citywide before noon. Zheng Sudao nearly fell from his chair when his sister, Zheng Ziyuping, mentioned the name He. The chicken leg in his mouth suddenly lost its appeal. He had planned to flaunt his own score and overshadow He in front of Gupan to gain favor. But now what chance did he have? How much? Is it true? Impossible. Zheng Sudao bombarded his sister with questions, disbelief etched across his face. Zheng Ziyuping rolled her eyes. Who knows if it's true? The whole school is buzzing, and they say teacher Yao Ailin has confirmed it. Zheng Sudao was puzzled. Who is Yao Ailin? Zheng Ziyuping sighed, exasperated with her scatterbrained brother. Don't you also attend number 14 high? How could you not know teacher Yao? Suddenly, Zheng Sudao recalled. Oh, you mean that tall, handsome one? Zheng Ziyuping rubbed her forehead. Her brother only remembered the tall and good-looking part. Yao was a top graduate from Beijing Normal University, having led senior classes for years. If she vouched for the score, it was undoubtedly credible. Zheng Ziyuping sighed again. I don't know how he did it. He scored 145 in math, almost perfect. How did he even have time to look at the last big question? Zheng Sudao was skeptical. You said you hadn't noticed him before. How could he suddenly appear out of nowhere? Zheng Ziyuping shook her head, set down her bowl, and lay down. She didn't know where this He had come from, like a hidden champion emerging unexpectedly. Now, her own chance at first place was gone. She believed the score was genuine. Others might doubt, but with teacher Yao's reputation, she was confident. Su Yin sat at her desk, fingers tapping relentlessly on the keyboard. Transitioning from forensic examination to public opinion data collection was a vast leap, and the pressure was immense. She had to relearn computer skills, and the software was cumbersome. But this opportunity was rare. If she didn't seize it, her promotion to the rank of division chief might never come. Wanhua advised her to persevere through the transition, promising a return to her original specialty when the time was right. Yet Su Yin was determined not to coast along. She resolved to love every task she undertook, even if it meant working in secondary education. Deep in concentration, her subordinate Wu Guanyu entered, carrying a freshly brewed cup of strong tea, his face etched with worry. Newly employed Xiao Zhao jest. Wu Go, what troubles you so? You look rather glum. Wu Guanyu sighed. My child is taking the college entrance examination this year, and today the estimated scores were released, barely reaching 500. Surely that's not the case? Isn't your daughter quite accomplished? I recall she was well above the threshold for prestigious universities, remarked the eldest, Sister Zhang, with astonishment. Su Yin, having been with the company for only half a year, was somewhat aware of the situation, yet chose to remain silent. Don't mention it. The math was incredibly difficult today. Once the exam concluded, the sounds of crying outside the examination hall were aplenty. No one seemed to have done well, lamented Wu Guanyu. Sister Zhang turned to Su Yin, director. Isn't your child also taking the exam this year? What score do you estimate? Su Yin feigned just hearing the question. Oh, I believe it's also under 500. Right? The math problems kept me awake all night with worry. She dared not reveal that her foolish son had estimated nearly 700. Regardless of its veracity, it would offend someone. Alas, our child faces challenges, but I've heard that a student from Q City number 14 high school estimated a score of 690, and another from provincial number 3 high school estimated 670. Just look at how they nurture their children. Wu Guanyu was quite despondent. Sister Zhang chuckled. You should count your blessings. My son didn't even attend high school. He just mingled with the streets, engaging in brawls daily. Xiao Zhao joined in the laughter, indeed. Wu Gu, you ought to focus on researching how to guide your child in selecting their college major. Wu Guanyu sighed. The more points one has, the easier it is to choose. The fewer points, the easier it is to. This middling score is the most challenging to navigate. Su Yin agreed, indeed. Scores like these are the hardest to manage. Yet a smug smile crept onto her lips, one she could scarcely suppress. She decided to confirm with her foolish son about today's answers and what his estimated score truly was. Taking out her phone, she began to text him. There was one unread message from Chin Wanhua. Come to my house tonight. Let us catch up. Su Yin felt a flush rise to her cheeks, replying affirmatively before texting her son. Good son, have the estimated scores been released? I heard someone from number 14 high school scored 690. Is that you? After a lengthy pause without a response, Su Yin set her phone down, intending to resume her work when it vibrated. Picking it up, she saw it was her godson messaging her. Mom, it's me. I've confirmed with the teachers. It should be at least 690. Su Yin was overjoyed, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Such a high score. That cheeky boy, no wonder he had her down a key payo. Had she known, she would have made the slit a bit higher. As noon approached, the influx of customers grew. Da Yi was bustling in the kitchen. Yi Liping brought out the dishes, quickly serving garlic sauce to someone who requested it. Returning, she stood at the kitchen door, looking conflicted. Da Yi plated the stir-fried dishes and, noticing his wife wasn't moving, took them over himself. Upon returning, he nudged her with his shoulder, whispering, What are you pondering? Yi Liping sighed. What's wrong with my mouth? Why can't I keep it shut? Why boast like that? If Xiao Yi scores below 600, I'll be so embarrassed. Da Yi wanted to offer her some comfort, but held his tongue. What is embarrassing about it? Why boast like that? Just be honest. Whatever score it is. And that Qi Xiaochang too. Always showing off. Otherwise, his silly wife Wu Ti. Just then, someone outside called, Old he, hurry and bring me 2 dishes. I'm leaving after I eat. It was Qi Xiaochang again. Da Yi gritted his teeth. I'll go chase him away. Yi Liping tugged at her husband. Don't be ridiculous. Don't strike a frown on a smiling face. He is here to eat. Will you drive him away? What would happen to your restaurant? She quickly exited the kitchen. Brother, what would you like to eat? Qi Xiaochang was quite generous this time, ordering a dish of braised intestines and another of pork heart. Casually inquiring, I'll be leaving soon to accompany my child to select a major. My Xiao Air estimated 560. The teacher said he needs to exceed the prestigious line by 70 or 80 points. Yi Liping submitted the menu to the kitchen, remaining silent. Qi Xiaokang's primary aim was not to dine, but to ask that question he had been holding on to all night. Has the estimated score for your Xiao Yi been released? Did he reach 600? His face wore a sly grin, clearly skeptical of Yi Liping's earlier claims. 600? What a boast. Even his own son, so exemplary. Wu Ti dare claim 600. Yi Liping, initially inclined to be conciliatory, felt a surge of anger at his expression and retorted, It's out, and it's more than 600 by 10 points. Qi Xiaochang feigned enthusiasm. So high? That is fantastic. I'll surely enjoy a drink at the celebration for the child's advancement. Da Yi emerged from the kitchen, seeing his wife crouched down, his anger flaring. He approached and lightly kicked her. Though not hard, the insult was palpable. What is with that mouth of yours? How did you manage this? Yi Liping, not daring to retaliate. Bored silently, I really don't know. The moment I saw that smug expression, I just couldn't hold back. Da Yi sighed and squatted beside her. Just pray that our eldest son's score doesn't stray too far from 600, regardless of how he compares to old Chi's second son. Chapter 36. A hidden truth. After getting a short haircut at the barbershop by the school gate and exchanging a few texts with Aunt Yin, he left the school and took a taxi to the residential complex. He arrived at Li Zaijia's home, the luxurious place belonging to Chunlina, which he had visited once before. On this very day in his past life, a significant event transpired at Li Zaijia's residence. It was the last gathering of their class after the college entrance examination, where Li Zaijia got utterly intoxicated and ended up in the hospital receiving energy infusions. Her parents did not show up. He was unclear about the specifics at that time. The answers only revealed 2 decades later. At the 2023 20th anniversary reunion, Li Zaijia was absent, and someone revealed a shocking secret, that her parents divorced because her mother had been unfaithful, caught in the act by her father, leading to their separation. If the timeline was accurate, it should be this afternoon. If he aids Chunlina and prevents her from being caught by her husband, surely she would offer him some compensation, right? 1,000 wound T be too little, and 100,000 wound T be too much. Even the smallest fly's leg is still meat. With the money, he could buy that dress Aunt Yin fancied. Surely it wouldn't come to murder, would it? He shook his head, dismissing his wild thoughts. It shouldn't come to that. This isn't a novel. Besides, he wasn't so easily disposed of. After all, he had practiced combat sports and had brought along his knuckles that morning. In a one-on-one scenario, he was not to be trifled with. Wealth and danger often go hand in hand. If Chunlina refused to pay, he would consider it a favor returned for Aunt Yin lending her key payo. With this thought, he seized the opportunity to slip into the building, climbed the stairs, and reached the 10th floor. Lina's residence was in a high-end complex, with 2 units per floor, all spacious. The building had only 11 stories. He opened the fire escape door to peek outside, discovering the elevator lobby was empty. At this hour, Lizaijia should be having lunch. He cautiously propped the fire escape door ajar, observing intently. "Mom, I'll be eating out tonight, don't worry." Lizaijia spoke as she exited, closing the door behind her. She entered the elevator, and silence enveloped the lobby once more. He recalled that Lizaijia had left at this very moment in his past life. For it was precisely then he had seen her with Lin Wan and that Kai Yang on the court. According to the fragmented information He possessed, Lina would soon be caught in an affair by her husband this afternoon while meeting her lover, as Lizaijia was not home. He had devised a plan to knock frantically on the door, alerting Lina once he gained entry. Even if she turned out to be particularly stingy, he would accept it. He would simply be assisting Lizaijia and returning a favor to Aunt Yen. A small effort, and he stood to gain nothing but satisfaction. He felt a twinge of nervousness. This marks his inaugural attempt to intertwine the memories of his past life into another's existence. One cannot help but ponder whether Aunt Yen's borrowing of the Kipeo and his acquaintance with Lizaijia might influence the unfolding of today's events. Time ticks away, yet still, there is no sign of movement. He glanced at his phone, now set to vibrate, and felt an urge to abandon his weight. Could this be the butterfly effect, rendering the anticipated event obsolete? As the clock inched towards 3 o'clock, having waited for 2.5 hours with no developments, he was just about to descend the stairs when he heard the sound of a door opening. Hurriedly, he turned around and tiptoed to the fire exit, peering towards the elevator lobby. Lina appeared, clad in a casual short-sleeved dress, loose and unshaped, a stark contrast to her alluring appearance from the day they first met. A sense of doubt began to creep into He's mind. This was not the attire one would expect from a lover. It was evident she was still wearing undergarments. Now standing at the doorway with a hint of hesitation, she clutched a cordless phone and approached the neighbor's door. Knock, knock, knock. With a creak, the neighbor's door swung open, revealing a young man clad only in his underwear. Lina, a touch awkward, apologized, "Sorry to disturb you, but the father of my child urgently needs something from the computer. Yet I've forgotten the password after so long and can't find anyone at the computer shop right now. Could you possibly help me figure it out?" "Sure. I'll take a look, sister," the young man replied eagerly, retreating to grab his phone, slipping on some shorts and a short-sleeved shirt before following Lina inside. Lina lingered at the door, showing no intention of closing it. Instead, she invited the young man in, then followed him into the house. "It's in the study." "This way." As the two entered, he hesitated but stealthily slipped through the fire exit, straining to listen intently. "There is some contract in a folder under the E-drive, but I don't understand it. Can you see if you can unlock the password?" Lina's voice reached his ears. With a determined heart, he removed his shoes, clutching them in hand, and quickly made his way into the guest bedroom. Lina's apartment was a western-facing unit with a modern layout. Upon entry, one encountered an east-west corridor, with the kitchen and dining area on the right side to the north, and the guest room and living room to the south. Further in to the south lay the master bedroom, suite, and study, with the second bedroom and shared bathroom to the north. Both the guest room and master bedroom were equipped with their own bathrooms. The guest room, being on the east side, could serve as a room for the elderly if 3 generations lived together. He had visited once before and was well acquainted with the layout, hiding in the guest bedroom while contemplating his next move. Was this the opportunity for Lina to engage with that young man? How scandalous! Yet something felt amiss. Although he had only met Lina once, he had often heard Aunt Yen speak of her. This woman, having graduated from a normal school and entered the education field, was snatched up by a television station due to her vocal talent and striking figure, serving as a host for many years without a single negative review. If her character were truly lacking, someone as virtuous as Aunt Yen would never befriend her. Thus, how could Lina possibly spark a flame with a neighbor merely there to assist with computer repairs, only to be caught in the act? At 18, he might have been oblivious, but at 40, he recognized that if this were a lover's rendezvous, Lina would not have donned such attire. At the very least, she would not have deliberately worn undergarments for the sake of seduction, would she? Ridiculous. He recalled her being quite alluring on the day of his visit. Lina's act of leaving the door ajar was clearly meant to convey her openness and lack of wrongdoing. So, did this imply there was a deeper secret at play? This was precisely why he had hidden in the guest bedroom. If Lina were unwilling, being locked outside would leave him powerless. "Sister, I figured it out. There's no password," the young man announced. "You're amazing." "Thank you," Lina replied, her gratitude sincere. "It's no trouble. I've forgotten my password before as well." "Sister, let me search for that file again. Is there any water at home? I'm a bit thirsty." "Ah, yes, just a moment. I'll fetch it for you." Chunlina responded, then appeared at the guest bedroom door, heading towards the kitchen. The kitchen faced the dining area, with the door opening westward. The hurried woman paid no heed to the fact that the guest bedroom door had closed behind her. Sounds of rummaging filled the kitchen. "Brother, do you want iced tea? Green tea, cola, or mineral water?" she called out. "Iced tea, please, sister," the young man replied, quickly emerging to pour a powder from a small paper packet into the chrysanthemum tea that Chunlina had placed atop the water dispenser. Through the mirror by the bathroom door, he clearly witnessed this scene. So, it seemed Chunlina wasn't tea cheating. She was being drugged. Chapter 37. This is outrageous. "Sister, I found the file. Is this it?" "I'm not sure. Let me ask your brother." Chunlina dialed out on the cordless phone. I found it. The neighbor helped me locate it. How should I send it over to you?" "Just tell your brother." "All right, brother. I've noted it down. Wait a moment. I'll send it now." "Okay, sister. It's been sent to my brother. I'll take my leave now." The young man exited swiftly. Chunlina closed the door and returned to the master bedroom. He had missed his chance to leave earlier, and now he found himself unable to escape. Footsteps echoed once more. Peering through the crack in the guest bedroom door, he was taken aback to see Chunlina emerge again. This time dressed in an ensemble befitting her true style. A silk camisole nightgown, accentuating her curves and delicate form. He had encountered many beauties in his previous life, having weathered considerable storms, but Chunlina was different, a flower of the municipal television station, remarkably well preserved at this age. Her innate allure was undeniable. Yet it was equally apparent that her efforts to maintain it were substantial. For a woman to achieve and sustain beauty, significant resources were required. Her exquisite beauty contrasted starkly with Aunt Yan's more unadorned charm. They represented two entirely different concepts. Aunt Yan relied on her innate talent, while Chunlina's allure was a testament to her wealth. The beauty of her face and figure was synonymous with her social standing. Chunlina examined her reflection in the vanity mirror, seemingly satisfied, and spritzed some perfume into her hair. He mused to himself. Had he come too early? This was how one dressed for a lover. What a rascal to make such demands in broad daylight. He wondered if Zygia might return suddenly. His mind was a whirlpool of uncertainty. Indeed, he had arrived prematurely. Yet, what was the nature of that white powder the neighbor had used? This was something he had witnessed firsthand. Chunlina then picked up the cordless phone again, dialing a number while grabbing a glass thermos from the water dispenser. Inside, the chrysanthemum flowers were fully bloomed, an enticing sight at the peak of their flavor. As she sipped tea, she began pressing numbers. He could hear clearly. She did not dial, but rather hit the redial button. "Minjayo, how much longer?" There with a clatter, Chunlina, just as she settled onto the leather sofa, dropped the glass thermos, shattering it on the floor. The chrysanthemum flowers scattered amidst the broken glass. "Hello? Hello?" Faint voices crackled through the receiver. He was utterly stunned. This was not an affair. Chunlina was awaiting her husband's return. But how had the neighbor gained entry? Had he been given a key beforehand? This was no place to linger. He was about to seize the opportunity to slip away before Li Minjayu returned when suddenly the sound of keys unlocking the door echoed through the room. He's heart raced, and he quickly retreated back into the guest bedroom. This was a catastrophe. Li Minjayu was back. He peered through the crack in the guest bedroom door and was left speechless. He observed with clarity. Indeed, it was the neighbor returning. Good heavens. This scoundrel truly possesses a key. Such meticulous planning. Fool, her husband will be back soon. If caught, I shall not spare you. He gazed through the dressing mirror that leaned against the north wall, taking in the unfolding scene in the living room. The neighbor displayed no hint of panic. Astonishingly, he wore white gloves. He first ventured into the kitchen to procure a broom and dustpan, methodically sweeping up the shards of glass. And then he fetched a cloth to dry the floor. The entire process was executed with remarkable composure, devoid of any urgency. He could not help but admire the man. Clearly, he was an experienced hand. Such psychological fortitude was commendable. After tidying everything, the man exhibited no haste, casually taking a seat on the sofa and turning on the television. He even went to the dining room to feast upon the leftover food. For heaven's sake, he had yet to have lunch. This was too much. Beep, beep, beep. The man's phone alarm rang. Only then did he rise, heading to the shared bathroom to find a towel, soaking it in water and wringing it out before returning to the living room to wipe Chunlina's face. Chunlina let out a soft moan, her body stirring slightly. The man then exhaled with relief, beginning to undress her. He could not clearly see the scene on the sofa, but it was evident that the man froze mid-action. Who wouldn't? The beauty of Chunlina, a reflection of her husband Li Minjayu's wealth and status, was undeniable. Such a stunning woman could not be maintained by the impoverished or the inept. She was a figure of dreams, unattainable for the average person. One might fantasize about a superstar, yet they're not necessarily the pinnacle of beauty. The true icons have long been sequestered, cherished in gilded cages. Chunlina was clearly one of them. Even as youth wanes, she remains incomparable to ordinary beauties. He could hear the man swallow from behind the door, the sound traveling a considerable distance. With a newfound determination, the man began to disrobe. His attire was scant, consisting of shorts, a short-sleeved shirt, and underwear, accompanied by a small handbag. Chunlina wore only a seductive slip dress, rendering undressing unnecessary. The allure lay in the suggestion. After all, witnessing the man prepare to take action, he could no longer contain himself. I could tolerate you eating and drinking before me, but to engage in such acts in my presence is utterly intolerable. I cannot abide it, even if not for Aunt Yen, for the sake of Li Zijia. I cannot allow you to act with such impunity. Silently, he opened the guest room door, stepping cautiously into the living room. The man was completely engrossed in the exquisite allure of Chunlina, oblivious to everything else. Although his intentions were commendable, Chunlina's position on the couch was highly inappropriate, necessitating adjustment. This provided He Yi with an opportunity. For heaven's sake, he seized the square ashtray from the coffee table and struck the man forcefully on the side of the face. A hero's deed. Who else could claim such valor? The man had just stripped himself bare and let out a grunt before collapsing onto the single sofa positioned northward. Fortunately, it was a leather sofa. Had it been a traditional Chinese one, the fall could have resulted in serious injury. Time was of the essence. He quickly grabbed a towel, soaked in the bathroom, and returned with more water to wipe Chunlina's face. He was unaware of the substance the scoundrel had used, but he understood that the man had employed this tactic to rouse Chunlina, so he could only emulate it. Chunlina had not consumed much. The effects of the drug were evidently waning, and as He Yi wiped her face, she began to stir. The beautiful woman took a moment to gather herself, and upon seeing He Yi, she recoiled in fright. Why you? Chunlina stammered, recognition flickering briefly. Yet she could not place him, her tongue faltering. You're a host, right? Even as she trembled, she tugged at her slip dress. He had seen everything before. Now, he averted his gaze, maintaining a demeanor of utmost propriety. Aunt Chun, I am He Yi, Su Yan's godson. Do you remember me now? His long hair had been inexplicably shorn, and Chunlina, having only met him once, understandably did not recognize him. It was only then that Chunlina regained her composure. How did you get in my house? Why was I asleep? These were two questions, but He Yi had no intention of answering. He stepped back, allowing space. The neighbor, half naked and sprawled on the sofa, lay there utterly vulnerable. Chapter 38. Acknowledging reality, Chunlina's face flushed. Her underwear had been removed without her awareness. She was beautiful, not foolish. Although she could not ascertain the full extent of the situation, she grasped enough of it. This man had come to fix the computer, drugged her, and she had fainted after consuming chrysanthemum tea. He had fortuitously intervened, incapacitating the man and saving her. Chunlina breathed a sigh of relief. She was certain that she had not been violated. It had been years since she had experienced such intimacy. It was impossible not to feel something. That's good. Let's call the police, she declared, reaching for the cordless phone. He shook his head, stopping her. This matter was not straightforward. The moment Chunlina felt his touch, she shivered and relinquished the phone. In a situation with just the two of them, what if He Yi were not as he seemed? Though unlikely, she was now a startled bird. Why? He shook his head. You should change into something more respectable. The more dignified, the better. We can discuss this once you're ready. Chunlina's face grew even redder as she hurriedly retreated to her room, covering her dress. This attire was more revealing than if she wore nothing at all. He searched for an appropriate item for some time before disconnecting an extension cord from the kitchen, using the power cable to securely bind the man. Before he could finish, Chunlina emerged, quicker than expected, still clad in the same outfit she wore when she left at noon. How did you get in? Chunlina had regained her composure, evidently engaged in mental deliberation. That is not important right now. You should focus on how to handle this situation. He secured the man, glancing at his watch. What time did Uncle Li say he would return? Chunlina shook her head. He didn't say. He contemplated for a moment, then stated solemnly, if this goes to the police, your marriage will be over. Do you understand what I mean? Chunlina nodded, remaining silent. He sighed. Do you have a digital camera at home? If so, please retrieve it and take photos of him. As someone in the news industry, Chunlina's home was likely equipped with digital devices, which was why he inquired. After a flurry of clicks, he finally carried the man out, locating his keys and unlocking his door. The interior was unpretentious. It was a 100 square meter east-facing two-bedroom apartment. He carried the man to the bedroom, rummaging through drawers to find more extension cords, securely tying the man to the bed. He was no novice in such matters. Binding, huh? He shook his head. cursing himself for having such thoughts. To his surprise, the man did possess some charm. No wonder he dared to take on this task. From the perspective of a prominent host, if he were to don women's clothing, he would not pale in comparison to Yuan Yuan. It all made sense now. With nothing else to do, he awaited the man's revival. He had struck with care, ensuring the blow rendered him unconscious but not fatal. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act against him. A death would change everything. A severe injury was unlikely either. The blow had been to the side of the face, causing a fainting spell without significant harm. In matters of conflict, you are fully aware of your own condition. Remain patient, or I might just toss you out of the window, leaving you utterly disgraced in your demise. The man complied, appearing as lean as a small monkey, preoccupied solely with his looks, devoid of any substantial flesh. He was in no way comparable to Yi, who, at a towering height of 186 centimeters, was robustly nurtured by Aunt Yen through his football and basketball endeavors. With an impressive 8-pack of abs, he was no jest. However, hunger-struck, he rose and commenced his search in the kitchen. Alas, there was nothing to feast upon, only instant noodles, a veritable staple. He resigned himself to this meager fare. With a rice cooker as the sole kitchen appliance, the simplicity of this fellow's lifestyle became evident. He boiled 3 packets of white elephant noodles and devoured 6 cakes of noodles until satiated. Why did you leave right after returning? Aren't you having dinner at home? The voice was loud, and despite the door between them, he heard it distinctly, as he had been eavesdropping against the door. Not eating. Something came up unexpectedly. Take care. The elevator doors closed. He stood up, and in the elevator lobby, only Chun-Lina remained. After a moment, she approached and knocked on the door. He opened it. Has Uncle Lee left? Chun-Lina nodded. Did you too? You know that? Oh dear, we can't discuss that. Chun-Lina's face flushed, understanding the implication, and shook her head. He acknowledged her response, surmising he had hit the mark. You should head back. I'm worried he might return and knock again. The implication was almost explicit. Chun-Lina's complexion paled. Can he? He can. He produced the man's phone, displaying several missed calls. This must be Uncle Lee's number, correct? Chun-Lina glanced at it, her body weakening as she nearly sank to the floor. He swiftly caught her. Wait, don't faint. Just head back and wait for my news. Chun-Lina regained her composure and departed. He secured the door and sat by it, waiting. It wasn't long before he heard footsteps approaching, though the elevator was silent. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. He ignored it. Knock, knock. The knocking persisted. His phone vibrated in his hand, the same number calling again. It appeared his suspicions were well-founded. Damn it. The footsteps gradually receded. He waited for half an hour, confirming the coast was clear before he peered through the peephole. He sent Chun-Lina a text. You can come now? Another knock sounded, and Chun-Lina stood at the door, her eyes reddened. He let her in and securely locked the door. Seated on the sofa, Chun-Lina wept, tears cascading in a continuous stream. He found himself at a loss for words. He returned. He nodded, internally scoffing. What a foolish question. Chun-Lina clearly heard him too, having seen through the peephole. At this juncture, many things became painfully apparent. In the early 21st century, divorce was not yet commonplace. Especially for couples with children. When marital discord arose, it was customary to wait until after the child had entered university before parting ways. With the conclusion of the college entrance examination, it was hardly surprising to see a plethora of divorces, including that of Li Xiaojia's parents. Yet when he discovered that Chun-Lina was Li Xiaojia's mother, he sensed an unusual undercurrent. Chun-Lina was no ordinary individual. Her husband, Li Mingyu, was equally extraordinary. He knew little of Li Xiaojia's parents or their reasons for divorce, yet he was acutely aware of the dynamics surrounding Chun-Lina and her husband. Divorce among the affluent was a bloody affair, starkly different from the experiences of the average person. He recalled that years ago, Chun-Lina had sought Aunt Yan's assistance in investigating someone, desiring to uncover the individual's true identity. Whether Aunt Yan succeeded remained unclear, but whenever she spoke of this friend, she would sigh deeply, lamenting Chun-Lina's ill fate. Was the person Chun-Lina was investigating her infidelity partner? But if so, why seek out his true identity? Wouldn't she already know her lover's information without needing to involve the police? Chapter 39. One matter does not trouble two masters, even in the face of impending calamity. Chun-Lina remained in disbelief. He even called me before he returned, asking me to don something enticing and wait for him. Chun-Lina sobbed, her shame seemingly evaporated. There was nothing left to be ashamed of. He had witnessed everything, her family disgrace laid bare before him. Thus, when he posed that question, she comprehended instantly. Her husband returned home without so much as touching her, evidently disappointed, only to hastily depart again. Then he returned to knock next door. What could that possibly imply? It cannot be more obvious. This entire farce was a self-staged drama orchestrated by her husband. Chunlina's sobs grew more intense. She was not foolish. She simply could not accept the reality. Her husband, with whom she had shared so many years, would choose to betray her just as their child finished the college entrance examination. Furthermore, the new neighbor had not just moved in recently. It had been over a year. What did that signify? More than a year ago, her husband had already conceived this plan. What a deeply calculating and frightening mind, unable to bear it any longer. He offered words of comfort. Given the circumstances, I advise you to make preparations. Xiao Jia has yet to submit her college applications. Do your utmost not to impact the child. There's still someone bound in the back room. This matter will eventually come to light. You must devise a plan. Chunlina appeared distraught, utterly lost. She turned to He Yi for guidance. Xiao Yi, you're such a good person. Please help me think of a solution. He felt overwhelmed. The anticipated scenario had not unfolded. No money had materialized, and he found himself embroiled in chaos. It was evident that Li Mingyu had long harbored thoughts of divorce, but had chosen an unorthodox path, hiring the young man in the back room, relocating nearby to exploit the opportunity to entangle Chunlina, thereby fabricating evidence of her infidelity. Yet, perhaps due to Chunlina's principled nature, the man had never found a suitable chance. In a fit of desperation, he resorted to the drastic measure of drugging her, creating an opportunity to fabricate evidence of their affair. Had he not intervened, Li Mingyu's scheme would have had a high probability of success. Yet several details remained uncertain to He Yi. How could Li Mingyu, after so long in planning, still leave gaps in his scheme? Was it truly the case that even the most meticulous could falter? Perhaps. Pondering this, He Yi advised Chunlina, first, find someone, a formidable lawyer. We need to begin gathering evidence. As for filing a police report, we must consult the attorney. Chunlina understood and hastily began making calls. While they awaited the lawyer's arrival, He Yi confronted the man, delivering a sharp slap. You will answer my questions with honesty. Do not babble if not prompted. If you make me angry, I will cut off your manhood. Do you understand? The man nodded vigorously in compliance. He pulled the underwear from his mouth. What's your name? Brother, I'm Zhao Haitao. Brother. He was pleased with his cooperation. Pressing on with the most pressing inquiry. If you had access to the keys, why only chose today to drug her? Zhao Haitao hesitated, struggling to piece together his thoughts. Upon seeing He's raised hand, he hastily exclaimed, Brother, let me think. Quickly, after a moment of contemplation, Zhao Haitao began to explain. Here's how it was. The child hadn't completed the college entrance examination, and Mr. Li was worried it would affect her scores. So he held off. The original plan was for Mr. Li to retrieve some computer files, but since Sister couldn't find them, I was supposed to help out. I intended to visit a few more times to get familiar with her, hoping to eventually succeed. However, since I moved in, I tried similar tactics several times. But Sister just wouldn't pay me any mind. I spent my days at home playing guitar and singing, yet she still ignored me. I even added her on QQ, but she never responded. In the end, out of desperation, I resorted to drugging her. He stood up, glancing at Chunlina, who had been eavesdropping by the doorway. Chunlina nodded slightly and whispered, Yes, he moved in not long ago. Several times, Xiao Jia's father needed files from the computer and always sought out this person. I was afraid of causing trouble and found it bothersome, so I changed the computer password and claimed I forgot it. After that, I stopped using the computer, but I kept running into him at the door every day. I began to suspect his intentions were nefarious and tried to avoid him. If Xiao Jia's father asked for those files today, I couldn't agree to have him help with sending them. He understood and inquired about Zhao Haidao. As expected, President Li specifically arranged for me to learn how to bypass the boot password. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot. You two haven't been together for years, and suddenly he is so eager. Have you not considered that something is amiss? Chunlina was taken aback. How do you know how long we have been apart? He shook his head in silence. It was not the time for that discussion. After gathering the evidence, he handed it to Chunlina and cautioned, These matters today constitute incitement to commit a crime. Have your lawyer organize the evidence and negotiate with Uncle Li. We should avoid involving the authorities if possible. At this point, we must look forward. Securing your share of the money is of utmost importance. His words were sincere. Yet Chunlina, unaccustomed to such situations, found herself at a loss. Please, don't leave. Help me a little longer. I will repay you. At that moment, Chunlina felt utterly alone, completely forgetting that He Yi was merely a classmate of her son, still a young lad. It was He Yi's mature wisdom and courage that won her unwavering respect. All right then, since I have nothing else to do at home, I will wait for the lawyer. They sat in silence for a moment. Chunlina recalled her earlier question. Why did you show up? He had prepared an answer and replied, I wanted to write a small program, and since I didn't have a computer at home, I thought of borrowing yours after seeing It's excellent performance during my last visit. Just then, I happened to see that person slipping something into your drink. Only at that moment, with Chun-Lina in the kitchen and the man drugging her drink, did He's entrance make sense. Hence, he concealed himself in the guest room, intending to see what transpired. Chun-Lina nodded, believing him, for there could be no other explanation. The notion that He had come to save her because he had been reborn and intended to collect a favor was utterly implausible. With her feelings for Su Yin, she would certainly not refuse He's request to borrow the computer. By the way, you should gather your savings, cash, and valuables. Take what you can to avoid losing them later. He merely offered a suggestion, but he believed it was unnecessary. Once the lawyer arrived with the evidence collected, how could Li Minjiu avoid imprisonment, let alone demand such trifles from his wife? It was inconceivable. Nevertheless, He considered Chun-Lina's situation. Some valuables were not just about their monetary worth, but also held sentimental value. Chun-Lina was not foolish. She had spent the better part of the day brainstorming, and now her mind raced as she contemplated how to win He's favor. She had few possessions. It was either through money or her body. The latter was not an option, as she lacked the resolve and was uncertain if he would even be interested. Fortunately, He's remarks reminded her that it would be most appropriate to entice him with money, thus avoiding any awkwardness. In such matters, it was best not to involve more than one party. Since she had already lost face in front of He, it was time to utilize his talents. I'll go gather my things. Wait for me. Chapter 40. Come sleep at my house before long. Chun-Lina returned with a bag. It was an exquisite LV handbag, quite spacious. Inside were various items: luxury watches, jewelry, cash in both RMB and USD, and gold bars. All the valuables in my house are here. Take them and keep them safe for me. Chun-Lina unceremoniously handed the bag to He. He, taken aback, felt it was inappropriate. Aunt Chun, you shouldn't give this to me. You should find someone you trust. Chun-Lina replied directly. The person I trust the most right now is you. He was at a loss for words. Then let me write a list, so nothing goes missing, and I won't be able to explain later. Chun-Lina quickly interjected. Xiao Yi, no. Your kindness to me is immeasurable. I can't be so petty about this money. She smiled faintly. These are just things I like and aren't worth much. I'm not in the mood for it right now. Just help me keep it safe. If you need money, feel free to use it. You needed a computer, right? Buy one. Besides, you and Yin Jie are like family, aren't we? With that, she felt that being overly courteous would be too distant. However, he had to clarify his stance. Aunt Yin dreaded being looked down upon, and he too could not afford to embarrass her. That won't do. Aunt Chun, even though my family's average, I am not someone who covets wealth. How about this? I'll keep it for you, and when you're settled, I'll return it. Initially, he had merely intended to request a small fee for his assistance, as he felt justified in accepting compensation if he successfully salvaged Chun-Lina's marriage. Now, however, it seemed he had saved her but left her marriage in ruins, which weighed heavily on his conscience. Moreover, the value of the items was substantial. Chun-Lina smiled sadly. In the future, I may not lack for such trivial items. He could only offer some comforting words, ultimately taking out paper and pen to begin listing the items. Rolex watch X1, diamond necklace, 16 stones, quite large X1. Despite being familiar with luxury goods, he still encountered many he did not recognize, as diamonds lack branding. Chun-Lina found amusement in his words, a rare occurrence as she had not smiled all day. Someone knocked on the door, and Chun-Lina went to open it. The visitor was a short, stout man with a naive appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. Lawyer Wang, thank you for coming out so late. Not all, Chunjia. Given your close relationship with President Run, it's the least I can do. Now, let us go over the basic situation, Lawyer Wang said, glancing at He with some confusion. Chun-Lina introduced, this is my nephew. He confidently extended his hand. Lawyer Wang, nice to meet you. Hello, hello. Lawyer Wang was somewhat surprised to see a young person involved in such a dispute. The three took their seats, and he began recounting the entire story, ensuring that only his fabricated part was omitted while the rest remained truthful. No one was harmed, right? Was the scene photographed? That's excellent. Let's proceed. I'll first speak with the parties involved, and we can discuss further afterward. Lawyer Wang entered to question Zhao Heidao. He and Chun-Lina stood outside, discreetly eavesdropping. This was not eavesdropping. It was called listening in. Lawyer Wang indeed displayed professionalism, posing meticulous questions with clear logic, covering every detail from start to finish, all recorded on a tape recorder. Zhao Heidao dared not withhold information. A mere scare from Lawyer Wang made him acutely aware of the severity of his offenses. Attempted rape, premeditated for a year and a half, would certainly lead to the maximum sentence. Once everything was settled, Lawyer Wang emerged and quietly advised, I recommend contacting the police with the current evidence. We cannot secure the facts. Reporting it would change everything. Chenlina was indecisive and looked to He. He shook his head. Let's avoid involving the police if we can. Uncle Lee is a public figure, and if he feels cornered, a wounded dog may bite. Here's what we could do. Have Zhao Heidao call Uncle Lee and record the conversation. Would that be useful? Lawyer Wang furrowed his brow. There's some risk involved, but it's not unfeasible. Ultimately, we need leverage for future negotiations, right? It can work. He nodded in assent. Very well. Have Zhao Heidao return Uncle Lee's call. Inform him that just as we were about to take action, Xiao Jia came back. Following Uncle Lee's principle to avoid disturbing the child, no moves were made. His phone had been on silent mode, concealed within the wardrobe all this while. Now that Aunt Chun had stepped out for a stroll, he emerged. Lawyer Wang raised his thumb appreciatively. Sister Chun, your nephew is no ordinary individual. You truly chose the right person to assist you. Chenlina smiled with a complex expression. Isn't that so? I'm quite relieved myself. As she spoke, she cast a profound glance at He. He scratched his head. From this moment on, they were comrades in the same trench. Seen from this perspective, offering some money was justifiable. After all, it was rare to find someone so trustworthy. The trust forged by a twist of fate had suddenly become unbreakable. Besides money, Chenlina might not be willing to give anything else. And even if she were, it was uncertain whether He would desire it. It was a veritable dark forest, a chain of suspicion. After some scheming, Lawyer Wang instructed Zhao Heidao, who then called back to Li Minjiayu. Evidently, Li Minjiayu had been anticipating this call. As it connected after a single ring, there was inevitably some scolding, but Zhao Heidao explained the rationale taught by Lawyer Wang, then reassured Mr. Li, rest assured, there will be ample opportunities. Arrange for your son to visit relatives or go sightseeing in a few days. I will proceed gradually. I obtained the key today, so on any day I choose, after dosing, I can succeed. Following He's guidance, he glanced at Chenlina and whispered, Today I saw your sister-in-law dressed beautifully, clearly waiting for you. I surmise she is quite eager. I have a suggestion. After I succeed once, may I spend some time with your sister-in-law? As long as she keeps it quiet, we can certainly advance further. Then your matter, well, I can't wait that long. Tomorrow you must act. I'll have Xiao Jia go to the provincial city to see the car exhibition. Li Minjiayu abruptly ended the call. Chenlina's eyes welled with tears once more. He embraced her gently, purely, and sincerely. Chenlina was momentarily stunned. At this sensitive time, she feared being touched by others. Yet when he touched her, she felt a rare sense of security. Lawyer Wang took no notice, remarking that aunt and nephew were relatives, so such closeness was natural. Do you know anyone in the public security or judicial system? I suggest reporting to the police to secure evidence, even if it means charging Zhao Heidao with molestation. That way we'll have leverage later. He and Chenlina exchanged a glance. While other departments were uncertain, in the police system they had plenty of contacts. Thus, Chenlina called Su Yin to explain the situation. Su Yin acted efficiently. Within half an hour, plainclothes officers arrived. Miss Chun? Miss Yin sent me. Oh, He is here too? The officer recognized He. He had been a subordinate of Aunt Yin at the municipal bureau and was now a station chief at the grassroots level. After some cordial exchange, they immediately took Zhao Heidao away on charges of provocation and disturbance. He was detained pending further action. If Li Minjiayu refused to cooperate later, they would take more serious measures. Lawyer Wang departed to prepare materials. Tomorrow would be the day to confront Li Minjiayu. Once everyone had left, Chenlina looked at He with a clear plea to stay. He scratched his head. Should I sleep here? Zhao Heidao's home had everything. Chenlina bit her lip. You said you needed to borrow a computer, right? Why don't you just stay at my place? There's a bed in the study, chapter 41. Let us begin. He felt a flutter of apprehension. Was this appropriate? What if Uncle Lee returned tonight? What would it mean if he slept in the study? Chenlina shook her head. He went to come back. He must have a woman outside he dares not cross. She is pressing him, which explains his urgency. He nodded, agreeing with her analysis. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Li Minjiayu had been scheming for a year and a half, showing great cunning. But since Xiao Jia's college entrance exam just ended, his impatience suggested something had gone awry. If Xiao Jia sees me here, well, Chenlina blushed. She was terrified that if Li Minjiayu returned tonight, more trouble could erupt. Having He stay would provide an extra layer of protection. He understood. All right, I'll stay. Chenlina exhaled in relief. Together, they returned home. Not much time had passed, but He's mindset had changed dramatically. Are you hungry? Chenlina asked, somewhat embarrassed. After such an ordeal, it was hardly surprising she lacked appetite. He shook his head. He had eaten 3 bags of double-sided biscuits from Big White Elephant and was not hungry at all. Would you like to take a shower? Chenlina blushed again. She wasn't usually shy or reserved, but today was different. Her idyllic family life had shattered in an instant. Everything she once treasured and took for granted had vanished. Her intimate husband had suddenly revealed a monstrous face. Instead, it was her son's classmate who helped her escape the crisis. Too close a call. If Zhao Heidao had succeeded, Chunlina shook her head, unwilling to think further. Too frightening. No need to wash then. There are no clothes to change into. He had been lying in wait all day, drenched in sweat, eager to refresh himself. If you don't mind, you can wear his pajamas. Chunlina spoke without much thought, and only realized afterward how unusual it sounded. Letting He wear her husband's clothes while they were still married. Well then, I'll take a shower. He pretended not to notice her awkwardness. Chunlina fetched a brand new two-piece pajama set and handed it to He. The fabric was exquisite and costly. In his previous life, He had been wealthy, yet his attire was no better than this. Coupled with the 20-year gap, it was easy to imagine how formidable Li Minjiayu was now. He headed to the master bedroom's bathroom, as Chunlina suggested. The shower was indeed larger and more spacious, featuring a quarter-circle massage bathtub. The 20-year difference was undeniable. He would only dare such indulgence 2 decades later. While Li Minjiayu had grown weary of it already, comparing oneself to others could be deadly. After showering and donning the pajamas, which were a bit loose on He but wearable, he resolved to sleep early, anticipating tomorrow's fierce confrontation. Your clothes are over there. I'll wash them, so they'll be dry by morning, Chunlina said as she accompanied him to the study. The bedroom adjoined the study, so escorting him was unnecessary. The door will be open. Call me if anything comes up, she added. He knew his words were superfluous but felt compelled to say them as a gesture of goodwill. Chunlina nodded silently, exhausted from the day's events. He lay down on the study's bed. Though called a bed, it was essentially a wooden couch by the window, but comfortable enough for sleep. The pillow was soft and fragrant. Wealth was indeed a blessing. He slept soundly throughout the night. He awoke early, unable to remain asleep, as Chunlina came and went several times, subtly urging him to rise. Xiao Jia could return at any moment. It would be awkward if he were still staying over. He quickly got up. Aunt Shun, I'll go next door. Lawyer Wang will call me soon. I bought breakfast. You should eat before going. Chunlina looked apologetic, but healthier than the day before, not as despondent. I'll take it to that room to eat, she said. Zhao Heidao's residence lay vacant. Were it not for accompanying Chunlina, he would have had no reason to stay there. He wished to catch some more sleep, for the day ahead promised to be arduous. Bearing breakfast, he retreated to the eastern chamber, where he consumed several meat buns and a bowl of tofu pudding before reclining once more to rest. Half awake, he was roused by the sound of knocking. Hastily, he rose. His phone, set to vibrate, displayed multiple missed calls and messages. Chunlina had been restless the previous night, disturbing his own slumber. Upon checking the texts, he confirmed they were from Chunlina and Lawyer Wang. Are you ready? Yes. Then let us begin. Li Minjiayu had also endured a sleepless night. He could not fathom how that wretched woman had managed to become secretly pregnant. She possessed recorded footage of their intimacy, as well as compromising videos of him cavorting with several officials. Now, he had no choice but to proceed with an immediate divorce. Otherwise, once the child was born, she would tear apart their facade and drag him into court, a fate he could ill afford. He regretted his momentary lapse in judgment, lying with his female secretary. One misstep had led to a cascade of errors. The secretary had served him for 4 years and knew too much. If she was not appeased, he had been planning this for over a year. Yet, at the critical moment, something had faltered. Today, success was imperative. His son had been sent away overnight to the provincial city, gifts purchased for his young girlfriend, cars, watches, whatever was needed. Today, he intended to secure evidence of Chunlina's infidelity and coerce her into signing a clean divorce settlement, leveraging their son's reputation. Chunlina cherished their son deeply. She would never allow him disgrace and would surely sign. The divorce agreement was already prepared. The house, the car, and money would remain hers. After all, they were married, and he accepted fault. However, the company's shares, those he would claim entirely. Surrendering half was tantamount to losing his very life. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. Position secured. Come quickly. Li Minjiayu alighted, clutching a handheld camcorder, determined to capture irrefutable proof. This time, he must prevail. Entering the building, he pressed the elevator button, ascending to the 10th floor. Drawing out his spare key, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his trembling hands and mounting excitement, then smoothly unlocked the high-end door. Within, the sounds of passionate lovemaking reverberated incessantly, deafeningly loud. That lewd woman, that scoundrel. Hadn't they agreed merely to stage the scene? Why had they gone so far as to actually consummate it? He had no desire to be cuckolded before the divorce was finalized. No matter, it mattered not. Catching them in flagrante delicto was even better. Li Minjiayu stormed into the bedroom, camcorder in hand. The bed was conspicuously bulging. Those adulterers, though slightly intoxicated, he remained lucid and flung back the covers. Chapter 42. You are my benefactor. He had been waiting in the eastern room. Trailing behind, Li Minjiayu with his own camcorder as the latter entered, recording eagerly. Li Minjiayu was visibly agitated. He moved silently, stealthily following him. When Li Minjiayu uncovered the bed and cursed loudly, he followed the sound to the study, finally exhaling in relief. Li Minjiayu stood frozen at the study doorway. He placed his camcorder on the bedside table of the master bedroom and inspected another camera concealed in a hidden corner. Since Chunlina worked in broadcasting, their home was well equipped with digital devices, including high-end cameras. Hearing the noise, Li Minjiayu turned, his face composed yet betraying a flicker of panic. He spoke cautiously. Who are you? Why are you in my home? Feigning calm as he produced his phone. Leave immediately, or I will call the police. He swiftly snatched the phone away. Indeed, Li Minjiayu was deleting messages and call logs. It was unnecessary. Seeing him attempt to seize the phone, he, like a basketball player ready to dribble past an opponent, raised the phone high in his right hand and pushed Li Minjiayu back with his left. Mobile companies could retrieve call and message records. There was no need to erase them. Li Minjiayu paused, ceasing resistance. In the study, Chunlina and Lawyer Wang sat together. A computer speaker blaring artificial, exaggerated sounds of intimacy, loud and awkward. Chunlina nodded, and Lawyer Wang promptly muted the speaker. The website he had found was surprisingly bold, streaming smoothly without buffering. He resolved to inquire about the URL later. Li Minjiayu, come and sit. Chunlina summoned her husband, her tone neither distant nor affectionate, utterly devoid of warmth. Li Minjiayu, aware she had uncovered his scheme, complied. Years of business had honed his boldness and resolve. He refused to appear weak now. We have gathered sufficient evidence. Here is the divorce agreement. Sign it, and we can part amicably. Chunlina spoke calmly, though her voice quivered slightly. Lina, I was foolish. Why force me? I don't want a divorce. I want to live with you. Li Minjiayu played the sentimental card, hoping to weather this storm. Sign the divorce, or I will accuse you of orchestrating a drugging and rape. You have 5 minutes to decide. Chunlina's resolve was unyielding. When a woman has truly given up on a man, it is irrevocable. She was capable of both passionate devotion and ruthless finality. Li Minjiayu's gaze flickered. What about Zhao Heidao? Chunlina shrugged. He was taken away last night. Disturbing the peace, it could be escalated to attempted drugging and rape. She looked at her cold-hearted spouse. I do not want our son's university records stained with a criminal father, which is why I am giving you this chance. Do not misjudge me. You know me well. I am terrifying when resolute. Li Minjiayu considered. I want my lawyer here. Chunlina shook her head. You must have heard of Lawyer Wang's competence. He drafted the agreement. There will be no issues. Your lawyer can discuss specifics with him later. But you must sign now. Li Minjiayu's eyes gleamed fiercely. This is extortion. Lawyer Wang, with a sardonic smile, interjected, Mr. Li, I am here, you know. We are negotiating. You are free to disagree. This is not extortion, right? Li Minjiayu scorned him. Is your firm closing down? Lawyer Wang chuckled. Once this case is done, I might retire. No need to keep the firm open. You have plenty of money. You know that, don't you? Li Minjiayu was speechless. His threats were utterly ineffective. If Chunlina secured half the assets, Lawyer Wang's backing was sufficient. What leverage did he have? Finally, Li Minjiayu slumped into a chair, defeated. I know you care about the company's shares. Rest assured, I will claim every last bit, including the asset transfers you've done this past year. I am aware. If you shortchange me, prison awaits you. Chunlina's tone was calm but resolute, a stark contrast to the previous day. He, camera in hand, admired her tenacity and acumen. She was a person of great deeds, able to seize and relinquish with equal resolve. No wonder Aunt Yin esteemed her so highly. She was no ordinary woman. Li Minjiayu ultimately signed the agreement. Though many complications surely lay ahead, the fundamental terms were settled. The handover would be completed within 3 days. Otherwise, Chunlina would forfeit everything, but ensure Li Minjiayu's incarceration. In the end, he would lose both fortune and freedom, his schemes having ensnared himself. With matters concluded, he prepared to take his leave. Chunlina was packing, having resolved to lay low for a while. Li Minjiayu would undoubtedly retaliate, but she would grant him no opportunity. The child has completed her college entrance examination, her mission now fulfilled. Chunlina handed the LV travel bag to He, saying, Please keep this for me, and return it when I come back. She understood that He possessed integrity and would not accept money so readily. Thus she added, Consider this money as a loan from your aunt. Use it as you need, and return it to me when you earn. He pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, I will keep track of the cash and use it as necessary. I'll also safeguard your jewelry and other valuables until your return. As they stepped outside, Chunlina glanced back, resolutely closing the door and locking it. May I inquire about your plans? He asked with curiosity. I intend to take a stroll, perhaps for 10 days to half a month. Once there is clarity on this side, I shall return. I won't venture too far, Chunlina replied, a hint of nostalgia mingling with anticipation in her tone. I suggest you switch to a new SIM card, avoid flying, and ideally borrow a car for a self-drive trip. He advised. Chunlina was taken aback. Thank you, Xiao Yi. You are truly my benefactor, she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around him in gratitude. A warm embrace enveloped them, causing Chunlina's cheeks to flush. You rascal. He chuckled in response. Here's a key for you when the house is empty. Please come and water the plants, Chunlina said with a playful smile. He accepted the key, noting the newly changed lock. When Li Ziajia returned home, she wouldn't be able to enter. Chunlina spoke to her son on the phone. I left the key with He. You can retrieve it from him when you come back. The rationale was simple. She had previously employed a maid and was concerned about someone having a spare key. Now that she no longer lived there regularly, losing belongings would be troublesome if someone came by uninvited. Li Ziajia, engrossed in his carefree activities in the provincial capital, had no cause for concern and accepted her explanation without question. He and Chunlina descended the stairs together, and when she reached for a taxi, he promptly intervened. First, come with me, then we'll grab a cab. Chunlina, though puzzled, obediently followed him for a while before they caught a taxi, allowing He to breathe a sigh of relief. And Chun, you cannot fathom the influence of Li Minjiayu, so please exercise caution. Do not allow him to stray from his path. As long as you are alive, he will be powerless. The implication was clear. Should she perish, he would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. Chunlina's expression shifted through various emotions before she finally nodded in understanding. If I encounter any situations I am unsure of, may I call or text you? She asked hesitantly. Feel free to do so anytime. I welcome your inquiries, He replied with a smile. Just remember, I'll be busy with college applications starting tomorrow, and I hope my sister will return by then, so my responses may be delayed. If there is an urgent matter, please don't hesitate to call. Chapter 43. This is my dream. After bidding farewell to Chunlina, He released a long-held breath. He changed vehicles several times along the way before finally arriving home, remaining vigilant as he ascended the stairs. Li Minjiayu had achieved his current stature through no ordinary means. He had already alerted Lawyer Wang and asked Chunlina to inform Aunt Yen's subordinates to remain cautious regarding Li Minjiayu's potential actions against Zhao Heidao in the detention center. Until everything settled, the highest level of precaution was essential. After all, at this juncture, the lines between right and wrong were far from clear. Once home, he began reviewing the list he had compiled. The items alone were valued at 2 to 3 million. These belonged to Chunlina, and he had no intention of touching them. However, the cash was fair game. Borrowing it for use posed no problem. He would simply return it. While borrowing money generally serves little purpose, as there is no immediate profit to be gained, this did not apply to He. As a reincarnator, the stock market was his personal ATM. Unlike other reincarnators who might struggle to navigate stock purchases due to lack of preparation, He was different. As a prominent streamer, he had produced over 60 episodes on this subject. He had meticulously reviewed 100 notable stocks from the past 30 years and had memorized their codes and specific years. Buying them would be effortless. The challenge lay in opening an account and depositing funds, which was not feasible in the short term. He needed to complete his applications before proceeding. In his bag, there was cash amounting to $260,000, along with $20,000, nearly $400,000 in total. If he invested in the stock market, he anticipated that within a month, it would cover his tuition and living expenses for university. As for the jewelry, he had no intention of touching it. While valuable, each piece held sentimental significance, and regardless of whether Chunlina had given them to him, accepting them would be inappropriate. In his reincarnation, he lacked nothing but money, and sacrificing dignity for wealth was unnecessary. The following morning, he awoke around 9 o'clock, leisurely making his way to school. Today, he was to collect textbooks and application forms, opting to study them at home rather than filling them out at school. Upon arriving in class, he noticed several classmates already present. Li Ziajia was engrossed in light-hearted conversation with Lin Wan. He placed the key on his desk without hesitation. Why is my mom still thinking of giving you the key? Li Ziajia inquired, intrigued. Her computer was malfunctioning, so she approached Aunt Yen, knowing I could help. That is how I ended up with the key, he explained. Their stories aligned perfectly. Oh, Li Ziajia said, losing interest in further questions. He was typically carefree and had no inkling that his parents were in the process of finalizing their divorce. That morning, he received a text from Chunlina, informing him that she had acquired a new number and discarded her old phone in the car at home. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Although Li Minjiayu had likely employed some underhanded tactics, she had departed early enough to evade any trouble. She had no concrete evidence, only deducing from lawyer Wang's comments about Li Minjiayu's repeated inconsistencies. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Clearly, not exposing his name that day had been the right choice. With lawyer Wang leading the charge and Chen Lina disappearing into the crowd, Li Minjiayu would be deterred from acting recklessly. Sun Heidong entered the room, burdened with a stack of textbooks and a file bag, panting heavily. He was already somewhat portly, and walking briskly had left him breathless. However, he appeared to be in excellent spirits, and upon spotting He, his face blossomed with joy. "Gulme, let us distribute the application forms and textbooks. Everyone take a look. I'll explain the rules for filling them out," he announced, brimming with energy, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Of course, having produced the top student in the province, one would expect a change, Sun Heidong remarked, approaching He and patting him on the shoulder. "You go. Let us find a time for me to treat the whole class to a meal." He was taken aback. "Why call me that, old classmate? It makes me shiver." Sun Heidong chuckled. "No worries, you deserve it. From now on, you're my brother." "But brother, you're over 40. I can't accept that. I fear for my longevity," He retorted, feigning concern. Sun Heidong shot him a playful glare. "You rascal. All right then, just let me know when you're free, and we'll gather." He noted his serious demeanor. "Is it absolutely necessary to treat us? Will your wife approve?" Sun Heidong's eyes widened in mock outrage. "In my house, I make the rules. What are you implying?" All right. How much has she budgeted for this?" He inquired with a grin. Sun Heidong waved his hand dismissively. "Eat whatever you like." He believed him. Such a celebratory occasion warranted a generous treat from their teacher. "Let us wait until after the applications are filled out, while everyone is still around." Sun Heidong nodded enthusiastically. "Sounds good. Let's make it happen. Sun Lishi, could you step outside for a moment?" Someone appeared at the doorway, catching He off guard. How Daong nudged He's shoulder, the principal. He was momentarily stunned. The principal of the 14th middle school, Kong Vitao, was a well-known and formidable figure. Often elusive, his personal visit to the classroom to find their teacher was unprecedented. He must have come regarding the application process. Please step outside." He could only comply, feeling somewhat speechless. Kong Vitao, a towering figure at 6 feet tall, strode toward the temporary office with an imposing presence. "The city leaders have arrived specifically to discuss your application," Sun Heidong whispered conspiratorially. This was his first encounter with such a situation, and the palpable tension was evident. He had long anticipated this, so it came as no surprise to him. Having never experienced a pig's trot, but having seen many run, he understood the dynamics at play. He had watched countless short videos of Swafeng. He was well aware of the privileged treatment accorded to diligent students. Upon arriving at the teacher's lounge, they found 3 individuals already waiting. Apart from Kong Vitao, a middle-aged man with graying hair sat on the edge of a bed, a disposable cup resting on the table beside him. Another middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the blackboard drawings on the wall. "Principal Kong. He has arrived. Director Sun Heidong, the people are here." Kong Vitao reported to the man, standing with his hands behind his back. He was somewhat taken aback. The older man seated was clearly of greater age, yet was not the highest authority present. "Ah, fellow student He, greetings. I am Lu Xiangyang." The middle-aged man approached and shook hands with He. The seated man also came over, and Lu Xiangyang introduced him. "This is Principal Liang from City No. 1 High School." He understood then. Lu Xiangyang was the head of the municipal bureau, and Principal Liang was there to lend his support for the crucial battle of college applications. Once everyone was seated, Lu Xiangyang got straight to the point. "What are your thoughts on your college applications? Speak freely." He also cut straight to the chase without hesitation. "I intend to apply to the Computer Science Department's Strengthening Foundation program at Linjiang University." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Kong Vitao glanced at Sun Heidong, who quickly tugged at He's sleeve, forcing a smile as he said, "The child is still young. He has always aspired to attend Lin University and never considered achieving such high scores." He gently shook his head. "No, teacher's son, Principal Kong, Director Lu, Principal Yang. This has been my dream since childhood. No matter the score, I will attend Lin University." Chapter 44. I am your father, Lu Xiangyang, and Kong Vitao exhausted their persuasive arguments. He remained resolutely silent. Lu Xiangyang shook his head in disbelief. With the highest score in the province, opting for Lin University instead of Tsinghua or Peking University was baffling. While Lin University was not to be disparaged, it was not among the elite. Lu Xiangyang, feeling helpless, left with a stern expression. Principal Liang had intended to assist in selecting a major. He had sent many students to Tsinghua and Peking University, and with his extensive connections, could easily reach out to former students for advice. However, it turned out to be unnecessary. Kong Bitao cast a cold glare at Sun Heidong, who felt somewhat embarrassed. Once everyone had departed, he turned to He Yi and said, "Yi, listen." He assumed he would receive a lengthy admonition, but to his surprise, the old teacher simply stated, "Ignore their nonsense. Follow your heart." He was taken aback. "Wait, teacher's son, aren't you going to advise me?" Sun Heidong smiled faintly. "During my college entrance exam, the questions were simple, and I only scored 420, barely making it to a teacher's college. What would I advise you?" He walked over and patted He Yi's shoulder. "If you score 400, you are the world's master. 500 allows you to interact with the world as an equal. Score 600, and the world must heed your words. Now that you've scored 700, the world is yours. If such a score does not grant you control over your destiny, then what is the point of striving for excellence?" He felt a rush of emotion and excitement. The old teacher's perspective was admirable, a testament to why he could become a distinguished educator. "Let us go." Sun Heidong was the first to leave the teacher's lounge. Upon returning to the classroom, Sun Heidong gave the signal, and the students dispersed. Groups of 3 or 5 remained, while others, feeling noisy, opted to head home. Lin Wan directly approached He Yi, who was about to leave. "He, shall we discuss our college applications together?" He pointed to himself incredulously. "Me? Help you with research? You must be joking." Lin Wan appeared somewhat awkward. "But you're the top scorer in the province. Who else would I consult?" Though her logic was flawed, He Yi understood the underlying sentiment. "I can't assist you. You should find someone else." Lin Wan tilted her head. "Then I'll ask my mom." "Go ahead." He Yi was indifferent. "My mom has extensive connections. I'll have her speak with Aunt Yin and ask you to help me strategize." Lin Wan awaited his response. "Are we going to your house or mine?" Li Ziajia chimed in from the side. "Let us go to my house." He shook his head vigorously. "I'm not going to your house. Do I wish to invite death?" Li Minjiayu would not allow him to appear before him until all matters were settled. "Let us go to my house. I have food, drinks, and a computer. Everything is convenient." Li Ziajia sensed He Yi's hesitation. It could hardly be called hesitation. His head was shaking so vigorously it seemed ready to drift away. "My mom is out traveling. I am home alone. It's quite liberating." Li Ziajia was relentless. He remained firm. "I'm definitely going home. You two decide where to go." Lin Wan was indifferent to the location, as long as she was with He Yi. "Then I'll go to your house. I haven't been there yet." "Fine then." It felt quite unjust, helpless, and accommodating. Yet in reality, neither had truly intended to include him. However, Li Ziajia, with his thick skin, decided to tag along since there had been no explicit refusal. At home, he could find no one to consult. His father was too busy, merely stating that any university would suffice, and the specific choice was of little consequence. The 3 exited the school gate, with Li Ziajia taking the passenger seat in the taxi, prepared to pay once they arrived, only to remember, "Where is your home?" He provided the address and fell silent. Lin Wan also remained quiet. The two sat in the back seat, maintaining a distance. Having been with Pan Pan, he felt he had discarded himself. Lin Wan felt a pang of grievance, a tinge of sourness. Upon arriving home, he purchased several bottles of drinks and half a watermelon, as it was customary to be a good host. "Wow, is this Aunt Yan's home? How cozy." Lin Wan's astonishment was genuine. He had great confidence in Aunt Yan's aesthetic sense. A home is a manifestation of one's character. Aunt Yin loved cleanliness and simplicity. Her house lacked superfluous decorations, exuding a refreshing and orderly ambience, particularly with the soft furnishings perfectly coordinated, reflecting the owner's unique taste and elegance. Combined with the orchids blooming on the windowsill, the charm was further enhanced. "Wow, these orchids are stunning. Can they even bloom during this season?" Lin Wan was utterly amazed. He shook his head. "I also don't know what happened. They suddenly started blooming these past few days." Having spoken halfway, he suddenly recalled the jade pendant he wore around his neck. He had casually strung it with a red cord and donned it. The orchids had been blooming inexplicably. Could it be related to this pendant? Before he could ponder further, Li Ziajia urged, "Let us hurry and discuss this. We need to finish filling out the applications." He moved a folding table into the living room, and the 3 tossed their backpacks aside, gathering around the table to begin perusing the application guide. "He, which school are you planning to apply to?" Lin Wan had been pondering for a while, but found herself at a loss. She had chosen the school, but had yet to decide on a major. Lin University, Computer Science. He answered succinctly, already starting to fill in the application form. The old teacher had repeatedly warned against any corrections or alterations, fearing that someone might regret making a mistake. But he had no such concerns. Just like in his previous life, he was direct, for the outcome was predetermined. In his past life, with a low score, it mattered little what he filled in. This time, with a high score, filling it out was sufficient. Lin Wan pouted, displeased. Help me consider it. Unconsciously, she had adopted a tone of coaxing. I genuinely don't understand. Then I'll ask Aunt Yen. He raised his hands in surrender and helplessly asked, what major do you want to study? Do you have any particular favorites? Lin Wan shook her head. Anything is fine. It doesn't matter. He rolled his eyes. That makes it simple. Just choose the easiest major, like business administration or something in the social sciences, and then indicate that you are open to adjustments. Lin Wan was confused. Why? He wanted to say, because you will become a big star in the future, and it won't matter what you study. Studying business administration allows one to manage their own studio. Yet, he cannot say, trust me, be obedient. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed crimson. Li Ziajia feigned a cough. Ahem. What about me? Silence. Silence. They chorused. Li Ziajia shot a glare at He, but found himself unable to resist Lin Wan. He pondered over Chenlina and sighed. You should apply to Fuden, select a few of your favorite majors, and then comply with the allocation. Li Ziajia was taken aback. How did you know I was aiming for Fuden? Because I am your father. I am your father. Li Ziajia was displeased, ready to explode. Can't you speak properly? Who are you cursing? He felt somewhat awkward, inadvertently revealing his thoughts. Hurry up. Once you've filled it out, I have other matters to attend to. Li Ziajia frowned. Shouldn't I fill out the first and second choices? How should I do that? Lin Wan also frowned. What if I don't get into Lin University? He was at a loss for words. With your scores, you could close your eyes and still get in. There's no issue at all. Hurry up. Time was of the essence. Ban Jia was already on the bus, and in just over an hour, she would be home. Chapter 45, having finally seen off 2 esteemed guests, he hurriedly tidied the house. He disposed of the trash, wiped the floors, and organized the tables. The dining table could not be removed. Traces of the application process must remain. Otherwise, what reason would Ban Jia have for returning? Self-deception, but one must comply. As time drew near, he donned his clothes and descended to the long-distance bus station to await Ban Jia. He had sent a message. The bus was already entering the city. A large Yatong bus approached from afar, and he hurried to greet it. Passengers began to disembark. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Where is she? That can't be right. Ban Jia said she would arrive shortly. He took out his phone to call Ban Jia. I'm almost there. What's going on? I see the bus, but I don't see you getting off. Silly, I'm on the bus behind this one. He looked up, and indeed, another large Jinlong bus followed. As the bus came to a halt, the first person to step off was none other than Ban Jia. Sister. He rushed over and embraced Ban Jia, who was clad in sportswear. Gu Ban jumped in surprise and quickly pushed him away. Let me go. What's wrong with you? Why are you hugging me as soon as we meet? He refused to relent, only releasing her after sufficient affection. I missed you. Gu Ban blushed. It's only been a few days. You miss me already? He took her backpack. What about you? Did you miss me? Gu Ban lowered her head. Barely audible, MHM. He was elated and directly held Ban Jia's small hand. Then it settled. If you miss me, why shouldn't I miss you? Gu Ban struggled a bit, but couldn't break free, resigning herself to it. She just needed a reason to convince herself. It was all the brothers' doing. She couldn't help it. Yes, that's it. The two sisters sweetly walked home, stopping at a fruit and vegetable market downstairs, where he purchased a few items to carry home. Gu Ban dared not walk ahead, fearing He might sneak up on her again. He, exasperated, remarked, I'm carrying all these things. What are you afraid of? Besides, it's not like we haven tea. Gu Ban swiftly covered his mouth. Shut up. He leaned in and planted a kiss on her warm palm. Gu Ban, flustered, quickly dashed upstairs. He chased after her. Hey, huh, look at you run. Their playful chase resembled their childhood antics. They ran all the way to the door, but Gu Ban fumbled for her keys and was too late. He, with one hand holding her bag and the other carrying vegetables, cornered her against the door. Gu Ban curled her arms defensively in front of her. Her face flushed like a ripe apple, both adorable and enticing. He couldn't resist and leaned in for a kiss. Gu Ban dodged. What are you doing? No. With his hands full, he playfully nibbled at her, making her laugh uncontrollably. We're home. That little rascal. What if Grandma Zhao sees? Gu Ban finally surrendered. This kind of playful assault was unprecedented in their childhood. She had no experience in handling it. He pressed the issue, stepping back to allow her to find her keys. The keys were in her backpack, so he gestured for her to reach in her left pants pocket. Without thinking much, Gu Ban reached in, only to find nothing. She reached deeper. There's nothing here. You must be mistaken. It's not this pocket. Then she caught sight of He's mischievous grin. In an instant, she understood. Gu Ban felt as if she had been electrocuted and quickly withdrew her hand. You're just bullying me. Gu Ban was mortified. To the right, to the right. You remembered wrong. He hurriedly coaxed. Gu Ban, having learned her lesson, tugged at his pants and cautiously reached inside. Thankfully, she easily found the key. With a sigh of relief, Gu Ban unlocked the door. As she squatted down to change her shoes, the door creaked open, and just as she was about to rise and step inside, he scooped her up in his arms. He buried his face in her hair, inhaling the rich fragrance, clearly the result of her washing it before returning home. A girl who washes her hair before going out clearly values herself. Guban sensed He's unusual behavior, but felt more at ease within the home, gradually relaxing. She let him hold her, her hands gently caressing his. Her heart was a tumult of sweetness. Isn't it enough to hold me for a bit? I need a change. Guban tried to pry He's fingers apart. He let her play with his fingers, shifting from one to another. What are you doing? At least let me wash my hands first. The bus was so dirty. Those studying medicine often have a touch of obsessive cleanliness. Guban, like Aunt Yen, was very particular about hygiene. He finally released her hand. It was Friday, and Banjia could stay until Monday morning. There was plenty of time. He washed his hands and began to sort the vegetables in the kitchen. It was almost noon, time to prepare lunch. The rice was already steaming, and he just needed to make a couple of dishes. He had no intention of showcasing his culinary skills. His energy was too precious to waste on trivial matters. Guban changed into a simple yet loose-fitting nightgown. Standing at the kitchen door, she leaned against the frame, squinting her eyes and smiling. Can you really cook? He smiled, but remained silent, skillfully picking up the knife and starting to chop vegetables. The rhythmic sound of the knife striking the cutting board was even and lively, showcasing his impressive skills. Guban watched in amazement, unable to believe her eyes. You really can cook? He beamed with pride. What do you think? But you didn't know how before. Guban still found it hard to believe. I'm smart. I pick things up quickly. He explained. While he could deceive Aunt Yen with mysticism, Guban wouldn't buy it. However, claiming he was clever and learned quickly was something she could accept, as she knew she wasn't foolish. Otherwise, she would have ranked 4th in the city and 2nd in her school during the midterm exams to get into the 14th high school. Her less than stellar performance over 3 years of high school had nothing to do with her intelligence. As Aunt Yen became increasingly busy, Guban had to prepare for the college entrance exams. He, lacking supervision, struggled with self-management, and with the rise of the internet, he gradually strayed off course. The worse his studies became, the more he loathed learning, ultimately leading to his complete breakdown. Indeed, after he said this, Guban believed him. That's great. Once you're in college, I'll come and find you every day for meals. He chuckled and shook his head. Guban was displeased. What? Are you already rejecting me? He, with a beaming smile, replied, by then, we'll live together, no need to mooch off meals. I'll cook for you every day. Guban froze, her face warming again. Have you decided on your applications? Any suggestions from the teachers? Guban deftly changed the subject. He pretended to be conflicted. The teachers and school leaders want me to apply to Tsinghua, but I'm not interested. And now I'm torn. Guban pondered earnestly. Logically speaking, with your scores, you should be aiming for Tsinghua University. However, I believe you ought to follow your heart. Do not let the expectations of others sway you, even if those others are mother and me, for it is not worth it. He felt a sense of relief within. Much like old son, Japan also cherished her own feelings, recognizing the importance of finding personal contentment. I understand, Jia. First, let us have our meal. After dining, I shall take a nap, and once I awaken, you can assist me in exploring the specifics of which major to choose. Chapter 46. Indifferent. 2 dishes were placed on the table, and he added a plate of cucumber shreds and a bowl of peanuts, bringing the total to 4 dishes. The sautéed zucchini slices were truly delectable. The chili was delightful as well. Guban exclaimed in astonishment, her face alight with surprise. You little rascal. Your culinary skills are remarkable. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate. He rolled his eyes. Rest assured, I will marry Lin Wan. Guban was taken aback, a shadow crossing her eyes. He reached out. Silly girl, how many times must I say it? Why do you keep testing me with such remarks? Guban felt her face flush as he held her hand. What are you saying? Say it again. Who is going to marry me? He assumed a serious expression. Guban, realizing she had misspoken, lowered her head and murmured, Lin Wan? He playfully lifted his chopsticks, threatening to tap her hand. Guban hurriedly exclaimed, Aye, aye. Only then did he smile. From now on, do not provoke me like this. If you do, I might actually hit you. He had always said that since childhood, yet he could never bring himself to do it. Instead, he ended up tickling himself into submission, afraid to go to school. Reflecting on these memories, Guban's gaze softened. All right, enough of that. It was my overthinking. Both of them used their right hands to pick at the dishes, and he released Japan's hand. They needed to eat quickly. There were important matters to attend to after their meal. He swiftly polished off a bowl of rice and half a plate of dishes, then gazed eagerly at Japan. Guban's face turned even redder. I'll wash the dishes. He protested. What time is it? You still want to wash dishes? Come, let us go into the room. Guban shook her head vigorously. No, we can't just leave the dishes unwashed or the table untidy. That wouldn't be appropriate. What exactly is inappropriate? He was well aware, yet he had already made his choices and filled out his applications. He had to keep his word. The world has indeed changed. Why is it like this? Lin Wan was untrustworthy. Does that mean Pan will also be untrustworthy? Are you planning to break your promise? He feigned anger. Pan quickly replied, No, I'm just scared. He sighed in relief. Do not worry. I will protect you. Pan looked helplessly at her suddenly grown-up little brother, still harboring some concerns. He understood that saying anything at this moment would be futile. So he simply stood up, swooped her into his arms, and carried her into the north bedroom. Pan did not dare to struggle, fearing she might break the dishes. You should close the curtains, Pan said, her face burning with embarrassment, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Holding the curtains was insufficient. He shut the window as well. Once the curtains were drawn, he sat beside Pan. Pan placed her left hand over her face, the back of her hand resting against her forehead, unable to meet He's mischievous gaze. Sister, you should consider getting a skin graft. Your legs are so fair. If they were on your face, they would look splendid. He teased deliberately. Each time this topic arose, Pan would become infuriated. He intended to lighten her mood with this banter. However, Pan gently shook her head. As long as you don't mind, I don't care what others think. He was taken aback, lowering his gaze to meet Pan's earnest eyes. It felt surreal. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. Pan awoke from her slumber, a bit disoriented, staring at the ceiling, unsure of the time. The room was warm due to the tightly closed doors and windows. Thankfully, Xiaoyi had the foresight to shut them. Otherwise, her face turned crimson. With the closed windows, she was already sweating. The foolish boy must be even warmer. Thus, she struggled to rise, intending to open the doors and windows. A large hand reached out, grasping her right hand. He spoke softly. Just lie down a little longer. I will go open them. Pan was taken aback, obediently lying down and responding gently. All right. Pan was remarkably docile. As if in an instant, the roles of the two had transformed. She became the delicate bird, no longer the domineering older sister. He became the sturdy pillar, worthy of her lifelong reliance. Were they now considered? Pan pondered the term, struggling to articulate it. Partners? Couples? He speculated. Pan bit her lip, something like that. More accurately, we should call each other lovers or companions. The terms you mentioned come later, after we marry and register. He envisioned a future filled with happiness. At that time, we will also become parents, a son-in-law and a daughter-in-law. Yet, we will be especially fortunate. I'll be a son-in-law closer than a biological child, and you, my daughter-in-law, will be like a beloved daughter. Pan smiled blissfully, her shyness diminishing considerably. Will we have a little baby then? Oh, I can hardly imagine that. By then, I will be a doctor, right? Won't I be too busy to care for the child? He playfully tapped her nose. You're thinking quite far ahead. Do not worry. I will earn plenty of money, so you won't have to work too hard. I will also hire help to relieve you and mother from the burden of caring for the child. Pan beamed with dreams of a beautiful future. Yes. Let us have several children then. Wait, you're only how old and already thinking of having multiple children? He teased her playfully. I have always loved children. You know that, Pan confessed, her shyness palpable as she revealed her true feelings. If we calculate the time, by my age, mother had already become a mom, right? He nodded. Indeed, people from their generation married early. My mother was only 21 when she had me. I'm already 20. Pan exclaimed, blushing furiously, suddenly frowning. This won't lead to me getting pregnant, will it? He pretended to frighten her. Oh yes, what if you do? My goodness, if that happens. You'll have to juggle being pregnant while attending school. You're scaring me. Pan gasped, then quickly realized and began playfully hitting him with her little fists. The two laughed and frolicked, enveloped in happiness and sweetness. I used to think you were rather clueless, but lately, it seems you've been quite contemplative. I can hardly read you anymore, Pan mused, pinching her little brother's cheek affectionately. Isn't that so? I used to be lost, unsure of what the future held, but now it's different. I want to ensure that you and mother live well. Earning money is my primary goal, but more importantly, I want to be there for you, to make you feel secure. Yes, I believe in you. You possess that capability. I have long awaited this day. The day you grow up, the day you become my towering tree. Pan expressed her deep affection. I may not be strong enough yet, but I trust that day will come. He felt immense joy as he embraced Pan tightly. Regarding the future, he had countless visions, every single one intertwined with Pan. Chapter 47. The noodles have lost their aroma. The sky was beginning to brighten. The orchids have bloomed. If mother sees this, she will be overjoyed. Pan gracefully returned from the balcony. He busied himself in the kitchen. I already told her. She said to bring them to the provincial city when I go. She wants to keep them at a rented place. Gu Pan entered the kitchen, furrowing her brows as she bent down, eventually sitting on a chair by the dining table, expressing her concern. How will you bring them? Carry them on the bus? He shook his head. I'll take a cab. I'll deliver her clothes, pants, and personal items. Gu Pan pondered for a moment. That works too. Otherwise, if you're not home, she can't keep running back and forth. He nodded in agreement. Japan was right. Once he started college, he would undoubtedly not be able to make such trips frequently. Previously, while he studied here, he would rush back every weekend to spend a couple of days with him, and Japan would occasionally return as well. On the way to the provincial city, I took some belongings with me, yet I have always regarded this place as home. Now that I have graduated, it is essential for our little family of 3 to reunite in the provincial city, and thus, I must indeed move our things there. Eventually, I will need to find a place to reside and consider the logistics of relocating our home. Did our mother mention how to handle this house? He skillfully sliced the noodles and began to boil them. Gu Pan gazed at the perfectly uniform strands of noodles and, captivated by Xiao Yi's demeanor, mused. She didn't say, I suppose it will be sold. It will be sold? He glanced around, feeling somewhat nostalgic. This place holds too many cherished memories, including the events of the past few days. Gu Pan clearly shared this sentiment, her cheeks flushing as she playfully punched the instigator. He did not shy away. Sell it then. If you don't return, nor do I, the house will remain empty. Gu Pan, however, was more accepting. Wherever we are, that is home, right? She recognized Xiao Yi's reluctance, feeling it herself, yet she was more magnanimous. Wherever the 3 of us are, that is home. The house is merely a vessel for that essence. He nodded in agreement with his sister's perspective. He sighed. Have you been to our mother's house? Can the 3 of us fit there? Gu Pan chuckled. Her place is just a studio apartment, with 1 bed and 1 bathroom. If I go, we'll have to squeeze together. There's no room for both of us. Upon hearing this, he realized that Aunt Yan's staff dormitory would not suffice. It was indeed the most suitable option, being close to Aunt Yan's workplace and secure, yet it seemed unlikely to have an appropriate layout. After all, it was free housing. Affordable, but certainly not suitable for a family. That won't do. We need to find a place near the school, where the 3 of us can live together. And I will cook for you every day. Gu Pan clearly considered this too, her face reddening. Living together might be inconvenient. What inconvenience? Many live with their mothers-in-law. What are you afraid of? Our mother would adore you as her daughter-in-law. Even if Yi were to marry another woman in the future, he would still choose to live with Aunt Yan, for from a mother-in-law's perspective, Aunt Yan was more suitable than his biological mother, Yi Liping. Especially now, with plans to marry Pangaea, Aunt Yan would be the ideal choice as both mother-in-law and wife. Convenient or not, we could always buy a larger house, right? As for money, that's not a concern. In this life, what he lacked the least was money. Gu Pan considered this and smiled. I'm just afraid you Ma will get jealous. He smirked. When the big grandson arrives, she won't have a reason to be jealous. Gu Pan blushed. Why are you thinking so far ahead? Who's having children with you? He gazed at her, momentarily forgetting the noodles boiling away. What are you staring at? Hurry and cook the noodles. Gu Pan, feeling shy, turned away, worriedly saying, I'm just afraid our mother will find out about us. He paused, then grinned. Do you think our mother is unaware of our little escapades? Don't worry. Her keen detective skills have already seen through it. She just chooses not to say anything. Gu Pan agreed, but feigned annoyance. Who is having escapades with you? Don't use words you don't understand. The noodles were ready, served with Gu Pan's favorite green pepper meat sauce. The fragrant, crispy meat paired with mildly spicy green peppers and a glossy sauce. Complemented by the hand-rolled noodles, delighted Gu Pan, who exclaimed, You little rascal, your cooking skills are outstanding. You must make me noodles every day. Sure, that's no problem. He beamed, taking a bite of garlic alongside the noodles and offering the remainder to Pangaea. You should have a bite too, otherwise my breath will smell. Gu Pan laughed. If you're worried about the smell, then don't eat. How annoying. Despite her words, she accepted the offering, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yi, who couldn't help but feel a rush of affection. Just yesterday, they had lays around together, and although nothing had truly transpired, Yi felt content. Gu Pan seemed to notice her cheeks flushing again. What are we doing today? She changed the subject. Yi, somewhat disappointed, replied, Nothing much. I've just been filling out applications for the past few days, due on Monday. Oh. Gu Pan elongated her response, adding more sauce to her noodles and finishing her bowl before struggling to rise and place it in the sink. Come find me when you're done, she said, drifting into the northern bedroom. He stood there momentarily stunned. What was there left to eat? His favorite noodles suddenly lost their appeal. With a swift motion, he set down his chopsticks and headed into the northern bedroom. The two spent the entire weekend in each other's company, rarely leaving the house except to buy groceries. Gu Pan stayed even more confined. Until Sunday evening, she mused, I feel like the pain has lessened. Her eyes twinkled with a mixture of shyness and allure. I want to take a shower. Could you, help me scrub my back later? He blinked in surprise. Sure. You go ahead and wash first. And call me when you're ready. Gu Pan nodded, her face flushed. In the past, such a task would have only been assigned to her mother. Now, Xiao could do it too. Once they were together, everything felt fundamentally different. How peculiar. Previously, she had been filled with insecurities, but now she felt a sense of stability. The mundane concerns of dishes and chores seemed trivial. She fetched a change of clothes and a towel before entering the bathroom to begin her shower. The Shoriad released warm water, cascading over her, soothing and comforting. Gu Pan sighed, pondering how much she had changed. In just a few days, the thought of Xiao Yi coming in to help her wash felt completely normal. Remembering this, she called softly, Xiao Yi, come here? Perhaps E&T heard her. Her voice was too quiet. She prepared to raise her voice again when the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Chapter 48. Sister, your character has crumbled. He was waiting at the door. Listening to the sound of rushing water, his heart raced with excitement. The act itself was not particularly thrilling. Rather, it was the profound implications it represented. How much trust must a woman place in a man to allow him to enter while she bathes, standing side by side, in such vulnerability? Scrubbing her back was just one of the more technical tasks involved. There were even more intricate matters at hand. He would not divulge such knowledge to just anyone. How to avoid slipping, how to maximize resources, how to ensure everyone plays to their strengths. These were all subjects of great significance. Deeply profound. Come on. A voice as enchanting as celestial music floated into his ears, nearly causing him to collapse in shock. Don't laugh. She is no ordinary woman. She is Pangaea. My precious darling. He hurriedly composed himself and turned the doorknob. The shower curtain was fully drawn, revealing a beautiful face peeking between the curtain and wall. Flushed and smiling as she looked at him. Why aren't you dressed? Gu Pan turned her face away before glancing back. You've seen it all. What's the harm in looking again? He chuckled. I was just worried about getting my clothes wet. I meant you should bring something to wear afterward. Gu Pan pouted, adorably tempting him. It's fine. I'm quite warm. Well, silly boy, if you sleep on a cold bed, you'll need that warmth. Gu Pan smiled, biting her lip. He stepped behind the curtain, allowing the warm water to cascade over him. Turn around. He commanded playfully. Taking charge. Must be direct. Gu Pan rolled her eyes at He, placing her hands on either side of the Shoriad. While showering, it was impossible to reach one's back. NEC indulge a little longer, and then we can truly unleash our desires. He swallowed hard, grasping the bath towel, and commenced scrubbing. Gentle, please. Is this your form of retaliation? Gu Pan protested. He chuckled heartily. Who hands and look at you today? Observe how I scrub you. Indeed, there was quite a bit of sweat and grime. In these past couple of days, Pangaea had merely rinsed off, likely not having scrubbed much at school either. As he scrubbed, he reveled in the sight before him. The water from the Shoriad cascaded onto Pangaea's shower cap, resembling the sound of gentle rain. Sister, do you remember that time when we were little and it poured heavily? We ran out naked, only to receive a thrashing from our mother. How could I forget? It was the time you leaped onto me, shielding me from the belt, crying and pleading, Mom, don't whip my sister. It has metal, and it could mar her face with scars. Gu Pan began teasing, but soon became sentimental. He then realized that perhaps it was from that moment that Pangaea had secretly nurtured feelings for him. How old were they then? He must have been in the 3rd or 4th grade. Girls undeniably mature faster than boys. Contemplating this, he boldly inquired, Is it from that incident that you began to covet me for yourself? Gu Pan playfully slapped him, feigning annoyance. Stop with the nonsense. Where did you learn all this? Online, of course. You should focus on your studies instead of indulging in such frivolities. What difference does it make? Besides, it hasn't hindered my university entrance. You and your twisted logic. Just confess if you like me or not. I do. Then call me by that name again. What name? The one you just used. I refuse. Why not? No reason. So, will you or won't you? Fine, fine. Gu Pan relented. Husband. He shook his head. Not sufficient. Good husband. Still not enough. Bad husband. Oh, look at you being cheeky. Good husband, dear husband, sweet husband. Gu Pan nestled into her mischievous brother's embrace, whispering softly, affectionately invoking all her favorite terms. He felt an overwhelming joy. Were it not for the late hour, he would have burst into song. Let us sleep. I have to catch the early bus tomorrow, Gu Pan murmured, fatigue evident in her voice. The cumulative fatigue of the past 2 days surpassed those 2 hours of earlier exertion. As dawn broke, he quietly rose, tiptoeing into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Alas, the routine of 40-year-old Lao Deng dictated such early hours. He had prepped dumplings and noodles the day before. The filling was Gu Pan's favorite, pork with scallions. And the dough was already kneaded, ready for action. There was no need to make too many. 60 dumplings would suffice for the two of them. He would have 45, while Gu Pan would have 15. Truly, he was a glutton. No wonder Aunt Yin found it so laborious to make dumplings every time. He moved swiftly. Compared to rolling noodles, his dumpling-making skills were average, yet his speed was unmatched. Even Kato Takashi wouldn't stand a chance against him. Talent. This is what talent looks like. Don't question its reasonableness. With the kitchen door closed, his rolling pin danced through the air. Soon, 60 dumplings were neatly arranged on the platter. Just as he was about to start boiling them, Pangaea entered, exclaiming, "Up so early to do this?" Gazing at the exquisite and orderly dumplings, coupled with the enticing aroma wafting from the filling, Gu Pan couldn't help but smile, wrapping her arms around Yi from behind. "Husband, you're wonderful." The warmth in her voice was genuine, and it resonated beautifully. He was momentarily startled, nearly diving under the table. The happiness was so sudden. Was it truly so easy to charm her without any gradual cultivation? What a fortune he must have accrued in his past life. He felt utterly delighted. Back to work. Quickly wash up. He feigned sternness, maintaining a serious facade. "No," Gu Pan insisted, snuggling closer. "Sister, your image is crumbling." He couldn't help but jest. Gu Pan looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" In just one night, she had transformed from naivete to a profound understanding. "Oomph. See if you dare to misbehave again," Gu Pan declared triumphantly before heading to the bathroom. He sighed in relief and began boiling the dumplings. As the water bubbled, before he could drop all the dumplings in, Gu Pan emerged, embracing him once more. Chapter 49. What is the focus? The water churned, and the dumplings danced restlessly within. Gu Pan clasped her hands, her eyes brimming with emotion. "Nothing, I just wanted to hold you." He understood. She felt reluctant at the thought of parting. Thus, he enveloped Pangaea in his arms, showering her with kisses atop her head. "From now on, it will be fine. In the provincial city, the three of us can continue to be together without fear of separation." "Who are the three of us?" "Linwan, of course." Gu Pan suddenly looked up, startled. "What are you thinking?" "Our mother." He replied, exasperated. Gu Pan sighed in relief. "I thought you were with Linwan." "Impossible." He quickly denied. "Even if I were, I do need your approval." "Oh, do you genuinely want to be with her?" Gu Pan pouted. "I never considered that. I merely mentioned it." He confessed, feeling a twinge of guilt. He knew he could never settle for just Gu Pan. He needed to lay the groundwork for that conversation gradually. "Oomph." Gu Pan traced circles on his chest. "You do have some understanding. I've been thinking that when we go to university, we should rent a larger place nearby. Perhaps a 2-bedroom apartment. One for us and one for our mother." Gu Pan rested her head on Yi's chest. "We can discuss that later. For now. Mom is in her Unit S dormitory, and we're at school. It's more economical this way. Renting would just waste money." He chose not to press further. Financial matters were always paramount. Once that was resolved, happiness could follow. Thus, he needed to earn his first pot of gold first. Money could be earned gradually, but only after ensuring there was enough to live on. Oh no, the dumpling pot. The two had been so engrossed in their embrace that the pot boiled over, extinguishing the gas flame. He hurriedly wiped it clean and reignited the flame. Fortunately, it still lit. Once the dumplings were cooked, he rinsed them in cold water for an extra bite. Gu Pan refrained from adding garlic paste, fearing the odor might offend others on the bus. She only added a splash of soy sauce and vinegar. Add some chili oil, freshly fried. He, ever thoughtful, anticipated that Pangaea didn't like garlic. Quite complete. Gu Pan happily poured some chili oil in her bowl, picked up a dumpling, dipped it, and delicately took a bite. "Wow, it's truly delicious." Her eyes sparkled with delight, even better than what Mom makes. He felt a surge of pride. "I assenti it. I'll make them for you every day." Flattery. Gu Pan rolled her eyes at her mischievous brother, feeling exceedingly happy as she savored the dumplings. "How did you make them? What is the secret?" He chuckled. "It's all about the seasoning. Mom often hesitates to use many spices, which naturally affects the flavor. Plus, the meat filling needs to be kneaded vigorously to absorb the taste and achieve the right texture." Seeing Gu Pan's bewildered expression, he laughed. "Just eat. You would understand if I explained." Gu Pan pouted, but then broke into a smile. "I don't need to understand. You knowing is enough." After the siblings enjoyed their dumplings, he stacked the bowls and chopsticks in the sink, but didn't rush to wash them. Instead, he helped Gu Pan tidy up. There wasn't much to organize, but it was the process that mattered. After tidying for a while, they found themselves in each other's arms again. There was never enough hugging, nor enough kissing. "If you keep this up, I want to leave," Gu Pan said. Her cheeks flushed as she gently stroked her mischievous brother's short hair. "You still look so spirited, sharp, and handsome, though a bit prickly. So you're not going to school anymore? Not becoming a doctor? Not saving lives? He teased. Nope, not becoming one, not saving anyone. Gupan shook her head repeatedly, her face radiating infatuation. He held her tightly, their faces mere inches apart, and said, if love can endure for a long time, why must it be counted in day and night? Let us go. I'll accompany you to the station. Humph, you have a most merciless heart. Gupan pouted playfully, yet obediently released her grip. He, unwilling to relent, intertwined their fingers and they exited together. Hand in hand, they strolled down the street, resembling the most ordinary couple. Having lived in this neighborhood for many years, they were well acquainted with many neighbors. Eyes filled with envy, speculation, and blessings were cast upon them. Gupan blushed deeply. So many people are watching us. Let them. You are so beautiful, and I am quite handsome. A match made in heaven. Like a pair of wolves and tigers. You're just throwing around words carelessly. Hee. Upon leaving the community, the siblings hailed a taxi to the bus station. Fearing that Sister Pan might find it inconvenient to move, he insisted she take the back seat while he occupied the front. Upon arriving at the bus station, he hurriedly dashed to the ticket window to purchase a ticket. The next bus would not depart until 7 o'clock. He scratched his head, feeling a pang of regret. He should have bought the ticket yesterday afternoon. Gupan's cheeks flushed. Would you have really come down? He chuckled. Indeed. Sister, I've discovered you possess remarkable intelligence, always able to grasp the crux of the matter. Gupan feigned ignorance and ignored him. Good sister, I was wrong. I won't dare again. You're leaving soon. Don't be angry, be good. If you're still angry, I'll kneel down. He quickly softened his tone. Upon hearing he would kneel, Gupan's icy demeanor melted away, and she smiled, utterly charming. He grinned. He had known her soft spot after nearly a decade of acquaintance. Still daring to laugh? Gupan raised her hand and playfully slapped her mischievous brother, also chuckling. They found the nearest seat by the ticket check, where he laid Gupan's coat over the iron chair to shield her from the cold. Your Majesty, please take a seat. Little easy, behave, and you shall be rewarded. Thank you for your kindness. The two, immersed in their deep affection, nestled together, resting their heads and whispering sweet nothings. Every time I take a bus back and forth, I wish I could be with you, Gupan murmured softly. If you were by my side, I could lean against you and fall asleep peacefully, without fearing I'd miss my stop or worry about others taking advantage of me or stealing my things. He patted her hand reassuringly. Rest assured, from now on, I'll always be by your side. Otherwise, today, I could have taken you to the provincial city. Gupan shook her head with a smile. You're right. If love can endure for a long time, it doesn't depend on day and night. First, you should submit your application, get settled here. Then return home to visit mom and dad, and afterward come to the provincial city to find me. At that point, we shall never part again. He nodded, about to speak when his phone buzzed with a message. Gupan turned her head away, not wanting to look, while he glanced at it and smiled. It's from Teacher Yao, asking if I'm going to school today. In Chapter 50, Precious One, he felt no sadness at this farewell. The certainty of a lifelong promise had been established, freeing both him and Gupan from the anxieties of uncertainty. This parting was merely a prelude to their imminent reunion. His heart brimmed with joy as he returned home to collect his application form and took a taxi to school. Before he even reached his classroom, he noticed people pointing and whispering from a distance. Among them were both boys and girls, juniors and seniors, as well as teachers and classmates. That must be he, right? It's him. His hair is short now, and he looks quite handsome. Indeed, I heard he scored exceptionally well after being low-key for 3 years, suddenly achieving such high marks. A true talent. Here he comes. Keep quiet. Unfazed. He was about to enter the teaching building when someone called out to him. Lizaijia hurriedly caught up. Hey, the sun must have risen from the west. Why weren't you waiting for Lin Wan at the entrance? He asked, puzzled. Lin Wan arrived long before I did. Lizaijia replied, slightly dejected. My mom isn't home, and I've been having too much fun these past few days, so I overslept. He responded with a mild, oh, your mom still isn't here returned? How can you be so careless? Your son is applying for college. And she isn't keeping an eye on you? Lizaijia shook her head. I can understand. After worrying about me for so many years, she deserves a break after the college entrance exam. He nodded, thinking to himself that she was quite filial. Where did you apply? Take a look. He took Lizaijia's application form, nodding in approval. Not bad, quite comprehensive. Did you consult anyone? Lizaijia scratched her head. Yeah, my dad helped me find someone. Your dad is quite good? Lizaijia looked puzzled. What do you mean? I mean, it's not easy for him to help you think about your application, considering how busy he is. Yes, I find it strange too. My dad has been coming home a lot these days, asking if I've been in touch with my mom, rambling on about all sorts of things. It's quite baffling. He nodded. Indeed, the world of adults is far too complicated. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Wan was indeed already there, looking rather bored. When she saw He Yi, her expression shifted slightly. He Yi, you finally came. Look at my application. Doesn't it look good? Li Ziajia watched Lin Wan in confusion. Wasn't he the goddess supposed to be independent? Why was she suddenly so clingy? He understood what was happening. Having achieved high marks himself, coupled with Aunt Qin Wan Hua's special connection, the distance between them had lessened considerably. Independence is one thing, but trust is genuine. There was no conflict between the two, especially when uncertain. It's reasonable to seek the opinions of trusted individuals. He took a look at her application and nodded. All right, as long as you have a solid first choice, the rest doesn't matter much. Lin Wan pouted. Are you so sure I'll get accepted into my first choice? He replied helplessly. Sister, you're nearly 100 points above the cutoff for the top school. Even if you submit to adjustments, you could still blow up the admissions office. Lin Wan was amused by his teasing and retorted. Why don't you go blow up the admissions office then? Just then, Sun Heidong arrived. Classmates, have you all filled out your applications? Come on, hand them in quickly. We're going to feed you for lunch, my treat. Raise your hands if you're going. Is the old class really treating us? You're too generous. Of course. Old Sun, you're the best. The classmates erupted in cheers. Over 40 students raised their hands, except for a few who would not be attending. All right, let us meet at 11:30. Don't be late. After Sun Heidong finished speaking, he turned to leave. Zhongli raised her hand. Old Sun, wait. What is up? Sun Heidong was quite gentle with the class monitor. This is a gift from all the classmates. Thank you for taking care of us these past 2 years. As she spoke, Zhongli's voice trembled with emotion. Sun Heidong was utterly taken aback. It was a brand new flip phone, worth exactly 2,400 yuan. With over 40 students contributing 50 each, he had proposed it while Zhongli organized it. Zhongli, Sun Heidong was moved to tears. He had imagined feeling touched and reluctant to part, but he had never anticipated such a moment. Nothing compared to this, which made him feel appreciated. All the accolades and rankings seemed insignificant at that moment. The classroom was filled with sobs. Even those who seldom cried had reddened eyes. Thank you everyone. Sun Heidong clasped his hands together in gratitude, raising them high. All right, we've all performed so well this year. Crying isn't appropriate. No more tears. Let us tidy up, and if you want to go hang out or play ball, we'll chat more during lunch. With that, he strode out without looking back. He couldn't stay any longer. If he did, he might cry uncontrollably. Let us go. He, want to play ball? Wanya called out to He, just for a bit. Afterward, we'll head straight to the restaurant. He initially intended to decline, but realizing it might be his last day on campus, he agreed. As the basketball was passed to him, he executed a sudden stop-and-jump shot, his form impeccable, yet the ball missed. Wang Yu scoffed and made an easy layup. He received another pass, took aim, and launched a perfectly executed long-range shot, which also failed. What is going on? Are you all right? Have you overexerted yourself during exams? Seeking the elusive rhythm, the score was too high, and the basketball skills lagged behind. He joked, well aware of the underlying issue. His power application still bore the habits of a 40-year-old. Yet the strength of an 18-year-old's wrist was undeniably formidable. Thus, every shot met the backboard. He needed to find his flow. With swift dribbles, he surged towards the hoop, executing a thunderous dunk as the ball swished through the net. Wow, incredible! Wang Yu exclaimed, taken aback. He was equally astonished. How could his jumping ability be so remarkable? This was perplexing. During his senior year, even at his peak, he barely managed to dunk. Now, his chin nearly grazed the rim. Had he gained an additional 20 centimeters in vertical leap? He felt a surge of excitement. What more could be said? Showtime. It was time to showcase his talent. As others arrived, they formed a 3-on-3 game. He dominated, weaving in and out with youthful exuberance, exuding confidence. Nevertheless, he recalled Aunt Yan's advice. No intense exercise before the college entrance examination, and certainly not afterward. Everything could wait until university. Avoiding injury was paramount. Safety was the priority. For this was a pivotal crossroads in life, a divergence like none other. In the midst of the game, someone approached with a bicycle. Look, the darling is here. A boy shouted, alerting everyone. The darling was a term exclusively reserved for Yao Ailin, the school's heartthrob and the object of desire for all male students and even some male teachers. Remarkably, she had never been embroiled in any scandals. Aside from her chic and avant-garde fashion sense, her exceptional teaching prowess and consistently high-ranking educational standards were well recognized. Darling, Wang Yu called out loudly, emboldened by his graduation status, free from any inhibitions. Yet, this was merely youthful bravado. Who among the youth is not passionate? Who among the young does not act recklessly? However, Yao Ailin turned her gaze towards them and approached, pushing her bicycle. A boy cautioned Wang Yu, you called her out. Let's see how you handle it. Wang Yu smirked, feeling a tinge of nervousness. This was the inherent respect students held for their teachers, especially someone as esteemed as Yao Ailin. Should the darling unleash her reprimand upon him, he might not withstand it. Although he had only been her student for a year, she had been a mentor to him. Darling, you're also addressed that way? How audacious. Yao Ailin playfully shot Wang Yu a glance, causing him to feel utterly disarmed. She was not angry, merely teasing. Then, she turned her attention to He Yi, her expression radiating affection and admiration. Top scholar, old son is treating us to lunch. Will you join us? Chapter 51. Where does the drunkenness lead? Yao Ailin halted by the school gate, her bicycle in tow. He hurried over, as he had every Saturday afternoon during the first semester of senior year. After taking charge of the class, Yao Ailin had provided focused remedial tutoring to several students struggling with mathematics. Free of charge, she conducted one-on-one sessions, solving problems, identifying weaknesses, and revisiting exercises. Except for a few hopeless cases, most students, under her guidance, reached their potential. He stood out among them, from barely scoring 90 in mathematics. He had effortlessly achieved scores around 110, and occasionally even reaching 140 on simpler tests. Yao Ailin recognized that He was not lacking in intelligence or mathematical aptitude. Rather, his foundational knowledge had been woefully inadequate in his early years. His mathematical reasoning had yet to develop, resulting in a prolonged struggle to grasp concepts. In such cases, she felt powerless, only able to offer technical guidance. Logically, this year's exam questions should have posed no significant challenge for He, as the difficulty level was uniform across the board. Thus, Lin Wan could score in the 90s, and He could attain a similar mark. The disparity was negligible. This allowed his strengths in Chinese and English to shine through. Yet, the results were unexpectedly disappointing. Yao Ailin experienced a blend of emotions, regardless of the outcome. This child had brought her pride. Let's go, she declared, handing the handlebars to He Yi. He mounted the bicycle, and once Yao Ailin was settled, he pedaled with vigor, the lightweight Forever 275 gliding effortlessly. It was fortunate that Yao Ailin was of such stature. Otherwise, most people would struggle to ride such a bike. By now, the onlookers at the school gate were accustomed to this routine, as she had been providing additional tutoring to countless students over the years who were eager to improve their mathematical skills. Throughout their senior year, he had attended her tutoring sessions more than any other student, often visiting her home for lessons on weekends and, at times, every day. Her reputation for intense tutoring was well known. Without such dedication, her students' results would not have been so stellar. Are you planning to drink at noon? How about we head home first and then take a taxi to the restaurant? Yao Ailin suggested, her hand naturally resting on He Yi's waist. He, momentarily distracted, struggled to steer the bicycle straight. Focus on riding properly. Yao Ailin playfully punched him. Ouch. The two returned home to drop off the bicycle and then took a taxi to the restaurant. Old Sun had treated the class, and 4 tables were filled with students. While all teachers, except for the chemistry teacher who had prior commitments, were present. As anticipated, Old Sun became utterly intoxicated, oblivious to his surroundings. In the end, it was He Yi and Hao Daong who carried him home. Sister Sun was understandably worried, fussing over him with a washcloth and sweetened water. As they descended the stairs, he turned to Hao Daong and remarked, "Now you understand why Old Sun fears his wife, right? From now on, you should be cautious of your own wife. When you have such a caring spouse, it's not fear, it's about understanding and compliance." He Yi's words resonated with sincerity, pondering if one day his future partner would embody such qualities. Upon returning to the restaurant, most patrons had already departed. A few teachers lingered, continuing to drink. Yao Ailin sat nearby, evidently having had a bit to drink herself, appearing somewhat listless. Spotting He Yi from a distance, she rose and grabbed her handbag. "Don't go in, if I see you. I'll have to drink with you." Yao Ailin playfully tugged He Yi away. As the 3 descended, Yao Ailin said to He Yi, "Come, accompany me to my home and help me gather your things." He hesitated for a moment, then bid farewell to Hao Daong, promising to keep in touch. They hailed a taxi and arrived at Yao Ailin's residence. "Come with me to buy some groceries. I want to be going out this afternoon," she said without any pretense, pulling He Yi along to the market. They had always interacted this way, so he found nothing unusual about it, though he sensed something amiss. Upon reaching the fruit and vegetable store near Yao Ailin's home, he stood at the entrance, waiting as she browsed. Yao Ailin scrutinized the produce, taking longer than expected to make her selections. "I should prepare a meal for you someday. I wonder when that opportunity will arise," she mused, a hint of regret in her tone. It was nearly 3 o'clock. Today was certainly not feasible. Why wait for a designated day? Let us make it today. Yao Ailin decided to forego her careful selection and let He Yi take the lead. Today, will you even be able to eat? Yao Ailin chuckled nonchalantly. Whether I cook is your concern. Whether I can eat is mine. He Yi nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Selecting a few vegetables, Yao Ailin paid, and they also purchased some pork belly before heading home together. Yao Ailin resided in an old building on the 5th floor, with an east-facing entrance and over 80 square meters of space. The master bedroom was her personal sanctuary, while the secondary room served as a study for tutoring sessions. Upon entering, the familiar decor enveloped He Yi, evoking a sense of returning home. Go ahead and cook. I'll change my clothes, Yao Ailin said, kicking off her high-heeled sandals and stepping onto the old wooden floor as she entered the master bedroom. The door remained open, as it always did. He swallowed hard, removing his shoes and taking the vegetables to the kitchen before making his way toward the master bedroom. Deliberately shuffling in his slippers to make noise, he approached the door. A slender, graceful silhouette stood motionless within, clad in the same strappy dress as upon entering, revealing a vast expanse of smooth, radiant back. After such a lengthy interval, surely she would have changed by now. He had not changed. Rather, he was waiting for something. But what was he waiting for? He cleared his throat and stepped forward once more. With that step, his emotions surged, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. In countless recollections of past tutoring sessions, he pondered whether he had overthought things or overlooked something significant, unable to inquire with others if they had encountered similar circumstances. He reflected on his subsequent life experiences and realized he had indeed missed something. Various signs pointed toward that possibility, including the insistence on his presence today to sort through belongings. What was there to sort? He couldn't recall leaving anything behind. Thus, he sensed an unusual atmosphere at the restaurant's entrance. He was also expected to cook. While at the vegetable store, he complied with her whims, watching her scrutinize each item without purchasing a single one. Was she merely waiting for him to say something? Hence, this step was taken with deep contemplation. Her silhouette had clearly shifted. She was trembling. There was no way she could be oblivious to the sound of his footsteps or breathing. He understood. He had confirmed it. This made things simpler. Countless intentions flickered through his mind, but words eluded him. This feeling was indescribable. Had last night's rain been sparse and the wind fierce? Where would he awaken tonight? He was at a loss, unable to articulate his thoughts. Gazing at the boiling water in the pot, he felt both perplexed and relieved. It was nearly 6 o'clock when he finally came to himself. Both had indulged in alcohol. He had consumed his fair share, and Yao Ailin probably had as well. It was almost 7, and he was genuinely hungry. He feared he might not be able to eat. Thus, he prepared 6 dishes, all his signature recipes. Regrettably, the cookware in Yao Ailin's home lacked the finesse required to achieve the desired results. Nonetheless, they would suffice. The last dish was his proud creation. Silently, a pair of arms reached from behind and embraced He Yi. Awake? Yes. Is this the first time? Indeed. Chapter 52. A day as a teacher. Yao Ailin had changed into a delightful 2-piece pajamas adorned with a monkey design. She moved a chair, furrowing her brow as she sat down, and cheerfully remarked, "Your culinary skills are impressive. They encompass all the colors, aromas, and flavors." As she reached for the meat strips and the garlic stalks, she found herself unable to reach them and frowned. "I'll fetch you a cushion. This chair is still too hard." He jogged to the guest room to retrieve a pillow, arranging it for her, before finally serving the last dish of sweet and sour ribs. "I took a nap, and you've already prepared everything." "Incredible." Yao Ailin pinched a piece of meat and tasted it. The flavor is exquisite. It's so well seasoned. Had I known your culinary skills were this exceptional, I would have had you cook for me every day." He smiled as he set the table, removed his apron, and opened a bottle of red wine. "I only recently acquired these skills." Yao Ailin paused. "So, the exam questions you dreamed about were real? Did you dream of all this too?" He shrugged. "Including my daring to step into your bedroom, to enter your." Yao Ailin's face flushed. "Is there truly such a thing as enlightenment?" He nodded. "The evidence lies before you. This entire spread is the proof." He raised his hand. "Including this bottle of red wine, it's not the finest, but I hope you enjoy it." Yao Ailin waved her hand dismissively. "Don't concern yourself with the details. This is wonderful, and I truly appreciate it." As night deepened outside, the two sat across from each other at the kitchen table, with red wine and delectable dishes. "I had originally intended to share some white liquor with you, hoping it might embolden you a bit," Yao Ailin mused, taking a sip of red wine from a plastic cup, which felt somewhat mismatched. "I couldn't find any wine glasses, and time was pressing," he lamented. "You should have bought a bottle of white liquor." Yao Ailin sighed. "I wasn't sure how much you could drink, and with that, he retrieved a bottle of Nyalan Mountain Urquioadu from beneath the table, making a clinking sound. Yao Ailin jumped for joy, like a child. "Fantastic. Let's drink this." He also enjoyed white liquor, reasoning that since both were blended, at least the white liquor was somewhat purer. Cheap red wine was merely grape juice mixed with white liquor. Yao Ailin had the necessary vessels at her home, a small wine pot and 2 tiny cups. Cheers to your high scores. Yao Ailin raised her cup. He lifted his in return. Thank you, teacher. Yao Ailin squinted. You've graduated. Why still call me teacher? He wanted to say, once a teacher, always a teacher, but the words shifted on his tongue. Thank you, Sister Lin, for your guidance. Yao Ailin smiled gently, clinking her cup with his before downing her drink. The small 3-gram cups were perfect for white liquor. He took a few bites of the dishes, suppressing the effects of the alcohol, and sighed. I misunderstood you. Yao Ailin was unfazed. You thought I was being frivolous, leaving the door open for every student and changing clothes? He nodded. It's not your fault, it's mine. Yao Ailin devoured her food heartily, displaying no hint of decorum, as though she might put her feet on the chair if it weren't for the pain. If not for the discomfort, she would have done just that. He adored her refreshing spirit and waited for her to continue. I had a boyfriend who died during my first year of college, and since then, I haven't dated anyone. She spoke of the past with a calm demeanor, yet he recognized the storm beneath the surface. He had experienced this earlier. It was such a profound pain, yet so wild. The madness of that time equaled the depth of love felt. Back then, they drank Urquiado, though it was usually the Red Star brand. Yao Ailin's tone turned somewhat wistful. You two share a similarity as she spoke. Yao Ailin reached out and touched the tip of He's nose. It's hard to say. It resembles your nose, yet could also be your lips. Covering the top, it appears quite alike from below. He understood. Sister, when did you start to have feelings for me? Yao Ailin shot him a look, of course. It was the first time I entered your classroom. She sighed. In my life, I never wanted to marry. My family has given up on that notion, and I myself have resigned to it. I never expected to meet you and feel my heart stir again. He found it hard to believe that such fortune could befall him. But given that he had been reborn, it seemed reasonable, did it not? Those who could be reborn were surely favored by fate. If Lucio could summon meteorites, then why couldn't he stumble upon a great treasure? Moreover, there had been signs all along. On the first day of math class in senior year, Yao Ailin had pointed at him to answer a question, first asking for his name before prompting him to stand. She claimed it was to assess everyone's mathematical skills, but he hadn't understood at the time. Reflecting back, it felt rather suspicious. Now, it was evident that where there was smoke, there was fire. Half a bottle of Urquiado had vanished in no time. And Yao Ailin desired more, but he refused. It's getting late. Let us rest. His words were insincere, yet Yao Ailin didn't call him out. Why don't you wash up? I'll tidy up here. He shook his head. You should wash up instead. I already did. Yao Ailin smiled brightly. Fair enough. I'll go change the sheets and wait for you. He felt a surge of emotions, reflecting on the wonders of being reborn. He was determined to seize all that he had previously missed or lost. Gathering the leftover dishes to store in the refrigerator meant he wouldn't have to cook in the morning. He understood Yao Ailin's habits. She was often busy with work and made do with what she could eat, mostly sharing meals with students in the cafeteria. With summer break yet to begin, she would likely continue working, meaning those leftovers would probably only be consumed by him the next morning, as she wouldn't even bother to reheat them. In a year they had known each other, she had only cooked when he came over for tutoring. This alone revealed the rarity of such moments. Like leaving the door open and changing clothes, it was a privilege only he enjoyed. The thought ignited a passionate flame within him. He felt no unease within himself, nor did he harbor any guilt towards Sister Pan or Aunt Yen. In the realm of adulthood, there exists no single choice or multiple options, only an all-encompassing selection. The greater the ability, the heavier the responsibility. Possessing such capability necessitates its full expression. To love those who love you, as well as those worthy of your affection, is a noble endeavor. After washing his hands, he returned to the bedroom, where Yao Ailin was preparing the bed. The previously modest sheets had been replaced with a vibrant red 4-piece set. Yao Ailin herself had donned a fiery 2-piece sleepwear ensemble, a robe, and a satin camisole skirt, soft and silky against her skin. She had also noticeably enhanced her makeup, with at least her lips painted red and her eyes adorned with shadow and blush, though the dim lighting obscured the details. Did you close the balcony window? He inquired, shaking his head. No, why? Yao Ailin's expression shifted subtly. So everyone upstairs and downstairs heard that? He paused, nodding resignedly. Close it then. Yao Ailin blushed. He chuckled. Wasn't that something she should have said herself? Chapter 53. A day devoted to teaching. Upon returning after securing the window, Yao Ailin was already reclining against the headboard of the bed. She lay at an angle, propping her right cheek with her hand, her legs naturally curled, not attempting to conceal herself, her phoenix-like eyes sparkling with mischief as she gazed at he, playfully asking, That didn't seem like your first time. As I told you, I possess foresight from the past 500 years to the future 500 years. Go on and boast. Yao Ailin couldn't help but smile. Do you like this outfit? Her gaze turned dreamy, a mist of desire swirling within. He nodded. Isn't this your wedding night with him? Upon hearing he guess her innermost thoughts, Yao Ailin's eyes widened, and she nodded gently. He sighed. Then I can take his place for just that moment. Yao Ailin's eyes widened further, nodding fervently. This day had been a long time coming for her. Yet unexpectedly, H's expression shifted, but this time I am myself, not him. Yao Ailin was taken aback, frozen in place. What do you mean? He spoke with unwavering resolve. I can accept that you view me as a past dream or an emotional refuge, but starting today, from this very moment, you must love me wholeheartedly, not merely see me as a substitute for someone else. Past dreams, new beginnings, flashed before her eyes, leaving Yao Ailin in a daze. Unable to think clearly, he observed her in silence, as still as a statue. After a prolonged internal struggle, Yao Ailin exhaled softly. I will try my best. He shook his head resolutely. No, it must be done. Yao Ailin fell silent for a moment before finally closing her eyes and whispering, I beg you. He, however, shook his head. Who am I? Yao Ailin's eyelids fluttered, battling with herself for what felt like an eternity before forcing her eyes open and softly saying, You are. Who am I? Don't pressure me. He nodded, remaining silent, yet unyielding. The inner demons lay in wait. Stagnation meant regression. He knew he could never compete against a ghost. And if he did not seize the advantages of being alive, he would face utter defeat. Countless emotions danced in Yao Ailin's eyes. Forget it. I'll just kick him away and end it here. No, I can't bear to. Why not? Isn't being alone better? No, I have been alone for too long. It's been too painful. Yet he was too domineering, forbidding her from thinking that way. It seemed impossible to have both. What should I do? She closed her eyes again, caught in a tumult of conflict and anguish. The choice between life and death was hardly different. He sighed softly, delivering the final blow to the burdened camel. He in the afterlife surely wishes for your happiness too, doesn't he? How can you solace his spirit while inflicting such self-torment? Yao Ailin was taken aback, as if suddenly bestowed with a self-deceiving rationale, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Indeed, for the departed, those who live must strive to live well. She had always been bright and open-minded, yet had been ensnared by emotional shackles. Now, with a beloved in her arms, she finally grasped a self-deceiving justification. Yao Ailin's demeanor shifted, tears streaming from her eyes. After over a decade, she finally cried. He sighed. It's all right to let it out. Time passed, and only when Yao Ailin finally ceased her weeping did she softly say, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. He gently shook his head. I understand. That is the lament of an era, not your fault, nor his. Yao Ailin blinked in astonishment. How do you? He smiled with satisfaction. As I told you, I possess foresight. Yao Ailin, with tear-streaked cheeks, managed a gentle smile and said, I understand now. He nodded. Who am I? Without hesitation. Yao Ailin replied, You are Xiao Yi, my Xiao Yi. He began, Then what should you call me? Yao Ailin shook her head softly. I don't know. Whatever you want me to call you, I shall. He was pleased and rewarded her. Then start by calling me husband. Husband? Yes. Husband? Yes. Yao Ailin purred like a kitten, whispering softly, Do you have a girlfriend? He nodded. Don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. Sensing a shift in his emotions, Yao Ailin made a jest. He gently shook his head. I will take responsibility for you. Yao Ailin was momentarily taken aback. Of course, not in the usual sense. He embraced the beautiful woman tightly. But I will give you all that I can offer, ensuring you're no longer lonely or in pain. Yao Ailin nodded with a smile. Yes, I believe you. I am very happy right now. Noticing her playful demeanor, he admired her and playfully pinched the tip of her nose. Why are you so greedy? I'm already 33 in my lunar age. What do you think? He sighed. If not for the objective proof, I wouldn't believe you are a maiden on your first ride. Who would have thought that this bold and flamboyant woman, perceived as promiscuous by all men, would be so devoted and loyal? Yao Ailin tilted her head. Mischievously alluring, right? I'm not like your little girlfriend, am I? Such a stark contrast to her public persona. He nodded. Indeed, it is vastly different. During countless sleepless nights, I pondered how today would unfold. Don't be coy now. Yao Ailin giggled playfully. Who are you talking to, being so familiar? He protested. I was wrong, husband. Dear husband. A night passed. He had thought himself invincible, only to discover today he faced a worthy opponent. His body ached as he prepared to rise for breakfast. He was a giving person, fond of cooking, relishing delicious food, and eager to satiate his beloved. However, Yao Ailin seized him, refusing to let him go. The vibrant red bedding made her all the more enchanting. What's wrong? Don't go. Huh? Are you afraid? He was speechless. I'm worried you'll be upset. Yao Ailin smiled playfully. Mind your own business. Just do as I say. Come here. It was nearly 9 o'clock when he finally climbed out of bed to prepare breakfast. He combined the leftover dishes from the night before into a stir-fry. He cooked porridge, heated 2 steamed buns, and prepared a steamed egg custard before coaxing Yao Ailin to rise. The darling slept a little longer, groggily getting up, washing her face, and sitting at the table to eat until she gradually awakened. This is delicious, Yao Ailin exclaimed sincerely. Husband, you're wonderful. He didn't wish to differentiate whether she was addressing him or that dream lover. Having reaped the benefits, it was wise not to dwell too much on it. In matters of love, how could a living person ever compete with the dead? The previous night had yielded such remarkable results because he had taken advantage of the timing, striking when least expected. Now, it seemed the outcome was satisfactory. Having completed your volunteer service, what are your plans next? I am about to embark on a journey to the provincial capital to visit my beloved Aunt Yen, he candidly declared. Yao Ailin was momentarily taken aback. This Aunt Yen must hold a significant place in your heart, doesn't she? He, puzzled, inquired. What makes you say that? Because whenever she is mentioned, a particular softness envelopes you. He chuckled softly. Am I not gentle with you? Yao Ailin shook her head. It's different, remarkably different. Chapter 54. Is this a sign of poor exam performance? By the time he entered the shopping mall, the clock was nearing 2 in the afternoon. Yao Ailin, reluctant to see him leave, found it hard to let go. He, too, could not bear to be ungrateful after having just won her heart. Thus, he stayed to lull her to sleep before quietly departing. After completing his college applications, he intended to return home briefly before making his way to the provincial capital to seek out Aunt Yen. However, there was one important task that needed attending to before heading home. Arriving at the counter from that fateful day, he pointed to the dress. Please wrap that for me. Days passed, and to his delight, the price of the dress had dropped. After settling the payment, he exhaled in relief. Aunt Yen had taken a liking to this dress, having admired it repeatedly, yet refrained from purchasing it. Such an opportunity would not present itself again. He planned to use the 400,000 left by Chunlina as seed money, investing in the stock market to reap a profit. With his initial capital secured, he would then strategize his next steps. Upon returning home, he began to sort through his belongings. Over 3 years of high school, he had accumulated a plethora of odds and ends, yet only a few items were truly worthy of being taken home. Should Aunt Yen ever decide to move, some of these belongings would go directly to the provincial capital, sparing him the trouble of transporting them back home. Certain items would be useful for his younger sister, so he packed them into a cardboard box, securely taped it, and fashioned a handle to prevent it from cutting into his hands as he carried it downstairs. With his college applications completed, he bid farewell to his high school days, stepping into the realm of a prospective university student. As he boarded the bus to his hometown, a wave of sentiment washed over him. To live anew, to feel that thrill, it is a sensation that is hard for others to comprehend. Regrets can be mended, life can improve, and the loved ones he cherishes are close at hand, sparing him from the pangs of separation. What a relief it is. He eagerly anticipated the joy his parents would feel upon learning of his college entrance examination scores. In his previous life, it wasn't until he reached 30 that he truly reconciled with his parents. In his childhood, their lives were fraught with struggle, and his parents often resorted to harsh words and reprimands, leaving deep scars on his young heart. He had indeed been mischievous, and his parents had been undeniably stern, often employing a united front against him. Especially striking was their excessive strictness towards him juxtaposed with their indulgent nature towards his younger sister, leading he to sometimes question if he had been adopted. When his sister was born during his 2nd year of elementary school, all of their love seemed to be diverted towards her. He adored his sister, but each time he saw their parents holding her hand as they walked, a bitter pang would strike his heart. It was only as he matured that he came to realize that it wasn't favoritism towards his sister. Rather, it was a love his parents had once bestowed upon him that he had forgotten. The gap in their ages created a misalignment, causing him to perceive only the gentleness directed at his sister and the impatience shown towards himself, overlooking the fact that he had grown up while his sister remained an infant. Those were indeed bewildering years. He sighed, reflecting that it was Aunt Yen and Sister Pan who had transformed everything. Aunt Yen had showered him with affection, while Sister Pan had offered companionship and care. He realized that beyond being a brother, he, too, was someone's troublesome younger brother. Thinking of the two women, he smiled sweetly. He loved his parents and sister, but his affection for Aunt Yen and Sister Pan surpassed it. There was no conflict, no contradiction. Love could encompass them all. After turning 30, he indeed lived by this principle. Alas, Aunt Yin would not enjoy many years of his love, for in this lifetime, that would not be the case. He clenched his fist. The minibus swayed unsteadily. The road from a national highway to his hometown was in a state of disrepair, riddled with potholes that rendered it nearly impassable when it rained. After several days of sunshine, the wheels kicked up clouds of dust as they rolled over the rough terrain. The bus eventually lumbered into town, leaving Yi feeling as though he might fall apart from the ride. His first order of business was to earn some money to acquire a vehicle. The ordeal of public transport was simply too taxing. Accustomed to having a car in his previous life, he now felt unbearably constrained. As he strolled towards home, it took less than 5 minutes for him to spot his family's restaurant. The modest eatery was situated in a small alley on the east side of the street, featuring only 2 private rooms and 4 card tables. His parents had relied on this establishment to support him and his sister for years. 12 years had passed, he mused. Over the years, his parents had worked tirelessly and diligently, yet had little to show for it. He required funds for his education, and his sister's schooling and medical needs were even more demanding. Fortunately, in recent years, things had improved. Aunt Yin's salary had increased, allowing him to refrain from asking his family for living expenses, and his parents' business had flourished to the point where they would proactively send him money monthly. Everything was on the upswing. Striding into the restaurant, he called out exuberantly, "Dad, Mom, I'm home." The restaurant was quiet, devoid of patrons at this hour. Suddenly, a figure sprang up from a makeshift bed formed by several chairs, a rosy-cheeked visage belonging to his father. "Yi, Dad, where's Mom?" he instinctively asked, a question all children would pose. "Your mother has gone to the market," Yi replied, his face beaming with joy, yet at a loss for words. He fell silent after that. He, too, found himself at a loss for further conversation. In his previous life, even at 40, he and his father would remain silent unless they were drinking together. "Ribs have gone up in price again," Yi Liping announced as she entered with 2 plastic bags. Her focus on maneuvering the door curtain causing her to overlook the unusual atmosphere. Just as he emerged from the kitchen after washing his hands, he hurried to assist his mother with the curtain. "Mom?" Yi Liping jumped in surprise, and upon recognizing her eldest son, her expression transformed into one of joy and excitement, her lips moving yet unable to articulate her feelings. "When did you get home?" After a moment of hesitation, she managed to squeeze out this question. He stepped forward and enveloped his mother in a warm embrace. Yi Liping stiffened momentarily, turning to gaze at her husband, utterly bewildered. "What's going on?" He smiled, taking the bags from her hands and carrying them to the kitchen. His parents, in their own way, struggled to express their emotions, opting instead to silently offer him food rather than encouraging him to eat more. Yi Liping approached her husband. "Is it because he didn't perform well on the exam?" Yi appeared equally perplexed. "Perhaps. It wasn't like this before." "Yes, he even hugged me." "Oh my," Yi Liping was taken aback, but more so, she was filled with trepidation. "If he didn't do well, does that mean he might have to repeat the year? That would cost a lot, wouldn't it?" "It's rather embarrassing." She was consumed by worry, her brow furrowed. Yi mirrored her concern. Stepping out of the kitchen, he noticed his parents hunched together, their faces clouded with worry. "What is the matter with you two? Is there something troubling you?" he asked directly, not comprehending their silence. His parents, with their straightforward nature, preferred candid communication, fostering an atmosphere of honesty. He knew the couple resonated with one another, yet struggled to voice their thoughts. How to broach the subject? Their child had skipped the midterm exams, yet performed admirably. He had also missed the college entrance examination, and now they were left to inquire about his score? They found themselves at a loss for words. He, sensing the gravity of the situation, smiled and was about to share the good news. "Actually, brother, you're back." A little figure bounced into the restaurant. Xiaohuahua. Upon seeing the little girl with 2 ponytails, he couldn't contain his joy and lifted her high above his head, spinning her around in delight. "Yay, so high. Put me down." "Not a chance." He laughed, holding his sister close and inquiring about her studies. "Isn't it almost time for your final exams? Are you confident about scoring full marks?" "I am in Chinese, but not in math," Huahua asserted proudly. He was momentarily speechless. "By the way, brother, Mom and Dad said you took an exam too. Do you think you can score full marks?" Chapter 55, A Self-Inflicted Humiliation. As dusk settled, patrons began to trickle into the restaurant. The parents set aside their concerns and continued to pursue their financial endeavors. Over the years, regardless of the magnitude of events that transpired, the couple never lost sight of their goal to earn money. This was both commendable and lamentable. Even in their previous life, despite having achieved financial independence, they never easily considered retirement. It wasn't until the father could no longer wield the ladle that the small-town restaurant ceased operations, and even then, he remained restless as the mother sought work in domestic service. He could only shake his head in resignation. Such was their nature, unchangeable. It is often said that fate is predetermined. Perhaps this is what it means? Assisting with the myriad tasks, serving tea, carrying dishes. Yi Liping found her workload considerably lightened. If one fails to pass the exams, so be it. What is wrong with earning a living? Yi Liping whispered to her husband, offering mutual consolation and warmth in their solidarity. Why on earth hasn't he applied to university yet? Hasn't he studied for all these years? He Dai was reluctant to listen, nudging his wife before stepping outside for a smoke. He delivered a bowl of rice to a table and then went to check on his sister, who was diligently working on her homework. Each night, Hiwa would sit there completing her assignments before running off to play, with their parents showing little concern. Carefree and untroubled, she appeared content. Though intelligent, the younger sister struggled with focus, often distracted in her tasks. This doesn't seem right. Let's recalculate, she pouted, her expression one of discontent. How quickly she began to criticize herself, such as the fragile bond between siblings. Brother, once I finish, will you come out for a stroll with me? You'd better hurry. It's almost 9. Oh, Yi Liping emerged from the kitchen, having tidied up, and noticed the siblings together, so she refrained from interrupting. Stronga, you're here? Ah, Hong, Yen has returned as well. He Dai's voice rang out from the doorway. Yi Liping frowned slightly at the sight of Qi Xiaochong and his son, yet quickly masked it with a smile. Ah, Hong Yen, you're back. Auntie, Qi Hanjian replied, tall and slender, wearing thick glasses, exuding an air of icy detachment. Those who excel academically often carry such demeanor, particularly those ranked first in the county. Ah, little Yi, you've returned too. Perfect timing. You and Hong Yen can compare answers. Qi Xiaochong boasted, his pride at that moment worth more than any amount of money he could earn. Qi Hanjian dismissed his father's boast with indifference, merely nodding at Yi without uttering a word. Their prior acquaintance stemmed from the same elementary school, but their relationship was hardly close. He smiled, deeming it unnecessary to engage with a child. Once Ihua completed her homework, she was eager to go out. Uncle Qi, Hong Yen, you enjoy your meal. I'll take her for a quick walk. Before the siblings could leave, Qi Xiaochong casually inquired, Little Yi, what are your estimated scores? Did you reach 500? I heard from a teacher at Yizhong that this time the cutoff for the top schools will be below 500. He recalled how, in his previous life, Qi Xiaoqiang's words had provoked his parents, leading to a month-long fury filled with venomous remarks. Little did he expect to hear it himself this time around. He shook his head, not taking it to heart as his sister tugged him along, anxious to leave. He decided to acquiesce to her urgency, postponing the matter. Your parents said you would score 601. I find that hard to believe. When we went to the county, the teacher at Yizhong mentioned that my son Hong Yen is likely the top scorer in the county. He tuned out Qi Xiaoqiang's subsequent comments. 601? Was that what Aunt Yin had said? Impossible. Aunt Yin wouldn't make such an error. Had Qi Xiaochong inflated the numbers? No wonder his parents had been so incensed in the past. Such boasting would inevitably lead to disappointment, and it was no surprise they were furious. He observed Qi Xiaochong and his son, who had returned from the county without even stopping at home, simply to flaunt their achievements. Let them bask in their pride. Why must they continuously compare themselves to his family? Initially inclined to ignore them, he knew that eventually the scores would be revealed, and the truth would speak for itself. However, Qi Xiaochong had gone too far. I estimate my score to be 609, he declared before following his sister outside. Qi Xiaochong hadn't heard clearly, or perhaps refused to believe it. Wait, how much did you say? Upon seeing He leave, he turned to He Dai and asked, Old He, how many points did little Yi say? He Dai was equally startled. He had been close enough to hear clearly, but found it hard to believe. That score seemed utterly implausible. Yi Liping was equally bewildered. How could their son be so boastful? With Qi Xiaoqiang's younger son back, wouldn't everything be revealed in due time? The couple's expressions turned pale with anxiety. Yi Liping, quick-wit, smiled and said, It's our little Yi. Qi Xiaochong scoffed disdainfully, feigning concern. The child might be under too much pressure from the college entrance exams. You two should pay close attention to him and not let things escalate. Just then, He returned with his sister. Qi Xiaochong pressed on relentlessly, ignoring his son's attempts to pull him back. Little Yi, did you really estimate 690 points? I heard the top student from Shijian 14 also estimated that score. Could that student possibly be you? His expression was one of mockery, unable to fathom that this once underperforming student could be the highest scorer. He innocently nodded, that's me. Qi Xiaochong was taken aback, glancing at his son, who wore an equally puzzled expression of disbelief, and he exclaimed, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His outburst drew the attention of several remaining guests in the room. Yi Liping was displeased. Brother, lower your voice. The guests are dining. Qi Xiaochong disregarded her admonition. Little Yi, You mustn't speak recklessly. The scores aren't confirmed yet. They will be released soon. It's one thing to fool us, but don't deceive yourself. He chuckled. I'm not deceiving anyone. If you don't believe me, feel free to call and inquire. Qi Xiaochang remained unconvinced, looking to his son for confirmation. Qi Hanjian picked up his phone and sent a text. The latest model Nokia. Qi Xiaochang certainly didn't skimp. He mused internally while helping his sister open a new bag of chips. A stroll? More like a craving. Dad, I asked, it's true. Qi Hanjian also appeared incredulous, but facts speak for themselves. The name of the top student was unknown to others, but Qi Hanjian's homeroom teacher certainly knew. He had heard the teacher mention it before, but had dismissed it. What did it matter to him what the top student's name was? Yet, he had not anticipated it would actually concern him. Qi Xiaochang went pale. His child had consistently ranked first in the county for years. Yet, because he had moved to the city, the two children had not had the chance to be compared directly. Before he left for the city, Qi Xiaoqiang's youngest son had always trailed behind, losing by a few points each time. Over the years, the two families' children had been compared, and he had developed a sort of PTSD regarding it, most concerned about He's scores, perhaps even more than He's own parents. But how could this child have scored first in the city? That score might even place his son at the top of the province. The thought pierced Qi Xiaochang's heart. His son's score was commendable, yet he hadn't surpassed He. Qi Xiaoqiang's complexion fluctuated between red and white, and he could no longer remain seated, collapsing to the ground. Chigo, Dad. Chapter 56. A beacon of hope for the nation. It was a close call. Qi Xiaochang had merely fainted from rage, not from a stroke or heart attack. Nonetheless, it was a frightful experience. After the commotion subsided, He and his wife returned home, overwhelmed with joy. Good son, did you really score 609? Yi Liping beamed, gazing at her eldest son, finding him more endearing with each glance. Truly, he is sharp-wit. He also wore an expression of anticipation mixed with anxiety. Let us hope this isn't some fabrication. This child has been known to spin tales since childhood. Don't worry, Dad, Mom. We'll know soon enough once the results are released. The scores would be released shortly, and the truth would reveal itself. He had intended to keep a low profile, but Qi Xiaochang had pushed him too far. Perhaps this was how he had angered his parents in his previous life. This time, he felt he had avenged them. He felt little emotion, but upon witnessing the proud expressions on his parents' faces, he understood that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. A night passed in silence. Unable to endure the stillness of home any longer, he purchased a ticket early Thursday morning and returned to the city. Yao Ailin awaited him. The beautiful woman, having tasted the sweetness of flirtation, had been teasing him incessantly over the past few days. After disembarking from the long-distance bus, he took a taxi directly to Yao Ailin's residence. Having recently graduated from high school and no longer serving as the homeroom teacher, Yao Ailin's noble mission as a high school math instructor had come to a complete end, leaving her with nearly 3 months of unoccupied time. As a result, she was particularly relaxed, often sending him messages whenever she had a moment to spare. Darling, I miss you. What are you up to, dear brother? Come play with me. The frequency of her messages far surpassed that of Pangaea, who still had classes to prepare for. The precious darling was on summer vacation, yet had no worries at all. He sent a text from downstairs. I'm here, please open the door for me. By the time he reached the entrance, Yao Ailin was already waiting there, slightly ajar, her eyes sparkling with a smile, exuding the essence of spring. Today, the enchanting woman wore a light blue camisole nightgown adorned with dark golden lace, revealing her fair shoulders and long legs as she stood barefoot without shoes. What do you think? I just put it on, does it look good? Once he stepped inside, Yao Ailin took a step back and twirled around. The flowing hem of her dress swayed gracefully, resembling a lotus leaf floating on water. He tossed aside his handbag. Ah, darling, you're so naughty, she teased, her voice soft and alluring. Was it good or bad? He was utterly enchanted. Unlike her usual dignified and rational demeanor, Yao Ailin appeared particularly charming and obedient at that moment. Moreover, her myriad of expressions left even he, a reborn individual, somewhat dazzled. Where did you learn all this? On the internet, Yao Ailin replied with confidence, resembling He's own audacity. Indeed, it seemed like a tracks like. He chuckled. Now I'm curious. Come on, let's take a look. Opening the computer, the mechanical hard drive word, and Yao Ailin accessed her collection. Wow, your taste is quite unique, he exclaimed in astonishment. Do you just think about these things every day? Do you even have time to improve your math skills? Not really. It's just that when I'm bored alone, I write for fun. Take a look. Yao Ailin shrugged off his concerns, explaining that this was her only source of entertainment while living alone. He nodded, and she opened a document. After a lengthy loading time, it finally appeared. Over 300,000 words. Don't store everything in one file. It's easy to lose if the computer malfunctions. Split it into several documents, each containing 5 to 10,000 words. That way, the loss won't be unbearable. Oh, that makes sense. Yao Ailin exclaimed, inspired. You actually know quite a bit. You write beautifully, he genuinely praised. The perspective of a woman indeed produced a distinct flavor in her writing. Haven't you posted any of this online? No, I'm just writing for fun. Why show it to others? That's not right. You should share it. Who knows, you might become a literary master one day. I have no interest in being a literary master. I'm a mathematician, not a writer. Why can't you be both? They're not mutually exclusive. Yao Ailin dismissed his argument. What serious author writes such things? He countered, don't be ridiculous. Why wouldn't he, a writer, write? What do you think Lan Ling Xiaosheng does? Or do you think Jia Pingwei doesn't want to write? Yao Ailin shot him a playful glare. You're just being silly. He gazed at the captivating words and solemnly declared, this cannot be shown to anyone else, except for me. Do you understand? The implication of his words was overwhelmingly forceful. Yao Ailin's expression shifted, her demeanor icy as she retorted, what do you take me for? Do you think that because I dress revealingly, I'm a loose woman? Such intimate writings would only be shared with my man, not anyone else. He was taken aback, pondering why they were arguing over such trivial matters. It seemed that the precious darling still hadn't recognized her position. She still viewed him as her teacher. Realizing this, he decided he could no longer tolerate it. He needed to set things straight. He employed strict measures. Yao Ailin ultimately capitulated. Since they had become a couple, her little lover had always held the dominant position, a realization that had only recently dawned upon her. Good husband. I admit my mistakes. I truly understand now. Understanding is good. In the future, when speaking to me, be mindful of your tone and attitude. He asserted with authority. Understood, master. I was wrong. Yao Ailin rolled her eyes playfully, fawning over her little lover. The allure she possessed was utterly captivating. In that moment, he realized what he had missed in his past life. The depth of understanding. Only through experience can one comprehend the subtle nuances of emotional intelligence and unspoken connection. Yao Ailin demonstrated through her actions just how astute a woman can be. Many things, once learned, become second nature. With merely a glance from he, she could grasp his intentions. That intoxicating familiarity and effortless communication made it impossible to resist. Seated together on the computer chair, he navigated the mechanical mouse and accessed a website. Entering the ID and password, he proceeded step by step. You can publish your novel in this section if you wish. This is my account. We'll share it for now on to earn more points and access additional sections in the future. Yao Ailin, reluctant to part, wrapped her arms around her little lover's neck, glancing at the screen with a frown. What is this? A forum? Such a tacky name. Who cares if it's tacky? If it's useful, that's all that matters. Come on, let us see which section you want to check out. Yao Ailin giggled playfully. I prefer Western styles. The Asian ones are too miniature. He retorted, what are you saying? Am I miniature? The beautiful woman quickly reassured him. No, darling, you're not miniature at all. You are the pride of our nation. Only then did he relent. Darling, there is something I want to discuss with you, Yao Ailin said, her eyes sparkling as she playfully tugged at his chin, almost as if she wanted to nibble on it like a little wildcat. Go ahead, we're already this close. I bought a lot of clothes that I can't wear to work, nor do I have opportunities to wear them in daily life. I want to wear them for you. Can you take pictures of me? He was taken aback, curiously asking, if you're too shy to wear them to work. What kind of clothes are they? Yao Ailin led him to the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. Indeed, they were clothes unsuitable for work. The dresses were form-fitting, accentuating her curves, spanning various styles, mature, punk, seductive, and coolly elegant, all in stark contrast to her identity as a teacher. Such garments were reserved for the most cherished individuals. Weren't they? Yao Ailin dreamily remarked. I bought these clothes with the intention of enticing you. Yet it was the most ordinary camisole that succeeded instead. Chapter 57. Shadows and Light. As dusk approached around 9:30, the streets were becoming less crowded. He and Yao Ailin walked hand in hand along the park's path. Why are there still so many people out at this hour? Yao Ailin's palm was clammy with sweat. He felt the same. Are they all like us? He teased the beautiful woman. Surely not. Yao Ailin surveyed her surroundings, still hesitant. Many things are easier said than done. Even in his past life, he had never engaged in such wild escapades. There were many thrilling experiences, but there was no need to pursue them all. However, since Yao Ailin expressed her desire, he was more than willing to accompany her. Considering how she flaunted herself at work, yet remained virtuous, he could somewhat deduce her character. It was a contrast. While her exterior appeared open, her inner self was reserved. Yet, it wasn't so much a matter of conservatism as it was loyalty. She was confronting the world in her own unique way. Everyone perceives her as promiscuous, yet her heart remains steadfastly devoted to that one person from her past. She is unwavering in her affection. Upon encountering the right individual, her passion becomes fervent. Presently, she is that suitable person, or perhaps merely a stand-in for the one she truly cherishes. He is indifferent to the journey. His focus lies solely on the outcome. As long as he finds pleasure in the result, that suffices. Here is where they stand. After traversing the area, he discerns that no place feels entirely right, and he no longer wishes to search aimlessly. Can we make this work? Yao Ailin pondered. If you think we can, then let's proceed. If not, we can always retreat. Don't force yourself, he encouraged. Provoked by his words, Yao Ailin's competitive spirit ignited. Then let us do it here. Bring it on. He surveyed the surroundings. Retrieving his digital camera, Yao Ailin blushed, striking a pose. The dim lights of the park enveloped her exquisite figure, illuminating her beauty. For this photo shoot, she had meticulously applied her makeup. Her skills were impressive. After her transformation, he could scarcely recognize her. The bold makeup was a stark departure from her usual style. But to achieve stunning photographs, such measures were necessary. Yao Ailin selected a form-fitting black sequin-embellished dress that he adored, paired with dazzling crystal heels, an enchanting sight to behold. I bought this dress, but hesitated to wear it. It's so fitted that it accentuates my little belly. I can't fathom why you like it. He chuckled. For the same reason you purchased it. The design is exquisite and perfect for photography. Someone approached. He tucked away his camera as a couple strolled by. The man cast furtive glances, yet remained discreet. Continue, he urged, and without needing his prompting, Yao Ailin struck another pose. He began snapping pictures. Do you think we could make money if we pursued photography together? I could model, and you could be the photographer, huh? Yao Ailin exclaimed, delighting in the prospect. Her enthusiasm was infectious. Women naturally enjoy being photographed, and she relished the experience, having seldom had anyone to capture her beauty. Some moments are meant solely for one's beloved, and she had never been afforded that opportunity before. That's inconsequential. He was equally absorbed in the moment. The camera may have been modest, yet the model was breathtaking, especially one so deeply enamored with herself. After a flurry of activity, he had amassed a plethora of photographs. Some were undeniably sultry, yet the majority radiated beauty. The interplay of light and shadow, the grace of her figure, the hazy night, each element harmonized perfectly. In the frames, Yao Ailin exhibited a myriad of genuine emotions, devoid of any professional pretense. He finally grasped why he felt compelled to photograph her, and why Yao Ailin wished for him to do so. This was her fleeting youth, an outcry and roar against the world. Thus, he became increasingly meticulous in his composition and direction. In terms of lighting, he, as a reborn influencer, may have lacked in some areas, yet he excelled in others. A skill far beyond the ordinary. With ease, guidance, and encouragement, Yao Ailin appeared notably more at ease, albeit her cheeks still flushed. You look beautiful without trying. Just relax, as you would usually, but with a touch of determination. Yes, be defiant, proud. After a bustling session, the couple strolled by once more. He continued to shoot. As they had not yet stepped into the frame, Yao Ailin remained unfazed, embodying a spectrum of emotions, sometimes wistful, at other times contemplative. The woman from the couple cast an envious glance at Yao Ailin, sensing her husband as admiration, and nudged him to move along. The man, clearly wanting to linger, complied hastily. After a visit to the restroom to change outfits, the two found a faux rock formation and continued their shoot, repeating the cycle. As night approached, the park grew quieter. By this hour, the high school students had long since departed, and in this small city, most adults and children had returned home to rest. He held the camera, inquiring of Yao Ailin, "Shall we call it night?" It was growing late, and in the height of summer, the mosquitoes were relentless. The floral repellent had lost its efficacy. Yao Ailin was fortunate, seemingly immune to their bites, even with her limbs exposed. He, however, was a magnet for mosquitoes, already covered in welts after such a short time. This evening, the mosquitoes were reveling in a feast, indulging themselves thoroughly. Were it anyone else, he would never have ventured out. In his past life, he had been an avid fisherman, but would only brave the outdoors in autumn and winter. Summer evenings meant staying fully armed against the insects. Yet, witnessing Yao Ailin's unbridled joy brought him a profound sense of happiness. His resilient skin made the bites a trivial matter. Understanding his discomfort, Yao Ailin felt a pang of sympathy, nodding fervently. Today had been a delight for her. He packed away the camera and dress, entwining his fingers with hers as they walked home together. On the way, he couldn't help but ask, Photography means a lot to you, doesn't it? Yao Ailin nodded vigorously. Confused, he probed further. Why is that? Yao Ailin paused, tilting her head in contemplation before responding. I recognize my beauty is fleeting. The best way to preserve it is through images. However, I don't wish to pose at a studio for others to see. Doing so feels like betraying him. He understood her perspective. And what about now? He questioned. Do you feel differently? Yao Ailin nodded, affectionately clutching his arm. Now it's different. I want only you to see me. Their shared intimacy overflowed with warmth and tenderness. The beautiful woman's heartfelt confession left he momentarily speechless. The allure of a beautiful woman is a challenging gift to reciprocate. Fortunately, he had his own means to express his profound affection. Chapter 58. The mathematical prodigy, the corridor, finally fell silent. Upon returning home, both were utterly exhausted. Yet he was the first to recover, rising to fetch some medicated oil to soothe Yao Ailin's mosquito bites. She lay there, seemingly too fatigued to move her fingers. He teased her gently. Look at you being so unruly. Yet, no sooner had he begun to apply the balm than she became restless once more. Fueled by youthful exuberance, he could hardly contain himself. He was thoroughly impressed. Sitting there, with Yao Ailin's leg draped over his, he applied the medicated oil while counting on his fingers. This morning I arrived. After lunch, I took a nap. Before dinner, after dinner at the park in the corridor. Just now, he patted her calf playfully. Sister, you're good at math. Can you add this up? I don't know. She retorted. You're the one who's good at math. Your whole family's good at math. Yao Ailin was utterly exhausted and longed for sleep. He felt disheartened. What else with the insults? My family isn't good at math. Thank the calculator. Otherwise, my mom wouldn't be able to run her restaurant. Let us go to bed. He showcased his boyfriend prowess, carrying Yao Ailin back to the bedroom, tucking her under the covers before heading to the study. The photos needed to be downloaded. The memory card was too small to hold many images. His stamina was greater now, and he recovered quickly, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. This was a luxury he had never imagined in his past life, realizing that rebirth brought such benefits. Previously, he had only engaged in photography later in life, wasting his youthful vigor on trivialities. This time was different. It was the prime of his life. Touching the jade pendant around his neck, he felt reassured. My sword is not without merit. I shall conquer all. As the hard drive whirred loudly, the photos transferred successfully. He opened the files and exclaimed, "Oh, the results are splendid." Yao Ailin possesses a remarkable physique, standing tall with a well-proportioned figure, accentuated by her alluring curves and exquisite features, attributes that would suffice for a modeling career. After meticulously organizing and selecting the photos, discarding those with imperfections, he commenced the editing process. In his previous life, he was a prominent broadcaster, having engaged in such tasks frequently. During his early days on forums, he had taken numerous photographs. While his skills may not be top tier, his discerning eye is undoubtedly exceptional. Without the need for complex tools, he utilized the built-in paint application on Windows. Although there would be a slight loss of pixel quality, it mattered little as long as the essence was captured. However, he deemed it necessary to partially obscure her face and to add a watermark, which proved to be a bit cumbersome, yet manageable. Once these tasks were completed, it was nearly midnight. He stretched lazily, preparing to retire for the night. He had finished his preparations. Whether to publish the photos and which ones to choose was entirely up to Yao Ailin. At most, he could offer guidance on how to share them. He preferred she did not post them, fearing he could not persuade his beloved. Just as he was about to rise, footsteps approached, and Yao Ailin sleepily wandered over. Why aren't you asleep? I'm working on the photos. What's wrong, thirsty? After taking a sip of water, Yao Ailin decided to stay. He was taken aback. What do you want? With a radiant smile, Yao Ailin replied, What do you think? I want to look at the photos with you. While it was undoubtedly about viewing the photos, it could not be merely about that, could it? He found himself conceding. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. What man would shun such an experience, especially when Yao Ailin was so earnestly engaged in examining the images? Wow, this one is stunning, Yao Ailin exclaimed with delight, turning to plant a soft kiss on her little lover's forehead as a reward. The interplay of light and shadow revealed a captivating curve, complemented by the sparse tree silhouettes and gentle illumination, creating a unique allure. This encapsulates the feeling I yearn for. It's simply beautiful. I adore it, Yao Ailin exclaimed fervently, cradling his head and showering his forehead with kisses. As they continued to sift through the photos, Yao Ailin became increasingly enamored. Darling, you are truly remarkable. I love you to bits. The sight of her youth immortalized in those photographs thrilled her immensely. Are you really going to post these photos? He once again sought confirmation from Yao Ailin. To claim she was indifferent would be disingenuous, but he also did not wish to pressure his beloved. I'll follow your lead. If you want to post them, post them. If you don't, then don't, Yao Ailin stated with utmost seriousness. He was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her sudden change of heart. I never intended to post them in the first place. Just like my writing, I'm content to keep it to myself. Why must others know? Yao Ailin tilted her head, resembling a little girl gathering mushrooms. Moreover, I am yours. Whether you choose to share them or not is your prerogative, not mine. He was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that his beloved would respond in such a manner. The depth of her affection was truly unparalleled. As dawn broke, the morning rooster heralded the day. He, seated at the edge of the bed, sighed, pondering the absurdity of roosters in the city. I must enlighten you about something, he began. Yao Ailin remained silent, merely shifting her petite arm. He carefully chose his words. You do realize that if it were anyone else, they would have encountered problems by now, right? What do you mean? Yao Ailin inquired, her profile turned towards him, looking bemused. If it were anyone else, they would have long been overwhelmed. He gently restrained her hand to prevent her from being mischievous. Oh, I see. Yao Ailin blinked. So, my judgment of character is spot on, correct? He nodded in agreement. You are exceptional, aren't you? In my eyes, you surpass many of those Westerners. He felt a sense of pride swell within him. You have the opportunity to rephrase that. You are superior to them, he affirmed, satisfying his vanity. In my past, you could say we were on par, but now, I unequivocally eclipse them. So, do you think you'll encounter issues? Yao Ailin reclined, her expression playful. I'm uncertain. Thus far, it seems manageable. He had also been introspectively observing himself, feeling that he had yet to reach his limits. Since I am with you, as long as you can handle it, why should I concern myself with others? He was momentarily taken aback by her clarity of thought. Because I have a girlfriend, he retorted. How could someone as extraordinary as you accept this? Yao Ailin scoffed. What progress? Besides, does progress inherently mean acceptance? Progress should embody the freedom to act without overstepping boundaries. He was bewildered, yet profoundly impressed. Even 2 decades hence, such a forward-thinking mindset seemed unprecedented. Are you a mathematics teacher or a political one? He embraced Yao Ailin, discovering more of her unique essence with every encounter. Beauty, charm, intelligence, tenderness, passion, openness, and freedom. Her virtues were manifold. It was nearly impossible not to fall in love. I am a savvy individual, well aware of my desires, Yao Ailin declared proudly as she headed to the restroom. Not forgetting to shout from afar, of course, I am still a mathematical genius. He found himself somewhat admiring her. Her unwavering confidence was truly commendable. He certainly hoped Yao Ailin would remain by his side for a lifetime, yet he understood his circumstances. Most would find it hard to accept. Little did he realize, Yao Ailin was no ordinary individual. This woman possessed distinct qualities that he had previously overlooked, though he had never had the chance to discover them. The experiences from his past life held no relevance here. Being with Yao Ailin presented an entirely new challenge. This beloved figure in the hearts of all the men at the 14th high school continuously surprised him. The future remained uncertain, but he resolved to take it one step at a time. The most pressing matter was to utilize the funds left by Chanlina to cultivate them wisely, and swiftly extract some capital from the stock market to support household expenses and generate his first bucket of gold. Chapter 59. Hidden depths. Upon Yao Ailin's return from the restroom, she stood at the doorway with her hands on her hips, leaning against the frame, and cheerfully declared, "You don't believe me, do you?" He, perplexed, responded, "Believe what? That I'm a mathematician. I never claimed disbelief. You teach mathematics, but when it comes to home matters, I must admit I have my reservations." Yao Ailin laughed gracefully, beckoning him and leading the way to the study. He hurriedly followed her. Yao Ailin gracefully approached the bookshelf in the study, retrieving a stack of certificates haphazardly placed at the bottom and tossing them onto the floor. He curiously opened them, his eyes widening in astonishment, as he beheld the various awards and accolades, both familiar and unfamiliar. It was difficult for him to reconcile the image of this naked woman with such prestigious honors. Wait, have you been conducting research all these years? He struggled to accept this revelation, yet the evidence spoke for itself. Oh, I was just bored. Every summer, I wander to the capital, catch up with my teachers and classmates, and engage with the big shots. Yao Ailin waved her hand casually. These accolades are nothing, mere empty titles. She genuinely seemed unperturbed by her achievements, which had gathered dust and yellowed with time. They had not been displayed. Otherwise, he, having been around for a year, would not have found no trace of them. He was left speechless. What is wrong with you? Yao Ailin playfully punched his arm. All right, stop standing there like a fool and hurry up and make me dinner. Didn't you say you make delicious noodles? I want oil splash noodles. It appeared this mathematician had a penchant for food. He quickly donned a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, setting about preparing a meal. Why must you dress up to cook? You could just do it like this. Yao Ailin expressed her discontent. I'm afraid of burning myself. How can one walk by the river without getting their shoes wet? If I get burnt, I'll relish watching you cry. Yao Ailin gasped. This simply wouldn't he do. She nodded vigorously. Then I must wear something. Hold on. I'll help you with an apron. Just make sure to protect me. He had initially been joking, but he was taken aback by her earnestness. All right. You take a rest. I'll call for you when needed. He allowed herself to be adorned with an apron by her and began to head outside. Yet, Yao Ailin remained seated, unwilling to rise. You continue with your noodles. I can manage just fine. The darling was somewhat inexperienced, yet her courage was commendable, and her sincerity shone through. He sighed. This won't do. You'll burn yourself. Control yourself. If you keep this up, I want to come back. There was a hint of pride and a touch of helplessness in her tone. Yao Ailin, reluctant to part, asked, really? He nodded affirmatively. Then fine. I shall try to control myself. Yao Ailin stood, but instead of leaving, she drew a chair closer and sat down, watching he busily at work. Her expression filled with deep affection. He recognized this was her limit and chose silence, focusing intently on her culinary efforts. A skilled hand. The noodles were simple to prepare, with the main task being to sauté the minced meat properly. Merely pouring oil would yield a rather monotonous flavor. The delightful aroma soon filled the air. Yao Ailin felt a chill and, having just dressed, rushed back out, enticed by the fragrance. It smells heavenly, darling. Without waiting for He Yi's invitation, she seated herself and began to eat. He Yi, speechless, joined her at the table. Yao Ailin, not forgetting to extend her freshly manicured toes onto his lap, displayed her delicate feet, the toes slender and rosy. They were inseparable, a bond of affection. Is it so difficult for you to focus on your meal? No, Yao Ailin replied playfully, shaking her head, her eyes sparkling with mirth. He was left dumbfounded. What surprised him further was when she directly moved closer. I've completely surrendered. I wish to dine together. Yao Ailin exclaimed, her joy radiant. What plans do you have for the holiday? He, unable to push her away, replied, nothing in particular, just staying put. Why do you ask? The tantalizing noodles made Yao Ailin's speech fragmented. He pondered a request. Could you do me a favor? Sure. Aren't you going to ask what it is? Do as you wish. I'll agree to anything, as long as you don't ignore me. He was left speechless. Shaking the darling. Who on earth are you? Please return my teacher, Yao. Yao Ailin burst into laughter. Your teacher, Yao, is gone. I am now your little darling. Are you frightened? The two shared laughter as they finished breakfast. Yao Ailin insisted on helping with the dishes, refusing to let He Yi tidy up alone. At the dining table, he shared his plans. If there is nothing else, why not join me for a trip to the provincial capital? I wish to open a stock account. Yao Ailin nodded. All right, but why not use your own name to open the account? I just turned 18. There may be issues with my identity, and it involves bank cards, which complicates matters. He explained, more importantly, my household registration is with my parents, and discussing this with them would be troublesome. Once my registration is transferred out, it becomes a collective household, which adds further complications. Yao Ailin smiled and nodded. All right, if you trust me, we can use mine. I have no issue with that. Shall we go today? Of course. I wish to be with you and do anything. Yao Ailin winked to He Yi, her gaze filled with profound affection. He felt warmth in his heart and embraced her tightly. I regret not realizing earlier how blissful my high school life would have been if we had met a year ago like this. Though his words were sincere, they did not reflect reality. Without the advantage of a rebirth, he would not have made it through to the next day. The sense of defeat was likely more profound than that of failing an important exam. No, I truly regret it. I should have tempted you back then. My self-control was lacking, and yours even more so. We would have ruined ourselves. Yao Ailin articulated the underlying truth. He rested on her shoulder, deeply resonating with her insight. He recognized his own lack of restraint. Without the soul of a reborn individual, he would have struggled to maintain control. Judging by Yao Ailin's current demeanor, she too was someone who found it difficult to suppress her desires, at least during these newlywed days. Once they were ready, the two prepared to head out. He glanced at Yao Ailin's outfit, taken aback. Why so conservative? Though not overly so. It was indeed a stark contrast to her previous attire. A simple dress, modest in its coverage, reaching down to her knees. He couldn't fathom. Why should you change how you dress? You don't need to alter yourself for me. Yao Ailin shook her head. Dressing that way before was a form of rebellion. Now, it's unnecessary. I'm very happy, very content. And I wish to be just an ordinary person. It's not solely for you. I feel attached to someone now, so there's no need for such clothing. Yao Ailin spoke with sincerity. Chapter 60 on the bus to the provincial capital. He felt a surge of anxiety. Carrying so much money, he lacked confidence. However, that was not the primary reason for his unease. It was the wild Yao Ailin sitting by the window. This journey had seen he doing little else but entertaining her whims. He could not avoid holding her, nor could he refrain from intertwined fingers, nor from kisses. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, Yao Ailin insisted on taking the bus instead of taxi. She had been adamant about taking a long-distance bus on the way here. Now he was determined to disagree. Public transport was too time-consuming and unsafe. After much persuasion, he convinced her to take a cab to the securities company, where they met with a client manager to explain their intentions and complete the account opening procedures. With the necessary preparations completed, they anticipated returning the following Monday. He left his contact information, and they departed the securities company to find a gold shop. In their haste to leave, he hadn't had time to deposit Chunlina's cash into the bank and preferred not to do so in the city, fearing attention. Selling the gold bars left by Chunlina, they exchanged it for 160,000 yuan, along with his existing cash and US dollars. He deposited the money into Yao Ailin's account, marking the completion of their day's tasks. Yao Ailin had been holding back, and once outside the bank, she finally asked, "How does a high school graduate like you have so much money? You know Li Ziajia, right?" "Of course. That kid has good grades, especially in math. I would forget my own student." Yao Ailin bristled at the implication of her professional integrity being questioned. "Damn it," she exclaimed. "I was just curious. If you don't want to say, that's fine. No need to curse." Yao Ailin was quite bewildered. He was taken aback. "It's truly infuriating." All right. No more questions. Don't be upset. Okay?" Yao Ailin, as the elder sister, began to soothe him. "I'm not angry. It's just so infuriating." I know. I know you're not angry. No more questions, darling, I promise." He slapped his forehead. This money belongs to Li Ziajia's mother. Only then did Yao Ailin grasp the situation. Oh, it's Li Ziajia's mother-s. He wore a look that confirmed her realization. The charming woman playfully stuck out her tongue. "I understand now. Why would her money be with you?" She deliberately emphasized the last 3 words. He, speechless, recounted the events. "As a high school student, I have no money of my own. This amount is merely a loan from Aunt Chun." Yao Ailin waved her hand dismissively. "Your reasoning is flawed. As long as the money is in your hands, it's yours. Those gold watches, necklaces, and diamonds are right to keep. They hold sentimental value. If they're to be sold, it should be up to Li Ziajia's mother. But the rest? You should spend it. You've helped her immensely. As you said, they're wealthy. They one team miss this." Her reasoning was sound, and he agreed, having already acted accordingly. 560,000 yuan was a substantial sum in this era, a dream unattainable for ordinary people in a lifetime. "I still have another 150,000 or so. You can take it as well to invest in stocks together." Yao Ailin spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if she were casually offering $1 for someone to squander. He was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't that your savings from all these years? I can't accept that." "Oh, come now. Don't be so distant. Take it and invest. If you make a profit, share it with me. If you incur a loss, just consider it an emotional investment," Yao Ailin said with an open mind. He, conceding to her perspective, contemplated for a moment before agreeing. "All right, I'll invest it for you. If it yields profits, we split it. If it loses, it's on you." Yao Ailin nodded with a smile, accepting his unequal terms. "As long as you promise to be at my beck and call, ready to provide whenever I ask." He smiled slightly. "I anticipated that. So consider this my compensation." They both chuckled heartily, sharing a playful banter. As evening approached, around 5 o'clock, Yao Ailin inquired about He's plans. Now that they were in the provincial capital, He was eager to visit Sister Pan, but having Yao Ailin with him made that impossible. "What do you feel like eating? I'll take you out." Yao Ailin pondered briefly and shook her head. "Nothing in particular. Everything I want is right here with you." He felt a shiver. "Be yourself like a normal person. If you keep this up, I won't want to play with you anymore. It's too frightening." Yao Ailin linked her arm with his, reveling in the thrill of being seen together. "Darling, that night you were so assertive. It felt as if a light bulb went off in my head. I want to be this affectionate with you every day. Well, let us indulge in that affection." He, too, relished being adored so fervently. They had just decided to find a local restaurant for dinner and stay overnight in the provincial capital when he received a call from Wang Yu. "Where are you? Yiga, want to grab a drink? I'm in the provincial capital, handling some matters. Can you come back?" He glanced at Yao Ailin, who nodded, and then replied with a smile. "Sure, I'll take a cab and should be home in about an hour and a half." "Great. We'll start dinner at 6:30 and wait for you." Wang Yu added, "By the way, are you dating anyone? If so, bring her along." He chuckled as he hung up. Yao Ailin, having overheard, asked curiously, "What?" Did he know we were together? He shook his head. After the college entrance exams, many people started dating. That's what he meant. Yao Ailin remained puzzled. But why would they still be dating now that they've graduated? He shrugged. It's a final fling. Some for pleasure, some for love. It varies. He gazed into Yao Ailin's eyes, keenly observing any shift in her emotions. Do you want to go? If not, I can take you home. Yao Ailin, noticing his seriousness, smiled and retorted. Do you want me to go? Or would my being your girlfriend affect your relationship with her? She was unaware of who He's girlfriend was, but instinctively sensed a formidable rival. At least for now, he seemed prepared to marry that girl, while his feelings for her were not as resolute. A twinge of jealousy stirred within her, yet she found it acceptable. He replied earnestly, It won't affect my relationship with her, but it might impact you since you're still teaching at the 14th middle school. I worry about your reputation. Yao Ailin dismissed his concern. What impact? Everyone would envy me for dating the provincial champion, right? Countless women would be envious. Her reasoning left He exasperated, yet also relieved him. This woman was truly one of a kind. They took a taxi back to the city, their hands entwined, and soon arrived at the location Wang Yu had mentioned. It was a farmhouse on the southern outskirts of the city, close to the provincial capital, saving them quite a bit of travel time. As they entered, they spotted Lin Wan outside the private room, engrossed in a phone call. Got it, Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's all fine, just. Then she noticed He and Yao Ailin holding hands, which left her momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she hung up and turned away, pretending not to notice. He felt a bit awkward, but since it was Lin Wan and not Sister Pan, it wasn't too bothersome. Yao Ailin, although prepared for this moment, still felt a flutter of nerves, tightening her grip on He's hand. He showed no intention of letting go, and Yao Ailin accepted it naturally. Lin Wan, why aren't you coming in? He greeted her. Oh, I was just on a call. Lin Wan stammered, nearly breaking her phone with her frantic button pressing. He chuckled. We'll head in first. We can chat later. He then whispered to Yao Ailin. See, if you're not embarrassed, the awkwardness lies with others. Upon entering the private room, it was clear everyone was taken aback. A group of those who recognized Yao Ailin stood up, and several girls from other schools did too. Even Wang Yu, known for his loquaciousness, was momentarily speechless. Yao Ailin, initially a bit embarrassed, couldn't help but smile at his reaction. When did I become Yao Lao? Teacher Yao, Wang Yu stammered, his face reddening. Upon seeing He's hand, his complexion paled. Inside, he was shouting, Yiga is amazing. Yiga is incredible. Hao Daong blurted out, prompting laughter from the crowd. He had anticipated this reaction, so he was not surprised, nodding with a composed demeanor, feigning modesty. Yao Ailin's cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and happiness. She recognized most of the boys in the room and nodded at the few unfamiliar girls, displaying no signs of anxiety or discomfort, unfazed by the fact that she originally did not belong to this circle. As they settled in, Wang Yu, still feeling awkward, gestured at He. What is up? Yuga, why did you tell me earlier that you were bringing Teacher Yao? I specifically invited Lin Wan. Wang Yu felt as if he had swallowed a green fly. What? He was perplexed, finally realizing the situation. This wasn't just a gathering to set him up with Lin Wan. It was a reunion of classmates, where everyone brought their partners. And he and Lin Wan were the only ones without dates. This inadvertently set the stage for a pairing. And now he had brought someone, not just anyone, but his math teacher. This could lead to complications. Did Lin Wan know? She probably didn't but she wasn't naive enough not to figure it out. Wang Yu thought, scratching his head. It's fine. She's not foolish, but I brought my girlfriend, and she's just shocked. So she went to make a fuss. He was confident he could handle it. As they settled down, Lin Wan returned to the table, taking a seat next to Yao Ailin. Soon, the dishes were served, and Wang Yu, as the organizer, suggested that Yao Ailin make the first toast. With a charming smile, Yao Ailin responded, I'm here as He's girlfriend, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to propose the first toast. Let us follow the usual order. Her declaration sent a ripple of astonishment across the room. At a table meant for 20, there were 22 seated. Those who knew Yao Ailin were aware of her profession as a teacher, and those who didn't quickly caught on through whispers. She was undeniably beautiful and mature. Especially after these days of being showered with affection by He, her complexion glowed with a rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. Even without makeup, she outshone all the other women in the room, including the school belle, Lin Wan. Her beauty was of a sensual kind, radiating an allure that was far removed from youthful innocence. While older men might prefer the naivete of young girls, young, passionate men were drawn to the allure of a woman who was slightly seasoned. Moreover, Yao Ailin's multifaceted charm was striking. Though incredibly intelligent, her heart was claimed, adding a touch of innocence and tenderness to her demeanor. The previously distant air about her had softened considerably, replaced by warmth and acceptance. This amalgamation of qualities made her radiate brilliantly, positioning her as the most captivating sight at the gathering. With her statement, Wang Yu found himself a loss for words and promptly began arranging for drinks. Among the youth, drinking was a matter of sheer willpower, devoid of the adult formalities. One person, one box of beer. Whoever succumbs must withdraw from the battlefield, drinking until only one remains. After several rounds, Lin Wan found herself somewhat glum and consequently imbibed a few more cups than usual. With 3 bottles of beer consumed, her cheeks began to flush. He observed this with a nod of approval, recognizing her commendable drinking capacity, evidently inherited from Aunt Chin's fine lineage. Darling, let us drink together. Wang Yu boldly approached, pouring a drink for Yao Ailin. Is darling really what you call me? Yao Ailin stood, granting him the respect and attention he sought. Beware of my husband's wrath. Her declaration incited a chorus of laughter among the group. Wang Yu's face turned crimson. Yao Ailin basked in her triumph, asserting, my husband speaks the truth. I am not embarrassed. It is others who should feel awkward. Wang Yu retorted, and who exactly is your husband? I am unaware. Yao Ailin raised her glass, proclaiming, my husband is he Yi. The room erupted in cheers, with Hao Daong even slapping the table in delight. Wang Yu, now animated, exclaimed, then I wish ye go and ye saw eternal harmony. May you soon be blessed with children, perhaps even twins. Twins! Twins! He, exasperated, stood with his glass in hand, declaring, how many children is up to my darling? You all know, in our home, I have no say. It is teacher Yao who is in charge. This elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd. Yao Ailin playfully nudged He Yi with her elbow, unable to contain her mirth. Yiga, should you share the story of your relationship with your wife? Someone teased. What is there to share? Our love story is known to all present. Every tutoring session has been a testament. Hasn't it? Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses to our high school days and the bonds we forged. With just a few words, he stirred the emotions in the room, transforming solitary drinking into a collective celebration. As the revelry intensified, the atmosphere grew boisterous. With He Yi and Wang Yu off seeking others to toast with, Lin Wan seized the moment, filling Yao Ailin's glass. Teacher Yao, I toast to you. Thank you for your care and support over the past year. Yao Ailin stopped her. Today, there are no teacher-student distinctions, only sisters. I know he has feelings for you. I once thought you were indifferent, but seeing you today, do you harbor feelings for him as well? If I like him, I cannot claim him, as I know he has a girlfriend. But I am generous. I can share him with you. The two exchanged whispers, unperturbed by the possibility of being overheard. Lin Wan stood dumbfounded, grappling with whether to confide in Panjia, only to be met with Yao Ailin's assertion of sharing He Yi. What nonsense was this? Could there truly be sharing involved? How could teacher Yao be such a person? Chapter 62. A future to cherish in Lin Wan's heart. Yao Ailin was her goddess. She felt a sense of pride and self-importance, as she rarely admired anyone genuinely, particularly in mathematics, where she believed she possessed a modicum of talent. She often indulged in challenging problems and had participated in math competitions as a child. Though her performance was not outstanding, it was above average. In her estimation, her mathematical prowess surpassed that of her peers. Of course, this was a modest assessment. In reality, her abilities were significantly superior. Yet, the chasm between her and Yao Ailin was far greater than that between her and her contemporaries. To illustrate, her superiority over He Yi was akin to the distance between Beijing and Shanghai, while Yao Ailin's superiority over her was comparable to the distance from the sun to the earth, or perhaps even to Pluto. The limits she perceived were not necessarily the limits of Yao Ailin. Regardless of the complexity of any mathematical problem Lin Wan presented, Yao Ailin could provide an answer with but a glance. Even if she could not, she would swiftly offer a method to approach the solution, leaving the extensive calculations to Lin Wan, as Yao Ailin preferred not to do them herself. Each and every time, Yao Ailin was correct, swift and precise. This was truly remarkable. On several occasions, Lin Wan had intentionally sought out particularly difficult problems, yet none could stump teacher Yao. Unlike her second-year math teacher, who often needed to return home to research solutions, which, in reality, meant seeking Yao Ailin's guidance. Mathematics is a discipline that reveals its depths and intricacies only once one delves into it, requiring a natural aptitude. Those endowed with such gifts can master mathematics with relative ease, yet teaching it to others is often a more formidable challenge. The thought processes of the gifted and the ordinary diverge significantly in height and perspective. Geniuses find it challenging to impart their knowledge to the average individual. It is akin to an esteemed elder failing to grasp why one cannot master calculus by the age of 14. The extraordinary cannot fathom the ordinary. However, Yao Ailin was different. She bridged the gap between the gifted and the common, able to comprehend the heights of genius while simultaneously standing alongside the ordinary, gazing up at the stars from the lowest of places. This is a rarity, indeed, who among the ordinary would willingly roll in the lowly depths. Thus, Lin Wan idolized Yao Ailin, a captivating beauty outshining her in charm and grace, yet possessing a mind 100-fold sharper. She was indifferent to Gu Pan's union with He Yi, believing them well-suited. However, she was deeply troubled by the prospect of Yao Ailin and He Yi together. Lin Wan felt utterly devastated. Had this individual been any ordinary boy, she would have remained unconcerned, for that would have been teacher Yao's choice, as well as Gu Pan's. Yet, this was He Yi, and that was unacceptable. After 2 years of unwavering devotion, he suddenly turned the tide on the day of the college entrance examination, first aligning with Gu Pan, which Lin Wan accepted, given their long-standing sibling bond. He Yi's change of heart was understandable to her. But what was this relationship with teacher Yao? They had known each other for barely a year. Teacher Yao taught graduating classes every year. There was no conceivable way she would have known He Yi during his first or second years. So, they had known each other for just a year, such a brief span of time, and yet they were together? He Yi pursued her for 2 years, and she had not acquiesced. Even if teacher Yao met He Yi and was pursued by him, that could only have occurred within that single year. How could teacher Yao consent to be with He Yi? He was unworthy of her. He was unworthy of Lin Wan herself. Though He Yi was projected to score 690, potentially becoming the top student of the province, that was still a possibility. The actual results were awaited. Even if he achieved the highest score in the province, he would only be marginally better than Lin Wan. By what merit could he possibly deserve teacher Yao? Furthermore, teacher Yao was fully aware of He Yi's girlfriend, yet still chose to be with him. Why on earth? Thus, Lin Wan lamented, Teacher Yao, I'm not jealous of you. Truly, I am not. You are so remarkable. How could He Yi, of all people, be worthy of you? Why would you agree to be with him? Yao Ailin paused, casting a glance at He Yi, her eyes brimming with affection, then turned back to Lin Wan with a playful smile. I never agreed to him. I am the one who seduced him. Was it not He Yi who pursued teacher Yao? Even the term pursuit was absent from Yao Ailin's description. She referred to it as seduction. My heavens! What has become of this world? It is utterly insane. Teacher Yao, do you realize what you are saying? You, the paragon of excellence, the mathematical prodigy, have seduced him? Lin Wan was at a loss for words. The very person she had repeatedly rejected and dismissed was now the object of admiration for her idol. Teacher Yao? Lin Wan felt herself spiraling into madness, her head pounding. Yao Ailin, noticing her distress, gently patted Lin Wan's hand and laughed. He Yi is truly remarkable. You will understand in due time. Come, let us raise a glass to the university life that awaits you. With no alternative, Lin Wan reluctantly lifted her glass, clinking it against Yao Ailin's. Yao Ailin drained her beer in one go, although she had a commendable tolerance. Drinking beer not only tests one's capacity for alcohol, but also the cooperation of liver and kidney metabolism along with stomach capacity. Continuous toasting began to take its toll. Come on, let us head to the restroom. Lin Wan, too, had reached her limit and readily agreed. The two linked arms and made their way to the bathroom. At that hour, the restaurant's restroom required a queue. Thus, the pair stood hand in hand, chatting while waiting for an available stall. You know He Yi's girlfriend, right? Yao Ailin asked candidly, voicing her curiosity. Lin Wan hesitated for a moment before nodding. How did you figure that out? No need for formalities. You've graduated. Yao Ailin replied with a charming smile. I sensed it really. The way you looked at us when we were holding hands, it was as if you had a grievance. Clearly. You know He Yi's girlfriend and are on good terms. She is the daughter of a good friend of my mother. Lin Wan briefly explained Gu Pan's situation. Didn't He Yi mention this to you? Yao Ailin shook her head. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't pry. It's not significant. Whenever Pan Jie discovers my existence, we'll address it then. I trust He Yi will handle it well. She even began calling her Pan Jie. Just as Lin Wan was about to speak, a stall door swung open. You go ahead, Lin Wan urged Yao Ailin. What do you mean you? Together. Yao Ailin insisted, pulling Lin Wan into the stall. Having never experienced such a scene, Lin Wan felt somewhat bewildered as she stumbled into the partition, momentarily frozen. Once inside, Yao Ailin locked the door and, observing Lin Wan's hesitation, lifted her skirt and squatted down to relieve herself. Come on, you'll wet your pants, Yao Ailin joked, cleaning herself with tissue before standing up and lowering her skirt, tugging Lin Wan down. Lin Wan had also dressed up in a skirt for the occasion, and seeing Yao Ailin's boldness, she flushed and squatted down awkwardly. Tisk tisk. Yao Ailin reveled in her playful scheme, thoroughly entertained. Teacher Yao, Lin Wan exclaimed, blushing profusely. Yao Ailin grinned mischievously. Good sister, let us nurture our friendship from here on. Chapter 63. Not at home upon returning to the dining table. They discovered that most of the guests had already departed. Where's everyone? Yao Ailin exclaimed in disappointment. She had yet to indulge fully in her drinks. They're off to the internet cafe, risking their lives, he remarked, leaning against Wang Yu as they reminisced about the hardships of the past years. Glancing at the two women, he asked, Are you two still drinking? If so, join us. Observing he had consumed quite a bit, Yao Ailin decided to abstain. All right. You two have had enough. Let us settle the bill and take a stroll. Let's also visit the internet cafe. Once she spoke, he could choose to ignore her, but Wang Yu could not. After all, she was not only a dear teacher, but now also a beloved sister-in-law. Thus, he let his girlfriend out to settle the bill. Wang Yu's family owned a factory, and they were financially well off. He had always thought Wang Yu's family was the wealthiest until he learned that Li Zijia's father was Li Minjai. Realizing that there were always greater fortunes to behold, Li Zijia hadn't come today, and he didn't inquire further, knowing that this circle was small, predominantly consisting of those from the latter rows. He understood that Lin Wan's invitation was due to his own standing. Having mingled in the back rows for years, he had built a good rapport in class, earning the nickname Secretary General as the close aide to the class monitor, Zhang Li, dominating the back rows. He frequently read novels during class, played poker, skipped classes for internet cafes, excelled in basketball, and was adept at soccer, thus enjoying favorable relations with both boys and girls. Aside from gatherings organized by the underperformers, the high achievers tended to be more individualistic, either lacking organization or having organized without extending an invitation to him. He had set aside a small amount of pocket money, less than 3,000, and combined with the 500 left by Aunt Yin, he could cover the bill. But he decided to leave this opportunity for Wang Yu. Treating a good brother to a meal would pay dividends in the future. They took a taxi to the internet cafe, with Yi sitting alongside Yao Ailin and Lin Wan in the back seat. Observing the two women behind him, he suggested, Shouldn't I take you both home? The internet cafe can be quite unpleasant. You might not enjoy it. Yao Ailin shook her head, smiling. I've never been. Wandering around is fine. I want to see and learn. Lin Wan echoed. I've never been either. I'd like to broaden my horizons. Yao Ailin smiled and tightened her grip on Lin Wan's hand. Upon arriving at the internet cafe, they immediately occupied 5 machines, albeit not in proximity to one another. Wang Yu approached a group of 4 empty seats beside a gamer, saying, I'll buy this seat. The gamer, initially ready to protest, quickly changed his tone upon seeing the 100 yuan bill in front of him. Sure, brother, it's yours. Good man. Wang Yu patted the gamer's arm. You're destined for greatness. Thus, the 5 found their seats, with Wang Yu and He Yi on either side, flanking the 3 girls in the middle. Yao Ailin sat next to He Yi, while Wang Yu's girlfriend naturally sat beside him. Yao Ailin immediately sought to open the webpage, inputting the forum link He Yi had provided earlier. However, He Yi swiftly grabbed her hand, reminding her this isn't home. Then what should I do? Yao Ailin asked. Feeling bored. How about playing a game? He Yi suggested casually. Sounds great. Teach me. Yao Ailin's eyes lit up. I've been wanting to try it. He showed her how to start the game, and to his surprise, Yao Ailin grasped it instantly, catching on right away. Noticing Lin Wan was eager to join as well, he chuckled. You too? Lin Wan, seeing Yao Ailin engaged, nodded eagerly. I'll join in. Since I'm here, I might as well participate. Should we form a team of 5 to build a house? He proposed. Wang Yu hesitated. Is that feasible? Let us just play. If it doesn't work out, we can back out. Wang Yu, slightly tipsy, was indifferent. All right, let us practice first. I'll team up with you, and you 3 can pair together. Lin Wan frowned. Are you looking down on us? Wang Yu rolled his eyes. Why even ask? My girlfriend can play. One of her is worth 2 of you. Lin Wan shot back. The key is that He is better than you. Wang Yu retorted. Being slightly better isn't everything, you know? He smiled silently and assisted Lin Wan in entering the game. White House, you 2 are the outlaws, and we'll be the police. Wang Yu quickly set up the game, somewhat arrogantly choosing a higher difficulty level for Counter-Strike. He then helped the 2 lovely ladies into the room, selecting their characters. We start with this much money, he exclaimed as he entered the room. Noting their funds were substantial, he instructed the 2 women by guns. B41 is the AK-47, 02 is the bulletproof vest, 03 is the flashbang, 04 is the grenade, and 05 is the smoke bomb. Wang Yu shouted from a distance. Don't let them buy B41. Can they even use it? Just go for B31. The terms used for purchasing weapons had become a common vernacular. B31 referred to the MP5 submachine gun, B21 to the shotgun, and B46 to the sniper rifle. I'm done buying, what now? Yao Ailin called out. He chuckled. It's fine. No matter what you pick, it'll be just a stick. Yao Ailin playfully slapped him. Are you looking down on me? He quickly waved his hands, demonstrating WASD moves forward and backward. Use the mouse to turn. Come on, follow me. Regardless of victory or defeat, they were just practicing their aim, and the White House map was perfect for outdoor training. Leading the way down the stairs, he turned to find no one behind him. Checking on the two ladies' computers, he saw Lin Wan stuck at the staircase, and Yao Ailin immobilized at the corridor stairs. Why don't you two just listen to music? He remarked, exasperated. Lin Wan protested, and so did Yao Ailin. I don't believe I can't do this. I'll press this. He glanced over and saw the esteemed teacher, Yao, pressing the wrong keys, repeatedly hitting ESDF instead of WASD. The F key had a little bump, making it easier for the index finger to find its place. You don't need to, just let me do it, Yao Ailin insisted confidently. Then, the game character leaped from the second floor and landed with a thud. All right, keep up with me. Wang Yu shouted from his side. Are you done? If not, you take the lead. I'll let you have this one. He, feeling the effects of alcohol, responded defiantly, you bastard. Come on, let us shoot. With that, he bolted out the front door of the White House. Bang! A resounding gunshot rang out, and He's character fell instantly. What kind of marksmanship is that? He exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Yu's girlfriend smiled shyly. I bought the B46. The B46 is a sniper rifle. He fumed, wanting to curse. Wang Yu preemptively scolded. Who starts off with a sniper rifle? And you took it down with one shot. Are you trying to let Yi go live? He ignored Wang Yu's sarcastic remarks. All right, hurry inside and take them both down. Next round, how do you shoot? Yao Minglin wobbled as she tried to figure it out. He glanced at her screen, clicked the left mouse button for a single shot. Hold it down for a burst. Aim for the head for maximum damage. The chest is second, and shooting the legs does the least damage. Is that so? Yao Ailin nervously clicked the left mouse button. Bang! A gunshot echoed in the game, and Wang Yu shouted, Who shot that? He raised his hands, staring at the AK headshot icon in the upper right corner of the screen, equally astonished. It was all Yao Leshi's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Yu was not convinced, rising to take a look. Sweetheart, tell me the truth. Are you playing dumb? Meanwhile, his girlfriend chimed in, Honey, I'll help you get revenge. Yao Ailin laughed. This is really my first time playing. It's quite simple. Where are you, sister? Come on, let us shoot. Chapter 64. Indecision. Looking at the screen, displaying the performance and kill count. Both He and Wang Yu were at a loss for words. In the first match, Yao Ailin made a stunning comeback, taking down Wang Yu and his girlfriend with just 2 shots. In the second match, she was unstoppable the moment Wang Yu peaked. She would eliminate him, while he merely sat there, idly picking at his toes. Yao Ailin still didn't know how to run or jump, clumsily walking and frequently bumping into walls, yet the enemies on the screen were dispatched the moment they appeared. No way, sweetheart. This is too unbelievable, right? I can't believe it without seeing it. Wang Yu protested. A novice who couldn't run without crashing into walls was headshotting like a pro. Plus, she hardly fired in bursts. It was all precision shooting, using an AK like a sniper. Hey, bro, you used to say I shouldn't argue with you. But now that she's my wife, do you want to keep calling me that? He retorted unhappily. Wang Yu rolled his eyes. My girlfriend is right there. And you still want to call me? Let us see if I say anything. Moreover, how many times could he still call? He fell silent at that. Indeed, how many more times would there be? From now on, it would just be him alone. At least Wang Yu and the others wouldn't have the chance. Feeling a pang of bitterness, he decided not to dwell on it. His sweetheart was his precious, but also a teacher to everyone. Lost in his thoughts, Yao Ailin was eager to continue playing. Are we playing or not? He glanced at Lin Wan, who was bored and feeling bruised ego, and shook his head with a smile. Let us not play anymore, right? Sister One can't even manage. Lin Wan pouted, feeling frustrated. How can Yao Leshi be so skilled all of a sudden? He reassured her, you should believe in talent. It's like how you excel in studies. While I struggle. Lin Wan blinked. Could you repeat that? He realized, he was no longer the person he once was. Now he was the academic star. Wasn't he? You should believe in talent. It's like how you excel in studies while Wang Yu does not. Wang Yu interjected, you bastard. What does your quarrel with the 3 of us have to do with me? After a round of laughter, nearing 10 o'clock, Wang Yu suggested, are you hungry? Let's go for some skewers? He tilted his head, nearly resting his face on the keyboard to gaze at him. Do you even need to ask? If I don't go, it will be a disservice to your money. Wang Yu rolled his eyes. You just love my money. He chuckled. I love you too. Don't worry. Yao Ailin had long exited the game and was now nestled next to Lin Wan, watching a movie. It could exactly be called a small film. It was a Korean movie, Sex is Zero. The The audience was laughing so hard they could hardly get the chips to their mouths. Youth was boundless and amusing. Come on, Yao Lishi, Sister One, let us go for skewers. He got up, beckoning the two ladies. We haven't finished watching yet, just a little longer. Yao Ailin and Lin Wan were reluctant to leave. It was at that moment that he noticed the content on the screen. He hadn't been watching the movie. He had seen it countless times. He was observing the media player. Nowadays, most movies online were streamed, especially those without copyright. Contemplating the future possibilities of monetization, he began to formulate an idea. He envisioned having a forward-thinking perspective, planning to study programming fundamentals in university, and then coding a few classmates to work for him. With that in mind, he watched the remaining minutes of the movie behind the two ladies before finally settling the bill and heading out for skewers. Once again, they indulged in a lively gathering, but this time, neither Yao Ailin nor Lin Wan drank alcohol. Approaching midnight, He Yi and Wang Yu embraced in farewell, agreeing to meet again soon, though he knew that after this encounter, it might be a decade or two before they would meet again. In his past life, the two had only seen each other 8 years after graduation. They kept in touch, but actually meeting was exceedingly difficult. After sharing a taxi with Yao Ailin and dropping Lin Wan off at her home, he exited the passenger seat and waved at the old man waiting by the building, bidding farewell to Lin Wan. Goodbye, Linda. He smiled gently, extending his hand. Lin Wan hesitated, and after a long moment, she smiled and reached out her hand. Hopefully, see you again. He nodded with a smile and got back into the car. The least sentimental goodbye was with Lin Wan. With Aunt Sheen and Aunt Yen's connections, they would be schoolmates again, and there would be ample opportunities to meet. As the taxi drove a distance away, he gently burped and sighed. In the back seat, Yao Ailin leaned closer, wrapping her arms around He's neck from behind, and tenderly said, "Why so melancholic?" He stroked her arms softly, murmuring, "This place is a farewell, a solitary journey spanning 1,000 miles." The driver scoffed, pretending not to hear. Yet Yao Ailin understood, "You're still young. But you have so many thoughts. It's all right, it will pass in time." Her words carried a weight that was palpable. For he, the bond of friendship represented youth and beauty, while for her, it was a harsh reality. Upon returning home, both were utterly exhausted. They took a shower together, and to He's surprise, Yao Ailin wasn't as wild as before. "What is going on? Did you eat vegetarian today?" He questioned in confusion. Yao Ailin gently shook her head, her smile full of affection. "If I acted like that every day, you'd either tire me out or I'd de-tire you out. After a day of excitement with you all, it feels like my youth has returned, and my mood isn't so gloomy anymore." He understood her meaning. She was using those moments to dilute her gray emotions. Letting go was not as easy as it sounded. There was always a process. He felt a pang of sympathy and embraced her, whispering comforting words. Yao Ailin squinted her eyes. "If you can't help yourself, just come on. Just because I didn't initiate doesn't mean you can't. Look at that pitiful expression of yours." Since his beloved had spoken, he naturally complied. Outside, faint thunder rumbled, and he suddenly wondered if Aunt Yen would hide under the covers tonight, frightened of the thunder. At dawn, he awoke. Yao Ailin was soundly asleep. Her brows relaxed as if dreaming of something delightful, smiling beautifully. He got out of bed to head to the bathroom, when his phone on the living room coffee table vibrated. Picking it up, he saw a message from an unknown number. "I'm your Aunt Shun. Are you awake? Call me back if you see this." He glanced at the time. It was only 5 o'clock, way too early. After finishing in the restroom, he entered his study and closed the door, dialing the unfamiliar number. "Hello, Aunt Shun. I went to the restroom and saw that you've changed your number again." "All right." On the other end, Chun-Lina's demeanor was noticeably different. "I used someone else's ID to get this phone card. Impressive, right? I made a call to my parents with my last card and then discarded it." He nodded repeatedly. "That's the way to do it. Your counter-surveillance skills are nearly professional. One must be cautious. When dealing with such a substantial division of assets, it is prudent to exercise utmost care. Is there something urgent you need at this early hour?" He filled a kettle with water to boil and inquired why Chun-Lina was in such a hurry. Even in summer, 5 in the morning was quite early. "I truly have an urgent matter. I barely slept last night, unable to make up my mind. I can't trust anyone, so I thought I'd deconsult you." "Go ahead. I'm listening," he replied, maintaining his composure as he awaited the water to boil. Chun-Lina hesitated briefly before speaking softly. "Most matters have been settled now. The shares under Xiao Jia's father's name have reached a division agreement. Now, Xiao Jia's father wishes to buy back my shares at the current market price. However, I'm uncertain whether to take the money or retain the shares." Chapter 65. Timely severance. As dawn broke, the world outside grew lively. The morning market at the entrance of the community was beginning to bustle. He listened attentively to Chun-Lina's explanation and, after she finished, He rose to pour the boiling water for tea before taking a seat. Considering your personal emotions, you undoubtedly want to secure those shares and perhaps vex Uncle Lee. However, from a rational standpoint, I would advise you to sell the shares directly, take the cash, and regain your freedom. Lina hesitated, but the company is on the rise. His urgency indicates there may be matters I am unaware of. Selling now leaves me feeling unsatisfied. He smiled knowingly. What could it be? Isn't it just about preparing for an IPO? Lina was taken aback, astonished that this young man, barely older than her son, could discern her unspoken thoughts merely from a few words over the phone. Her evasiveness only made he find the conversation somewhat tedious. If you trust me, then heed my advice and take the money and leave. If you believe the benefits will be greater post-IPO, then hold on to them. I'm just a kid. I can't offer much assistance. Realizing she had overstepped, Lina quickly replied, "Anne is at fault. I merely speculated, thinking it might be about the IPO. It's precisely because I lack conviction that I sought your counsel." He shook his head, unwilling to forgive her easily. "My experience is limited. You must decide for yourself." He was reluctant to involve himself too deeply, fearing that if Lina later regretted the decision after Lee Minjayu's company went public, she would blame him for any misguidance, resulting in a loss for both. The bonds of friendship are easily diluted by financial matters. Being an outsider, he preferred not to have his good intentions misinterpreted. No, Xiao Yi, please don't be angry. It was wrong. I acknowledge my mistake. I know you're looking out for me, and I truly appreciate it," Lina exclaimed, her tone earnest. He's heart softened once more. After all, this was Lina, from whom he had accepted money. Yet, some truths needed to be articulated clearly. The reasoning was quite simple. If you trust me, you can say anything. If you don't, then no involvement is necessary. With such a large sum at stake, should Lina regret her decision in the future, he would inevitably bear the brunt of her resentment. "Do you trust me?" He pondered for a moment, seeking confirmation once more. I do. I trust you," Lina replied emphatically, eager not to provoke he further. "If you truly believe in me, then slightly increase his offer, creating some room for negotiation, and transfer the shares to him. Secure the cash and cut ties promptly." He sipped his tea, solemnly stating, "With this magnitude of wealth, you could comfortably live off it for a lifetime. Greed is a snake that swallows an elephant. The longer this drags on, the more ruthlessly Lee Minjayu will scheme against you. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Lee Minjayu is not some harmless little rabbit. Your advantage lies in the fact that you came together when he had nothing, becoming his wife, besides raising a son and holding a clear social status. You are not his equal in weight. Once that advantage is lost, Lee Minjayu has countless ways to ensnare you, potentially leading to irreparable harm. Thus, severing ties sooner rather than later is your best option. At that point, he will be cautious, and the costs and benefits will not align, making him hesitant to act rashly. Moreover, once you have the money in hand, you can let it sit and accrue interest. When the time is right, and I have proven my investment acumen, you may place your trust in me. I believe the returns will far exceed those from Lee Minjayu's company going public." Lina fell silent. He understood that her reaction was entirely normal, given their age difference. Who would entrust someone with over 100 million in capital right off the bat? He chuckled. "I realize my words may lack persuasive power at this moment, but I won't conceal the truth from you. I converted the cash and gold bars you entrusted me into funds deposited in the bank. I intend to enter the stock market shortly, and once I earn profits, you can decide whether to invest with me." "And Chun, are you still there?" He glanced at the call information, not yet hanging up. "Yes, I'm here listening." After a long pause, Lina finally spoke. "I'll follow your advice. I want the money, not the shares." He remained silent, knowing she had more to say. Sure enough, Lina shifted the conversation. "However, the amount involved is quite substantial. Forgive me for not being able to fully trust you. But if you need funds, I can directly lend you 18 million. I hope you understand." She felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that such rational discourse could be hurtful to their relationship. He, however, brushed it off. Given their current relationship, being granted such a level of trust was already quite generous. He laughed heartily, "Of course. For our relationship to endure, financial clarity is essential. Your money is your own, and has no bearing on me." He stated firmly, "But should I genuinely help you earn money, I will not forego my rightful commission and share." Lina sighed with relief. At this critical juncture, her greatest fear was that he would withdraw his support. Having reached a consensus, Lina appeared considerably more relaxed. She smiled and asked, "I heard from Xiao Jia that you applied to Lin University and helped him apply to Fudan? I had no idea you two were classmates. Otherwise, with my relationship with Yin Jia, you would have become familiar until now." He shrugged. Knowing each other sooner wouldn't have mattered. Back then, we both liked Lin Wan, so naturally, he would have resented me. Chenlina chuckled softly. So you no longer have feelings for Lin Wan? He smiled. I prefer more mature women now. Those who are understanding and considerate, who can do as they please without being overly dramatic or provoking my ire. After a moment of silence, Chenlina gently remarked, Indeed, mature women possess greater life experience and a deeper appreciation for the value of relationships. Before he could respond, the study door opened, and Yao Ailin peeked in. He smiled and nodded. Aunt Chen called. I was concerned I might wake you. Yao Ailin acknowledged him with a nod and proceeded to the restroom. On the phone, Chenlina asked, Is it Pan Pan? He chuckled. No, it's someone else. Chenlina was clearly taken aback, and after a long pause, she inquired, Do you have someone besides Pan Pan? He sighed, It's a long story. We can discuss it in detail when we meet. Chenlina responded with an oh, and then shifted the topic. Do you know where I've been these past few days? I rented a car and first went to Inner Mongolia. Stop. Aunt Chen, where are you? Do not share these words with anyone, including myself. It would be prudent to wait until all the dust settles and you return before we discuss this in person during our celebration. Oh, Chenlina understood. Feeling a sense of loss. Traveling is delightful, but it is rather dull to do it alone, especially without bringing Xiao Jia along. He cautioned her. Li Xiao Jia is currently the most significant unstable factor. You must exercise utmost restraint and refrain from contacting him, let alone disclosing any information. Regardless of what demands he may present, let us address those matters only after this situation is resolved. No matter what transpires, your son will always remain your son. These few months do not matter. However, should you falter, you may not have it tomorrow. Chapter 66. Unfinished business. Having hung up the phone, Yao Ailin had already changed into a new outfit, preparing to head out. What's the rush so early in the morning? He inquired, admiring her gray cotton slip dress, and he couldn't resist embracing the beautiful woman. I thought I might stroll through the morning market, she replied, nestling against her young lover, a sweet smile gracing her face. Summer has its drawbacks. Even a single alluring garment can ignite wild imaginings. However, she and T planned to venture out like this today. She had prepared a long, white, sheer overlay to drape over herself, effectively masking her allure. Let us wear that, he declared, snatching the overlay from her hands and tossing it onto the sofa. It's early, and the market is teeming with elderly folks. If a few more faint, it will certainly be lively. Yao Ailin disregarded his words and picked up the overlay, putting it on. How does it feel? Cool enough? Yes, quite refreshing. There's a nice breeze, Yao Ailin replied with a beaming smile as they descended the stairs together. What if we run into acquaintances at the morning market? He asked. What of it? Am I not allowed to be in love? He chuckled. Aren't you afraid of what people might say? Let them talk. You're already the best in the province. If I'm seen with you, it's a testament to my prowess. They'll only envy me, Yao Ailin replied fearlessly. Besides, you're leaving soon. What is there to fear? He nodded. Once he started university, it was unlikely he would return here often. Upon exiting the neighborhood, the morning market was already bustling. Summer mornings are dominated by vendors selling fresh vegetables, as numerous farmers from the outskirts bring their seasonal produce to the city. Though the quantities may be modest, the freshness is undeniable. Fresh cilantro, only 50 cents a bundle. Fresh scallions, $1 a bunch. Yao Ailin, with her hair cascading over her shoulders and adorned in her overlay, was not as provocative as usual. Yet she remained the center of attention among the men and women at the market. After years of being a streamer, he felt he had developed a thick skin. Yet the attention still left him somewhat flustered. He constantly reminded himself to maintain composure, fearing that they might be recognized. Yao Ailin, however, seemed unaffected, squatting in front of a stall selling dry cucumbers, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Let's not buy that, he insisted, pulling her back to prevent her from squatting down. Yao Ailin pouted, but I want that. It looks so fresh. After a moment of playful banter, she playfully punched her young lover's arm, teasing, Where's that confidence you had before? Didn't you say it didn't matter if I was with someone else? What's changed now? He replied sternly. What was said then is not the same as now. I've introduced you to my classmates. If you're with someone else, what about my pride? From now on, you belong to me alone. No one else. Yao Ailin rolled her eyes. Well then, you should break up with Gu Pan first. He's face fell. All right. Your mind, is that settled? No one else. Yao Ailin burst into laughter, purchasing some dry cucumbers from a vendor and handing them to He before continuing to meander about. So what? When I'm at home, you just eat this. Go away. Yao Ailin teased, playfully punching him again. He chuckled, starting to look around. What are you searching for? Yao Ailin asked, puzzled. A secluded spot. I can't hold back any longer. Ha. Yao Ailin finally understood. You're being ridiculous. We're out shopping. No funny business. He protested. Am I the one being ridiculous? Clearly it's you. All right. No more teasing. Be good and accompany me shopping. We'll head home afterward. The couple continued to stroll, purchasing some vegetables along the way and stopping at a stall for Yao Ailin's favorite jianbing qiazi before making their way back. It was as if Yao Ailin was the magnet amidst the crowd, with onlookers drawn to her presence wherever she went. A beautiful woman is a sight to behold, captivating all who lay eyes upon her. When this beauty belongs to him, the exhilaration is unparalleled. He walked home in a blissful daze. It is no wonder that they say a woman's finest adornment is wealth, while a man's best is a woman. Walking beside such a stunning beauty, he felt he was the most dapper individual on the street. Just imagine if he also had Yao Ailin's intelligence and academic achievements. What a sight to behold. Thud, thud, thud. Someone was descending the stairs. Teacher Yao, off to buy groceries? Ah, just picking up some persimmons to make soup. A middle-aged woman descended, her gaze toward the couple laced with curiosity. He leaned closer to Yao Ailin and asked, "Isn't she from our building? Do you think she has overheard anything these past few days?" Yao Ailin, her cheeks slightly flushed, playfully punched her lover. "Hurry home and finish your unfinished business." "Yes, ma'am." The joyful moments swiftly passed, and the weekend flew by. On Monday morning, the pair returned to the securities company in the provincial capital to finalize the last of their paperwork. "Once this is all sorted, I can start trading stocks, right?" He humbly inquired of the female account manager, whose demeanor had been softened by Yao Ailin's charm. It was no surprise. She could enchant anyone, whether male or female. "Yes, madam," the manager, Ms. Liu, replied, glancing at Yao Ailin. A smile graced Yao Ailin's lips as she looked toward her lover. Ms. Liu, realizing the situation, blushed and turned her gaze to He, feeling quite bashful. Today, Yao Ailin sported a fresh look, cropped denim jeans, a rainbow-colored shirt, oversized sunglasses, and her hair cascading down, her figure perfectly accentuated, effortlessly enchanting both men and women alike. "My apologies," Ms. Liu quickly said, adding, "If you have any further operational questions, please feel free to call me directly. I will provide you with the most professional service." He nodded with a smile. "We will certainly have more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Thank you in advance, and may we both prosper." Ms. Liu extended her hand. "Thank you for your recognition and support." He shook her hand, bidding her farewell as he led Yao Ailin out of the securities company and directly to the train station. Yao Ailin had a trip planned to visit her mentor in the capital and reconnect with some old friends. At the waiting area, they shared a bittersweet farewell. Yao Ailin throwing herself into her lover's embrace, bestowing a public kiss that drew the attention of numerous onlookers. "I'll be back in a few days. Don't think of me too much." She playfully bit his lower lip before waving goodbye and leaving gracefully. He watched her disappear through the ticket gate, sighed, and, clutching the pot of orchids, departed from the train station, eagerly anticipating his reunion with Aunt Yin and Sister Pan. Chapter 67. Has Aunt Yin found out? Provincial Department. Su Yin brewed a cup of floral tea, humming a tune as she settled down to continue reviewing documents. "Director Su, what is the occasion today that has you so cheerful?" Su Yin replied with a beaming smile. "Ah, my godson came to see me and brought along my favorite pot of orchids. It can't be just for the flowers, right? I've heard whispers about the new recruit, Xiao Zhao. I believe the top student in the province is from your city and attends the 14th middle school. Is it possible that it is your son?" Su Yin squinted playfully. "Don't be absurd. How did you guess?" Xiao Zhao paid no heed to the contradictory remarks of his beautiful superior. With a subtle smile, he ventured an analysis. "You appear stunning every day, which surely indicates your child has performed admirably. Yet when I inquire about your estimated score, you remain elusive. Thus, I can only surmise it must be quite high." Su Yin, with a proud smile, replied, "The results haven't been released yet, so one cannot make any definitive statements. That child tends to be rather boastful." Xiao Zhao smirked. "You should maintain a low profile. Once the results are out, you must treat us." Su Yin graciously smiled. "Of course, regardless of the score, a celebration is in order. So prepare your gift accordingly." Just then her phone rang. Upon glancing at it, Su Yin's smile radiated even brighter. "Hello, my eldest son. Mom, I'm almost there. What time do you finish work?" On the other end of the line, he had arrived at Aunt Yan's rented accommodation. This building was specifically designed for single employees, situated 2 streets away from the workplace, neither particularly close nor far. In the precious real estate of the provincial capital, having such an arrangement was already commendable. "I'll be out by 11:30. You wait for me at the entrance. I have a case to wrap up, and I'll return earlier." Aunt Yan's voice was gentle yet resolute, exuding a sense of competence that he found utterly captivating. After hanging up, he sent a text to Sister Pan. "Sister, I've arrived in the provincial capital. I'm going to Mom's place first. Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Gu Pan quickly replied, "Sure. I have classes during the 3rd and 4th periods this afternoon. I'll come find you after class. He felt a surge of joy and responded, Great, let us not forget to meet. I miss you, love you. Gupan replied with a simple, love you too. Elated, he sent another message to Yao Alan. Have you boarded? Please drive safely and keep in touch. Yao Alan replied, No, delete my message so Pan doesn't he see it. He shook his head and replied, Rest assured, if you miss me just text. If there's a problem, it's on me. He had long been prepared for the coexistence of Sister Pan and the eldest darling. Currently, it seemed the eldest darling had accepted the situation. The challenge lay with Sister Pan. As for how to facilitate Sister Pan's acceptance, the method was quite straightforward. In the coming month, he aimed to achieve this goal. After purchasing some vegetables from a store outside the community, as he approached 11 o'clock, a captivating figure suddenly appeared around the distant corner. It was still the short hair and gentle face, but clad in uniform, she exuded an entirely different aura. Aunt Yan's upright posture paired with her well-fitted official attire radiated a warm, yet subtly distant and cool demeanor, making one unable to resist glancing, yet hesitant to stare for too long. Especially with Aunt Yan's fair complexion contrasting against her deep blue-black outfit, she was particularly striking. Recently promoted to a formal position, her rank was still insufficient. Given time, when she donned a crisp white shirt, one could only imagine her beauty. He hurried over, burdened with packages, including a pot of orchids, looking quite flustered. Mom, oh dear, had I known, I wouldn't have let you carry the flower pot. Why are you bringing so much? Su Yin quickly reached out to take the flower pot. He pouted, You're being hypocritical. You said not to carry it. Yet you were the first to take the orchids. Su Yin, unperturbed, smiled, but look, you brought them all the way. It would be inappropriate if they were damaged. You have a lot of twisted logic. He feigned annoyance as he followed her into the residential compound. In a moment, I'll take you to get a card. Don't let it be that when I return, you can't get in. No need for that. I'll just rent a place nearby in the next couple of days and move my things here. He shifted the weight of his bags, which were pressing painfully into his palms. He had packed his clothes and a bag containing treasures from Chunlina. He couldn't leave them at home, not knowing how long he would stay in the provincial capital. What is going on? What delicious food are we having? Spending so extravagantly? Su Yin led the way, carrying the orchids up the stairs. He followed, grinning. Aunt Chun gave me a bit of pocket money. Not much, but enough to cover rent. He had no intention of revealing the entire truth to Aunt Yin. 56,000 was no small sum. If she found out, she would surely be upset and prevent him from using others' money, especially since Chunlina was her good friend. She would care even more. However, he had his plans. With 56,000 plus 16 from Yao Alan, totaling 72,000, he could invest in the stock market and amass a considerable return in a short period, which would enable him to improve Aunt Yin and Sister Pan's living standards. This would also serve to prove his investment acumen in the stock market. Having dabbled in stocks in his previous life, he was well-versed in the basic strategies. Reborn into this era, with his profound understanding and vivid memories of the economic landscape over the next 20 years, entering the stock market was merely a means to accumulate wealth. However, making money off his compatriots was not a feat. To truly excel, he needed to target foreign investors. Before reaching that stage, he needed to amass sufficient capital. He was well prepared, but lacked the initial capital. Thus, even if Aunt Yin were to be angry, he had to proceed with this plan. What floor? The 6th. So high. Yes, once I go up, I prefer not to come down. As they reached the 4th floor, Su Yin, slightly out of breath, turned to her godson. Can't you carry it anymore? Let me have one. You should take care of your precious orchids. I wouldn't want to be blamed if they broke. He withdrew his gaze, not daring to let Aunt Yin notice his slight mischief. You rascal. Su Yin playfully chided as she continued, climbing the stairs. Given He Yi's age and stamina, the 6th floor should have posed no challenge. Perhaps it was the effect of the jade pendant from his rebirth. As he felt no fatigue whatsoever, calm and composed, he reached the 6th floor. There were 8 households on each floor. The layout was undoubtedly suboptimal. Upon entering, he was met with a dismal sight. This space could barely function as a hotel. He was rendered speechless. The room was exceedingly small, yet equipped with all essentials. The bathroom contained merely a squat toilet and a wash basin, cramped beyond measure. The kitchen was better described as a cupboard with a sink than an actual kitchen. It lacked even a range hood. There was a double sofa and a small coffee table, along with a 1.5-meter double bed and a movable wardrobe. It was impossible for 3 people to sleep here. He was left dumbfounded. How can it not work? The weather isn't cold. We can just sleep on the floor. You and Pan can have the bed, and I'll take the floor. He was taken aback. Did Aunt Yin already know? Chapter 68. Renting a house. Su Yin didn't think much of it. After all, hasn't it always been the case that adults bear the hardships while children enjoy the fruits? Upon seeing her godson's expression, she realized she had misread the situation. What nonsense! That is not what I meant. The more she spoke, the more she felt unable to clarify. He waved his hand. I'll sleep on the floor. It's not necessary for you to do so. Su Yin seemed at a loss for words. Well, this is a disaster. I can't even cook with all these groceries. He sighed, opening the refrigerator to assess the situation as he began preparing lunch. I hardly cook at home either. I usually eat at the cafeteria, Su Yin admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. Living alone had altered many of her habits. I must have made you laugh at my expense. He snapped back to reality and enveloped Aunt Yin in a warm embrace. Su Yin was taken aback by his sudden action. Why are you hugging me again? You've endured hardships, and I'm concerned. He wore a look of genuine concern. Silly child, I merely eat at the cafeteria. Why would that cause you concern? Su Yin was perplexed. How good can cafeteria food be? He felt almost on the verge of tears from the overwhelming concern. Su Yin sighed, adopting a serious tone. Well, cafeteria food is hardly palatable. A meal with 20 dishes costs only $2. Yeah, I don't dare eat it due to the oil content. It's easy to gain weight. He blinked in astonishment. Really? Su Yin nodded, of course. Suddenly, the food before them lost its appeal. Then let us hurry. Please take me to the cafeteria. He tugged at Aunt Yin, pulling her towards the exit. I've finally returned. I refuse to let you make me suffer. Please hurry. Just whip something up so I can eat and get some sleep. I have to work this afternoon. He sighed in resignation. How about tonight? We three go to the cafeteria with Sister Pan. Is that all right? Su Yin chuckled. What's wrong with that? Family members can dine in the cafeteria. It's not like we go all the time. Just turn a blind eye, and no one will mind. All right then, you lie down and rest. I'll start cooking. Su Yin beamed with happiness. Sure. I'll rest and wait for the delicious meal my eldest son prepares. She had thought that such a life was still decades away. Yet here it was, arriving early. Joyfully, Su Yin began to undress, but suddenly remembered the presence of her half-grown son at home. Her face flushed, and she hurried to the bathroom. He, chopping vegetables, felt a twinge of regret. After preparing a couple of simple dishes, the two enjoyed their lunch at the coffee table. You get some rest. I'll do the dishes. He offered. Su Yin smiled in agreement, made the bed, and lay down. After washing the dishes, he took a quick shower, changed clothes, and climbed into bed. Shall I hold you while we sleep? He innocently leaned closer. Why would you want to hold me in the middle of the day? Isn't it too hot for that? Su Yin's cheeks flushed. No thunderstorm, so no need for cuddling. Be good and go to sleep. He nodded, turned over, fiddled with his phone, and sent a text out Aelin before finally drifting off. After an indeterminate amount of time, he felt someone move across him and instinctively wrapped his arms around the figure. Su Yin gasped, nearly losing her balance. He jolted awake. The bed was against 3 walls, making it impossible to navigate around. He quickly steadied Aunt Yin. You could have just woken me up instead of sneaking around. With a flushed face, Su Yin playfully slapped him. You little rascal. I was trying to let you sleep a bit longer. You're taking advantage and then acting innocent. He chuckled. What time is it? Do I really have to go to work already? It's almost 2 o'clock. If you leave now, you'll arrive just in time. Su Yin said as she gathered her clothes to head to the bathroom. You can change on the sofa. I'll turn around and not look. I'm afraid you'll see. Su Yin teased, yet still instructed, then turn around and don't peek. He obediently complied. What are your plans for the afternoon? I'll go with you. I want to look for an apartment nearby. If I find something suitable, I'll settle down. Su Yin was taken aback. You're really going to rent a place? Why spend money when you can stay here a few days? He quickly replied, I'm coming to university. Of course I can't just stay here for a few days. Su Yin remained reluctant. Regardless, I don't agree. You two can live together. My place is so good. It's safe and free. He turned around and saw Aunt Yin putting on nude stockings. He got up to dress as well. If we live together, it's safer for you too. Besides, with your skills, who has to say who is safer, you or the criminals? Su Yin smiled proudly. Well, if you put it that way. He quickly added, exactly. I'll cook for you every day, and you'll be plump and healthy. Su Yin pretended to be angry. You wish. I don't want to be plump. The two exchanged playful banter as they made their way downstairs, with He linking arms with Aunt Yin. Now that you're older, be mindful. This is a staff family building, Su Yin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. What are you worried about? I'm your son. I'm not scared, but many people don't know us, Su Yin said, trailing off. He innocently responded. Oh, Su Yin's resolve softened. All right, just for a bit, but once we're out of the building, no more linking arms, understood? Okay. He continued to escort Aunt Yin to the entrance of her workplace, then wandered around, exploring the neighborhoods between her office and Lynn University. After visiting several housing agencies and viewing a few complexes, he identified several options and began making calls. All the listings were private rentals. There were 2 3-bedroom apartments and 3 2-bedroom ones. After touring, he found the most appealing to be a 2-bedroom unit, situated on the 16th floor of a new building. The property had been renovated just over a year ago. The owner was upgrading to a larger home and wanted to rent this nearly 100 square meter apartment, which was a school district property. The owner had many requirements, yet surprisingly, he met them all. Young man, you seem to be a sensible person. How about this? I won't charge you too much, just $800 a month, and you keep my place tidy. The landlord was straightforward and clearly someone who meant business. Seeing his potential, she dropped the price from $1,200 to $800. In this location, at that floor, and with that level of renovation, $800 a month with a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent was practically a steal. With this rate, why are you even renting it out? Just leave it empty. He queried, puzzled. I'm just worried about the house sitting empty. It's better to have someone living in it, the landlord explained, evidently knowledgeable. A vacant house deteriorates faster. When someone else living there, it's easy to maintain. No wonder the landlord was so selective. Putting his doubts aside, he promptly signed the agreement and paid 4 months' rent. Hey, this is my first time renting out a place. Don't try to pull a fast one on me. After finalizing the contract, he felt a bit rushed. And the landlord reminded him, just be sure. Don't worry, my sister and I are students at Lynn University, and my mother is a department head at the provincial office. With the 3 of us living here, what is their doubt? The landlord paused, surprised. Oh, you should have mentioned that earlier. My brother-in-law also works at the department. They might know each other. He was equally astonished. That's wonderful. Then, why don't you leave me your brother-in-law's name and position, and I'll share my mother's name and position with you. If they meet, even if they don't know each other, they'll become friends, right? Chapter 69. Look at your ambitions with the apartment rented. He could hardly contain his joy. He had essentially acquired a furnished home, ready for immediate occupancy, with everything needed for daily life already in place. The property was well located, and he resolved to buy it once he could afford it. If that wasn't feasible, he would aim for a similar unit in the same complex. Once Aunt Yin got accustomed to living there, she wouldn't want to move easily. The landlord had intended to live in the property for a long time, and the renovations were done very well. Even applying a strict 20-year standard, the apartment exceeded passing marks. Considering the impending surge in real estate prices, it would be a wise investment. After descending to the supermarket to purchase various daily necessities, he was busy until nearly 5 o'clock when he remembered to ask Sister Pan where she was. I just arrived at Mom's workplace. Where are you? He texted, instructing Sister Pan to wait, then hurried to Aunt Yin's office entrance. As the end of the workday approached, many people were around, so he refrained from embracing Sister Pan outright. Instead, he simply took her hand. Did you miss me? Gu Pan shot him a glare. This is our mom's workplace. Behave yourself. Seeing she didn't pull her hand away, he persisted. So, did you miss me or not? That's a silly question. I know the answer. You're just avoiding the question. That's called flirtation. You sure have a lot of excuses. Gu Pan's cheeks flushed. I rented a place for $800 a month, a lovely 2-bedroom apartment. Once Mom finishes work, let us go check it out. What apartment for $800? I thought the average price was over $1,000. He grinned. So you've already looked at it secretly? Gu Pan blushed again. What is it to you? Just as they were joking, Su Yin emerged from the building, beckoning the two inside. After registering their identities with the security guard, she led them into the courtyard. Xiaoyi insisted on trying the cafeteria at my workplace to see how hard my life is. I had no choice but to let him try, Su Yin explained to her daughter. Gu Pan stuck out her tongue, rolling her eyes at her brother. You've had too much to drink. This is the provincial office's cafeteria. How can it be hard? Mom's the one living large. Su Yin did not appreciate the comment. Shut up. Where am I fat? This is called being voluptuous. He chimed in. You're not even voluptuous. Don't flatter yourself. You're just slim enough to be criminal. Su Yin smiled sweetly. Little rascal, if you can talk, speak a bit more. The 3 of them entered the dining hall amidst laughter and playful banter. Su Yin was quite accustomed to it, while Gu Pan had come several times, both of them carrying trays as they walked in. Only he remained, staring in astonishment like a bumpkin. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a cafeteria. 20 different dishes were lined up in succession, followed by pastries, staple foods, soup, and fruits. There were also many items that weren't classified as dishes, but were indeed edible. Everything one could imagine needing for a meal was present, and even things one could not conceive of were available. Essentially, everything was available except for alcohol. Of course, luxuries that were excessively expensive were absent, but large shrimp, beef, and similar delicacies were plentiful and generously served. Each dish was presented in a large platter, with ample servings for all. Goodness, I feel like I could devour an entire cow, he exclaimed as he piled his plate high with beef and rice, sitting down to feast. It was absolutely delectable. Su Yin chose some sautéed bok choy, but was reluctant to eat much. Gu Pan also took only a little. He stuffed his mouth full. The flavors were not the pinnacle of gourmet, but they were more than satisfactory, bolstered by fresh and safe ingredients. Mom, Can I take the exam for your department after I graduate? He asked, his eyes gleaming with aspiration. Are you really considering it just for the cafeteria? Su-yin couldn't help but laugh. With such aspirations, I should have let you apply to the police university long ago. Gu-pan chuckled, Mom. Don't listen to his nonsense. Can he endure that hardship? Waking up before dawn every day would drive him mad. He sighed. Only Pan-jia understands me. And our mom loves me too. The two women burst into laughter, thoroughly entertained. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, dressed in an immaculate white shirt, radiating an air of distinction. Director Liu, this is my daughter Gu-pan, and this is my son He. Su-yin introduced as she stood, with Gu-pan and he hastily following suit. Please sit. Director Liu waved his hand, balancing his tray as he smiled. Both of your children seem quite promising. Su-yin, you are truly fortunate. Indeed, Pan is attending Lin University Medical School, and soon, Xiaoyu will also be enrolling at Lin University. That is splendid. You'll have each other as support in the future. Director Liu nodded with a smile. Please continue your meal. I want to interrupt. He ambled away. Su-yin smiled and waited until he was out of earshot before sitting down. Who was that? He inquired as he resumed his seat. My supervisor. The executive deputy director, Su-yin explained. He frowned. Is he single? Su-yin blinked in surprise. What are you talking about? ISNT he single? He seems quite interested in you, he teased. Su-yin shot him a glare. Mind your manners. He has a wife. It's normal for a leader to care for their subordinates. Why do you think everyone is interested in me? He glanced at Gu-pan. What do you think? Sister? Gu-pan's eyes sparkled mischievously. I find it odd unless he owns the cafeteria. Why else would he come over to chat? Su-yin chuckled at her children's antics. You two, hurry up and eat. You're a constant source of worry. After finishing their meal, the trio strolled out of the courtyard. Mom, I rented a place. Can we go see it? Su-yin paused. You little rascal. Didn't I tell you not to rent? Did you pay a deposit? What? You've already paid? She was infuriated, raising her hand to strike. But it fell lightly onto her son's shoulder, lacking the will to do so. You'll see for yourself. Just don't hit me. He was unafraid. Ever since childhood, Aunt Yin had only ever used a belt on Pan-jia, never once laying a finger on him. Even when he got into trouble, she would only vent her frustrations on Pan-jia. Over time, out of concern for his sister, he had learned to avoid trouble. It was a motherly instinct to protect her child. Grumbling all the way, Su-yin continued to express her discontent. You two should live here. I'll stay in the dormitory. But once they reached the rented apartment, Su-yin fell silent. After all, who could resist something so beautiful? Such a splendid place. How could anyone bear to rent it out? How much is it a month? What? Only 800? Su-yin examined the apartment closely. Its simple European style, with furniture, lighting, mattresses, and curtains all in her preferred aesthetic, was nearly flawless, with only minor imperfections that were utterly negligible. 800. The landlord said it's from your unit. What was the name again? He pondered for a moment before recalling the landlord's name and sharing it with Aunt Yin. I have a vague impression. Su-yin replied nonchalantly, but that's irrelevant. How long is the contract? For a year. He could sense Aunt Yin's south fondness for the place and felt a sense of pride. Gu-pan was equally enamored. The apartment exuded a high-end aura, and there was no unpleasant smell. The bathroom was quite spacious, featuring a 3-part separation. The kitchen was also ample, and the living room was even larger. There was nothing to fault. She had viewed many properties, and none could compare, especially not those that were more expensive. How did you find such a place? Gu-pan asked curiously. Chapter 70. Mischief. He beamed with pride. It wasn't me. The landlord was just very particular. He began to recount the landlord's requirements. Over the phone, he specified no children, no elderly, no pets, listing a whole bunch of prohibitions, then insisted on formal employment, a high school education, and no single women. Su-yin was taken aback. Is this for renting a house or finding a partner? He explained. Knowing the two women wouldn't grasp it, he doesn't want to encounter tenants who don't cherish the property. If he doesn't find the right fit, he'd rather not rent it out. If he finds the right tenant, he'd rather lower the price. Gu-pan understood. So you were lucky enough to find it? Exactly. What do you think? Su-yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this apartment for 800 is practically a steal. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he realized it was the landlord. He had forgotten to save the number. Not long later, the landlord couple arrived. Upon seeing Su-yin, the man sighed in relief. Director Su, hello, I am Su-yin. Clearly did not recognize him, but he certainly knew her. The reason was simple. The landlord's wife seemed unfazed, but upon seeing the three of them, all appearing well-groomed and tidy, she finally relaxed completely. All right, we'll be friends from now on. My child won't be moving here for another 7 or 8 years, so you can settle in peacefully until then. The landlord couple was brisk, not lingering long before they left. Why not stay here tonight? He suggested. Su-yin glanced at her daughter and shook her head. Let us head back. There's nothing here. It's inconvenient even to change clothes. I'll come back in a day or two to tidy up, then we'll move in. Seeing her mother's interest in the apartment, the siblings exchanged knowing smiles. Su-yin felt a bit embarrassed. Oh dear, I was trying to waste money. But if it's only 800 a month, I can manage that. Her monthly salary was just over 3,000, and parting with 800 for rent was still somewhat painful, especially since this money was originally unnecessary. He, understanding her feelings, gently squeezed Su-yin's arms. I'll cover this. You just relax and enjoy yourself. From now on, I'll be the one earning money, and you can just spend. Su-yin frowned. Where you get the money? ISN to your money, my money? He retorted, of course, my money is your money. But it can also be money I earn myself. Look at Pangaea. She's working hard, distributing flyers and tutoring, and she doesn't ask you for living expenses. Su-yin remained unconvinced. You can only talk about this once you're in college. You just finish your college entrance exams. Where will you find a job in a few months? He grinned. Just trust me this once. After all, I am a provincial champion. Su-yin was taken aback. Right? She always forgot how exceptional her son was. She still viewed him as that naive little boy who knew nothing. Just don't engage in any illegal activities, understood? Su-yin admonished earnestly. You can rest easy. With you as my mother, I am more cautious than anyone. His exaggerated expression instantly brought laughter to the mother and daughter. The three of them strolled back to the staff housing, freshened up, and then prepared for bed. Naturally, Su-yin insisted on sleeping on the floor mat, but he objected, causing Gu Pan's face to flush with embarrassment. Mom, you and I will share the bed, and let him sleep on the floor. He is a silly boy, not afraid of the cold. Gu Pan pouted at her naive little brother. He wholeheartedly agreed, exactly. We're both adults now. It's unreasonable to let you sleep on the floor. Su-yin, overwhelmed with happiness, playfully scolded, I'm not an old woman yet. We go on missions, crawling on ice and snow. I've never been afraid. He chuckled. That's serving the people out there. At home, my sister and I serve you. Su-yin smiled warmly and acquiesced. All right, both of you are so filial. I accept your kindness. I'll put up with it for one night and move over tomorrow. Thus, the mother and daughter climbed into bed while he turned off the lights and settled on the double sofa bed beside them. When can I check the scores? Before falling asleep, Su-yin's foremost concern remained her godson's results. I think it's on the 24th or 25th. He was uncertain. The 24th? That's just in 2 days. Then let me know as soon as you check tomorrow. Su-yin urged. He replied, I don't plan to check tomorrow. On the day the scores are released, countless people call to check. I remember my sister had a hard time reaching through back then. Gu Pan laughed, yes. I called 15 or 16 times, and I had to use a landline because mobile phones weren't reliable. Su-yin nodded, recalling the ordeal, and teased He. Can you really hold out until the 25th? He was nonchalant. It doesn't matter which day I check. Why rush? Su-yin was taken aback. You're really carefree. Yet, she knew her godson was right. Once the college applications were submitted, the scores wouldn't change anything, unless one decided to repeat the year. Before the admission results came out, estimating the scores was meaningless. Ultimately, it all depended on whether one was accepted. But you still have to check. Lots of people are waiting to see your scores. Gu Pan reminded them. He smiled. No need for me to worry. Someone will definitely check for me. Teacher's son will, and of course my big sister too. When they parted ways, Yao Ailin took her exam admission ticket and ID number with her. Her intentions were clear. Those who cared about their results were far more numerous than usual. Thinking of this, he felt content. Especially with Aunt Yin and Sister Pan by his side, it was sheer bliss. Suddenly, he regretted renting a place. Just the three of them under one roof. How wonderful that would be. But then he realized that would leave no privacy for Sister Pan. The apartment was stifling, lacking air conditioning and ventilation. He didn't know how Aunt Yin endured it alone. So renting was the right choice, especially seeing how happy Aunt Yin was. Heart swelling with sweetness, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Su-yin rose early, went downstairs to buy breakfast, and returned. The three of them tidied the house, gathering the items to be moved. As work time approached, Su-yin checked her watch and then set down her things. You two finish packing. I'm off to work now. Pan Pan, don't be late for class, okay? Got it, Mom. Take it easy. Gu Pan waved off her mother. Returning, she found he grinning mischievously. Why are you smiling so creepily? Gu Pan asked, well aware of his intentions. Over the years, she knew that whenever he stuck out his bottom like that, he was up to some mischief. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, and Mom left half an hour early. Guess why? He chuckled and hugged her. Gu Pan blushed, but allowed him to hold her. I can't guess. I don't have your sneaky mind. He ignored her denial and gently asked, still hurting? Gu Pan's ears tingled from his warm breath. She shook her head and closed her eyes. The bedsheets had been packed away, leaving only the mattress and quilt folded on the bed. But that was enough. Chapter 71. You keep it up, and you know what? It really is meaningful. He felt satisfied as he went downstairs to escort Sister Pan to class. Gu Pan was weak and walked slowly, but she clung to He Yi and pinched him hard. Can you just shut up? Why do you have to say everything out loud? But you're the one who did it, can I talk? Is that fair? He Yi teased. I'm ignoring you, you little devil. Gu Pan quickened her pace. Though uncomfortable, she didn't let it slow her down. He felt reluctant to part, but knew they would reunite that night, so he didn't linger. He hailed a taxi for Sister Pan and bid her a reluctant farewell, watching the cab disappear before starting the move. Borrowing a tricycle cart from the downstairs property management, he made 3 trips, finishing near noon. He set aside small leftover items for the cleaning lady as payment for the tricycle. He hadn't earned money yet, but wasn't he afraid to spend it, especially on Aunt Yin and Sister Pan. How could he make Aunt Yin move the house herself? Money solved everything and must be spent promptly. The greatest lesson from his past life was to enjoy life while one could. Spend money first. Never wait until everyone is gone to realize the money is still there. People remain. Money can be earned again. The coming 2 decades were the best years. Money was everywhere, and every endeavor was profitable. Brimming with confidence, he tidied the house neatly, then took a taxi to a nearby supermarket for another round of shopping. With 720,000 yuan in his bank card, he managed to purchase everything without spending a single yuan out of pocket. Unable to carry everything alone, he hired a truck to deliver it home. Big son, where are you? Near noon, Aunt Yin called. Mom, I'm at the new place. Come straight over. When Su Yin knocked and entered, she was stunned. The room was spotless. The furniture gleamed, and all her personal belongings had been moved and arranged precisely where they belonged. The existing sofa was covered, and throw pillows encased. Orchids adorned the master bedroom, where a brand new quilt replaced the old one, and the mattress was wrapped. The windowsill-s drying rack held a rose-red 4-piece bedding set and a sky-blue set. The cups were clearly new, as was the electric kettle, not the old unit-issued one. A water dispenser had been purchased as well. It hasn't been long, and you've already moved in and bought so much. Su Yin was genuinely amazed. The efficiency was nothing like she had expected. She thought it would take several days to settle. Previously, when her godson said he would let her live well, she had only half listened, not taking it seriously. Now, seeing it with her own eyes, she believed him instantly. Looking at the 4 dishes on the dining table and the bottle of red wine decanted into a carafe, she was utterly convinced. Good son, you're amazing. You even bought a decanter separately? Su Yin was deeply touched, having lived half her life. It was the first time someone cared for her so sincerely and cherished her so deeply. He proudly took out a shopping list. Just buy according to this. Su Yin's eyes welled up. She glanced at the densely written 2 sides. One side was mostly items requested by her. Red wine, the sky-blue bedding set. At the bottom of the other side were 4 large characters for Sister Pan. Just from the list. Many were things she needed but had never thought to buy or dare to buy. Although she didn't see them now, he must have already purchased them, just not displayed them openly. Tears streamed down Su Yin's face. After more than 10 years of dedication, this moment was her harvest. He Yi was bewildered, stepping forward to embrace Aunt Yin. Why are you crying? When I scored nearly 700 points, you didn't shed a tear. Su Yin, with tears in her eyes and a smile on her lips, playfully punched her godson. How could you possibly know that I wasn't crying at that moment? I hid under the covers and cried in secret. All right, I've shed a few tears. Just a couple of drops is enough. But let me tell you, if I cry anymore, I might just lose my temper. If I start crying, you won't be able to console me. Su Yin, both exasperated and amused, retorted. Get lost. Why are you crying? Are you trying to provoke me? Enough of that. Mother is here. Sit down quickly. The food will get cold. He hastily pulled out a chair for Aunt Yin to take her seat. As Su Yin settled down, she marveled at how, in less than 3 hours, he had managed to accomplish so much and prepare such a variety of dishes. Braised fish, celery powder, and a couple of homemade cold dishes. These all require considerable effort. They're from the restaurant. He confessed without hesitation. What? Su Yin was taken aback. Then what were you busy doing in the kitchen? Wearing an apron? Upon entering the room, she was so astonished that she had overlooked these details. It was the first time she had been successfully deceived by the cheeky boy. Well, I had to put the dishes on the plates, didn't I? Of course I had to wear an apron and wash my hands. Your questions are quite peculiar. He winked mischievously. Su Yin shot him a reproachful glance. You did that on purpose, didn't you? To make me think you cooked all this? He laughed heartily. Not to that extent. It's just that you assumed too much. Let us eat. If I can smell the aroma and it tastes good, I'll just order from your place in the future. Su Yin picked up a piece of fish. Quite good. Very flavorful. He took a bite as well. It's decent. Not bad at all, though it lacks the touch of my cooking. Su Yin rolled her eyes at her godson. Can you be a little more discreet? He chuckled, offering no further explanation. Mom, after lunch, you could take a nap. Just rest for a bit. By the time you wake up, the bed cover should be dry. I'll just catch a quick nap on the couch. No rush. Su Yin felt a wave of happiness wash over her. The cheeky boy even thought to wash the bed covers. Where on earth did he learn all this? Self-taught, of course. I thought you'd appreciate it. So I did it. You surely wouldn't want to use the new ones when they're dirty, so I just rinsed the ones left by the landlord to remove the formaldehyde. Ah, my son has grown up, Su Yin reflected with a hint of nostalgia. He extended his hand to hold Aunt Yin's small hand. Don't start that again, or you'll end up in tears. I'm starting to wonder if you're truly my mother. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. What nonsense are you spouting? If I'm not your mother, then who am I? He nodded vigorously. Yes, that's right. You must be like this. Mom, keep it up. Unable to suppress a laugh, Su Yin momentarily lost her serious demeanor, picking up her chopsticks to playfully hit her godson. What am I like? A warlord or a tyrant? Neither. You're a loving mother, but also a strict father. He teased, pouring half a glass of red wine for Aunt Yin. This looks quite expensive, doesn't it? It smells so good. Su Yin took a sip, utterly enchanted. At this price point, she would never have splurged on it. While she felt a twinge of reproach towards her godson for spending frivolously, she couldn't bear to be upset. After all, he had bought it for her, and he didn't even drink it. He replied with a grin, not too bad. A bottle costs 136, not overly expensive. We're celebrating our housewarming today. Su Yin smiled, taking a gentle sip and nodding in approval. Delightful, just right. You should try it too. She then inquired, is it inappropriate to celebrate our housewarming without Pan Pan? Shouldn't we wait for her? Chapter 72. Like a dream, he chuckled. What is wrong with that? Tonight, I'll personally cook your favorite dishes. Su Yin then nodded with a smile, realizing she had been overthinking it. He continued, this morning was too rushed. The 2 new pots I bought haven't tea even been used yet. There is no need to be hasty, so I thought we could celebrate tonight instead. However, I couldn't just leave you hanging at lunch since you came over to rest, so I ordered 4 dishes from the restaurant, hoping you'd like them. Su Yin nodded repeatedly. Silly child, you've done all this and I'm just so happy. You become so understanding all of a sudden. It feels like I'm living in a dream. All those years of caring for you haven't been in vain. He felt a sense of pride. Look at you. You're about to cry again. All right. No more tears. Once you're full, you can take a nap, like soothing a small child. He gently wiped away the tears from Aunt Yin's face. Su Yin was momentarily stunned, recalling a similar scene from the past. Back then, she was the one wiping away tears, while this grown-up boy before her had once been a little boy with a runny nose. The child had indeed grown up. She too had aged. Forgetting her embarrassment, she sighed, no more tears. Let us raise a glass to our housewarming and thank my precious eldest son. Cheers. He lifted his glass, clinking it with Aunt Yin's. After lunch, Su Yin, unable to resist her godson's insistence, lay down on the sofa. She wore a loose-fitting, 2-piece, water-green pajamas, lying sideways with her head resting against the southern armrest, her delicate pinkish-white feet crossed over each other. Before long, she drifted off into slumber. He carefully gathered the dishes and placed them in the sink, making sure to create as little noise as possible. He then took a blanket to cover Aunt Yin's legs before returning to the northern bedroom for a short rest. After a busy morning, he too was exhausted and slept soundly until nearly 3:30. He was surprised to find that Aunt Yin had left without making a sound. So quietly that he hadn't even noticed. Everything felt like a dream. Aunt Yin was living so beautifully, and there was also Pan Pan, along with his beloved elder. He slapped himself across the face. That hurt like hell. Good, at least it's not a dream. With that, he resolved to continue with his plans. He went downstairs and found a nearby internet company to set up broadband. Seeing that there was still time, he took a taxi to the computer market. I'm thinking of assembling a computer. He had already done his homework and located a bustling computer shop. Hey bro, check out this configuration list. Several young men, likely university students, greeted he and began to recommend options. Follow my lead on this. Give me a quote, and if it's reasonable, I'll have you set it up. He spoke with a firm attitude, showing no signs of being a novice. The sales clerk with dyed blonde hair glanced at the list and then looked at he with a knowing expression. One could tell a connoisseur at a glance. Hey bro, there's this blonde guy whispering with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was short and stout, exuding a shrewd air. Hey bro, are you looking to build a computer? The clerk took the list and casually asked, I don't have this motherboard. I can swap it for another. He patiently listened to his explanation, shaking his head. I want to haggle over your profits, but if you think you can take advantage of me, I believe we have no need for further discussion. You carry on with your business. I want to interrupt. He stood up to leave. Wait bro, don't be hasty. Business isn't done until we're friends. The shop owner clearly understood. He had encountered a knowledgeable customer looking for computer hardware. Such individuals were not mere customers, but potential allies. Especially at this age, he could very well be a significant figure. Hey bro, don't go, let's be friends. The shop owner quickly changed his tone. He sat back down. You're Wu, right? Give me a quote, and if it's good, I'll pay. Wu stroked his beard, weighing his options. Are you a university student? Which school? What major? Lin University, Computer Science, he replied, not entirely lying, as the scores had just been released today. As long as the results weren't too far off, he would secure his spot as a top student in the Computer Science department at Lin University. Wow, Lin University, and in Computer Science. Well, bro, I must befriend you. The shop owner immediately adopted a more humble demeanor. His computer shop needed friends like this. One shouldn't underestimate a seemingly insignificant student. Their teachers were often the real experts. Moreover, students in this field were top-notch, affordable labor, skilled yet inexpensive. Anyone who knew would understand. Hold on, my brother. Let me assemble a machine for you with this configuration. In no time, various components were gathered. While the same computer might cost someone else over $12,000, he managed to acquire it for less than $8,000. The bulky CRT monitor alone occupied a large box. After examining the craftsmanship of the case, he noted its impressive quality. It could easily support a person sitting on it. Brother Wu, shall I showcase my skills? Of course, little brother. Please do. It is a must that one assembles their own computer, right? He smiled and nodded, picking up the screwdriver. Assembling a computer is arguably the most elementary step in the realm of computer technology. Modular assembly is not difficult once understood, but can be challenging for those unfamiliar. Drawing from his past experience, he quickly found his rhythm. However, technology was not yet fully mature at that time, and many aspects still required brute force solutions. As he proceeded, Brother Wu could no longer remain seated. You lot, stop what you're doing and come learn something. A master is here. The last two words were directed at He. Without much effort, he creatively organized the chaotic wires into a neat arrangement, assigning each its rightful place. The internal wiring of the entire case exhibited a striking aesthetic of parallel and perpendicular lines, reflecting the obsessive-compulsive tendencies of a science student. Incredible. The young man who initially welcomed He was thoroughly impressed. Wow, just for wiring, you use so many cables? It's undeniably beautiful. Brother Wu chuckled. It's not merely about aesthetics. Look, these wires have been routed around the airflow pathways. The heat dissipation will surely be excellent. He gave a thumbs up. Brother Wu, you have an eye for quality. After tidying up the wires, he secured the case cover. How about a part-time job? $600 a month, food and accommodation provided. Brother Wu was eager for talent. No, Brother Wu, just leave a number. We'll collaborate again in the future, he replied meaningfully. Brother Wu was taken aback. What do you mean? Chapter 73. The top scholar Brother Wu, along with Huang Mao, helped Yi load the computer onto the delivery truck. They waved goodbye as the truck drove away, still reluctant to return. Brother, do you truly believe this kid can wholesale computers through us? Brother Wu chuckled. Whether I believe it or not doesn't matter. He bought my computer without paying, didn't he? His wiring skills, which we haven't mastered, have opened a new realm for us. Huang Mao pondered and realized it was indeed the case. So what is the conclusion? This is what we call a benefactor. A casual suggestion from him could lead to our profit, and you still doubt? Being a boss, Brother Wu naturally possessed many admirable qualities. Let's head back and organize a training session. From now on, we'll wire like this to elevate our reputation. Tasks that lack technical complexity often deter some due to inconvenience or a lack of imagination. But since the momentum has begun, one must surely capitalize on it. Otherwise, that kid wouldn't be so generous as to let us observe. By the way, what was that kid's name? He? Lotus? Before reaching the top floor, he received an unfamiliar call. It was from the broadband installer. We're scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Brother, if you work overtime, I'll give you 200. He didn't hesitate. Waiting in line was normal, and working overtime was also reasonable, if paid. However, it was slightly unusual. The installer on the other end of the line seemed breathless. After a long pause, he said, Brother, it's really not about the money. We have rules here, and everyone must queue. He understood this was a plea for assistance. Big brother, please help me. I really need it, and I appreciate your effort. All right, I'll come over to sort this out. But I must stress, it's not about the money. I genuinely see your urgency, right? Of course, big brother. You're a good person who cannot bear to see me anxious. Am I right? I understand. Please call me when you arrive downstairs. Following the delivery truck driver, he carried the computer upstairs. The desk in the northern bedroom was ready and rather high-end. He paid for the delivery and began connecting the wires. Following the same process, in less than 10 minutes, the computer powered on and everything was functioning perfectly, just awaiting network connection. At that moment, He's phone rang. To his surprise, it was not the broadband installer, but Yao Ailin. Hello, darling, what is up? Even while roaming, Yao Ailin was willing to call. Hubby, your score is out, 701. You passed 700. My goodness. Even from a distance, he could sense Yao Ailin's overwhelming joy. He was momentarily stunned. Huh? How did I exceed 700? Who on earth gave me extra points? Yao Ailin seemed to grasp the meaning. Are you implying you deliberately suppressed your score below 700? Given our relationship, I'll be honest. I aimed for 697. Are you trying to drive someone mad? Yao Ailin was at a loss for words. She had experienced the college entrance exam herself. Damn it. While others strive for higher scores, you aim for lower ones. Hey. What are you doing, darling? Why are you the first to call? I thought it would be old son. Yao Ailin playfully claimed credit over the phone. I haven't left the hotel all morning. I've just been here calling. And it's only now that I checked the scores. He felt a warm sensation in his heart, knowing she was not merely acting from a teacher's perspective. You're truly wonderful. Yao Ailin paused, then replied sweetly, Am I? Don't you find me adorable? Absolutely. I'm head over heels. You better be. Yao Ailin teased. When I get back, I'll let you love me to your heart's content. Okay? He was overjoyed. That'll be splendid. But when will you return? Yao Ailin hesitated. There's an event in the capital that invited me to participate. As a high school teacher, I shouldn't be mingling, right? But I can't help it. My mentor doesn't want to let me go, and neither do the seniors. So I have to stay. He chuckled, recognizing the underlying tone of Yao Ailin's playful bragging. Isn't it obvious? Without our darling's presence, the event would be lacking. Right? Exactly. They both burst into laughter. He shifted the topic. Your senior 1T have any ill intentions towards you? Will he? Yao Ailin giggled. He wouldn't dare. His wife is my senior sister. Then I'm relieved. You've been tested 16 times a day. Who could sway my heart? Can't you be a bit more confident? You're the top scholar. He scratched his head. I had almost forgotten about being the top scholar. Naturally, he felt a bit guilty. It wasn't a perk of reincarnation. He couldn't pull off such brilliance. But since it had come to this, he must continue to maintain the facade. At least because of this, Aunt Yin was happy, Sister Pan was pleased, and his darling was with him. What could be more joyous than this? Top scholar brother. Yao Ailin playfully teased. Control yourself. Do you hear me? Guests are about to arrive at home. He, wary of provoking his darling, decided to retreat. Yao Ailin noticed his anxiousness and quickly took the initiative. Being capable of writing 300,000 words, she was no ordinary person. With just a few words, he was left defenseless. Darling, I really can't. The broadband installer is coming soon. Wait until I'm free, and I'll call you back. Yao Ailin laughed. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to head out. I'm meeting with a few big shots this afternoon, and I might not return to the hotel until late. She then softly murmured, Top scholar brother, when I return. I want to see you the moment I arrive, all right? He was so moved he could almost cry. That's settled, darling. Don't worry. I'll be at the train station to greet you. Good husband. Love you. Yao Ailin chimed, immensely pleased, before hanging up. Just as he ended the call, another one came in. 701. You're incredible. You're my brother. The head teacher, Sun Heidong, was practically ecstatic. Calm down. I inadvertently let it slip. I apologize for not being able to restrain myself. I was too sensational. Sun Heidong, unaware of the circumstances, assumed I was intentionally boasting. Dismissing it lightly. A score of 700. The highest in the province at 700. Isn't it reasonable to boast about that? All right. I need to report to the leadership. I'm hanging up. He stared blankly at his phone, feeling a bit helpless. Another call came in. Hey, brother. Who are you talking to? I called several times. The technician for the broadband installation sounded a bit displeased, suspecting he was being toyed with. Sorry, brother. I took 2 calls and was caught up. No choice. I'll come down to meet you. No need. I'm in the elevator. Just press the button for me. He hurried out to press the elevator button. The number 16 quickly illuminated, and a slender man in a telecommunications uniform stepped out. It's you? The man looked somewhat disappointed. You don't seem like someone affluent. He promptly pulled out 200 yuan and handed it over. The man sighed in relief, accepting the money and beginning his work. It's not complicated. The landlord had it connected before, just needs to be reactivated. You look quite young, though. Just as the technician was about to inquire about He-Yi's situation, He-Yi received another call. He-Yi, your score is out, 700. Our class teacher mentioned it in the group. It was Lin Wan calling. Chapter 74, Properly Arrange Your Affairs. He felt somewhat helpless, yet increasingly proud. As expected. Beyond imagination. Calm down. 701. My goodness. The provincial champion is right beside me. And we're classmates. At this point, Lin Wan found herself at a loss for words. He, feigning ignorance, asked what else. Through the phone, Lin Wan's shyness resonated. You're just pretending not to know. Look at you, starting to act coy. I don't know, truly don't. He continued to tease her. I won't talk to you anymore. Yet despite this, Lin Wan was reluctant to hang up and asked, "Was I the first to call you?" He didn't want to hurt her feelings, but spoke the truth, aside from our teacher. Lin Wan sighed in relief. "When are you free? We should celebrate." He chuckled. "Celebrate what? What did you score?" 586. Lin Wan said, a touch of melancholy creeping in, though not due to He. She had originally anticipated a score of 606. With this score, she surely couldn't get into King Bay, but for other schools, she could choose freely. It was a pity she insisted on attending Lin University. Given her expectations, He's feigned disappointment was merely an act. Lin Wan expressed her insecurities. "I fear that with this score, I won't make it to Lin University." He laughed outright. "Don't be ridiculous. With this score, you could attend any school outside of King Bay, just with different majors." "Oh." Lin Wan fell silent. "I'm in the provincial capital now. Just rented a place and helped Aunt Yin move. If I don't pick up my mission notice, I probably want to go back. If you have time, come to the provincial capital. I'll treat you to a meal." Upon hearing that He was in the provincial capital, Lin Wan immediately fell silent. He understood the thoughts of a young girl. She was in the throes of youth. After pursuing her for 2 years, she had grown accustomed to his affections. Suddenly, with the college entrance exam acting as a break, she was filled with pent-up energy. Especially after he started dating Sister Pan, this feeling became even more pronounced. Upon learning of his high score, she could no longer contain herself. Why? Regret. There had once been a sincere connection. Oh well, regardless of her thoughts. "Hey, are you there?" "Ah yes, I'm here," Lin Wan quickly replied. "I'm going to cook. If you have no plans, come to the provincial capital early. Anyway, Aunt Chin is here, and we can all gather later." "I'm not going. My mom is hardly home, and if I go, I want to have anything to eat." Lin Wan was likely pouting at this moment, and he could easily guess. "Then come over here for a meal. I'm not going anywhere, just staying home cooking," acting as a maid for Aunt Yin and Sister Pan. Finding this amusing, Lin Wan laughed. "All right then, just wait for me. I'll talk to my grandparents, and I'll come in a few days. Just wait and see. I'll eat you out of house and home." He, putting on his shoes to head out, replied that one do. "I'll charge you 500 a day for meals." "Ah, you're so heartless." Lin Wan laughed uncontrollably. Just then, another call came in. "Let us chat on QQ tonight." "All right." Lin Wan's reluctance lingered in her voice, an unwillingness that was hard to shake off. He went on to receive another 7 or 8 calls. In between, the broadband technician, having heard about He's score of 701, confirmed several times and insisted on returning the money. "Bro, leave me your contact. My kid will be taking the exam in 2 years. Can I ask you for guidance then?" He didn't mind and obliged him by leaving his QQ. The callers were all close friends from the class. Unexpectedly, Li Ziajia also called. "Hey, you really score that high. If you're envious, just say it. I can understand." After sending off the broadband technician, he arrived at a nearby market, pointing at a piece of pork belly. "Cut this for me and remove the skin." "What?" Li Ziajia thought he was talking to him. "I'm buying pork. It has nothing to do with you. What do you want?" "I just wanted to congratulate you." "Why are you so cold-hearted?" "You wanted to ask if Lin Wan called me, right?" He pointedly revealed Li Ziajia's underlying concern. Li Ziajia candidly responded, I just want to know if she said anything." "Said what?" He, puzzled, was inspecting a bundle of spinach for freshness and didn't have time to ponder. "Nothing?" "Then forget it," Li Ziajia said, a bit dejected. Thinking of Chun-Lina, he sighed and asked, "What did you score?" 546. "Oh, that's good, right? But I can't reach my mom on the phone." "Send a text. Maybe she's out of service range." "Huh? How did you know my mom went to Inner Mongolia?" Li Ziajia suddenly caught on. He felt a bit exasperated with himself. "You mentioned it before, didn't you? You said your mom wanted to see the vast grasslands." "Did I say that?" "My mom has always wanted to see the blue sky over the grassland." He thought to himself, "Your mom told me about it. You're quite filial to remember your mother's dreams." After chatting for a bit, he grew disinterested. The more they talked, the more he thought of his mother. And he ended the call. As he strolled home, he sent a text to Chun-Lina, sharing his score and her son's score, informing her that feuding was a sure thing. Before he even reached home, he received a call back from an unfamiliar number. "Xiao Yi, I just got off the phone with Ziajia. You scored so high. No wonder Sister Yin had you wear a key payo. If my son got that score, I'd have him wear a split to his armpits." It seemed that He's score made her happier than Aunt Yin. He marveled, laughing. "How many phone cards have you gone through? Changing phones with every call?" Chun-Lina beamed with pride. "Look at that. When doing big things. Who cares about a few bucks? I toss a card for a call. I only just learned the scores came out today and called Ziajia. After this call, I'll change my card. This number, only you know." "Yes, Ziajia just told me you called, but I missed it. I even advised him that the signal might be poor." Chun-Lina sighed, falling silent for a moment before softly saying, "The child might have guessed something." He laughed. "How would he not guess? He naive, not dimwit. With you mysteriously disappearing and constantly changing numbers, and his dad always asking him about your whereabouts. How could he not figure it out? Chunlina fell silent. The last thing I want is to hurt him. No matter what, the child is innocent. He quickly reassured her, let's not think of it that way. The child isn't solely yours. Why must you be the only one to feel the pain? His father didn't think about these things when he was fooling around. Chunlina's wavering heart suddenly regained its strength. Xiao Yi, your ability to sway Annie with just a few words is truly remarkable, isn't it? Reflecting on that day, he couldn't help but boast. There's even more impressive feats to behold. I shall ensure you experience it soon. You cheeky rascal. How dare you speak to Auntie in such a manner? Chunlina's voice was sweet and melodious, devoid of any hint of anger. He chuckled. I haven't said anything inappropriate, Aunt Chun. Perhaps you are misinterpreting my words? I shan't converse with you any longer. In a few days, I will likely return home. Lawyer Wang has already commenced handling the share matters, and when the time comes. Chunlina fell into contemplation, finally stating, at that time, Annie will arrange everything for you. Chapter 75. A few families enjoy back at the old homestead. The He family restaurant. He Da Yi, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, dared not light it. Yi Liping wore a frown, pacing back and forth in the kitchen. Stop your restless wandering. You're making me anxious. Soon, the dishes will be served, and by then, Yi Liping will be utterly despondent. The arrogance of their earlier boasts has now come back to haunt them. What to do? Just say the estimation was off, I suppose. What else can be said? He Da Yi sighed. Humiliation was inevitable. He had little faith in what his son had said that day. If it were a matter of slight discrepancies, perhaps it would hold some weight, but given his usual grades, such a high score seemed implausible. The child took after his mother, proud and impetuous. It was understandable, but truly embarrassing. Old He, has Xiao Yi's score come out? What'd he get? A voice interrupted from outside. He Da Yi opened his mouth to curse, only to realize it wasn't Qi Xiaochong. It was a regular patron from the town government. Ah, Mayor Lin, the child hasn't called back, so I have no idea what score he received. Mayor Lin, the deputy mayor, was well liked by He Da Yi, who conveniently omitted the title of deputy. I heard from Xiaochong that Xiao Yi scored over 690, said he was the top in the province. Just what I needed, a bit of festive cheer. Ah, indeed, haha. He Da Yi chuckled awkwardly, at a loss for words. Mayor Lin ordered several dishes and then retreated to a private room, waiting for everyone to arrive before ordering more. Old He, has the child's score been released? Another patron arrived. Boss Qi mentioned your son would score close to 700. Old He, He Da Yi was on the verge of tears. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he nearly collapsed. Yi Liping evidently heard as well. What a disgrace. The whole town probably knows that our son scored 690. That scoundrel Qi Xiaochong. Why must he share everything? Now, it wasn't just Qi Xiaochong that would make him feel small. It was the entire town. Enough of this thinking. Let's just serve the dishes. Life must go on, right? He Da Yi grasped the ladle, suppressing his sorrow and encouraging his wife. Yi Liping sighed, wiping away her tears. Qi Xiaochong suddenly appeared at the kitchen door, looking somber. Old He, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spread the word about your child's high score. Alas, that rascal. Yi Liping could barely hold on her kitchen knife. He Da Yi noticed and quickly intervened, asking, what's the matter, Chiga? Qi Xiaochong of all people shouldn't be so downcast. After all, his son Qi Hanjian was the top in the county. Ah, Qi Xiaochong is in tears. That little rascal Hanjian underestimated his score by over 40 points. He insisted on applying for the maritime program. He deceived me, claiming he could score that high. Qi Xiaochong wept uncontrollably. He Da Yi was taken aback, but eventually managed a wry smile. Well, our situation isn't much better. Liping and I have both been full of hot air. Before he could finish, someone shouted from the entrance, Old He. Incredible. Old He. He scored 701. He Da Yi leaned out, only to see his son's middle school homeroom teacher, Li Qiaozhan. Ah, Director Li. You've come. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. He Da Yi wasn't hard of hearing. He simply couldn't believe it. How many points did his son score? 701? Wasn't it supposed to be over 600? 701? What was so impressive about that? 700? He Da Yi nearly collapsed. What? More than 609? Is this real? He stared incredulously at Li Qiaozhan. Li Qiaozhan, now the director, chuckled. I came specifically because the news has spread throughout the county. 701. The homeroom teacher verified the score personally. No doubt about it. Oh my goodness. He Da Yi was still processing the news when a loud wail erupted behind him. His wife, Yi Liping, had already burst into tears. Joy, happiness, excitement, pride, and relief flooded their hearts. The two tables of guests in the private room also emerged. My goodness. Old He, you are remarkable. How did you and your wife educate your child? Please, teach me. My wife just got pregnant. I must start from the womb. Old He, I see you're doing well. I see Xiao Yi is too. Truly impressive. 700? Not just our town, but I doubt the whole county has seen such a high score. No kidding, not even the entire city. Old he, I must confess I never expected this. I thought Boss Shi was just bragging when he said Xiao Yi scored 609. Turns out he was being modest. Indeed, where's Boss Chi? He was just here. He just left. His son didn't fare much better with 539. He's never satisfied, always wanting his child to aim for King Bei. The child, feeling pressured, deceived him, and now the family is in tears. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and he Dai, overwhelmed with happiness, found his phone ringing. Upon checking, it was a message from his son. Dad, my score is out, 701. Please tell Mom, and let you both celebrate quietly. Don't go announcing it everywhere. Keep it low-key. He Dai couldn't help but read it aloud, almost like proclaiming a royal decree. The room erupted in admiration. Look at this composure, this maturity. No wonder the He family's child is so exceptional. Indeed, look at my child who comes home every day just to watch TV. It drives me mad. No comparisons, please. If we do, we'll all end up hanging ourselves tonight. Quick, let us drink and celebrate. Right? Old he. Such good news. How can we not treat everyone tonight? Everyone was joking, not taking it seriously, but unexpectedly, he Dai slammed his hand down. Treat? Why would I? Am I that kind of person? Just as everyone was about to laugh at his stinginess, he Dai shouted, Tonight, it's on the house. Everyone drinks as much as they want. Food and drinks are plentiful. Mayor Lin chuckled and teased. Old he, do you mean that? Don't let your wife stop you. Yi Liping shot her husband a look, but smiled. My old he is in charge. Whatever he says goes. Tonight, it's on the house. Her approval made it official. Goodness, truly the mother of a top scholar. So generous. Indeed, we are fortunate. Let us drink. He was diligently preparing a dish of braised pork. Sister Pan loved braised meat. And this yellow wine braised pork was a recipe he learned from Chef Huang, attracting quite a bit of attention. It was delicious, but also quite labor-intensive. With time to spare, he used his newly bought clay pot and began cooking. Several stir-fried dishes were already prepped, and he started preparing the ingredients. He turned off his phone, having already informed those who needed to be notified. The rest were merely seeking to bask in the joy and get close. As for Sister Pan and Aunt Yen, he planned to return home in the evening to share this delightful news with them. Having prepared various dishes, he checked the time. It was only 4:30. There was ample time left, so he decided to work on his computer. Now online, there were many tasks to undertake. However, he first focused on his stock trading software. Relying on his memory, he identified Yangtze Petrochemical as a long-term investment target and selected several stocks with considerable short-term volatility for immediate trading. He aimed to advance both long and short-term strategies simultaneously. Having purchased over 450,000 shares of Yangtze Petrochemical, the remainder of my funds was invested in several promising stocks that exhibited significant fluctuations in recent days. As I was engrossed in analyzing K-lines with my mouse, a knock on the door interrupted my concentration. Upon opening it, I was pleasantly surprised to find Sister Pan standing there. Why is your phone off? I couldn't get through to you and was worried sick. Gu Pan exclaimed, her anxious expression transforming into relief upon seeing her troublesome younger brother. I swiftly embraced her, planting a fervent kiss on her lips, proclaiming, I scored 701. Chapter 76. A reward awaits you. As I began to prepare dinner, Gu Pan leaned against the kitchen door, smiling. Mom doesn't know yet, does she? I nodded in affirmation. I'm waiting to tell her in person. Gu Pan sighed. I feel as though I'm dreaming. How did you manage to score so high? Not wanting to conceal the truth, yet unable to divulge it entirely, I replied, perhaps it's just a stroke of genius? Everything just clicked. I could grasp anything in a single glance. I feared it would be too shocking, so I held back. I never intended to score so high. Alas, I couldn't contain myself. I began to indulge in some humble bragging, but Gu Pan, gazing at me with adoration, countered, it was my fault in the past. Please don't be like me anymore, all right? I was taken aback. What do you mean, you were at fault? She sighed again. I always called you foolish and said you lacked intellect. But now I realize it must be me who lacks wisdom. I couldn't contain my joy, realizing that with such a high score, one could expect great scholars to interpret the texts. Sister Pan was beginning to reflect on her own shortcomings. Dear Gu Pan, your attitude is commendable. On behalf of myself, I forgive you for your past transgressions. How irritating. She playfully pouted, then kissed me. I promise never to say such things again. You are the best, my stinky brother. I felt elated, teasingly replying, you still call me stinky brother? Change your title. Gu Pan blushed, recalling that I had requested it before, but now, to make me happy, she was willing to say anything. However, today, the sentiment felt entirely different, genuine and heartfelt. Brother, you truly are the smartest and the best, she declared, blushing at her own words. The feeling of being surpassed was delightful. The sensation of falling for someone equally competent, if not more so, was simply wonderful. I was so elated I could almost soar. You should rest for a bit. I'll finish cooking and call you shortly. Gupan bit her lip. I want to stay with you. I'm not tired. I shook my head resolutely. That one tea do. You must sleep. Look, your eyes can hardly stay open. Go lie down for a while. Gupan was speechless. I'm not tired. I'm just worn out. I've hardly had a moment's peace since I entered. She shot me a side eye. My face turned crimson as I hurried to tend to the dishes. Returning to her room, Gupan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. This will be our room from now on, right? Mom has already tacitly accepted our relationship, and when the time comes, we can close the door. With a rosy hue painting her cheeks, she settled onto her new pillow, which carried a hint of sunshine. It felt so reassuring, reminiscent of her childhood. Each summer, after the bedding had been sun-dried, that same comforting feeling would envelop her at night. Back then, her mother was quite irritable, in stark contrast to her present gentleness. Youngie was merely a naive boy who would tease her, and she, a wild girl, would often retaliate. But now everything had changed. Just as Gupan lay down, the sound of keys jingling at the door broke the silence. I heard immediately. Mom, you're back? Just like during lunch, I wore my apron, wiping my hands as I approached the door. Xiaoyi, Aunt Yin entered without washing her hands, immediately enveloping me in her embrace. I was momentarily stunned, instinctively wrapping my arms around her. What's wrong, Mom? Don't scare me. Has something happened? She felt soft, warm, and fragrant, unlike Gupan. I received a call from your parents. They said you scored 701. Oh my goodness. I couldn't reach you, and when I tried to call Gupan, she didn't answer either. I was nearly jumping out of my seat at the office. This is fantastic, Aunt Yin exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. All her previous worries evaporated, and she clung to me, her face pressed against mine. I understood that her joy was profoundly genuine, though I couldn't entirely empathize. I knew what this score represented for her. As she poured out her emotions, I held her tightly, treating her with the tenderness of a loving son. I'm so glad you're happy. This score is dedicated to you. If you're content, then all of this is worth it. You silly child. Why are you being so sentimental? If you keep this up, I'll start crying. Aunt Yin was overwhelmed, tears brimming in her eyes. She had cried just earlier at noon, her eyes swollen all afternoon, prompting inquiries from several colleagues about what had upset her. Enough. No more tears. I consoled her, gently wiping away her tears. Aunt Yin turned away, embarrassed, to clean her face, stepping out of my embrace. Mom, why don't you wash your hands first? Gupan emerged from her room, feeling a bit awkward. Despite her efforts to compose herself, Aunt Yin immediately sensed the tension and playfully punched me on the arm. Hurry up and serve the food. I was taken aback by the sudden jab, but seeing Gupan's awkward expression made me realize what had transpired. The two of us began to busy ourselves in the kitchen, and I quietly remarked to her, Mom has sharp eyes. If you think you can hide anything from her, you're mistaken. Gupan stuck out her tongue, playfully chastising, it's all your fault. All your fault. All right. My dear, it's all my fault. I quickly reassured her. Mom is here. No wild shouting. Feeling slightly miffed, I retorted, why is it wild shouting? What is wrong? Do you not trust me? Gupan blushed profusely, her legs feeling weak. Just act like a decent person. Don't let Mom hear you. Then call me something nice. No. I'll wait until tonight, all right? Gupan found it hard to speak up. Mom, I suddenly called out. Brother, dear brother, I beg you. Gupan quickly relented. I triumphantly kissed her cheek. That is more like it. Tonight, you'll be rewarded. Gupan turned pale. Can we skip the reward? Not a chance. A reward is a reward. It must be given. Just as she was about to respond, footsteps echoed, signaling my mother's arrival. Why are you calling me? Aunt Yin sauntered into the kitchen with grace. Just as I was serving the braised pork, I turned back to glance at her and was met with the sight I had longed for. Aunt Yin wore a stunning silver kipeo that hugged her figure, her short, wavy hair casually styled, and she donned a pair of high-heeled crystal sandals. Her complexion was slightly flushed, her eyes shimmering, exuding elegance and charm. Gazing at me with a tender smile, I swallowed hard, nearly dropping the plate of braised pork. Chapter 77. One must pamper her fortunately. Gupan's quick reflexes saved the dish, or else the meal I had poured my heart into would have been lost to the three of us. I stood there, dumbfounded, and instinctively embraced Aunt Yin. You look wonderful. Didn't I promise you? Do you like it? Aunt Yin beamed radiantly. For that 700 score, I had no regrets wearing this to the exam hall. Otherwise, I would never have worn such a provocative outfit, let alone twice. The slit of her kipeo was nearly up to her waist. I love it. I adore it. I was nearly euphoric. Gupan pouted. But my dress is still at home. I didn't bring it. I quickly reached out. You don't need it. You look beautiful, just as you are. Suddenly, Su Yin had a thought, Her cheeks flushed as she brushed her hair and said, "Let's eat quickly. The braised pork will get cold soon." The three of them sat down and began to indulge in the feast. Gu Pan poured red wine for her mother, then filled a glass for He, while she herself poured half a glass and playfully asked, "Top scholar, would you like to say a few words?" He hurriedly swallowed the piece of braised pork in his mouth, raised his wine glass, and declared, "Then I shall say a few words." He glanced at Aunt Yin beside him and Sister Pan across the table, and with heartfelt sincerity, he continued, "This achievement is owed to you, Mom, for your unwavering encouragement and motivation over the years, and also to you, Sister, for your relentless pressure and discipline." Gu Pan laughed uncontrollably, pouting in mock indignation. "You were just talking nonsense. When have I ever disciplined you?" Su Yin also chuckled, covering her mouth as she teased her daughter. "Indeed, you may not have used a whip, but you've employed every other means." Gu Pan's face turned crimson. "Mom, you're going to lose friends like this." Su Yin quickly intervened. All right, let us eat. I'm starving." He, brimming with joy, raised his glass. "To you, Mom. May you always be healthy and remain youthful. And to you, Sister, may you always love me and be eternally happy." Gu Pan, caught off guard by his frankness, blushed deeply. "What are you doing? Why say such things?" He raised an eyebrow. "Of course I must. You bet me. If I become the top scholar in the province, you promise to marry me." Turning to Su Yin, he pressed, "Mom, you're a witness. Isn't that true?" Su Yin feigned seriousness. "Indeed. I said back then, even if he is first in his class, I promise you to him." Gu Pan was so embarrassed she nearly wanted to hide under the table, but playfully protested, "Mom, this is arranged marriage. You must respect the wishes of the parties involved." Su Yin laughed. "So you're not willing? If not, I'll ask Aunt Chin if Lin Wan is willing." Gu Pan quickly interjected, No. You can't just throw sand in the air like that. Whether I'm willing or not, you should know." Su Yin then smiled broadly. "Well then, that is settled. If you're willing, just be good and serve my eldest son as a little wife, understood?" Gu Pan pouted in mock anger. "Mom, I'm your biological child. Get right." Su Yin laughed. "But he is also my biological one. What is the difference? He is the top scholar in the province. Doesn't he that make him better than a biological one?" He chimed in, "Absolutely, much better than a biological one." Gu Pan laughed so hard she clutched her stomach, pretending to be angry. "You two just enjoy making me mad. I'm done eating." Su Yin reached out to grab her daughter. All right. We're just joking. Why get so worked up? Come on, let us toast to Shao Yi's scores, and to your future together. Cheers." He took her left hand. "No, let us toast to the three of us and our future. Cheers." Gu Pan raised her glass. "Cheers." The meal was filled with joy, and the trio consumed 2 bottles of red wine. Though he was not yet satisfied, he refrained from urging more. Aunt Yin's cheeks were rosy, and her complexion radiant, making her particularly enchanting. Sister Pan's eyes sparkled with charm, and Gu Pan was in high spirits. "Mom, when you named my sister, did you foresee this day?" He suddenly thought of Sister Pan's name. How to say it? Su Yin, having had a few drinks, appeared considerably more relaxed. "Indeed, Gu Pan is enchanting." He revealed the riddle, casting a glance at Aunt Yin's long legs. Sister Pan smiled, clearly pleased. "That name, why didn't he actually choose it?" Su Yin sighed. "All right, it's getting late. You two should rest while I clean up." He protested. "Mom, you look so beautiful today. If you go wash dishes, that would be a terrible waste. Just stand there, and I'll finish everything in no time." Indeed, the motivation was palpable. Su Yin laughed. "I'd rather wash dishes than be your human display model. These shoes are quite exhausting to wear." Gu Pan chimed in. "Then you should sit down. He'll surely be very motivated to work." Before he could respond, Su Yin had already laughed. "If so, I might as well stand. Sitting here, I feel like I'm about to fall apart." Her frankness left He at a loss for words. "You just stay there. I'll take care of it." He began to work. Su Yin picked up a chair and sat down, crossing her legs leisurely. Gu Pan prepared tea and placed it beside her. "Your Highness, here is some tea." Su Yin laughed. "I wouldn't dare accept such a title, Your Highness." Hearing the banter between mother and daughter, he felt immense joy. "Ladies, perhaps you should retire to the room. I'll finish cleaning up." The family laughed heartily. On such a joyous occasion, shouldn't we hold a banquet for scholars at home, to thank friends and family? As the kitchen was tidied up, Su Yin stood up, her high-heeled sandals clicking on the floor as she walked to the living room. He, unable to take his eyes off her, followed closely. Other families may not have it, but ours should. My parents have been looking forward to it. They rely on this to collect gifts. For so many years, our family has always given gifts without receiving any money in return. Su Yin sat on the sofa, accepting the teacup handed to her by her daughter. Smiling as she said, "You can discuss it with your dad and mom, and let me know the date in advance. I'll take a leave of absence and go back with you." He was quite surprised. "You're so busy. Can you really spare the time?" Su Yin smiled. Not too much, but a couple of days should be manageable. It's best to choose a weekend. That way, it won't count as a leave. He quickly replied, I'll tell and try to schedule it for the weekend. Su Yin nodded, continuing to cross her legs, allowing her son to feast his eyes, and cheerfully asked, You're not regretting it, are you? With such high scores, you're going to Lin University? No. I have no regrets. What is there to regret? If I go to Qingbei or Fuxiao, I wouldn't be able to see you and my sister every day. Gu Pan interjected with a smile. You say that now, but when you get tired of it in the future, you'll regret it. He, diverting his gaze from Aunt Yan's long legs back to Sister Pan, solemnly stated, I won tea. How could I ever tire of being with you two? I could never. Chapter 78. Sister Pan is the expert. He spoke with deep emotion, leaving Gu Pan utterly embarrassed. However, the matter of her relationship with her troublesome younger brother had already received official approval from their mother, so there were no longer any secrets to hide. The traces of their afternoon together had long been observed by their mother, and it was impossible to keep it concealed. All right, I know you're infatuated, but can we watch the television? Su Yin observed keenly, her heart brimming with joy. Her daughter would have a reliable partner, one who was her own godson. And now that this troublesome boy had achieved the top spot in the province, his future looked exceedingly bright. The weight in her heart had lifted, a feeling that was beyond description. He quickly found the remote control. I tested it this afternoon. It works. The television was an old model, neither new nor old. And after getting used to a 120-inch large-screen LCD, he found this one rather amusing. He had previously turned it on. Found it dull, he waved her hand dismissively. Stop it. I have no fondness for concubine Rome. The Empress, on the other hand, is quite agreeable. Gu Pan chuckled, her laughter like the rustling of flowers. You really aren't picky at all, are you? He nodded earnestly. Of course not. I want them all. All right. Enough of this. You two carry on. I'm feeling sleepy. Su Yin, finding the atmosphere rather dull and genuinely fatigued, rose and retreated to her bedroom. Gu Pan, unfazed, continued to watch television. He grabbed a cushion and placed it under Gu Pan's head, resuming their intimate tete-a-tete. Will you be able to stay here every day in the future? He whispered to Gu Pan. I'm not entirely sure. It seems there are no strict rules about dormitory living. Many students rent places off campus. Plus, for graduate students, accommodations may be reassigned, Gu Pan replied softly, her tone transforming from that of a fierce tigress to a gentle kitten in the absence of Aunt Yen. He felt a warmth and sweetness in her heart. Then you should come back every day before summer break. I'll cook delicious meals for you, all right? Gu Pan laughed, turned over, and planted a kiss on the top of Yi's head, then immediately stuck out her tongue. Ew, that is so gross. You're all sweaty. Go take a shower. He flipped over and planted a kiss on Gu Pan's lips, leaving her momentarily dazed, concerned about her mother's potential discovery, yet reluctant to push her away. Gu Pan succumbed to the moment. He, mindful not to overstep, kissed for a short while before hastily heading to the bathroom. The shower, having been used for less than 2 years, felt as good as new. As he entered, she called out, Mom, are you going to wash first? Su Yin's voice echoed from her room. You wash quickly. I'll go after you. In the sweltering summer heat, it was inevitable to be covered in sweat. He stepped into the bathroom, opened the shower screen, and entered the shower stall. It wasn't particularly spacious, but sufficient for her needs. Wetting her body, she applied a bit of the new body wash she had purchased today, then washed her hair. The familiar scent brought back memories of the earlier moments. A life full of happiness lay before her, and she resolved to seize it firmly, earn more money, study diligently, and strive for improvement every day. As she bathed, he began planning her next steps. As it stood, her computer was set up, her stock trading account opened. Everything was in place, only awaiting the right opportunity. A bull market was on the horizon, and with 70 to 80,000 in starting capital at her disposal, earning a living would pose no issue. With adept management, multiplying her funds several times over would not be a problem. Yet, the scale of her funds remained rather limited. The information gap she possessed was a treasure trove that many could only dream of accessing. She had conducted in-depth studies on the secrets behind the fluctuations of numerous stocks. It was not merely about knowing whether a stock was rising or falling. It was about understanding the underlying market dynamics. She had delved deeply into market patterns. She intended to create short videos. On both domestic and international platforms, she would do whatever was profitable. It was all about capitalizing on traffic. With such valuable information resources at her disposal, failing to monetize them would be a lamentable waste. At present, the funds left by Chun-Lina were substantial, yet still insufficient. She had no other financing channels available. She could only take it one step at a time. The best strategy was to secure the hundreds of millions that Chun-Lina was soon to receive. With that money, her investments would yield immense profits, ensuring success in all endeavors. However, Chunlina was currently elusive, her return uncertain. Perhaps she would return before Li Xiajia began university? The divorce proceedings had mostly concluded, and the asset division was finalized. Once the stocks were dealt with, there should be no major issues. How to proceed, however, remained a question without a clear answer. He sighed. Others seemed to easily break through and make money upon their rebirth. Why was she facing such difficulties? Had she known this would be the case, she would have prepared a rebirth strategy. Yet, in truth, she was aware that she already held significant advantages. If not for her role as a streamer, she would never have had access to so many information channels or the knowledge that most people were unaware of. In this regard, she already had an edge over the majority. No worries, good things are worth waiting for. Enjoy every day. He encouraged herself, and soon emerged from the shower. Feeling refreshed, clad only in a pair of boxers. What are you doing? Gupan, lounging on the sofa, caught sight of her and quietly cautioned her. It's refreshing, he playfully retorted, intentionally. Gupan's cheeks flushed. The wind is picking up, it's going to rain tonight. That's not refreshing. That's just indecent. He grinned shamelessly. Indeed, I am being indecent. What's the matter? Are you upset? The two whispered back and forth, their banter reminiscent of the last decade. Yet, now, things were undeniably different. Gupan, are you going to wash up? Su Yin emerged from her room, already donned in her sleepwear. He feigned interest in the scenery, while Gupan hastily sat upright, shaking her head. Mom, you go first. I'll watch a bit of television. Su Yin pretended not to notice. The young ones together needed no guessing to know what they were up to. It was a rare moment of blissful ignorance. Chapter 79. Full disclosure amidst the gentle breeze. He peered out the window. Looks like it's going to rain, she mused. The wind had picked up. In June, the weather could change in an instant. Gupan, bemused by his apparent concern for the weather, felt a twinge of disappointment. Gupan, come here. The call from the bathroom interrupted Gupan. Wait for me. I'm going to give Mom a back scrub. Gupan, sharp as a tack, immediately discerned her mother's intent. He understood as well. Seeing Gupan's crestfallen expression, she leaned in and kissed her. Be good. Wait for me in the room. Upon entering the bathroom, Gupan smiled as she accepted the towel her mother handed her. How long has it been since you last had a back scrub? We should plan a spa day this weekend. Su Yin chuckled. If we hadn't moved, I would have gone. Now that we've moved, we might as well make do. Why spend that money? Gupan, aware of her mother's frugality, agreed but still felt a pang of sympathy. Once I start earning, you must deprive yourself like this. Save when necessary, but also spend on a good massage. All right. I know you're filial. Hurry up. Gupan wasn't new to giving her mother back scrubs. She promptly began, applying even pressure from top to bottom. Mom, your back is so strong, much sturdier than mine. Gupan exclaimed enviously. Can't compare. Mine is the result of training. You hardly exercise. Climbing stairs is your idea of intense workout. Su Yin beamed with pride at her daughter's compliment. If I wanted to train, what should I do? Honestly, I don't even know how I got this way. Maybe start with a 5-kilometer trail run, then stand at attention for an hour? Gupan stuck out her tongue. Let us skip that for now. When I have time and money in the future, I'll look for a professional trainer at the gym. Su Yin turned around with a smile. That's fine. What's wrong? Is Xiao Yi being picky? Gupan's face flushed. What nonsense are you saying? Su Yin smirked. Am I wrong? Why return this afternoon? Weren't you two just finishing up? Gupan nodded helplessly. You really have sharp eyes. But Su Yin shook her head. Not particularly. I didn't notice anything specific, just that your demeanor was slightly off. You concealed it well. She pointed to her nose, casting a proud glance at her daughter. Gupan then realized, you're both young and still in school. Be cautious and practice safe measures, all right? I'm very open-minded. I don't oppose young love or trying new things, but always protect yourselves, okay? Turning on the shower, Su Yin began rinsing off the grime from her body. With her daughter not around, she could only manage a quick rinse every day, finding it difficult to scrub her back thoroughly. Yet Gupan was deeply moved by her mother's openness, realizing how liberal she truly was, and immediately embraced her mother. Fine then. Why don't you just wash here? I can scrub your back too. Gupan playfully stuck out her tongue. I'd prefer for Xiao Yi to do it. Su Yin's face flushed, but thankfully the hot water concealed her embarrassment. So, I was just being redundant, huh? If you keep feeding me dog food like this, I might just move back to the dorms. Gupan hurriedly exclaimed. You're in perfectly good health. At 40 years old, why do you act like a child at every turn? From now on, I shall refrain from feeding you any dog food. Only then did Su Yin smile, albeit with a hint of annoyance, and instructed, turn around, place your hands against the wall, stick your backside out, and spread your legs. Gupan was displeased, Mom. I am your own daughter. I'm not a criminal suspect. What? Are you going to search me and put handcuffs on me? Su Yin mimed a gun with her right hand and poked her daughter's back, saying, dare to move, and I'll take you down. Gupan was speechless. If you want to go to the front lines, please don't use me as your experimental subject. I am an innocent civilian, officer. The two laughed and joked, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. Su Yin sighed, in the blink of an eye, you have grown so much. In a few years, you two will probably be getting married, right? Gu Pan felt that her mother was more eager to meddle than she was. Be gentle, or you'll rub my skin raw. With a teasing tone, Su Yin retorted, can you withstand this? Just endure it. Although she said that, Su Yin indeed softened her grip. Mom, I truly don't understand why you are so keen on bringing us together. Gu Pan hesitantly voiced her curiosity. You like Xiao Yi, I can see that. But there must be other considerations on your part, right? Gu Pan was determined to get to the bottom of it. Su Yin was taken aback, pondered for a moment, and then smiled. Since you asked, now that you two are together, I'll tell you the truth. As Gu Pan listened, she turned off the faucet. Xiao Yi's parents are good people, simple and principled. Though they have a bit of a rural mindset, they are kind-hearted, and marrying into such a family, you won't suffer any grievances. Su Yin spoke softly, careful not to let her godson overhear. Moreover, Xiao Yi is exceptional and cares for you deeply. I believe you two are well-matched in appearance, physique, intellect, and education. Gu Pan nodded, aware of these facts. But she sensed that her mother's profound affection for her brother was not the true reason for her eagerness to unite her with He. Indeed, there was a crucial point that Su Yin hesitated to articulate. You see, you faltered again, Gu Pan remarked, exasperated. With a sigh, Su Yin revealed the reality. Back in the day, your father liked Xiao Yi, and he recognized him as a godson from the moment he was born. Gu Pan was stunned. This was the first time her mother spoke about her father. You wash up first, and once you're done, if you wish to hear more, I'll share the rest, Su Yin said, picking up a towel to dry off before donning her nightgown and stepping out. Gu Pan rinsed herself off quickly, losing all desire to continue bathing, and followed her mother outside. At the door of the guest room, she found He sitting at the computer and asked, Mom's going to talk about Dad. Do you want to join? He looked taken aback. What happened to my dad? Not your dad, my dad. Gu Pan realized he had misunderstood and rushed to clarify. He leaped up. What? Are you really going to talk about it? This is so sudden. I wasn't prepared. Gu Pan shot him a glare. Hurry up. Otherwise, you won't get a chance to hear. The two hurried towards the master bedroom. Su Yin was already getting up to close the door. Mom, you mustn't back out. Gu Pan shouted, rushing forward to block the closing door with her leg. Su Yin, quick to react, knew that if it came down to a struggle, her daughter wouldn't stand a chance. Yet she couldn't bear to deny her. So she sighed and released the door. Let us sleep first. We can talk about it tomorrow, Su Yin said, her tone insincere. He interjected. You've said that countless times. Tonight you must come clean. Get lost. I might just resist. Su Yin playfully slapped her godson lightly, fearing she might harm him with any real force. Chapter 80. A tumultuous night, the three women sat on the bed as the night breeze gently swept through, dispelling the oppressive heat. I think it's going to rain, Su Yin remarked, diverting the conversation. He was about to provoke her further, but Gu Pan stopped him. We're not leaving until everything is clear. Su Yin was at a loss for words. Then I shall speak. But are you both just going to sit there and listen? Gu Pan glanced at her annoying brother. He understood and got up to go to the kitchen, fetching some sunflower seeds and grapes, quickly returning with them. Su Yin rolled her eyes, then took a grape and popped it into her mouth, chewing while simultaneously cracking sunflower seeds, beginning to recount her past. The year I just started working, I encountered youth just released from juvenile detention. When someone attempted to rob, he acted heroically. He listened intently, aware that this long-hidden secret had been on the minds of both him and Gu Pan for over a decade and was finally about to be unveiled. He felt a mix of excitement and sorrow. This was Aunt Yan's most profound secret, one she had tried to share before but had always hesitated. Today, with the momentum of achieving a score of 700 on his college entrance exam, he was determined to encourage Aunt Yan to open up. His name was Gu Tai-jun. He is Gu Pan's biological father and also your father's sworn brother. Su Yin, having been a leader and skilled in writing, succinctly revealed the origins of her close relationship with He's parents. I was the deputy director in the township, and when your dad wanted to open a restaurant, he was bullied and your dad helped in the fight. These two fathers, the first being He's biological father and the second Gu Pan's biological father, were understood by the siblings. It was the latter's father who had been bullied. You two are somewhat betrothed by fate. However, since I married your dad early and became pregnant early, you are 2 years older than Xiao Yi. As Su Yin reminisced about the past, her expression shifted, filled with myriad emotions. So my dad was how? Gu Pan inquired. He was passionate and could not stand to see others being bullied. He ended up in a juvenile detention center for that very reason. Su Yin sighed, a note of sadness in her voice. The year of the incident, you were not even 3 years old. During a fight, he attempted to mediate, But when tempers flared again, he couldn't bear to see the strong side taking advantage of the weaker. So he intervened to save both parties, only to end up with a knife wound himself, which ultimately claimed his life. Su Yin sighed again. For a female police officer to marry an ex-convict during that era was utterly unfathomable and would leave everyone in disbelief. The consequences were equally tragic, evoking deep regret. Gu Pan nodded in understanding. No wonder you haven't been in contact with Grandma and the others. A tear slipped from Su Yan's eye. There was no other choice. In those times, my actions could be considered rebellious. Gu Pan nodded, realizing that even today, her mother would not approve of her marrying someone released from labor reform, no matter how open-minded she was. Reflecting on her grandmother's age and the era she lived in, the years of silence became more comprehensible. As for what happened later, you both probably remember well. He nodded. So my dad must have been exceptionally handsome, full of masculinity and responsibility, right? He was, of course, referring to his godfather, Gu Taijun, right? Back then, I adored him so much that I was determined to marry him. Yet he refused, fearing it would hinder me and hurt me. Even though I knew he loved me too. Su Yin felt a tinge of shyness, but was overwhelmed more by the nostalgia and yearning. A beautiful love story, a passionate youth, and two people from vastly different backgrounds who unhesitatingly came together. Even today, it remains a cherished tale. Yet, it was also a love story that society could not easily accept. Now I understand why you haven't sought companionship all these years. Gu Pan sighed. I fear there will never be another man who can make your heart flutter like my dad did. Su Yin glanced at her godson, shook her head, and smiled. I no longer have the heart for that. I just hope you both grow up well and eventually raise your own children. As for my own life, I never gave a thought. He felt a twinge of sympathy. I can't believe how you've endured all these years. Su Yin shot him a glare. If others don't know, you should. I immerse myself so deeply in my work precisely to avoid pondering over such matters. He scratched his head, wondering how this could even be a topic of discussion. Well, now that everything is clarified and you two are no longer troubled, I feel much more at ease. Shall we retire for the night? I need to rise early tomorrow to prepare breakfast for both of you. He hurriedly added, don't worry about anything else. You should rest well. I'll get up early to cook. From now on, I'll handle all 3 meals. You can simply enjoy life. Gu Pan chimed in, you just sleep. I'll rise early to help Xiao Yi with the cooking. Su Yin nodded with a smile, her eyes brimming with tears once more. All right, enough with the tears, time for bed. He quickly urged, sister, you should sleep beside Mom tonight. The thunder will be rolling in. Gu Pan nodded in agreement. But Su Yin interjected, oh come now, I'm an adult. Why should I fear thunder? It's fine. With both of you here, I'm not afraid. You should go back to sleep. Seeing her mother's insistence, Gu Pan felt a twinge of helplessness and glanced at He Yi, who mirrored her sentiment. All right then, I shall close the doors and windows. He acquiesced. Su Yin said nothing, smiled lightly, and lay down. The siblings returned to their room, instinctively embracing as they lay on the bed. He began to speak softly, sighing, only now do I realize that our mother was once a legendary figure, loving so fervently. Gu Pan bit her lip. Indeed, such profound love. No wonder it hurts so deeply. She spoke with a heavy heart. When we were together, there were times I would cry on the bus while going to school, even knowing I would see you soon. Parting in life is so difficult. I can only imagine how painful it must be to part in death. He was at a loss for words, fully aware of the truth. Aunt Yin and Sister Pan had both endured the pains of life and death. That agony is etched too deeply in memory. He spoke more gently and patiently. Let us not dwell on the past. From now on, we will treat Mom well and ensure she encounters no more unhappiness. Gu Pan nodded, rendered speechless. A long silence ensued. Eventually, Gu Pan grew too weary and fell asleep. He felt a bit tired as well, but was grateful for the long nap he had taken in the afternoon. Outside, the distant rumbling of thunder began to stir. Through the door, it was distinctly audible. Considering how loud Sister Pan was just now, could it be? With that thought, he felt a surge of concern and carefully rolled out of bed, slipping out of the room without shoes, and quietly opened the door. He closed it behind him. The balcony doors and windows were shut, leaving the air a bit stifling but not unbearably hot. Approaching the master bedroom, he leaned closer but did not press against the doorframe, hearing faint sobs from within. His heart ached, and he gently twisted the doorknob. The muffled cries revealed Aunt Yin, her head buried in the blankets, weeping bitterly. He's heart ached for her, and he cautiously climbed onto the bed, wrapping her in his arms through the thin silk blanket. Chapter 81. A reward of thunder. The thunder rolled in quickly, just as it departed. After a long while, the sobbing in his embrace finally subsided. He pulled back the blanket, but the deep night obscured Aunt Yan's face. All he could see was her beautiful hair. Why did you come? Her voice was choked with emotion, and she didn't lift her head, remaining nestled in He-Yi's embrace. I feared you would be scared, so I came to check on you and heard you crying. Su-Yin sighed softly. The day Pan Pan's father left us, it was a thunderstorm. He paused, realizing the truth in her words. If Aunt Yin were to change gender, she would be like Zhao Zilong, the valiant general of the Chao camp. Unafraid of thunder. This thought had always occupied his mind, and now it made sense. The loss of a beloved during a thunderstorm made her acutely sensitive to such weather changes. It's all right to express it. Next time it thunders, I'll come to keep you company. Su-Yin smiled gently. Yes, expressing it helps. Now, go back. He shook his head. You sleep first. I'll return once you're asleep. Knowing she couldn't persuade him otherwise, Su-Yin nodded and closed her eyes. Before long, the rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the air as she fell into a deep slumber. He sighed in relief, quietly slipping back to the bedroom. Inside, Gu Pan was sound asleep, clearly exhausted. He crawled into bed beside her, and soon sleep overtook him, bringing a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, he awoke to sounds outside and hurried to check, finding Aunt Yin already up and freshly washed. Were you a dog? How come your ears are so sharp? I was being so careful. In stark contrast to her vulnerability the previous night, Aunt Yin now appeared revitalized, brimming with her usual energy. He scratched his head. It's not that you were careless. It's just that breakfast is too irresistible. Su-Yin shot a playful glare at her godson. You might as well sing it. He promptly began to sing. It's not that I was careless. It's just that true feelings are hard to resist. It's not that I intended to be rude. It's just that I couldn't guard against myself. Su-Yin burst into laughter. Hurry up then. Are you going to cook or not? If you won't, I'll do it. I will. I must. I already decided what to make last night. He quickly rummaged through the fridge for a piece of dough. What are we making, noodles? He shook his head. Noodles will be for another day. Today, we're having oil pancakes. Su-Yin blinked in surprise. You can make oil pancakes? Oh my. I can't even. You go watch some TV. Leave it to me. He gently pushed Aunt Yin out of the kitchen and began bustling about. Su-Yin, delighted, settled onto the sofa to watch the morning news. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Gu Pan followed the scent out. Wow, it smells amazing. Seeing her daughter's dazed expression, Su-Yin felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Hurry and wash up. What time do you think it is? Gu Pan glanced at the clock. It's only 7:30. I wake up at this time every day. Su-Yin laughed, but today you're not even going to school. You should be mindful of the time. Gu Pan nodded. You're so smart, Mom. I'm impressed. As she spoke, she stepped into the kitchen. What are you making? Gu Pan asked, then lowered her voice. Husband. He perked up, turning to pucker his lips. Gu Pan blushed, laughing as she leaned in to plant a kiss on him, feeling quite pleased. How about scallion pancakes and tomato egg soup? That's why it smells so good. Gu Pan beamed. Then I'll reward you with a kiss. She lightly pecked her brother's cheek before heading off to wash up. He swiftly boiled water, turned off the heat, and carefully poured the beaten egg mixture into the tomato broth, allowing it to settle for a moment before bringing it to a simmer and then sprinkling it with cilantro and shrimp, finishing with a drizzle of sesame oil before serving. Mom, sister, breakfast is ready. He called as he arranged the soup and pancakes on the table. If you keep dawdling, we'll be late. Su-Yin chided, though her tone was filled with affection. Maybe it's better if I cook next time. Your food is good, but it takes too long. Of course. It takes time to make pancakes in the morning. He retorted. If I can finish in an hour, that is sufficient. Try this. He served Aunt Yin a bowl of soup and another for Gu Pan, sitting down to watch them enjoy their meal. Delicious. Aunt Yin gave a thumbs up, then became too engrossed in her food to speak. Wow. How'd you get the eggs to turn out so perfectly? Gu Pan was in awe. Why does Mom's always end up a mess? Su-Yin, preoccupied with her pancake, couldn't respond, so she nudged her daughter's foot in protest. He chuckled and explained, don't add the eggs while it's boiling. Turn off the heat, let it settle, and stir in circles with a spoon. The egg mixture will set in the broth, just like that. Gu Pan blinked, utterly delighted, taking a small bite of the pancake. This dough is so well kneaded, soft and chewy, better than Mom's. She trailed off, noticing her mother's sharp gaze, and quickly silenced herself. Watching them enjoy their meal, he felt relieved and cheerfully asked, Mom, I have no plans today. If there's anything you want to eat, just let me know, and I'll make it for you. Su-Yin had her fill, sipping a bowl of soup while fine beads of sweat formed on her delicate, fair-skinned nose. With a smile, she shook her head and said, you should just stay put. It's not every day we get a summer vacation. Cooking every day is simply out of the question. Gu Pan chimed in, no way. You should go to our mom's workplace for lunch at the cafeteria. It saves you from cooking. Or you could join me and have an early meal at the university cafeteria. He shook her head. I don't mind staying at home. Cooking is nothing. If you like to eat, I can whip something up. Su-Yin persisted. It's summer vacation now. You two should go out and travel. With you both at Lin University. I doubt you'll have another chance to venture far before graduation. Gupan, however, shook her head. No, that would be a waste of money. He also declined, saying that in her past life, she had wandered enough and now had the means to take Aunt Yin and Sister Pan out on a trip. After all, wherever they went, Aunt Yin and Sister Pan must accompany her. None could be left behind. Su Yin sighed. It's my fault. Over the years, I've led you two astray. You've learned to save money, but not to spend it. He comforted her. Please don't say that. It's easy to transition from frugality to extravagance. But the reverse is quite challenging. Learning to save money is no small feat, whereas learning to spend can happen in the blink of an eye. Su Yin chuckled. And here you are, trying to sound eloquent. I see you've been studying well. When will the admission results be announced? He shook her head, glancing at Sister Pan. She had long forgotten her own past, but Sister Pan surely remembered. Little Yi, it should be around early August, right? Su Yin nodded and added, think about it. Get in touch with the family to confirm the date for the student banquet. Mom needs to request leave in advance. He quickly agreed. Chapter 82. Driving skills. After the three of them finished their meal, the mother and daughter found themselves pressed for time and hurriedly rushed outside. He escorted them to the elevator, reminding, Sister, take a taxi. Walking won't get you there in time. I know. Sister Pan frantically pressed the elevator's close button. Once the doors shut, he shook her head and returned indoors to continue tidying up. She moved swiftly and, within half an hour, organized everything neatly. She then returned to her room, laid down for a moment, and began to delve into stock trading. With a grasp of the current stock market trends, she needed to analyze specific stock fluctuations, which required evaluating recent hot news. While watching financial news, she took out her phone and sent a text to her darling. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Surely, she should be awake by now. The message was sent, and within 5 minutes, a response came. What's up, darling? Missing me? Get on QQ. I want to chat about $10. Soon, QQ notifications began to ping. Yao Ailin's QQ avatar was the one with blue hair, and he couldn't quite recall how they had become friends. Perhaps it was shortly after the start of senior year in her previous life. Her QQ number was quite decent, a 5-digit number starting with 8. Yao was undoubtedly among the early wave of internet users, always ahead of the curve. He replied, You're quite quick, my dear. Yao Ailin responded, I want to praise you for being fast. You're not fast at all. Good husband, I miss you. I didn't sleep well last night. He was slightly taken aback by her unabashed confession, but found immense pleasure in it. He replied, So what should we do? Why not take me along whenever you go out? I could serve the great mathematician while she sleeps. Yao Ailin replied, That sounds good. If only you could shrink and enlarge yourself. Keep yourself in my pocket, then enlarge when needed. That would be perfect. He teased. Are you sure you want to enlarge me? Yao Ailin shot back. You little rascal. You can't get any bigger. After some playful banter, he inquired about Yao Ailin's return date. Probably by the end of the month. Once I arrive, there will be a pile of things to do. A senior wants to introduce me to a teacher, claiming it will be beneficial for my future. Otherwise, I would have left already. That senior wanted to arrive in Beijing for a few days, so I have to wait for him. He felt uneasy. What? Did they want to set you up with someone? Yao Ailin scoffed. Nonsense. Are you looking forward to someone else introducing me to a date? He replied, I'm not looking forward to it, sister. I'm worried. You're too good. I'm afraid you might run off with someone else. Yao Ailin replied, Maintaining this sense of anxiety is wise. I'm always ready to flee. Let me tell you, if you treat me even slightly poorly or underperform in bed, just wait for it. He vowed, I will certainly strive to impress. After chatting a bit more, Yao Ailin announced she had to leave, and they exchanged reluctant farewells. The stock market had yielded good returns yesterday. Most of the stocks he'd invested in were on the rise, albeit with varying degrees of increase. He didn't feel like checking further, so she lay on her bed and sent a text to Chen Lina. Just a short while after sending the message, her phone rang. Xiao Yi, I wanted to call you, but I didn't want to disturb you, so I texted instead. On the other end, Chen Lina's mood seemed significantly improved. I just wanted to ask how things were going and if everything was smooth. He found it hard to handle Chen Lina's sudden enthusiasm. Everything is going smoothly. Lawyer Wang helped me inflate the quote a bit. Not much, just about 3 million more. Surprisingly, Li Minjiao agreed without any negotiation. He smiled and nodded. This aligned with her own judgment. The company's IPO was undoubtedly at a critical juncture, and Li Minjiao's actions must have stemmed from unavoidable circumstances. Aunt Chun, at times like this, we must be extra cautious. Stick to the previous methods and keep in touch with Lawyer Wang through QQ or email. After a phone call, change your SIM card and avoid contacting others easily. Maintain vigilance. Don't worry, Aunt knows what to do. I can only show my face once the money is in hand. Right? Exactly. Chen Lina agreed. Then let out a sigh. He understood there was more to come. You see, being alone out here is truly quite dull, Chen Lina murmured. His lips twitched into a smile as he said, Now that you're single again, Why not find a bar to relax at? Or there are local chat rooms online filled with men. You could find someone understanding to keep you company. Chenlina paused, then mockingly scolded. You little monkey. Why do you come up with such terrible ideas? I'm not that kind of person. Just because I'm older doesn't mean I'm desperate enough to meet those unsavory types online. He sighed. Then what should we do? Long-distance solutions won't help with immediate needs. Chenlina evidently understood and fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke softly. Xiaoyi, do you know how to drive? I need a driver over here. He nearly jumped up, quickly steadying himself. Aunt Chun, I need to make some arrangements. I can't leave just yet. But I do know how to drive, and I'm quite good at it. This was no lie. In his previous life, he had driven all sorts of vehicles, from Cullinan to Continental GT. Though he never owned them, he had driven them all. The Mercedes G-Class was something he owned himself. He had no idea what model Chenlina drove, or how easy it was to handle. Chenlina sounded slightly disappointed and sighed. I'm just worried about driving. I fear something might go wrong. He quickly reassured her, I just moved recently. Once I settle in, I'll come find you. With the atmosphere set, he needed to provide this beautiful woman with some reassurance. Chenlina's spirits lifted as she exclaimed, Really? You must come find me. Of course. I keep my promises. He glanced at the date on his phone, the 25th. Let us aim for before this weekend. I'll come to see you. His darling wouldn't be back until the end of the month, and Aunt Yin and Sister Pan had nothing pressing to worry about. Once settled here, he could take a few days off. While others could wait, Chenlina had to be prioritized. Since he was concerned about her finances, he needed to show some commitment. He held this financial goddess in high regard. Chenlina was ecstatic, squealing over the phone, Yay. Xiaoyi, you're the best. After comforting her a bit more, he finally hung up. Plans had shifted again. Initially intending to remain at home and focus on stocks, he now realized that was no longer feasible. Since Aunt Yin had suggested he go out for a stroll, he decided to concoct a reason, claiming he was going on a trip with classmates. His classmate's mother is also his classmate, which is perfectly fine. As the clock approached 10, he donned his clothes and leisurely strolled down to the market to prepare a delightful meal for Aunt Yin. Having made over 3,000 in the stock market over the past day and a half, he felt an exhilarating sense of ownership over the world as he wandered through the bustling market. And indeed, he did possess that feeling. Aunt Yin was vibrant and full of life, and Sister Pan exuded optimism and positivity, not to mention the unexpected addition of a delightful little treasure to their lives. This exceeded his expectations by far. If only there were another Chenlina. He shuddered at the thought. It was then that he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? You didn't save my number. It's Lin Wan. I've arrived in the provincial city. Chapter 83. What do you want to eat? Lin Wan rose early, carrying a small suitcase, bidding farewell to her grandparents as she prepared to head out alone to catch a taxi to the bus station. My dear, let me accompany you one last time, her grandfather said, visibly saddened. Her departure meant she likely wouldn't return easily. The elderly couple knew that their granddaughter had repeatedly expressed a desire to live on campus, but they had restrained her from doing so. Your uncle and aunt are just that kind of people. Don't let them get to you. It's been so many years, hasn't it? As they walked outside, her grandfather offered words of comfort to Lin Wan. Grandpa, I'm not like them. I can understand them, Lin Wan replied with a gentle smile, trying to ease her grandfather's sadness. I can't understand my father. If he didn't want me, why did he insist on taking me back? Once he did, he disregarded me, leaving me with you and Grandma. Old Lin sighed deeply. Your father has his struggles. His intention was to keep you. Lin Wan laughed softly. But my stepmother wouldn't allow it, right? It's fine, Grandpa. No need to see me off. I'll definitely come back during the summer and winter breaks. Please take care of yourselves, and when I graduate and earn money, I'll repay you both. She waved goodbye to her grandfather as she got into the taxi. As the car window rolled down, a single tear streaked down her cheek. Everyone was aware that her mother held a significant position and her father was a talented man, but who understood that she was merely a neglected child, unwanted and unloved? Her grandparents surely cared for her, but it was limited. Having witnessed the closeness and indulgence lavished upon her grandfather's other grandchildren, the comparison left her feeling despondent. Compared to the neglect she felt, her grandparents treated her quite well. However, in comparison to their biological grandchildren, she clearly fell short. Not to mention, compared to her father and stepmother's daughter, she felt like a mere joke. Was there truly no one who genuinely cared for her in this world? A pang of sorrow washed over Lin Wan. Perhaps her mother cared? Yet, it often seemed that her career took precedence. Li Xiaojia and the others probably cared too. But ever since graduation, there hadn't been a single call or message from them. Lin Wan sighed. She had sent a message to her mother about going to the provincial city last night, and she was still waiting for a response. Was it yes or a no? Should she go, or would she be stopped? Lin Wan began to cry again. Miss, are you heading out? No need to cry. You You can always come back, the kind-hearted taxi driver remarked as he noticed her tears. It's all right, big brother, I'm just, well, life has its challenges, but nothing insurmountable except death, right? Don't cry. Such a beautiful girl shouldn't ruin her looks with tears. Lin Wan felt even sadder. The so-called family seemed less caring than the taxi driver, who treated her with kindness. Wiping her tears with a tissue, Lin Wan clenched her fists, trying to hold back her emotions. After purchasing her bus ticket and boarding the coach, she gazed out the window, lost in thought for a long time. She truly had nowhere to go. Scrolling through her phone's contacts, she found the name she was looking for. Yes, she would reach out to He. Hadn't He said to call him once she arrived in the provincial city? She was curious about his response. Lin Wan sighed. Why did it all feel so desolate? As she dialed the number, it rang 3 times before being answered. To her dismay, He hadn't saved her number at all. Was this really the same person who had pursued her for 2 years? Lin Wan felt a surge of frustration. He replied innocently, I thought I saved it. Just a moment, let me check. After flipping through his contacts, he found Lin Wan's name, but realized he had saved it with 1 digit wrong. I'm sorry. Wan Jia, I saved it with a mistake. Your number ends in 8898, but I saved it as 8988. Lin Wan was speechless. Was this really how Lily valued her? He felt a bit awkward. So, Wan Jia, what does this call mean? Lin Wan paused. It means nothing much. Didn't you say you'd treat me to a meal since I'm in the provincial city? It's almost noon and I'm hungry. He quickly replied. Of course. So, how about this? Take a taxi to find me? I'm at the market. What do you want to eat? I'll cook. Lin Wan finally felt relieved. Can you really make anything I want? He confidently responded, absolutely. Just tell me what you fancy. Lin Wan pondered for a moment. I want to eat guabao roe, decentien, and some stir-fried meat. He chuckled. Wan Jia, are you sure you're not trying to make things difficult for me? Those are challenging dishes that even restaurant chefs struggle with. You want me to make them? Lin Wan retorted, well, if you're serving potatoes and cabbage, I want to let you treat me. I don't need you to cook it yourself. We can go to a restaurant. He laughed. If I don't show off my skills, you'll never know what I'm capable of. I'll send you the address, so you can take a taxi over. It should only cost about 10 yuan. Just tell the driver in advance to avoid any detours. Lin Wan countered, I want to take a taxi. I'll go by bus. He protested, no way. It's hot in the middle of the day. You might get harassed. Just take a taxi. I'll reimburse you. Lin Wan smiled brightly. Really, big brother? Then I'll definitely take a taxi. Through the phone. He felt a shiver at her calling him big brother. Wan Jia, if you keep calling me that, I might start questioning my life choices. Lin Wan blushed yet felt a sense of pride. Then you better call me sister. If not, I'll just keep calling you until you agree. He's face fell. I call that taking advantage. You calling me that is just embarrassing. It's not the same. Lin Wan laughed. All right then. I want to call you that. Just send me the address. I'll be there soon. He hurriedly ended the call, sent the address, and added a note. Just tell them you're a family member from the provincial department. Drivers usually want to take you on a detour. Lin Wan quickly replied. Got it. See you soon. He put away his phone and rushed to buy the ingredients. The dishes Lin Wan requested were all complicated and required frying. With time running short as it was already nearly 10:30, he hurriedly dashed home, prepared the rice, and began cooking. Frying took time and patience, so he had to compress time in other areas. Fortunately, he had gained ample experience from his previous life, having learned from his father, a chef, and even garnered a substantial following by teaching cooking through short videos. Though he couldn't claim to surpass his father, he was certainly no less skilled. Each of the fried dishes had its intricacies, and it was true that most people wouldn't be able to replicate them so well. As he busied himself, it was nearly 11:30 when he hastily stir-fried the dishes. Although he felt they were lacking in heat, they were still visually appealing. Just then, a text message pinged. It was Lin Wan's message. I'm downstairs. How do I get up? He chuckled to himself, thinking about how she was still texting at this hour. Chapter 84. He hurried down the stairs and immediately spotted a graceful silhouette standing in the shadow at the entrance, fanning herself with a handkerchief. Lin Wan was as beautiful as ever, though her long hair had transformed from a ponytail into cascading waves, evidently freshly permed. She wore a light green cotton short-sleeve top that just grazed her waist, paired with simple white three-quarter pants and blue and white canvas shoes. From her back, it was difficult to ascertain whether she was indeed Lin Wan. Standing in the shadows at the entrance, her long legs and slender waist appeared somewhat delicate. If not for her well-developed curves, one might easily presume her to be undernourished. This outfit was rather too provocative for Lin Wan's usual style. Yet, it was understandable. Many girls undergo a metamorphosis after their college entrance examinations, transforming from ugly ducklings into elegant swans. The timid now donned daring attire, while the audacious reveal even more skin. Lin Wan, for the sake of certainty, he called out. The girl turned her head, and her previously impassive face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, illuminating the gloom at the entrance. Huh, so this is the place. I was worried I might have gotten it wrong. Lin Wan's smile appeared somewhat forced, hinting at a facade. He chose to remain silent about her perception and stepped forward to take her suitcase. You're quite fast. How much was the taxi fare? 13 yuan and 50 cents. Lin Wan tilted her head, examining He Yi. Does this count as taking a detour? He Yi shook his head. Not really. It's just the lunch hour, so there was a bit of traffic. This fare is about right. It seems I made the right choice by getting a taxi to the provincial government office. Lin Wan sighed in relief. Then you'd better reimburse me. He Yi waved her hand generously. No problem. Lin Wan's smile widened. This house is rented by Aunt Yen, right? The conditions are quite nice. The community seems quite new. He Yi, feeling a sense of pride, replied, Actually, this is my rental. My mom was initially against it. Lin Wan expressed disbelief. You have money to rent this? Doesn't this place cost several thousand a month? He didn't elaborate further, pressing the elevator button and swiping her card for the 16th floor. As the elevator ascended with a low rumble, they reached the 16th floor and entered the apartment. Wow, this looks amazing. Is this really a rented place? It seems too good to be true. Lin Wan was utterly astonished. The level of decor was far more upscale than that found in smaller towns. It exuded style and taste, far beyond that of any makeshift arrangement. If I told you it was 800 a month, would you be even more surprised? He beamed with pride, gesturing for her to wash her hands. You should wash up. The food is ready. Let us eat first. We want to wait for my mom. While washing her hands, Lin Wan inquired, why not? Isn't Aunt Yin just finishing work now? Why not wait for her? He chuckled. She eats at the cafeteria every day and has put on weight. These dishes are quite oily. She probably won't enjoy them. Hurry and eat. When she returns, I'll whip up some light stir-fried and cold dishes for her. Oh, Lin Wan realized, understanding that the dishes she had ordered needed to be consumed while hot. Their taste would diminish if they cooled down. Sitting down, she picked up her chopsticks and immediately dug into a piece of sweet and sour pork. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Are you sure you didn't buy this from a restaurant and just present it as your own? Lin Wan exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. He laughed, pointing to the frying pan behind her. Go ahead, stick your hand in and see if it burns. Lin Wan rolled her eyes, retorting playfully, What are you, trying to serve me fried pig-s feet? He shook her head with a smile. No, I don't like fried pig-s feet. You are the pig-s feet. You're a big pig-s feet. Lin Wan teased, her banter reaching full force. Just as they were joking, the door clicked open. He quickly stood up. My mom is back. Lin Wan guessed as much and hurriedly wiped her mouth before heading to the door. As Su Yin entered, she paused in surprise. When did Wan arrive? Aunt Yin, I just got here, Lin Wan exclaimed, rushing to embrace her. Su Yin, taken aback, joked, Oh my, it's as if I've come to visit you at your home. He took the handbag from Su Yin. Quick, wash your hands. I'll go prepare the dishes. As Su Yin entered the washroom, she asked Lin Wan while washing her hands, What brings you here so suddenly? I didn't hear anything from your mom. Lin Wan pouted. I told He Yi. I sent my mom a text, and she ignored me. I don't even know if I still exist as her daughter. Su Yin, drying her hands, comforted her. Nonsense. Your mom cares about you the most. You should call her instead of texting. She's so busy. When does she have time to check messages? Her phone is with her secretary, and she rarely sees it. Lin Wan stuck out her tongue. I don't care. She didn't even ask when I was coming to the provincial city. It's infuriating. Su Yin chuckled. Your mom is incredibly busy. As a high-ranking official, she has to manage the livelihoods of millions in this provincial city. You must show some understanding, all right? Feeling a swell of grievances, Lin Wan finally found an outlet for her emotions, tears streaming down her face. I understand her, but who understands me? I feel like a discarded ball, unwanted and kicked away by everyone. Su Yin, realizing the depth of her distress, quickly took her hand and led her to the sofa. What's wrong? Who has bullied our top student? Tell Auntie, and she'll sort it out for you. Through her sobs, Lin Wan recounted her recent experiences. He, having prepared a light stir-fry of bok choy and tossing a cold dish of shredded tofu, overheard the conversation and joined in. It turned out that Lin Wan had been living with her grandparents since childhood. However, due to their declining health in recent years, she had moved in with her uncle's family. This change made Lin Wan feel like a burden. Because of Qin Wan Hua's family dynamics, the Lin family hesitated to treat her poorly, yet they were unwilling to support her without justification, leading to some unkind remarks. Having just completed her college entrance examinations, Lin Wan's uncle and aunt seized the opportunity to clear out her room while she was away, giving it to her cousin. Although the situation was not catastrophic, she was planning to move out soon. Being made to feel like she was being kicked out left her feeling unjustly treated, unable to voice her feelings. The helplessness of being abandoned by her parents with no one to lean on left the 18-year-old girl feeling lost. The pent-up grievances had finally erupted. Oh dear, look at how upset our Wan is. The Lin family could have waited a few more days. Couldn't they? They've endured for 10 years. What is a few more days? Why are they so inconsiderate? Su Yan consoled Lin Wan, gently reminding her to also acknowledge the good in others, not just their faults. What is done is done. Look ahead. While your mother isn't home, you can come here for meals. His sweet and sour pork is quite tasty. Isn't it? With utmost tenderness, Su Yan wiped away Lin Wan's tears, offering comfort to the young girl's heartache. It's quite delicious. I've only had 2 pieces, Lin Wan replied, sounding like a pitiful little kitten. Oh dear, don't cry over it. Come on, let us eat together. Just as they settled at the dining table, Lin Wan's phone rang. Su Yan, having just taken a bite of the stir-fried meat, chuckled. It seems your mother is trying to reach you. Chapter 85. Qin Wanhua had been overwhelmed with work lately. 2 nights ago, a dust explosion occurred at a dairy factory, affecting a considerable area. Thankfully, the casualties were minimal, and the situation was handled promptly to prevent a secondary disaster. For an entire day and night, she had been in the office, scarcely managing any sleep. Continuous scheduling meetings and interviews to gather information, alongside several visits to the accident site, had kept her on her toes. In the morning, she had also visited the families of the injured, barely stopping to catch her breath. On her way back to the office, she remembered to check her personal phone. There was little on it, save for a single message. This number was known to very few. The one her secretary held was for public contact, while this was reserved for family. Her daughter's message. Qin Wanhua felt a sudden rush of alarm. This is trouble. Once estranged from her daughter, the pain of their separation exacerbated when, despite her relentless efforts, she was unable to secure custody during the divorce. Her daughter wept inconsolably, heart-wrenched, and since then, they had not exchanged a single word. During this year's college entrance examination, she managed to carve out some time to return home, allowing the two to lie down and share some heartfelt words. She had promised to inform her daughter in advance of her arrival in the provincial capital, offering to arrange transportation to pick her up. Yet, a full day had passed before she discovered the message. This child, with such significant news, could have simply called. Qin Wanhua felt a wave of frustration. She could tackle monumental challenges, yet her daughter's issues eluded her grasp. Just as despair began to settle in, a new message chimed. I'm home. Come over if it's convenient. It was Su Yan's number. Qin Wanhua paused in surprise. Why was she there? Had she taken a bus? All right, An epiphany struck Qin Wanhua, and she promptly instructed the driver to turn around, heading straight for the address provided by Su Yan. Don't wait for me. I won't be going to the office this afternoon. Please pick me up here at 4:30 for an evening meeting. Xiaonan, coordinate with Secretary Lin on the details and let me know once it's finalized. After alighting from the vehicle, Qin Wanhua released a sigh of relief as she entered the building. The community boasted a pleasant environment. Though it was a bit warm outside, the shaded areas offered some respite. She allowed herself to unwind, having pushed her limits with sleepless nights over the past few days. As she strolled, she eventually located the building Su Yan had mentioned. At the entrance, a robust figure awaited her. Xiao Yi, Qin Wanhua greeted warmly as she approached. Ah, Aunt Qin, he responded, quickening his pace to greet her. You look unwell. I was just about to go to the community entrance to meet you. As she felt a wave of relief wash over her, Qin Wanhua stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. He rushed to steady her. What is wrong? Closing her eyes to gather her composure, Qin Wanhua shook her head. I skipped breakfast this morning. I think my blood sugar is low. Let us head upstairs. He promptly offered support, but it was evident that Qin Wanhua could barely walk, relying on him entirely. With a pale complexion, she softly instructed, carry me. He quickly adjusted his grip, supporting her left arm with his left hand while wrapping his right arm around her waist to prevent her from falling. They made their way to the entrance of the building and entered the elevator, where Qin Wanhua closed her eyes and leaned against He's shoulder. The subtle fragrance enveloped her, and he dared not let his thoughts wander. Although low blood sugar sounded trivial, it could be perilous if it worsened. She needed to reach safety without succumbing to the faintness. Upon exiting the elevator, they reached the door, but he couldn't free his hands to open it. So he kicked the door while calling out, Mom, open up. Aunt Wan has fainted. The door swung open, and Su Yan rushed out, helping to support Qin Wanhua as they entered the house and settled her onto the sofa. Lin Wan, initially sulking, was taken aback by the scene. Stop dawdling. Go get some water, he commanded, entering the kitchen to retrieve the sweet and sour pork. Su Yan was momentarily stunned. What are you doing with that at this hour? He smiled as he explained. Aunt Wan said she hadn't eaten breakfast and her blood sugar is low. This will help quickly. He then scooped some sauce and fed it to Qin Wanhua. Lin Wan filled a cup with hot water, but after several attempts, it had cooled down before she could bring it over. He mixed the sweet and sour pork sauce into the water and continued to feed it to Qin Wanhua. "That's enough," she murmured, leaning against Su Yin and opening her eyes to nod at He Yi before turning to her daughter, Lin Wan. "I'm sorry, dear. I've been so busy these past few days that I didn't check my phone." The reality was evident. Her mother had fainted from exhaustion. Lin Wan, understanding the gravity of the moment, quickly responded, "Don't worry about that now. Just drink a few more sips of sugar water." Qin Wanhua waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine now. Is there any food? I just need a few bites." Su Yin nudged her. "You really can't change that bad habit of yours. When you get busy, you forget to take care of yourself. How could eating a bit delay anything?" Qin Wanhua leaned back against the sofa, exhaling deeply. "It's not that I don't want to eat. I genuinely can't. My stomach is not cooperating. When I get anxious, I lose my appetite and don't feel hungry at all." He called to Lin Wan. "Let us help Aunt Wan to the dining table." "Oh, this looks sumptuous," he noted, observing the 6 dishes prepared by Su Yin. She handed Qin Wanhua chopsticks and a steaming bowl of rice, her expression stern. "You've hit the jackpot. Eat." She was genuinely upset. Qin Wanhua refrained from speaking, obediently accepting the bowl and chopsticks to begin her meal. Despite the summer heat, apart from the slightly cooled sweet and sour pork, the other dishes were still quite palatable. "Delicious. The chef here is quite skilled." Qin Wanhua offered her usual critique. Su Yin smiled proudly. "Isn't it? Master, he is quite talented." Qin Wanhua was taken aback. "Xiao Yi made this?" She quickly sampled another dish, praising it profusely. To achieve such flavor at home is no small feat. She turned to He Yi. "When did you acquire this culinary skill?" He Yi chuckled. "I've just observed my dad cooking at home and picked up a few things." Lin Wan pouted, unimpressed. He Yi retorted, "Don't make that face. Speak honestly. How were the dishes?" Lin Wan, unable to deny the truth, nodded. "They were good." "Is that sufficient?" He Yi protested. "What do you mean? Is that sufficient? If it's good, say it's good. If it's not, say it's not. What does 'is that sufficient' even mean?" The two young ones bantered playfully, while Su Yin and Qin Wanhua exchanged glances, sharing a smile, but refraining from intervening, each focused on their meal. "Are you going to work this afternoon?" "No. I'm going to take a nap. I have a meeting tonight." After consuming a bowl of rice and several dishes, Qin Wanhua felt uncomfortably full. "With your erratic eating habits, isn't your stomach in disarray? As a leader, why not have your secretary prepare some light meals for you?" "I don't usually eat like this. It's just that Xiao Yi's cooking is too delicious," Qin Wanhua praised, rising to grab a glass of water before heading towards the bedroom. "This room is now mine." She entered the master bedroom directly. Su Yin blushed. "Go wash up. You're all sweaty. You'll dirty my sheets." Chapter 86. Once the two sisters had retreated to their room to rest, he turned to Lin Wan. "So, how is it going? Why hasn't anyone taken you in yet?" Lin Wan shot a glare. "Don't bring that up." He chuckled and nodded. "Not bringing it up. Not bringing it up." Then he inquired, "Has Li Xiao Jia reached out to you lately?" Lin Wan shook her head. "No. We just exchanged a few words on QQ a few days ago. It seems something has happened at his home, and he is not in a good mood, but once he talk about it." After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "Let me tell you something, but don't share it with anyone. His parents are getting divorced. They have already signed the divorce agreement and the property division. More complications are likely to follow." Lin Wan was stunned. "What? Why are his parents divorcing now?" He shrugged. "I don't know. Their relationship must have been in shambles for a while. It's not uncommon to wait until after the college entrance exam to finalize the divorce." Lin Wan sighed. "I thought I was the only one unfortunate. Now I realize it's tough for everyone." He nodded. "What is the situation with your parents? You've never mentioned it before." Lin Wan rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that before, he was of no significance, so how could she confide in him? He understood implicitly, his face turning slightly red. Indeed, without Su Yin and her impressive score of 701, Lin Wan wouldn't have even glanced in his direction, let alone converse with him in this manner. As for the past, it was complicated. All she knew was that her parents had divorced. Her mother hadn't taken her father away. She had stayed with her father, who subsequently remarried. Her stepmother was unkind, and she was sent to live with her grandparents. Lin Wan is indeed an exemplary student, succinctly articulating her thoughts with clarity. "Well, the toughest times are behind us. Once you enter university, you can go wherever you please and reside with whomever you choose. If that doesn't work out, you can always purchase your own place." He encouraged Lin Wan. "That's exactly what I think. But first, I need to save money, otherwise I won't be able to afford a house," Lin Wan declared, shaking her tiny fist. "Oh, come now. In the future, money will be the least of your worries." He sighed. In her previous life, she was a top-tier celebrity while she herself was merely a streamer. The disparity between them was glaringly apparent. Others came with a built-in fan base, while she had to exert herself tirelessly to attract followers. The difference was stark. Previously oblivious, she now understood why Lin Wan's career in entertainment flourished so effortlessly. Having endured the coldness and disdain of her childhood, coupled with her parents' innate talents, it would indeed be strange if she did not achieve fame. What are you, a fortune teller? How do you know I won't lack for money in the future? Lin Wan teased, perplexed by He Yi's assertion. No worries, if you ever find yourself short, I'll lend you some. You will surely be able to afford a house. After washing the dishes, He wiped her hands and said, You should take a nap. Lin Wan blushed. I'll just sleep on the sofa for a bit. He shook her head. That's not how it works. Go to the bedroom and be obedient, all right? Lin Wan insisted, but ultimately succumbed to He Yi's insistence and made her way to the north bedroom. On a summer afternoon, while the outside world sweltered, the high apartment provided a refreshing breeze. He lay on the sofa, finding it too soft to support her back, so she spread a blanket on the floor, which proved much more comfortable. As she dozed off, she was faintly aware of hushed voices, unable to discern the words. He opened her eyes to find Aunt Yan's bedroom door unexpectedly closed. Why was the door shut on such a hot day? It had been left open before. Stealthily, he rose and crept to the door to listen. You only have one daughter. You should pay more attention. When the divorce happened, it wasn't your fault you couldn't keep him, but now the child is running to you. You can't just be aimless every day. It was Aunt Yan's voice. What nonsense? Is she running to me? ISNT, she going to her father? Lin Wan's voice countered. You see, the first person she sought out upon arriving in the provincial city was you. Just think about how helpless she must feel to seek out Xiao Yi. Yes, I understand, but I've been busy these past few days. The Tianming dairy powder explosion, you know how significant that is. I've been swamped. Even so, you must pay attention to the child. If anyone else said that to me, I would accept it, but you saying it doesn't sit right. Oh, are we revealing secrets now? All right then, let's discuss who is neglecting their family. Fine, at least I'm taking care of a child. What about you? You're just a single man, and you don't manage anything. How dare you? During those years before Pan Pan entered middle school, wasn't it the He family that raised her? You were on the front lines. And there was a time when you didn't see the child for 6 months. Have you forgotten? Oh, how come you remember better than I do? We're sisters. And don't mention the elder brother or the second brother. Qin Wan Hua sighed. For a woman wanting to build a career, it's incredibly difficult. Indeed, you've at least made it to the department. I can't even say if I'll reach the deputy bureau level in my lifetime. Why speak such disheartening words? I've already entered the department. Does that mean you can't even reach the deputy bureau level? Just be good, and I'll ensure you get into the department too. Who is being good? You or I? I. All right, I have to go to the bureau this afternoon. You should sleep a bit more. The kids will wake up soon. Hearing this, he hurriedly slipped away. I knew you two were up to something. He quickly lay down and pretended to be asleep, snoring softly. The sound of a door opening followed by another door closing reached her ears. Then someone went to the bathroom, and shortly after, someone left the house. Only then did He Yi breathe a sigh of relief. Aunt Yen had a knack for investigation. Her eyes were like spotlights, and if she let her guard down for even a moment, she would reveal telltale signs. Fortunately, it was a close call. Wait, why does it feel like I'm the one who did something wrong? He found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning for a long while. Feeling it was about time, she finally got up. The door to the north bedroom was ajar. The window was not open, or the draft would be unbearable. Lin Wan was already awake, lying there fiddling with her phone. He knocked lightly on the door, entered, and turned on the stock trading software. Lin Wan glanced at the screen, filled with red and green figures in surprise. You can trade stocks? He chuckled. You can too, can't you? Lin Wan rolled her eyes. I don't have to be a pig. I can eat pork. He was both surprised and amused to see this side of her. I don't know if it's pork, but you certainly have pig's trotters. Don't provoke me. I'm not in a good mood right now. Lin Wan leaned closer, starting to examine the numbers. Oh, where did you get so much money? He shrugged. It's borrowed. Teacher Yao's money is in there too. Upon hearing the mention of Yao Ailin, Lin Wan hesitated and asked, what exactly is your relationship with Teacher Yao? He had anticipated this inquiry. If they didn't clarify it now, Lin Wan would undoubtedly spill the beans to Pan Pan one day. Better to be proactive. Teacher Yao. She also had her share of misfortune. Chapter 87. What does it have to do with him? He recounted Yao Ailin's poignant love story with embellishments. Even without exaggeration, it was captivating, especially since Yao Ailin was Lin Wan's idol. Moreover, he was adept at weaving emotional narratives as a prominent streamer. Lin Wan wept. The way you put it makes it seem like you two should definitely be together. Why didn't you and Teacher Yao get together sooner? All her suffering this past year was for nothing. He quickly handed her a tissue. All right, just cry a little. If Aunt Wan sees you, she might think I've done something to you. Lin Wan took the tissue and shot him a glare. If you hadn't told me all this, I would have reported you to Sister Pan tonight. He was startled. You absolutely mustn't say that, sister. Sister Pan isn't ready yet. If you do, it would be disastrous for both of us. Linwan was equally shocked. What? No way. Is Sister Pan pregnant? He suddenly realized his words had been poorly chosen. No, that is not what I meant. I mean we would both be harmed. Linwan finally relaxed, all right? I won't say anything for now, but you can't keep hiding this from her. Sister Pan is such a good person. How can you deceive her without a pang of conscience? He hurriedly replied, I feel guilty, but I can only take it slow. Linwan pondered for a moment. How about I subtly bring it up with Sister Pan? Mention teacher Yao's situation. He hesitated. Is that really all right? I'm afraid you might slip up. Linwan laughed. I'll give it a try. After all, you can hide it from the first day of school, but you can't hide it forever. Unless you break up with teacher Yao. He quickly waved his hands. That's impossible. I want her. Linwan's face flushed, and she playfully kicked him. You're so shameless. He grinned. When love is true and enduring, does it matter if it's one man and one woman? Linwan kicked him again. You're utterly shameless. No one says that a pair of lovebirds or intertwined branches must be a duo. 3 is also possible. Haven't you mentioned polygamy before? Linwan fell silent, momentarily forgetting herself. He, with a cheeky grin, quipped, Remember, we made a bet. We said 3 wives, and we're still 1 short. Do you want to join in? Hey. Your laughter is so annoying. Linwan's face turned crimson as she raised her hand to cover He's face. Stepping back and sitting on the bed. You both are awake? Qin Wanhua appeared at the doorway, dressed in Su Yan's nightgown, which fit her well. Complemented by a pair of pink slippers, her complexion noticeably improved. I've been awake for a while, he replied nonchalantly. Linwan turned away, pretending to be angry. But in reality, she felt embarrassed. It's still early. I have over an hour left. Do you two have any plans? As Qin Wanhua conversed with He, her gaze was primarily fixated on her daughter. I'm fine, and so is Wanwan. He, aware of the circumstances, readily chimed in. Linwan picked up a cushion and tossed it at them, exclaiming, Wanwan, is also your doing. Sister Wan. He quickly backed down, turning to Qin Wanhua, Aunt Wanhua. Our sister Wan is perfectly all right. Ignoring the banter between the two, Qin Wanhua smiled and said, Let us go. On my way here, I noticed a nearby shopping mall. I'll buy you both some clothes. While she claimed it was for both of them, her true intention was to purchase something for her daughter. He understood, and so did Linwan. It was a well-known adage that one should not strike a smiling face, especially when it belonged to a mother and daughter. Having witnessed the challenges her mother faced, Linwan felt a pang of sympathy, and her earlier irritation dissipated. I'm agreeable, Linwan nodded, sealing the arrangement. Are you really going out in that outfit? He inquired, noticing Qin Wanhua had donned her suit dress once more. If there is something suitable, I'll buy it to change into. If not, this outfit is perfectly fine, Qin Wanhua said, pressing the elevator button with a calm and confident demeanor. Upon descending, he nudged Linwan, urging her to accompany Aunt Wanhua. Linwan awkwardly shook her head. He sighed softly, murmuring, the tree wishes to be still. Yet the wind does not cease. The child wishes to care for their parent, yet time waits for none. Taken aback, Linwan glanced at him, feeling a resonance in her heart. She nodded and stepped forward to link her arm with her mother's right arm. Qin Wanhua shivered slightly. He stepped forward as well, linking his arm with her left. Qin Wanhua laughed. Why are you joining in? He blinked playfully. This way it's balanced. Unfazed. Qin Wanhua chuckled. Sister Yin must be accustomed to this, being escorted by you and Pan Pan. He grinned broadly while Linwan's cheeks flushed. The relationship between Sister Pan and this little rascal was incomparable. How could she even draw parallels? Yet, she could not dispute it and had to endure. They chatted and laughed all the way to the shopping mall, starting with the women's clothing section. Everything is so expensive, Qin Wanhua exclaimed, taken aback by the price tags, with a short-sleeve shirt costing over 1,000. Linwan was equally stunned. He sighed. How long has it been since you two went shopping? Qin Wanhua tilted her head and thought, it's been years. The last time was when I was the deputy district chief, shopping with your mother. He turned to Linwan, what about you? Linwan shook her head. I've never gone shopping. I'm always studying. When would I have time? He raised an eyebrow. Indeed. It's a mystery where all those beautiful clothes and hats come from. Did they blow in from the sky? Linwan's face flushed. You better hush. He made a silly face. All right, Wanwan, try this on. Qin Wanhua handed her daughter a dress. Linwan glanced at the price tag. Forget it. This one costs 1,600. I could buy 15 or 16 outfits for that. Qin Wanhua sighed, a hint of sadness in her eyes. It's all right. Mom will buy it for you. Every girl deserves a decent outfit to wear out. You've graduated, and it's fine to dress a bit more attractively. Linwan looked at He, suddenly sensing something amiss. What does it matter to him whether I buy it or not? He nodded. I believe Aunt Wanhua is right. Lin Wan rolled her eyes, grasped the dress, and entered the fitting room. Once she left, the atmosphere between He Yi and Qin Wanhua grew somewhat tense. Aunt Wanhua, aren't you going to buy one? He Yi pointed out a simple blue long dress, fitted and slightly alluring. Me? Never mind. I want to have the opportunity to wear it. Qin Wanhua replied with a smile and a shake of her head. He Yi nodded, acknowledging that, given Aunt Wanhua's position, she rarely had the chance to wear such clothing. As for evening gowns, she surely had no shortage. While they conversed, Lin Wan emerged in a bright yellow dress adorned with white lace, showcasing the designer's original intent. Youthful, fashionable, vibrant, and colorful. Do you like it? Lin Wan asked, glancing at her mother, though her gaze also sought He Yi's opinion. Before Aunt Wanhua could respond, he exclaimed, "It's beautiful." This dress was designed to achieve just that effect. With his praise, Qin Wanhua found it difficult to counter. Yes, it's lovely. Look in the mirror and see if you like it. She knew her daughter was fond of this color and style. Lin Wan twirled before the mirror. Well, I do like it, but it's just too expensive. Qin Wanhua softly chuckled. If you like it, wear it. I'll go pay. He quickly interjected, Aunt Wanhua, I'll take care of it. Qin Wanhua was taken aback. Do you have money to spend? Well, of course. I made a bit from stocks today. It's enough. He noticed Qin Wanhua's hesitation. If this were not for her daughter, she likely wouldn't be so willing to spend. Over 1,000 for a dress was nearly half of Yen's monthly salary. Even if Qin Wanhua earned more, it likely wasn't by a significant margin. To claim that Aunt Wanhua had no gray income was hard to believe, but to say she could afford such an expensive dress was certainly a stretch. After all, she still had her ambitions and was cautious with her finances. Hence, he was somewhat putting on a brave front. Although his money might have dubious origins, it was clean and spent generously. Qin Wanhua laughed. You're trading stocks now? Does your mother know? If she finds out you spent over 1,000 on a dress for Wan, she'll be heartbroken. He chuckled. The only thing she would care about is that I spent over 1,000 on a dress for her. She wouldn't mind who else I spent on. Qin Wanhua nodded in agreement. You understand her quite well. He grinned cheekily. She'll definitely be heartbroken. Any expenditure will make her feel that way. She's become thrifty out of fear. With her card in hand, he approached the cashier. Upon returning, he found the two women had wandered to a different section, women's lingerie. He feigned ignorance and casually followed. Lin Wan noticed his approach and instantly blushed. Qin Wanhua felt a bit uneasy but didn't mind too much. Do you wear this size? She remarked, surprised to see her daughter pick up a set of branded lingerie, which was nearly her own size. Not too far off. A smaller size is too tight. And this one might be a bit loose, but it's very comfortable, Lin Wan replied. Qin Wanhua nodded, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. As a mother, she should know her daughter's measurements. Then we'll buy this. It's better to be a little loose than too tight. Otherwise, it could lead to problems. As she spoke, she picked up a black set. I like this color. He stole a glance, astonished by the size. Had he not noticed it before? Was it the clothing that didn't reveal? Almost matching Aunt Wanhua, Lin Wan selected a pink set. I think this one looks nice. The styles were slightly different, but the colors were worlds apart. He discreetly filed this information away in his mind. They were all women's lingerie, and he felt no embarrassment. It was the others who felt awkward. The sales assistant was equally uncomfortable, silently questioning the presence of such a bold young man who seemed to favor the sexier options. He casually pointed to a black lace panty among the clothes Lin Wan had shed. Wrap this one up for me. Qin Wanhua turned her head to glance back. Her face slightly flushed. Lin Wan didn't dare look back. She was well aware of what was available. It was indeed beautiful and undeniably sexy, a sight that made unmarried individuals avert their eyes. Did he actually buy one? For whom? Qin Wanhua, assuming, softly asked, is it for Pan Pan? Lin Wan scoffed, unable to articulate. That rascal already had 2 girlfriends. Who knew for whom he was buying? However, considering today's context, it was likely for Sister Pan. Thus, Lin Wan nodded. Qin Wanhua quietly inquired, are they already together? Otherwise, it would be impossible to purchase such alluring lingerie for a girlfriend. Lin Wan blushed and nodded. That seems to be the case, doesn't it? I noticed that their belongings are all in the same bedroom. Qin Wanhua sighed. Your Aunt Yin is indeed quite progressive. Lin Wan was left speechless. What could she do if she weren't progressive? Could she really prevent anything? Not to mention the future when they go to university. Even now, she was aware that many classmates had already ended their single lives. Aunt Yin, Sister Wan, have you both made your selections? If so, I shall proceed to settle the bill. He called out from a distance. Huh? Oh, we can pay for ourselves. No need for you to. Qin Wanhua replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Paying for a skirt was one thing, but for lingerie, especially for a mother and daughter, asking He to foot the bill seemed rather inappropriate. She wasn't short on funds, after all. Yet He insisted, you're being too formal. You've helped my mother so much. Allowing me to buy you a few pieces of clothing is nothing. Please, don't be modest. Just let me take care of it. The sales clerk promptly prepared the receipt, realizing that this attractive individual was unexpectedly generous. The prior unfavorable impression vanished entirely. Accompanying such two stunning beauties for a shopping spree was certainly not an ordinary affair. However, the older beauty seemed somewhat familiar. Just as he was about to inquire with his colleague, a commotion arose in the distance. Oh no, the chairman is coming. Quick, quick! The sales clerk with keen eyes hurriedly alerted her colleague. A group of people surrounded a middle-aged man in his 50s, his hair streaked with gray, as they approached, creating quite a commotion. Chairman, as per your request during the last group meeting, we have renovated this area. A middle-aged man beside him introduced with a humble demeanor and a beaming smile. The chairman nodded approvingly. Yes, very well done. You've done an excellent job here. His words abruptly halted as he caught sight of a figure at the lingerie counter. The manager, awaiting his guidance, was taken aback by his sudden silence. Unsure if something was amiss. Following his gaze, he only saw the women's lingerie section, with nothing appearing out of the ordinary. Stay here and don't move. The chairman strode purposefully into the lingerie section. Chin Wanhua had already noticed him and smiled while shaking her head. Mr. Liu, what a coincidence. Chairman Liu, visibly excited, exclaimed, Ah, Ms. Chin, your presence at our mall truly elevates our status. May I invite you upstairs for a cup of tea? Chin Wanhua politely waved her hand. No trouble at all. I'm just taking the children for a stroll before heading out to a meeting this evening. Chairman Liu's eyes darted. Well, that's fine. Please feel free to browse, and anything you like, let the sales staff wrap it up. I will arrange for someone to accompany you. Chin Wanhua sighed. Well, I'll just browse casually. If you insist on this, I must take my leave. Chairman Liu, resigned, replied, All right, then feel free to look around. I shall not disturb you. He exited the women's clothing section and summoned the mall manager, arranged for someone to follow them. Whatever they show interest in, wrap it all up swiftly. Don't wait until they leave to finish the task, understood? The manager nodded repeatedly, well versed in such matters. However, upon turning back, he noticed that the two ladies had already begun to make their way out. Chairman, it seems they are leaving. At the mall entrance, Chin Wanhua waved a distant farewell to Chairman Liu and turned to her companions with a wry smile. See, even a simple shopping trip becomes extravagant. Chapter 89. If you dare, step out onto the bustling street, where cars flow like a river and the heat envelopes you. At the entrance of the mall, the three discussed their next arrangements. With plans disrupted and time still on their side, Chin Wanhua checked her watch. I'll be leaving first. You two can continue wandering. Don't let my presence dampen your spirits. Lin Wan pouted. What is the point of wandering with him? I want to go home. It's too hot outside. He agreed. Yes, staying at home is preferable. It's cooler, and I still need to prepare dinner. Chin Wanhua chuckled. All right then, we be walking back. Or would you like a ride in my car? Lin Wan shook her head. Who knows how long your car will take to arrive? We'll just walk back. Can't you just take a taxi? He rolled her eyes. Chin Wanhua laughed and shook her head. You two go ahead. I'll have a driver pick me up. I want to accompany you back. As she spoke, she took out her phone and made a call. Yes. I'm at the entrance of Spring Mall. Just a moment. Yes, that's right. Noticing her companions hadn't left, she added, What are you waiting for? Go on. He shook her head. We'll stand with you for a while. We'll leave once you're in your car. Chin Wanhua paused, smiling as she nodded. All right. Let us stand for a bit. The three stood by the roadside as Chin Wanhua asked Lin Wan, Are you staying at home tonight? Or at your Aunt Yan's? Lin Wan was taken aback by her mother-esque question. Of course I'm going home. What would it mean to stay at Aunt Yan's? Chin Wanhua also seemed surprised. If you wish to stay, then stay. What is wrong with that? If it weren't for the small house, I'd consider moving in myself. Lin Wan replied, puzzled. No, you really don't see yourself as an outsider, do you? Chin Wanhua laughed, offering no further explanation as she shook her head. He, watching, internally scoffed at Lin Wan. You are the outsider. We're both outsiders. Those two sisters are as close as can be. Before they could exchange further words, an Audi A6 smoothly pulled up beside them. A young, stylish woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out, exuding an air of sharp competence. Xiaonan, this is my daughter Lin Wan, and this is her classmate He. Chin Wanhua introduced. Hello, Wan Wan. Hello, He. Chi Zionan greeted warmly as she opened the car door. It was not the time for pleasantries. Chin Wanhua nodded to her daughter. Your aunt has the keys. Let Xiaoyi take you home tonight. I might not return. If you're worried, let Xiaoyi keep you company. With that, she got into the car. Chi Zionan exchanged a few words with Lin Wan before hurrying into the vehicle. Watching the Audi drive away, Lin Wan stomped her foot in frustration. What a mess. He, unable to explain, could only advise. I think you should just stay at our place. Otherwise, you'll be alone at home with no food. Lin Wan longed for it, but felt embarrassed. I have a home too. How can I just stay there? I can't sleep on the floor every day. He, seemingly reading her thoughts, smiled. You can share a room with Pangaea. You both can sleep in the north room while I take the floor. Lin Wan was taken aback. But you too. Her sentence trailed off as she blushed. The implication was clear. Sharing a bed with Pangaea would make things awkward for them. He grinned shamelessly. It's fine. I'll sneak in quietly. No need for alarm. If you can't help yourself, just join in. I'm not against it. Lin Wan's face turned crimson. You're taking advantage of me. He laughed heartily. How am I taking advantage? You're just unreasonable. Lin Wan stomped her foot in frustration. You are taking advantage of me. You are. With that, she attempted to kick Yi, who promptly ran away. The two laughed and bantered as they strolled towards home. Gupan, are you going to the social event tonight? A tall, handsome boy blocked her path. Oh no. My brother is here. We're having dinner at home, Gupan replied, combining the straps of her backpack and shaking her head with a calm smile as she tried to pass. Come on, it'll be fun. There'll be many from our department, the boy persisted. Gupan raised her head, her eyes growing cold as she fixed her gaze on his outstretched hand. Sharp as a scalpel, the boy flinched and quickly withdrew his hand. Gupan then quickened her pace. As her classmates waited for her to distance herself, one remarked disdainfully, Why are you so timid? She just glares at you, and you back down? The boy sighed. If you're so brave, why don't you try? His classmate immediately waved him off. I can't withstand a knee strike from her. I still want to have kids someday. Then that's settled. She's slender. Yet when it comes to fighting, she's unafraid to strike with lethal force. At the beginning of freshman year, she incapacitated a senior brother, and he isn't fully recovered yet. Their voices were unabashed, and though Gupan had walked some distance away, she could still hear them clearly. Serve him right. He thinks he can harass girls just because his family has some wealth, and he's somewhat handsome. If he hadn't gotten hurt, he'd be incredibly lucky. Recalling those troublesome events from her freshman year, Gupan furrowed her brow and continued walking toward the school gate. Gupan, aren't you going back to the dorm? Her roommate called out from a distance. Gupan turned her head slightly, shaking it, then turned back and kept walking forward. She disliked complicated interpersonal relationships, not out of aversion, but because she simply did not know how to navigate them. Regardless of gender, she found them troublesome. Only when she was with her family did she feel truly at ease. Her ideal scenario was to marry Yi and live together with his parents and her own mother. That was why she chose to study medicine. No need to handle intricate social affairs. Just rely on skill to earn a livelihood, and no one would be hindered. Thinking of her annoying younger brother, Gupan's heart warmed with anticipation. She wondered what delicious food she would prepare for herself tonight. Swinging her long legs, she strode briskly toward the place she called home. Indeed, wherever her brother and mother were, that was home, no matter the location. It took 8 minutes to walk from the classroom to the school gate, and another 6 minutes from the gate to the building below her home. The evening sunlight filtered through the gaps between tall buildings, casting a warm glow on her face. Gupan blinked to adjust to the dazzling light. Her body felt warm and cozy, like being embraced by her brother's arms. Her cheeks flushed. These days, she often found herself recalling that sensation. It was enchanting. She hadn't understood it before, but now she realized this was the feeling of being in love. She first became aware of her affection for Xiao Yi in the 4th year of middle school. A handsome classmate had written her a letter, asking to date her. At the time, she was flustered and frightened, unsure whom to confide in. She didn't even know if she truly liked that boy, finding the whole situation surprising and peculiar. Then, by comparison, she realized that in every aspect, appearance, personality, abilities, he didn't measure up to her little brother. Throughout high school, freshman, sophomore, junior years, any boy who tried to approach her was inevitably compared to Xiao Yi. None ever surpassed his place in her heart. Though he was infuriating and irritating, he was still better than all the others. Gupan herself didn't quite understand what was happening, so on the night after the college entrance exam, she resolved to ask her mother. Her mother's words stayed with her to this day. You only have eyes for him. There's no logic to argue with. You find all his flaws acceptable, and you adore his virtues even more. Silly child, that's love. Chapter 90. Join us when Gupan entered. He was busy reducing the sauce. Lin Wan stood at the kitchen doorway, engaged in a lively exchange with him. Seeing Lin Wan, Gupan froze momentarily. Wan. Ah, Pangaea, you're back. Lin Wan jumped up, embracing Gupan joyfully. When did you arrive? Gupan was pleasantly surprised, but her gaze held a note of inquiry. I got here this morning and had lunch at home. Lin Wan's keen intuition sensed more. Knowing that Gupan had come to the provincial city, sent a message to her mother who ignored her, and having nowhere else to go, had come here. He emerged holding a spatula. Wani came over for lunch. She has been swamped these past 2 days and practically collapsed from exhaustion. Gupan sniffed appreciatively. Fish stew? He smiled. How about it? Craving it? Gu Pan smiled sweetly. How did you know I was craving it? Lin Wan pouted beside them. I wanted ribs, but no one made any for me. You said last night you wanted fish. He hurriedly explained, I promised to make ribs tomorrow. Today there wasn't enough time. And good ribs are hard to find at this hour. Gu Pan quickly added, then ribs tomorrow. Don't pout. A face as lovely as your shun tea be all scrunched up. Lin Wan coquettishly shook her hand at her. Sister, you're bullying me too. Gu Pan couldn't help laughing. All right, no bullying. Today fish, tomorrow ribs. After washing her hands and changing clothes, Gu Pan asked her brother, will Mom be home for dinner? He shrugged. No, she is working overtime. Gu Pan smiled. That is just her usual work rhythm. You'll have to get used to it. The three of them sat down, and Gu Pan cheerfully asked Lin Wan, are you staying here tonight? Lin Wan blushed. Isn't that inconvenient? Gu Pan immediately understood and blushed as well. What is there to be inconvenient about? We'll share the bed, and you can make do on the floor. He slapped his thigh, startling the two girls. See, I told you I'd sleep on the floor. Lin Wan nodded with a smile. I don't want to leave. I'd be alone at home since Mom is not there, and I can't cook. Gu Pan laughed. Then stay. Leave after school starts. She was generous, and he didn't mind at all. Opportunities were plentiful. Who said chances only came after going to bed? Eat up. Make yourselves at home. The three of them enjoyed 4 dishes, eating heartily. After dinner, Lin Wan offered to help wash the dishes. Gu Pan laughed. No, we're not touching that. Let him do it. He gladly accepted the task. I'll do it, all me. He said with a double entendre that Lin Wan missed, but Gu Pan caught, shooting her brother a sharp glare before pulling Lin Wan away to watch TV. He was utterly charming. If every day could be like this, it would be heavenly. What kind of divine existence was this? She'd gladly be a cook forever if every day were like this. Sis, what is for breakfast tomorrow? Noodles? He appeared at the kitchen door, apron tied, looking every bit the domestic man. Sound good. Let Wan taste your cooking too. Gu Pan smiled and nodded. Xiao Yi's hand-rolled noodles are delicious, both chewy and fine. And the sauce is wonderful. Lin Wan nodded eagerly. Sis, don't say any more or I'll start drooling. Gu Pan laughed. Bend over. You like noodles too? Lin Wan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I could eat them every day and never get enough. Oil-splashed noodles, noodles with sauce, hot soup noodles. Noodles tossed with soy sauce. I love them all. Gu Pan laughed. You've even had soy sauce noodles? I eat those all the time. When Xiao Yi couldn't cook, it was just the two of us at home, and I make do for him. Once the two girls collapsed in a laughter on the sofa, while Yi in the kitchen shook his head. Over the years, Pan Jia had never had a confidant. Countless people came and went, but true friends were few. This was partly due to her personality and also her upbringing. During her most vulnerable years, she had been a guest under someone else's roof. When she grew up, and her Aunt Yin finally took her in to care for her, Aunt Yin was busy with work, which made Pan Jia even more independent and reluctant to engage with strangers. Being favored by Pan Jia was truly a privilege born of growing up together. Before her rebirth, she hadn't understood. Now she vowed never to miss it again. He finished washing the dishes, began kneading dough, then took out minced meat for the meat sauce to be used tomorrow, placing it in the refrigerator. After tidying up, he brought a pot of steeped flower tea to the living room. Gentlewomen, would you care for some flower tea? The two sisters whispered conspiratorially, clearly gossiping about him. But he paid no mind and poured each a cup. I bought this at the supermarket this afternoon, sis. You gotta try it. Lin Wan gushed, her face full of flattery and adulation. He watched silently, inwardly sighing. Before rebirth, he hadn't noticed. After, he realized Lin Wan was a scheming beauty. Knowing her background now, he understood her hardships and struggles. The gorgeous school belle had this humble and helpless side too. He imagined that in front of her grandparents, uncles, and aunts, she behaved with the same cautiousness and ingratiation. Wan Jia, there is no need for such formalities. Here, you are neither a guest nor merely lodging. This is your home. Feel free to do as you wish, and if you prefer inaction, then so be it. There is no obligation to please anyone. He hesitated briefly, caught between confiding in Pan Jia or speaking frankly, ultimately opting for the latter. Trusting in Pan Jia's kindness, he believed she would respond appropriately to his words. As anticipated, Gu Pan was taken aback, inquiring, what do you mean by lodging and pleasing? Xiao Yi, what are you talking about? Lin Wan shot Yi a glare, her expression a mixture of annoyance, embarrassment, and, more prominently, helplessness. He summarized the situation at Wan Jia's home, sharing what he had learned today with Pan Jia. Gu Pan listened, increasingly astonished. She had thought her own life was burdensome, only to discover that this enchanting girl, akin to a celestial being from a painting, faced even graver hardships. How could they be so cruel? Gu Pan felt a pang of compassion and immediately embraced Lin Wan. He shrugged, remarking, what is so difficult to comprehend? To them, apart from her beauty and academic prowess, what exceptional qualities does one Jie possess? Lin Wan, overwhelmed with emotion, felt a surge of frustration and protested. Aside from being beautiful and studious, she faltered, unable to continue. It seemed she had no remarkable qualities left to mention. Obedient, understanding, well-behaved, not extravagant. While she could claim all of these, none seemed particularly outstanding. He spread his hands, so do you understand? It's time to let go of these burdensome thoughts. To our parents, our strengths may appear as advantages, but to relatives, they can become burdens and sources of pressure. Lin Wan, half comprehending, recalled how her grandparents would use her academic achievements to motivate her cousins, noting the particularly vivid expressions on her uncle and aunt's faces during those times. She nodded. So you, in Pan, Jia, wouldn't resent me for delaying your good fortune by being here? Gu Pan blushed, but he waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, Wan Yi and our mothers are like sisters. We are practically siblings ourselves. How could we possibly resent you? Pan Jia and I have grown up together, accustomed to this way of interacting, so please feel free to stay. He stood up, arms wide open. Welcome to our family. In a double entendre, Lin Wan, wise beyond her years, understood immediately, her cheeks flushing. Gu Pan also grasped the implication and rolled her eyes at her troublesome brother. Ignore him. He is acting ridiculous. Just stay as long as you like. It's only a minor inconvenience for you to share a room with me. Lin Wan quickly wiped her tears. I don't mind. It's me who feels like I'm intruding. Gu Pan, filled with concern, reassured her, enough with the tears. They're not worth much. Let us make the best of it, just as our mothers do, and leave the past behind. Okay, dear? Lin Wan nodded continuously, stealing a glance at He, who had his arms still raised. She shot him a fierce glare, causing He to feel slightly embarrassed and lower his arms. The sound of the door opening provided him with a timely reprieve. Mom, you're back. He exaggeratedly rushed to the door, enveloping his Aunt Yin in a hug. Su Yin pushed him away with a look of disdain. It's sweltering outside. Don't cling to me. Spotting Lin Wan on the sofa, she smiled and asked, Is Wan Wan staying the night? It was not too late to return, but it would be inconvenient. Lin Wan was unsure how to respond. So Gu Pan squeezed her hand and answered for her. We were just discussing this. I didn't let her go back. Otherwise, she'd be alone without food. Su Yin sighed. That's true. Your aunt has been so busy today that she hasn't had the time to care for Wan Wan. After washing her hands and changing clothes, she continued, How will you two sleep tonight? Perhaps you, Pan Pan, should sleep with me and let Wan Wan take the northern room. Lin Wan quickly shook her head, and Gu Pan laughed. The more you say that, the more she'll feel constrained. No need for that. We'll sleep in the northern room, perfect for whispering secrets. Su Yin nodded with a smile and settled onto the sofa, picking up the remote control. He sidled up to her, linking his arm through hers, and cheerfully asked, Mom, have you eaten? Should I heat up some leftovers for you? Su Yin waved her hand. No. If I eat any more, I'll turn into a ball. Don't tempt me. He chuckled, falling silent. Keep your distance. It's so hot today. What are you being so clingy for? Su Yin feigned disgust, though her eyes sparkled with affection. I haven't seen you all afternoon. I missed you. He teased, refusing to let go. Gu Pan and Lin Wan exchanged amused glances, both wearing expressions of mock disgust. After watching television for a while, Lin Wan got up to use the restroom, while he retreated to his room to fiddle with his computer. It was then that Su Yin inched closer to her daughter, observing Gu Pan engrossed in her thoughts. She leaned in and whispered, Aren't you afraid of letting a wolf into the house and inviting trouble? Gu Pan paused, her watermelon slice halted midair before laughing. Mom, you really know a lot of idioms. Su Yin rolled her eyes. I'm being serious. Xiao Yi has been pursuing Wan Wan, hasn't he? Now that you two are together, if he still has lingering feelings. The rest of her warning hung unspoken in the air. As a mother, she felt it was her duty to address such matters. If her son were to date another girl, she might remain silent, but now that it was her daughter involved, she had to intervene. A love that begins and ends abruptly was unacceptable, especially given her own relationship with Qin Wanhua. A love triangle would certainly lead to complications. Gu Pan shook her head. I don't know what the future holds, but right now, I just want Wan Wan to be cherished and loved. Her tone was wistful, and Su Yin recognized that her daughter was reflecting on her own experiences. In her youth, Gu Pan had also felt like a guest in He's home, despite He's parents treating her as their own, perhaps even more indulgently than their biological daughter. This was why she held such affection for He, and her families had grown so close. Yet without parental support, the feeling of being an outsider remained similar. As a mother, she believed there were words that needed to be spoken, and Gu Pan would understand. Hearing the door lock click, Su Yin left a parting remark before retreating to her bedroom. Gu Pan approached the northern room, standing behind He as he manipulated his mouse, and quietly asked, Have you told Mom that you like Wan? He was taken aback, no why? Gupan was puzzled. Then how does she know? He chuckled. Mom has a background in criminal investigation. What could possibly escape her notice? Perhaps she sensed something was off from the very first meeting. Just by the way Lin Wan looked at me. Gupan nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Our demeanor back then certainly left traces. The siblings had spent years outsmarting their mother, honing their skills in evasion, but they were no match for Su Yin, the seasoned investigator. Every time their flaws were revealed and discovered, the consequences were catastrophic. If you can find my secret notes and love letters, don't you think Mom can as well? She yes, just pretending to be clueless, he stated matter-of-factly. Gupan nodded emphatically. You're absolutely right. Only then did he inquire, so what did Mom say? Gupan bent down, resting her chin on his shoulder, and whispered, Mom said I'm letting a wolf into the house, inviting trouble. What do you think? He couldn't help but laugh. You know quite a few idioms. He turned to her, swiftly planting a kiss on her cheek, and responded to her probing question. Didn't we make a bet that if I became the top student in the province, you'd be my girlfriend? Gupan, momentarily taken aback by the kiss, froze at his words. Wait, are you serious? He was equally surprised. What? You didn't think I was serious when you agreed? Gupan's expression fell. Of course I was, and serious. I thought you wouldn't be able to achieve the top spot. That's why I agreed. Besides, what era are we in? This isn't the time for polygamy. He, with a look of exasperation, remarked, your untrustworthy demeanor. Who does it remind me of? Gupan inquired earnestly. So you still have feelings for her, don't you? He shrugged and pouted. It's hard to say. You know that I've liked her for at least 2 years. If I had to choose one, I would undoubtedly opt to spend my life with you. However, if I could select more than one, she would certainly be among my choices. He spoke insincerely. If he were allowed to choose more than one, it would unequivocally be Yao Ailin. Selecting 2 would not even involve Lin Wan, and choosing 3 would only then include Lin Wan. Yet, he felt compelled to express this. As it was part of his plan, this conversation was bound to occur eventually. Once Aunt Yin discovered his past pursuit of Lin Wan, Gupan would inevitably respond in such a manner. Convincing Gupan to accept the big treasure would be far too challenging. It was better to first have her accept Lin Wan, which would be significantly easier. Once Gupan accepted Lin Wan, embracing the big treasure would become a simpler task. However, while this was merely a hypothetical scenario, he never anticipated it would unfold so smoothly. Who would have known that Lin Wan harbored such a sorrowful existence? Neglected by both father and mother, and beneath her glamorous exterior lay such a misfortunate life? The responsibility of rescuing Lin Wan would rest upon him. Chapter 92. Its love for him, he spoke lightly, and Gupan playfully pinched the flesh at his waist. You certainly have some audacity. Daring to covet both sides? Gupan's fingertips pressed down firmly, her grip precise even through the thin fabric. He maintained an expressionless face, numbly manipulating the mouse as he addressed Gupan. No, it was you who asked me, and I answered, I love only you. Unless you consent, I shall never love another. Gupan felt she might have misinterpreted. Why would I agree to you loving someone else? He sensed her withdrawal, finally exhaling in relief. I don't know. How could I possibly know? Gupan appeared somewhat bewildered. Wait you. Sister, I'm tired. Lin Wan, with a delicate pout, approached the door of the northern bedroom, her bright face showing signs of fatigue. She had taken an early bus and spent the afternoon shopping. Although she had rested a bit at noon, it was clearly insufficient to alleviate her weariness. It was nearing 10 o'clock. Anyone not tired would be quite unusual. Gupan quickly rose. Then hurry and sleep. I have an early class tomorrow as well. With that, she gave Yi a nudge. Quickly turn off the computer and go to bed. He let out a soft causing both girls to blush furiously. Then shut down the computer and went out to sit on the sofa to watch television. Gupan made the bed and asked Lin Wan, which side do you want to sleep on? Lin Wan responded eagerly, I'm fine with either side. You decide, sister. Gupan smiled. All right, I'll take the outside then. Otherwise, the draft might disturb you. Lin Wan, adorably pouting, replied, Sister, you're so kind. It's the first time someone has cared for me like this. Though her words were somewhat insincere, they were not entirely unfounded. Gupan took them lightly, cracked a window slightly, drew the curtains, and lay down first. Only then did Lin Wan lie down, turning to face Gupan. The living room was illuminated by the television, casting a soft glow into the dim room, allowing them to see each other's expressions. Gupan felt a twinge of awkwardness, having not anticipated being so close to the charming young woman, and instinctively brushed her disheveled hair. Sister, you're truly wonderful. No wonder he likes you so much. Lin Wan's words were sincere. Throughout her life, among those she had known, only Gupan had treated her well without regard for her beauty or family background. That kindness stemmed from an innate goodness, a natural inclination to be benevolent. Gupan gently shook her head. He doesn't really like me that much, does he? Then she sighed. He has always liked you. I thought. Linwan felt a bit awkward, having forgotten that detail. He doesn't really like me. I think he is just fluctuating in his studies. Restless in his thoughts, looking for an outlet for his emotions. This was the truth, but not the entire truth. Linwan was quite confident in her looks, figure, and academic achievements. Being the school beauty was no small feat. There were many infatuated admirers, and she did not lack for attention, including He Yi's admiration. Who would have guessed that one of the previously inconspicuous admirers would suddenly leap forward to become a top student in the province and the godson of her mother's close friend? She had never dreamed that their relationship would evolve into what it had. Initially, she had thought they would part ways after graduating high school. Likely Zygia and her group, yet here they were, living under the same roof. Such opportunities would likely arise frequently in the future. How they would interact was indeed a question. Thus, Linwan took the initiative to broach the topic. Gu Pan remained non-committal, simply asking, "So, do you like him?" Linwan was momentarily taken aback. "Sister, you're not adhering to the norm here. How can one respond so directly? Why would I like him? What is there about him?" She realized she had spoken too freely. Lying beside her was his girlfriend. To speak ill of He Yi was tantamount to courting disaster. She quickly changed her words. "He has many virtues, good at studying, fit, and handsome." Wait, that doesn't sound right. What did she mean? To express liking for He Yi in front of his girlfriend? He Yi indeed had many admirable qualities, and Linwan harbored a certain fondness for him, which she was acutely aware of. Even when he had not scored as highly previously, she still regarded him with an appreciative eye. This young man possessed exceptional intelligence, coupled with a simplicity and honesty that many of the boys around her, including Li Zygia, lacked. He did not cling excessively nor behaved inappropriately. Even when ostracized by other admirers, he did not easily give up, excelling both academically and in life. However, the initial mild affection she felt for him had been magnified due to his impressive examination results and the closeness of their families, especially when he had embraced her in her moment of despair, which greatly enhanced her fondness for him. Yet they were already together. What was she doing praising He Yi? Linwan felt exasperated with herself and could only remain silent, eventually murmuring, "Sister, should I say he is good or not?" Gu Pan burst into laughter at her predicament. "Of course, he has both good and bad, but I just love him." With that, she began to enumerate He Yi's numerous misdeeds from childhood. Lazy, neglectful of personal hygiene, and always with a runny nose. Linwan laughed heartily. "Really? I would never have guessed he was that kind of person." Gu Pan chuckled and sighed. "Perhaps he has just grown accustomed to it. I don't mind, especially since he has changed so much lately. It's like he has become a different person." Linwan nodded in agreement. "Yes, but I always thought it was because I didn't know him well before." Gu Pan gently shook her head, lowering her voice. "My mother said he has matured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed so drastically." Linwan playfully hooked her arm around Gu Pan's shoulder. "Then, sister, you're quite fortunate. He can cook and studies well. You two will surely be very happy together." Gu Pan smiled brightly. "Since you like him so much, why not let him go to you?" Linwan, fully aware of her implication, shook her head with a smile. "Sister, don't test me. I can't withstand your trials." Gu Pan sighed. "I really don't know what to do. Earlier, when I mentioned your high school experiences, he brought up that bet." Linwan froze, her face flushing. "What bet?" Gu Pan shot her a knowing glance. "What are you pretending not to know?" Linwan felt somewhat embarrassed. "I've already cleared things up with him. The bet is null and void. I owe him a favor. Why bring up old scores?" Gu Pan, exasperated, replied, "I don't care how you feel about it. I'm worried about him. If he still likes you." Linwan quickly interjected. "He absolutely does not like me." Gu Pan regarded her with a knowing smile, but Xiao Yi said that if I agree, he would choose you as a second woman. Linwan froze again, immediately recalling Yao Ailin, and then thought of Yao Ailin's painful life. She hesitated for a moment before gently posing the question. "Sister, if there were a woman with a particularly pitiable background who also loved He Yi, and He Yi reciprocated her feelings, would you be able to accept a situation where the three of us are together?" Chapter 93. A fortuitous misunderstanding. The television in the living room was turned off, and silence enveloped the room. Gu Pan was taken aback. She could never have imagined Linwan would pose such a question. What did it mean? Was this a coup? An intrusion by a mistress? Countless words raced through her mind, and after a moment of inner turmoil, Gu Pan finally asked, "Are you suggesting that the three of us be together? That Xiao Yi is involved with both of us?" Linwan was momentarily stunned, realizing she had made a grave mistake. In her preoccupation with teacher Yao, she had forgotten that she was also a suspect. Now, Gu Pan had completely misunderstood. Yet she had promised Yi not to mention teacher Yao. I said if Linwan cursed her own foolishness. What kind of situation was this? Gu Pan hesitated. Isn't that illegal? Lin Wan pondered for a moment before replying. It shouldn't be illegal, as long as we aren't married to him simultaneously. She wasn't entirely sure, but it seemed plausible. Gu Pan's thoughts were in disarray. She could only extract one thread of reasoning. If it were you, would you accept me? Lin Wan paused, reflecting carefully before responding honestly. I would feel quite uncomfortable, but if it were you, I could accept it. Teacher Yao could also accept it. After all, she is my idol in my dreams. Sister Pan is so gentle and kind. She would surely be able to accept it. Gu Pan wrestled with her feelings. I've never considered sharing Xiao Yi with anyone, but I also never thought I truly needed to possess him entirely. Lin Wan nodded in understanding. Sister, I get it. You've never contemplated this possibility. It's not a matter of yes or no, but rather that the thought never crossed your mind. Gu Pan gently patted her shoulder. Exactly. That's exactly what I mean. The gesture was somewhat forceful and echoed in the stillness of the night, sounding a bit jarring. Gu Pan quickly pulled the blanket over them and embraced Lin Wan, whispering, I couldn't help myself. I hope I didn't hurt you. Lin Wan rubbed her shoulder. Sister, why is your grip so strong? Even if you hate me, you can't murder me in the blankets. Gu Pan laughed heartily. How could I dare? The police are next door. Lin Wan chuckled. Aunt Yin could take revenge for me. I have confidence. They both laughed for quite a while until they heard soft snores from the outer room, prompting them to continue their conversation. Already intertwined, they felt comfortable drawing even closer. Gu Pan held the petite beauty in her arms and softly said, I've truly never considered this possibility before. Now that I think about it, if you're willing, the three of us together might not be a bad idea. Lin Wan was at a loss for words. She had only intended to pave the way for teacher Yao and inadvertently found herself involved. Is that so? I think so too. What else can I say? I can only say it like this. How could she, fully aware of He Yi's duplicity, still earnestly advise Sister Pan to remain steadfast and loyal for the long haul? If it were anyone else, Lin Wan would certainly have spoken the truth. But this was teacher Yao, so exceptional, yet so unfortunate. How could she bring herself to act against her? Thus, she had to grit her teeth and continue to support teacher Yao. Sister, this is something that most people cannot achieve. How did you manage it? Lin once speculated that Gu Pan might be speaking insincerely, but she understood that she needed to let Sister Pan deceive herself first before she could accept it completely. However, Gu Pan's response took her by surprise. It's not about whether I can do it or not. If it were you, I could just about accept it. Gu Pan reached out to smooth Lin Wan's soft hair. You love him, and he loves you. You've suffered so much and endured so many grievances. If I were to forcibly tear you two apart, I would feel immense guilt. Gu Pan sighed deeply and said earnestly, I know that loving someone should be selfish and loyal. I should let him go to you, but I truly cannot. Lin Wan felt a wave of compassion surge. She tightly embraced this sister she had known for less than a month. Sister, you're so foolish. I currently despise Xiao Yi. How could he hurt you like this? I want to kill him. Gu Pan was startled and pushed her away, saying, whoever hates him has no right to do so. It's true he is straddling two boats, but you are on the other one. Lin Wan was momentarily stunned, realizing she had exposed herself in her emotional outburst. Anyone could sympathize with Gu Pan's hatred for He Yi, but she alone could not. After having done nothing, she had unwittingly brought back the blame. She quickly scrambled to clarify. Sister, at this moment, I am your sister, not your sister-in-law or your rival. I am on your side. Only then did Gu Pan smile. What a silly girl. You startle me. I thought he had other women. Lin Wan also jumped in surprise and quickly replied. He wouldn't dare. Aren't we sisters enough? If he has any bad intentions, I will make him pay. Gu Pan hastily said, all right, when we talk about this. It sounds like a deep-seated vendetta. I cannot bear to let you kill him. Lin Wan chuckled. Sister, you astonish me. How can you accept this so easily? Gu Pan sighed. I don't know. I thought I should care about this matter, yet I found it so easy to accept. She pondered for a moment before continuing. Perhaps it is because we grew up together, and, in my heart, he feels more like a brother than a boyfriend. Plus, you are indeed very pitiable. And I felt a pang of compassion, which is why. Lin Wan nodded in agreement, acknowledging this point. Sister Pan was truly too kind-hearted. In contrast, she felt that aside from being good at studying and being pretty, she had nothing else to offer. Sister Pan had no flaws aside from being somewhat dull on the surface, but warm inside. Only a fool would choose herself over Sister Pan. Thus, He's fickleness or turning away became reasonable. However, now she had placed herself in the position teacher Yao should occupy, and she was utterly at a loss for what to do next. Have you two not yet gotten together? Gu Pan hesitated for a long while before asking this pressing question. Lin Wan quickly waved her hands. Sister, rest assured. I absolutely will not have any contact with him without your permission. Gu Pan nodded. So what happens next? Now that I have consented, what do you plan to do? Lin Wan felt a headache coming on. Sister, please don't rush me. I truly don't know what to do. Nothing has even begun yet. I don't want to be hasty. After a moment's thought, she added, how about I wait until I start college? If I happen to meet a good guy in college, I might not like him anymore. If I develop feelings for someone else, wouldn't that complicate matters? Gu Pan was taken aback. You're saying? Lin Wan understood what she meant, but to extricate herself, she had to force herself to say, Sister, we young people don't understand love. Gu Pan nodded. Yes, I don't really understand it either, but earlier, when you said you wanted to join me, I felt a bit sour and jealous. But now, when you say you want to date someone else, I feel like I've suffered a great loss. Lin Wan was at a loss for words. Shouldn't you just compromise a little? Look at how good Xiao Yi is, tall and handsome, good at studying, and from a respectable family. You don't know, but both Yi's father and mother are quite nice. Chapter 94. A mistake upon a mistake. Lin Wan never dreamed that Gu Pan would take the initiative to keep her around. What on earth was happening? Sister, I'm tired. Let's sleep. Lin Wan felt utterly confused and turned over, not wanting to continue discussing this topic with Gu Pan. However, her earlier excitement had worn off, and she found herself unable to sleep. That question loomed before her, stark and jarring. Originally meant to dress up someone else, she now found herself as the bride. Where could she seek justice? Did she like Yi? In the past, it was hard to say, but after experiencing all that had transpired today, she was clear in her heart. She liked Yi. It couldn't be called love, but it was undoubtedly admiration and affection. In the pursuit of knowledge, one cultivates the virtues of capability, character, and responsibility. With newfound confidence, one stands tall, both in stature and appearance above the average, surrounded by honest and upright parents. Alongside the protective presence of Aunt Yin, it is undeniable that Yi is indeed a worthy match. Yet, the predicament lies in the fact that Sister Pan and teacher Yao have already claimed precedence. Even if one harbors affection, it is merely a third party's longing. What folly it is to vie for the affections of one man against two women. Regardless of the harmony one might strive for, it remains a triad of women. Are there no other men in the world? Must one hang their hopes on a single tree? The proud Lin Wan cannot fathom such an arrangement. Alas, in her good intentions to assist, she has unwittingly placed herself in jeopardy. Teacher Yao, a person of immense goodwill, has met with a most tragic fate. How could she not lend a hand? Yet, now she finds herself branded a suspect, left without a means to explain her actions. What shall she do moving forward? From Sister Pan's insinuations, it seems that not being with Yi is no longer an option. Should she feign a relationship for the time being? No, that is impossible. Such matters cannot be simulated. Romance requires intimacy, yet without pretense. How could she facilitate Sister Pan's acceptance of Teacher Yao? Her mind a tempest of thoughts. Lin Wan eventually succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, the sound of rustling roused her from her dreams. Opening her eyes, she beheld Gu Pan at the door, gently closing it behind her. Almost immediately, whispers emanated from the kitchen, their words faint and indecipherable. Yet, one need not hear every detail to discern who was conversing. The fragmented phrases hinted at something significant, though Lin Wan could not grasp their meaning. Yet, the insinuation was clear. She understood well the nature of their clandestine activities. Embarrassment flooded her senses, her cheeks flushed, her ears burned, and her heart raced. Fear gripped her, fear of being discovered listening in, fear of startling the two, and fear that their exchange might conclude before she had gleaned enough. In a flurry of confusion, she propped herself up, straining to listen. Still, clarity eluded her. Stealthily, she crept closer, parting the door just enough to crouch by its edge, her ear pressed against the wood. The conversation became more discernible. Lin Wan's throat felt parched as she was taken aback by the alluring side of Sister Pan she had never witnessed before. I have a secret to share. Lin Wan's heart raced, sensing that Gu Pan was about to divulge something significant. However, at such a critical juncture, she could not rush out to stop her. Panic coursed through her veins like a restless ant on a hot skillet. Wan told me she likes you too and is willing to marry you. Really? Is that true? Shoo, keep your voice down. What if she hears? She already has. Gu Pan truly. Had she so easily betrayed herself? Yet, upon reflection, it was rather normal. After all, they were indeed a couple. Lin Wan could hardly bear to listen any longer. Gu Pan, how could you lack such principles? Did we not agree to keep secrets? How could you so swiftly abandon your friend for personal gain? This has transpired in less than 2 hours. Good heavens! How can I endure this? With tears unshed, Lin Wan trudged back to her bed, feeling as though her entire reputation had been irrevocably tarnished. She lay there, adrift in uncertainty. In a daze, she noted that Gu Pan had returned. The bed in the northern chamber was a tatami style, which could be raised to serve as a tea table. However, he had no such need and simply laid down a mattress. Gu Pan occupied the position nearest to the door, aware that the wind might sweep through, yet also considering the convenience of sneaking out at night. Lin Wan's thoughts were a whirlpool of chaos. She wished to feign sleep, but lacked the experience to disguise her breathing as a light snore. Gu Pan, however, discerned the deception immediately. "Did I wake you?" Gu Pan, flustered yet compelled to speak, broke the silence. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have played oblivious. Yet now that the conversation had commenced, they were bound as sisters, with no need for secrets. "No, I was just getting up to use the restroom. I heard your voices and didn't dare to step out, fearing I might startle you." Lin Wan could only feign innocence. "I was also up. I woke him, and he dragged me to the kitchen." Gu Pan lay back, her body soft and pliable, reminiscent of a puddle of mud. Losing all shape as she recalled the earlier events, her cheeks still aflame. Little did she realize how thrilling this secret endeavor would prove. Lin Wan inched closer, whispering, "Sister, I never would have guessed you could be so delightful." Gu Pan understood the implication behind her words and playfully nudged the petite beauty. "Wait until I see you in the future. You're no better." Lin Wan was taken aback, realizing she had inadvertently ensnared herself in the conversation. "Sister, why do you divulge everything to him? Did we not agree to withhold this matter until we observed his true character?" Gu Pan, equally embarrassed, confessed. "I did not wish to share, but when he shows me kindness, I cannot resist. I yearn to share all the good things with him." Lin Wan fell silent, curiosity piquing her interest. "Sister, is it truly as wonderful as they say?" Gu Pan, blushing profusely, spoke in hushed tones. "The initial encounters can be rather uncomfortable and painful, but it does improve over time." After a moment's hesitation, she considered that Lin Wan too would eventually experience these sensations and whispered, "I sense he never reaches fulfillment. This is partly why I wish for you to join us." Lin Wan felt a rush of warmth envelop her, her heart fluttering as she pinched Gu Pan playfully. "Sister, you're incorrigible." Gu Pan, feeling drowsy, replied, "Decide for yourself what is good or bad. I'm tired. I shall ignore you now." And with that, she drifted into sleep. Lin Wan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. While the two found joy, she was left alone, restless, and unable to find peace. What kind of predicament was this? Lying there, her mind spiraled with thoughts of self-pity, uncertain of how to proceed. If it were merely Sister Pan, she could devise a plan. Yet now, with He aware, the situation felt irrevocably tangled. As she grappled with her turmoil, a figure appeared at the bedroom door. Chapter 95. Self-pity. Lin Wan had not anticipated that a simple overnight stay could lead to such complications. Cautiously rising, she confirmed that Sister Pan was fast asleep before following He into the kitchen. The sight of the cushions on the cabinet filled her with embarrassment. Had it been another person in another setting, she would have long since overturned the table. However, with Aunt Yin and Sister Pan both asleep, she felt neither the courage nor the inclination to act out. "What do you wish to say?" Lin Wan could barely keep her eyes open. Had she known the night would unfold so dramatically, she would have left without a trace. "You told Sister Pan that you like me and want to be with me?" He asked casually as he collected the cushions from the countertop, clearly skeptical. Happiness arrived too abruptly. Surely, it could not be genuine, but rather a curse. As expected, Lin Wan recounted the series of events. "Well, this is how it happened." Lin Wan, skilled in language and mathematics, possessed top-tier analytical abilities. Within 100 words, she succinctly conveyed the entire situation. He felt a blend of exasperation and amusement. He was frustrated with Lin Wan for breaking her promise, yet amused that she seemed to have adhered to it, albeit at her own expense. "What shall we do next?" Lin Wan rolled her eyes. "How should I know? We can only take it one step at a time." He adopted a playful tone. "I won't take responsibility. You stirred this pot, and you must see it through until Sister Pan accepts Teacher Yao." Lin Wan, feeling both exasperated and resigned, nodded. "Fine, I agree. Can I go now?" He could only acquiesce with a nod. As Lin Wan trudged away with heavy footsteps, disappearing into the kitchen, he leaned against the window of the kitchen balcony and chuckled silently. At the break of dawn, Su Yin opened her eyes. With age, her sleep had lost the profound depth of youth. When night fell, she would sleep, and with daylight, she would awaken. Were it not for pressing work obligations, she would gladly adhere to the rhythms of nature's biological clock. After staring vacantly at the ceiling for a moment, she propped herself up, slipped on her shoes, and prepared to head to the restroom. Outside her bedroom door, on the coffee table beside the sofa, lay a mat on the floor, the blanket already put away. From a distance, a tall figure was bustling about in the kitchen, the sound subtle, busy yet composed. Su Yin turned her gaze to the electronic calendar on the door and was taken aback. Only 4:46. With a yawn, she approached the kitchen door, exclaiming, "What are you up to? Are you evaluating model workers? Rising at such an ungodly hour." My goodness, you startled me like a thief, he exclaimed, nearly leaping off the ground in fright. Suyin too was startled. Is that really necessary? You gave me quite a scare. He patted his chest to calm himself. People can frighten each other to death. Please be more careful in the future. Suyin raised an eyebrow, then laughed. You mischievous little rascal. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm your mother. He stuck out his tongue. You may be my biological mother, but you still can't scare me. If you give me a fright, it would break your heart. Suyin shook her head, bemused. Enough of your banter. What is all this early morning fuss about? I'm making noodles and preparing several side dishes. I'm afraid you and my sister will be late again, so I thought I'd get an early start. Once the side dishes are ready, the noodles will be easy to handle. Suyin nodded. Haven't both Pan Pan and Wan Wan ever tasted your noodles? My sister has. But Wan Jia hasn't tea. Regardless, they both love them. With the weather being hot, a bowl of noodles with sauce is refreshing and perfect. Then go ahead and make them. I'll use the restroom and catch a bit more sleep. Go on, go on. Suyin yawned, casting a doting glance at her godson, her heart swelling with sweetness as she headed to the bathroom. The child had grown up, becoming considerate. She didn't have to rise early to cook, and she could enjoy a little beauty sleep. Just thinking about it brought her joy. However, she wondered how long this good fortune would last. Suyin understood all too well that once both children were in school, her pleasant days would likely come to an end. A day or two was manageable, but who could sustain the early rising routine for decades? Moreover, the depth of affection is no match for companionship over time. It can erode all. Perhaps one day, her daughter and godson would clash. Their relationship would fray. And if that day came, what would she as their mother do? Suyin shook her head, dismissing such distant thoughts. Cherishing the present and seizing joy in the moment was vital. Life rushes by in mere decades. There's no time for excessive forethought. Gently closing the bathroom door, Suyin gazed at the beautiful woman in the mirror, a sigh escaping her lips. At 40, the passage of time was evident. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, the lines around her mouth, and the sagging contours of her cheeks all bore witness to the relentless march of years. No matter how remarkable her talents or how enduring her charm, time inevitably slips away, unnoticed. From that rainy night to today, over 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye. What would she become in the next 20 years? She felt a twinge of worry and fear. But more than that, there was acceptance. A glance at the doorknob assured her it was locked. She then gently shed her water-green, two-piece pajamas. Most of her figure reflected in the dressing mirror, graceful, curvaceous, with a slender waist. Yet, it was incomplete. Stepping back 2 paces, she finally beheld her full reflection in the mirror. The woman before her was tall and elegant, her feet lightly poised on tiptoes, lending her an even more statuesque appearance. Her abdomen slightly rounded, her exquisite curves on display, her legs long and straight, and her waist delicate. Such beauty, yet no one seemed to notice. Suyin sighed. The longer one remains single, the harder it becomes to accept strangers intruding into one's life. Previously, when both children were still in school, she would tell herself to wait until they entered university to find someone. But now that they truly were in university, could she really find someone? What kind of person would she seek? Someone of her own age? Nonsense. People her age were balding and out of shape. Older? They were nearing retirement. Younger? It would be a case of an old cow eating tender grass. Even if she could swallow her pride, how would she explain it to her children? It was a dilemma. Thus, she opted for solitude. Yet, with her dwindling youth, she sighed again. With no one to inquire about her well-being, she could only comfort herself. Her eyes grew dreamy, as if the figure in the mirror was another person. She was merely watching a play, lost in a reverie. Footsteps outside were faint, but she caught the sound. Suddenly aware, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly turned on the faucet and donned her pajamas. "Mom, are you in there?" It was her daughter, Gu Pan's voice. "Ah, just a moment, I'll be right out. Please hurry, I can't hold it." Suyin opened the door, helplessly. "How old are you? And you only remember to use the restroom when you can't hold it anymore." Gu Pan rushed into the bathroom, plopping onto the toilet. "I woke up because I had to go. Such laziness. You have to wait until you can't hold it anymore to wake up." Chapter 96. You are fortunate, Lin Wan, still groggy from sleep, overheard the playful banter between the two. She felt a pang of envy, cherishing the familial atmosphere. No one treated her as an outsider, nor did anyone consider her surplus. Harmony prevailed, devoid of anger or hidden daggers. When Gu Pan returned from washing up and saw her awake, she smiled. "Get up if you're awake. No need to pretend to sleep." Lin Wan, with a hint of exasperation, opened her eyes. "How did you know I was pretending?" Gu Pan beamed with satisfaction. "Since childhood, whenever I and Xiao Yi didn't sleep well at night, my mom could tell right away. I would ask her, only to realize how poor my acting skills were." Lin Wan sat up to join her in making the bed. Gu Pan paused, momentarily taken aback. "Lin Wan, feeling a bit perplexed, glanced at Gu Pan's impressive efforts. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Though her own attempts were commendable, they paled in comparison. Rising too hastily, Suyen's pajamas were a bit too loose, creating a somewhat overwhelming impression. Ah, don't look, don't look. Gu Pan quickly turned away. With a flushed face, Lin Wan dashed to the restroom. Upon her return, she appeared much steadier, no longer swaying. Gu Pan had already made her way to the kitchen. I have no classes this afternoon. Come to campus and help me move some things. He was kneading the dough and nodded in agreement. Suyen, also in the kitchen, inquired, so you want to be living in the dorm anymore? Gu Pan nodded, no more dorm life, since the family has moved here. Why would I stay in a dorm? Suyen scoffed. Look at you, so impressive moving the family here. Who are you trying to provoke? Gu Pan chuckled. I'm irritating whoever I can. With my brilliant and formidable mom, of course, I won't stay in a dorm, right? Suyen finally laughed. But your illustrious and formidable mother hasn't rented you a place to live. You should thank your brilliant and formidable husband and brother. Gu Pan's face flushed, Mom. You're teasing me again. Suyen waved her hand dismissively. How was that teasing? ISNT at the truth. Wan, don't you agree? Lin Wan, watching he roll out the noodles, was taken aback by the question, but quickly responded, Ah, yes. He enjoyed watching the two of them bicker, showing no intention of intervening, as he remained focused on rolling out the dough. Lin Wan glanced at the 4 large bowls covered with plates on the dining table. Incredulous as she asked, Did you make all of this morning? He nodded proudly. Impressive. ISNT it? Lin Wan genuinely nodded in approval, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. The two exchanged smiles, and he sensed what Lin Wan was hinting at. Having barely slept the entire night, yet still managing to rise early and make noodles, such a talent was indeed commendable. He found himself rather impressed. Such a notion was once unfathomable to him. Yet now, it seems intertwined with his rebirth, as he feels an extraordinary surge of vitality coursing through him. It is as though an inexhaustible reservoir of energy resides within his body. Were it not for these factors, he would not dare to entertain the idea of indulging in the pleasures of companionship, relishing the joys of shared affection. His own strength is formidable, rendering the likes of Pan utterly incapable of standing alone against him. Even the fierce Bei has succumbed before him. Her initial frenzy now quelled, unable to stir any further ripples. Pangaea, in particular, is in a state of utter disarray. His lingering desires are far from feigned. However, there is a deliberate aspect to it. He seeks to instill fear in her, compelling her to accept external assistance. These are merely tactics. Yet he had not anticipated such rapid progress. This is not a narrative requiring a lengthy 30,000 words to conclude. The pace is astonishingly swift. Observing Lin Wan's eyes sparkling with excitement, he is acutely aware that the girl is merely putting on a brave front. After spending so much time together, even a block of what could warm up, what more human being? It would be peculiar if she remained indifferent after sharing 3 meals a day. Reflecting on his previous life, after her rise to fame, he had even contributed to her fan club, albeit a modest sum, as a token of goodwill. It remains uncertain whether Lin Wan can achieve such heights in this lifetime. Meanwhile, the two women began discussing more serious matters. Will there be no need to pay for accommodation next year? You wish. The issue of living is on you. The school hasn't declared that you can't stay. So how could you avoid the fees? Gu Pan shattered her mother's daydream. Suyen was somewhat speechless. I'm not even living there. Yet I still have to pay? What a ridiculous clause. Gu Pan, though perplexed, could accept the logic. The bed is available. You simply choose not to reside there. It's not as if they are withholding accommodation. Many students on campus rent together off campus, and this is how it is usually managed. At most, the dormitory supervisor may turn a blind eye. He began to slice the noodles, his focus unwavering as he wielded the knife with dexterity, leaving Lin Wan in a state of bewilderment. Remarkably, he could still engage in casual conversation. It doesn't necessarily have to be this way. We could obtain a certificate and present a rental agreement to the school. Since we've moved here, being a day student is certainly feasible. Suyen's eyes lit up. That is a brilliant idea. Let us look into it. Gu Pan's eyes also sparkled. I'll go speak to the dorm supervisor today. If that doesn't work, I'll check with the student affairs office. When it came to saving money, both women were positively gleaming. Lin Wan chimed in. Does that mean I could also directly apply for day student status? After all, my mother is here. He sighed, realizing he had opened a door to frugality. Yes, that should definitely be possible. You're not a student from out of town renting a place. Typically, children living with their parents face no issues. Even if there were complications, Lin Wan would certainly not encounter any. What a jest. The daughter of the second in command of the provincial capital would not be allowed to study as a day student? Hardly. While Lin University is a prestigious institution under the ministry, one E has indeed entered the ministry, coupled with the substantial authority wielded by the provincial capital's government head. That is a force to be reckoned with. Would the Lin University Committee dare to make things difficult for Lin Wan? Yet as for matters on their side, that remains uncertain. Once school regulations are invoked, it becomes nearly impossible to contest. Thus, when the time comes, let one E provide a unified statement. Though your unit is quite authoritative, it's not quite at that level, he remarked, and Suyin understood. Utilizing the tiger skin to make a flag, she quipped, a tactic she frequently employed. Over the years, the skin of her close friend Qin, Wan Hua, had nearly been worn thin by her. Yes, let your mother handle it. It spares me the trouble of approaching our leaders, who tend to be tedious and slow. Lin Wan blinked her clear, yet astute eyes. Somewhat unaccustomed to seeing her gentle and poised Aunt Yin display such a fiery side, Gu Pan shot her a knowing glance, signaling that this was merely the beginning. She should wait until they grew more familiar. Su Yin ignored her daughter's playful gestures, opting instead to lift the lid from the pot covering the braised dish. Green pepper with meat, eggplant, mushu tomatoes, what is this? Su Yin picked up a white porcelain spoon from a bowl and took a mouthful. Oh, this tastes delightful. He had just finished slicing the noodles, sprinkling some cornmeal over them, and upon hearing her remark, he responded, I added 2 bags of pickled vegetables, chopped a bit of potato, and mixed in some minced meat, just to make it a bit heartier. Lin Wan was thoroughly impressed. Heavens! To make a bowl of braised noodles with 4 different dishes, Pan Jia is truly fortunate. Gu Pan snatched the porcelain spoon from her mother's hand, rinsed it, and returned it to its place, leaning close to Lin Wan and whispering, Aren't you equally fortunate?